Konoha Year 56, on Ninja Academy. The setting sun slanted obliquely into the classroom, dyeing the dust in the air golden. Irika stood at the podium, clapping his hands to signal for silence. Irika said, after school today there will be a small gathering in the evening, so everyone will go home a bit later. The classroom fell silent for a second. Wow! The entire classroom erupted. The Hokage has already notified your parents. Irika added, scratching his head in slight confusion, not knowing why the Hokage suddenly wanted to hold this gathering. As soon as he finished, the students below were completely stirred up. A gathering. The school is actually holding a gathering. Naruto was the first to jump up, stomping on the desk and waving his hands. There must be good food. Will Yao ramen come? Dead last, don't be so excited. Sasuke said coldly, leaning by the window, his expression indifferent. What did you say, Sasuke? Hinata secretly sat in the corner thinking of someone. Suddenly her face turned crimson. Ino pulled Sakura's hand, eyes sparkling. A gathering. Do you think there will be a dance segment? I don't know. Sakura's eyes kept drifting towards Sasuke. Boring. Shikamaru lay on the desk looking listless. Gotta go home late. How troublesome. Shikamaru. Isn't a gathering fun? Choji already had a mouthful of snacks. There will definitely be lots of good food. Choji is right. Kiba stomped on the desk with Akamaru on his head, barking. Maybe there'll even be a contest or something. Shino silently pushed up his sunglasses, saying nothing, but a small, empty circle had formed around him. Tintin and Niji stood together talking excitedly, while Niji stood with arms crossed, his face calm, showing no emotion. Lee clenched his fist, tears in his eyes. This is youth. The classroom was noisy. A few girls whispered together, their eyes occasionally glancing at Sasuke. Finally, a girl with a ponytail gathered her courage and walked up to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, would you like to play together during the gathering? Sasuke didn't even lift his eyelids. Childish. He turned and walked away. The ponytailed girl's smile froze on her face, and her friends quickly gathered around to comfort her. Sasuke ignored the commotion behind him and walked straight out of the classroom. The corridor was much quieter. Sasuke turned a corner and headed toward the restroom. He pushed open the restroom door and found someone inside. That person was leaning by the window, wearing the Uchiha clan's outfit, black hair, glowing with a dark red luster in the sunset. He looked about 12 or 13, with a faint elusive smile on his face. Sasuke recognized him. Uchiha Yen. Sasuke frowned. He remembered this person. Uchiha Yen was a ninja of the same generation as his brother Uchiha Itachi. His brother Itachi was already a Jonin, while this useless Uchiha Yen was still a Genin. And at such an age he hadn't even unlocked the Sharingan. Deep down, Sasuke looked down on this person. Why are you here? Sasuke asked coldly. Uchiha Yen did not answer. He just looked at Sasuke quietly. Suddenly his eyes changed, the black pupils turned into a taiji pattern, slowly rotating. Sasuke's body froze. His consciousness sank into darkness in an instant, and his body collapsed limply. Uchiha Yen reached out and caught him. He gently laid Sasuke on the floor, then formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a soft puff of white smoke, a clone identical to Uchiha Yen appeared beside him. The disguise at school is up to you. You know what to do. Uchiha Yen instructed the clone. Don't worry, original. No one will find out I'm not Sasuke. I just need to act cool and stay silent, and no one will suspect. After speaking, the clone also formed a seal, instantly becoming identical to Sasuke. I'll head back to the classroom now. The clone disguised as Sasuke waved goodbye to Uchiha Yen. Looking at the unconscious Sasuke beside him, Uchiha Yen revealed a sneer of amusement. Uchiha Itachi, if you find out that you personally killed your little brother Sasuke, I wonder if you'll go crazy. The thought of Itachi's potential state filled Uchiha Yen with delight. After all, Uchiha Itachi, that beast, for the sake of the village's interests, slaughtered the entire clan, not even sparing his own parents and family. Such a person should not be allowed to die easily. He should taste the pain of losing a loved one. He wanted to protect Sasuke, right? Then let him kill Sasuke with his own hands. As for the other Uchiha clan members, Yen could only say they would live or die by fate tonight. Now his only thought was to stir up trouble, gain system rewards, and improve his strength. After becoming invincible, he would become the Qin Shi Huang of the ninja world and unify it. If the Uchiha are truly wiped out, he could just marry many wives, have many children, and revive the Uchiha clan. Yes, Uchiha Yen was a transmigrator. After birth, because he was too young and his brain not fully developed, his past life memories had not awakened. Until the age of 10, when he learned of his parents' death on a mission. All the memories of his previous life came flooding back like a bursting dam. He finally knew who he was. In his previous life, he was an ordinary office worker who died from overwork, then luckily arrived in this ninja world. In this world, his talent was mediocre, never able to unlock the Sharingan. His strength hovered at the Genin level. As the night of the clan massacre approached, Yen grew more anxious. He even considered defecting from the village, finding a remote place to hide. Until one snowy day, he passed by a small forest and heard noisy sounds. He went closer and saw 3 little brats surrounding a little girl. The little girl had white eyes, standing timidly, her face covered in tears. White-eyed monster. Hit her. The 3 kids picked up snowballs and threw them at the girl. Uchiha Yin stood still, and suddenly a voice rang in his mind. Ding. Divine system activated. Choice 1. Let that girl go. Let me drive away the 3 brats and bully the little girl myself. Reward Death God Seal. Choice 2. Out of sight, out of mind. Turn around and leave, pretend you saw nothing. Reward a kunai. Choice 3. Hero saves the beauty. Drive away the 3 brats, save the innocent and pitiful white-eyed girl. Reward Mangekyō Sharingan. At that moment Uchiha Yan's heart raced. A golden finger. Finally. He didn't think twice choosing the third option. Only an idiot would pick 1 or 2. He rushed forward and drove away the 3 little brats. Then he crouched in front of the little girl, wiping her tears with his sleeve. Don't be afraid, he said. It's okay now. The little girl looked up at him with her pure white eyes. Thank you. Her voice was tiny. I'm Hinata Hyuga. Uchiha Yen was stunned. Hinata Hyuga. The girl who in the original story was saved by Naruto and never forgot him. So it was her. He escorted Hinata back to the Hyuga compound. Then he hurried home, eager to claim the system reward. Mangekyō Sharingan. After testing it, Yen discovered that these eyes were related to time and space. Left eye time can speed up, slow down, and even rewind time by up to 10 seconds. Right eye space can teleport to any visible point or to any place he has been before. More powerful than the flying thunder god technique. But these eyes had a fatal flaw. Each use consumed a large amount of dojutsu power. Overuse could lead to blindness. That's why he dared not reveal his strength. Uchiha Yen grabbed the unconscious Sasuke. His right eye rotated, and they appeared in a commoner's house in the Uchiha compound. He placed Sasuke on a bed and covered him with a blanket so that Itachi wouldn't recognize his brother. Whether you survive next depends on whether your brother can recognize you. Uchiha Yen vanished from the room in a flash. Uchiha Yen is a transmigrator. He has a system. He will do anything to become stronger and survive the impending massacre. His plan is to frame Itachi and take control of the situation. On the Hokage rock of Konoha, Uchiha Yen glanced down at the black robe with red clouds he wore, then touched the tiger-striped mask on his face. This fits quite well. He grinned, a subtle curve forming beneath the mask. The night of the clan's annihilation. He'll let this fire burn even brighter. The Shimura clan. The Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Yen's gaze fell upon the compounds of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans in the village. Who shall I start with? Uchiha Yen rubbed his chin as if pondering which dish to savor first. The Shimura clan compound. The night was deep. The Shimura clan's grounds were far smaller than the Uchihas, for Shimura was not a major clan of Konoha. Yet Shimura Danzo was an elder of the village, the founder of Root. Thus the Shimura compound was not lacking in guards. 2 chunin of the Shimura clan stood at the entrance chatting. Have you heard? The Umbu have a major operation tonight. Seems it's finally happening for the Uchiha. They deserved this long ago, those arrogant bastards who look down on everyone. One of the chunin spat on the ground, disdain etched on his face. The next second his smile froze. A dark silhouette appeared soundlessly behind them. Hey, what were you saying about the Uchiha? A man with a tiger-striped mask tilted his head, his tone as casual as if chatting with friends. The 2 chunin spun around, hands reaching for the kunai at their waists. But before their fingers touched the weapons, their bodies went rigid. Beneath the mask, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes slowly spun. Genjutsu Sharingan. The eyes of the 2 chunin instantly became vacant, their bodies standing frozen like puppets. Uchiha Yen walked past them, patting one on the shoulder. Stand still now, don't fall. He stepped into the Shimura compound. Tonight this place was destined for turmoil. The core residence of the Shimura clan. Shimura Danzo was not home. He was at the Hokage's office awaiting news of the Uchiha's annihilation. But the other core members of the Shimura clan were present. Shimura Danzo's nephew Shimura Uchiha was sipping tea in the living room. He served as the acting clan head and a division leader of Root. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed. Shimura Uchiha set down his teacup. Who? No answer. He frowned, rose, and walked to the door, pulling it open. Standing outside was a figure in a black robe with red clouds, wearing a tiger-striped mask. Shimura Uchiha's pupils contracted. Who are you? He reacted swiftly, his hands forming seals instantly, as fire chakra gathered in his mouth. But the other moved faster. Shoo! A finger emerged from beneath the mask, pressed to the lips. Shimura Uchiha's eyes met the crimson eyes beneath the mask. The next second his consciousness plunged into endless darkness. Uchiha Yen withdrew his gaze, watching Shimura Uchiha topple backward, and reached out a hand to steady him. Careful, don't bump your head. He gently laid Shimura Uchiha on the threshold and drove a kunai into his chest. Then he looked up toward the depths of the residence. Alright, who's next? The Uchiha clan grounds. Uchiha Itachi, expressionless, traversed one alley after another. His blade dripped with blood. Behind him lay body after body. He had lost count of how many he had slain. 13. Or 20. It no longer mattered. His Sharingan spun quietly, recording every victim's terror, despair, and confusion in their final moments. Followers of Uchiha Fugaku. The hardliners of the Uchiha police force. Those who supported the coup. One by one they fell beneath his blade. Itachi. What? A middle-aged woman collapsed in a pool of blood, lifting her head with her last strength, gazing at the boy she had watched grow up. Uchiha Itachi did not answer. He turned and walked toward the next house. Behind him the woman's hand fell limp. As he passed a narrow alley, Itachi's steps faltered. His Sharingan caught a child hiding behind a trash bin. The boy, around 7 or 8 years old, wore the Uchiha clan attire, face streaked with tears, hands clamped tightly over his mouth to stifle any sound. Uchiha Itachi glanced at him. The child trembled violently, eyes brimming with terror. Itachi looked away and continued forward. The child watched his receding figure, the fear in his eyes easing slightly. The next second a kunai flew from the darkness, piercing the child's throat with precision. Uchiha Itachi did not look back. There was not a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Tonight, save for Sasuke, there would be no survivors. The Uchiha police force. Uchiha Obito stood on the rooftop, gazing down at the chaos below. The police force ninja had sensed something amiss. The screams from the clan grounds pierced the night air with clarity. Someone's attacking the compound. Quick! Notify the clan head. Everyone rally. The police ninja surged out of the building, rushing toward the clan grounds. Uchiha Obito slowly raised his hand. No need to rush off. His Sharingan began to spin. Kemui. Space warped. The leading police ninja were instantly sucked into another dimension, not even a scream escaping their lips. Those behind skidded to a halt, staring in horror at the spatial vortex ahead. Enemy attack. Someone shouted. Uchiha Obito leaped down from the rooftop, landing amidst the crowd. Been a while since I stretched my limbs. He grinned, the single Sharingan eye beneath his mask radiating an eerie glow. The Shimura clan compound. Screams rose one after another. Uchiha Yen was slaughtering freely through the compound. Most of the Shimura clan's elite ninja had been dispatched to route missions by Danzo, leaving behind mostly the elderly, women, children, and ordinary chunin. Against an enemy wielding the Mangekyō Sharingan, they stood no chance. Monster! You're a monster! A young Shimura ninja gripped his kunai, hands trembling. Before him the masked figure strolled over, leisurely hands in pockets, utterly dismissing him. Oh dear, is this the caliber of Shimura ninja? Uchiha Yen's tone dripped with disappointment. I expected something more. After all, Elder Danzo is the root of Konoha. The young ninja gritted his teeth and hurled his kunai. Uchiha Yen tilted his head slightly, the blade whistling past his mask. Your aim's off. He took a step. The next instant he stood before the young ninja. A hand reached out, pressing onto the youth's head. Next life, pray for a better family. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking. The young ninja's body crumpled softly to the ground. Next, the Sarutobi clan. The night was deep. The Sarutobi clan compound was brightly lit with grand residences stretching in a continuous line. Uchiha Yen stood on a distant rooftop, gazing at this luxurious district, unable to help clicking his tongue. Tisk, look at this scale, look at this splendor, he sneered. The third Hokage still claims he didn't embezzle. If he didn't, how could the Sarutobi clan become the largest family in Konoha? He looked down at his black robe with red clouds, then touched the tiger skin mask on his face. All right, tonight I'll show you what retribution means. His right eye twitched. The next moment he had already appeared inside the Sarutobi compound. Several guards walked past him, chatting and laughing, completely unaware of anything unusual. The Mangekyō Sharingan sure is handy. Uchiha Yen grinned. He walked up behind the last guard and patted him on the shoulder. The guard turned around. A pair of crimson Sharingan eyes stared directly at him. Shoo. The guard's eyes instantly went vacant. Yan's kunai swept across. Uff. Blood spattered. The guard's body slumped to the ground. First one. Uchiha Yen continued walking as if nothing had happened. The Sage of Six Paths must be quite lonely in the Pure Land. Let me send a few more people to keep him company. He muttered to himself, his tone as relaxed as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Turning the corner, he encountered 2 more guards. Before they could speak, Uchiha Yen's Sharingan activated. Jinjutsu Sharingan. The 2 guards' eyes instantly lost focus, standing motionless like wooden posts. Uchiha Yen walked between them, delivering a strike to each side. Thud. Thud. 2 bodies fell simultaneously. Second, third. Continue. He kept walking, killing as he went. When encountering lone ones, he directly controlled them with Jinjutsu and killed with a single strike. When encountering groups, he used spatial flicker to circle behind and pick them off one by one. No one had time to raise an alarm. Until... Stop! A furious shout came from ahead. A middle-aged man wearing the uniform of a Sarutobi clan jonin blocked the path. His eyes were sharp, exuding the oppressive pressure only an elite jonin could possess. Who are you? How dare you infiltrate the Sarutobi clan compound? Yen tilted his head. Guess. The elite jonin's face turned livid. Do you know what place this is, eh? He stepped forward, his presence intimidating. This is the Hokage's clan. You dare to invade the Hokage's clan. Konoha will not let you get away with this. Yen was silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. Hokage's clan. He took a step forward, his tone dripping with mockery. Tisk, the way you say that. The elite jonin's face grew even darker. You're asking for death. He quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon flame bullet. Boom. A massive pillar of fire surged toward Yin, the heat wave blasting the air itself, warping from the heat. Yin stood still motionless. Just as the fire pillar was about to engulf him, his left eye spun. Time slowed. The world instantly became sluggish. The fire pillar advanced inch by inch like slow motion. Yin sidestepped, dodging the flames, and walked toward the elite Jonin. Each step was leisurely. The fire dragon swept past him, not even touching the hem of his robe. The elite Jonin's pupils contracted sharply. What? Before the words faded, his right eye spun. Space flicker. Yin had already appeared before him, a kunai pressed against his throat. Your ninjutsu is not bad, Yin said flatly, as if commenting on a dish. Too bad, too slow. You? Who are you? The elite Jonin's eyes were filled with terror, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. A passing Uchiha. Yin's kunai swept across. Blood gushed out. The elite Jonin clutched his throat, slowly kneeling, his eyes filled with disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but only managed a few indistinct gurgles. Then with a bang, he collapsed to the ground. Yin looked down at him. Next life, remember, don't use the Hokage's clan to scare people. I'm so scared. With that, he stepped over the body and continued deeper into the compound. The Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, a pipe in his mouth, smoke swirling. Shimura Danzo stood by the window, leaning on his cane, expressionless. Both were waiting for news of the Uchiha clan's extermination. Itachi should have started by now, Danzo said calmly. The third nodded silently. Just then, report. An Umbu ninja suddenly burst in, kneeling on one knee, his voice urgent. Lord Hokage, something's happened. The third frowned. What is it? The Shimura clan compound has been attacked by unknown assailants. What? The third's pipe nearly fell from his hand. Danzo spun around. What did you say? The Shimura clan compound has been attacked with heavy casualties. The Umbu's voice trembled. And what? The Sarutobi clan compound has also been attacked. Boom. The air in the entire office seemed to freeze. The third shot to his feet, his face ashen. The Sarutobi clan was also attacked. Danzo's expression was equally grim. He gritted his teeth, his voice icy. Shouldn't it be the Uchiha clan that was attacked? How did it become the Sarutobi and Shimura clans? Their gazes collided in the air. This was not what they had planned. Completely different. Mobilize all root operatives. Danzo ordered coldly. All Umbu deploy. The third's tone was equally frigid, slamming his pipe heavily onto the desk. Immediately accompany us to the two clan compounds. We must find the attacker. Yes. The Umbu ninja accepted the order and left. On the other side, Uchiha Police Department building. Uchiha Obito watched as one police force ninja after another rushed out, intending to head toward the clan compound to assist. Then one by one they were sucked into his Kamui space. I told you not to rush off. See, you're all in a hurry again. Obito's voice was calm, as if chatting with a friend. His gaze passed over the distant lights, looking toward the direction of the Uchiha clan compound. There Itachi was carrying out his mission. Once familiar places, once familiar people, all about to vanish. Obito's eyes showed not a single ripple. Only a world where Rin existed was a perfect world. In his mind that figure appeared. A black top, a purple jacket tied at the waist, short soft hair, and purple markings painted on her face. Rin, Obito murmured softly. I will definitely create a world where you exist. In that world there will be no war, no smoke of gunpowder. Only peace and tranquility. His gaze grew distant, as if he saw Rin standing ahead waving to him. Obito laughed a crazed smile. The next second his eyes became resolute again. His crimson Sharingan slowly began to spin. Soon? It's almost time. He looked down at the still struggling police force ninja below. Until then, anyone who obstructs the plan must die. Kamui activated. Space twisted. Another ninja was sucked into the alternate dimension, not even a scream escaping. Obito's figure vanished from the spot. The Shimura clan's compound lay in utter silence, the air thick with the stench of blood. Standing at the entrance, Danzo Shimura trembled slightly as he took in the scene before him. None of the root members behind him dared to make a sound. Moonlight spilled across the clan's estate, revealing bodies strewn haphazardly everywhere. Some lay sprawled on the corridors, others slumped against doorsteps, and some curled up in corners. Each had been killed with a single precise strike. A slit throat, a pierced heart, or a snapped neck. Clean and efficient with no superfluous wounds. Elder. A root member ventured cautiously. Danzo did not answer. Leaning on his cane, he walked step by step into the compound. A squelching sound echoed beneath his feet, the sound of stepping through pools of blood. Danzo glanced down at the bloodstains on the ground, his face dark and terrifyingly grim. Where is Yuichi? His voice was calm, unnervingly calm. Captain Yuichi Shimura is in the inner courtyard, a root member replied in a low voice. Danzo quickened his pace, traversing the long corridor until he reached Yuichi's residence. He pushed open the door. Yuichi Shimura lay on his back across the threshold, a kunai embedded in his chest, his eyes wide open, the terror of his final moments frozen on his face. Danzo's breath hitched for a second. He slowly crouched down and reached out to close Yuichi's eyelids. Who did this? His voice was flat, but every root member knew that Elder Danzo was seething with rage. Report. A root member rushed in from outside and knelt on one knee. Elder, we found some survivors. Danzo's head snapped up. Bring them here. Moments later, a middle-aged man was dragged and drenched in blood, a deep gash on his left arm, his face streaked with tears and gore. Seeing Danzo, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees. The elder. His voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. Who did this? Danzo asked. The man lifted his head, his eyes filled with terror. It was a person wearing a black cloak with red clouds. He wore an orange mask with tiger stripes. His eyes were red. The Sharingan. Danzo's pupils constricted sharply. The Uchiha. Yes, it's the Uchiha, the man sobbed. He had red eyes and he killed wherever he went. Our ninjutsu was useless against him. Danzo was silent for a few moments. The Sarutobi clan has also been attacked, he said slowly. It seems it's the same person. He turned to face the root members behind him. First Division, stay behind. Handle the scene and tend to the wounded. The rest of you follow me to the Sarutobi clan. Yes. The root members dispersed swiftly. Danzo walked out of the Shimura compound, his steps unwavering. But his fists remained clenched the entire time. The Sarutobi clan compound. Flames licked the sky. Screams, battle cries, and the clash of ninjutsu intertwined in a cacophony. When the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with the Umbu, the sight before him made his heart stop. A figure in a black cloak with red clouds wearing a tiger-striped mask was holding a Sarutobi clan ninja by the neck with one hand. The ninja struggled desperately, his feet flailing, but he couldn't break free. Stop! The third roared. The figure turned his head. Beneath the tiger mask a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes gleamed. Ha ha ha. He laughed, a hoarse and mocking sound. Third Hokage, you're finally here. With that he tightened his grip. Crack. The Jonin's neck snapped, his head lolling at a grotesque angle. The body was discarded like a rag doll. The third's face turned ashen. The Umbu behind him drew their weapons, forming a protective circle around him. Who the hell are you? The third demanded, his voice sharp. Why did you massacre the Shimura and Sarutobi clans? Uchiha and tilted his head. Since you've asked so earnestly. He took a step forward, spreading his arms. Then I shall graciously tell you. I'm from the Akatsuki. You can call me Obito. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeply. Akatsuki. Yes, Akatsuki, Uchiha N said lightly. Didn't Danzo have Itachi Uchiha contact me to help you deal with those restless elements? He paused for a moment. He said, tonight was a good opportunity. He would slaughter the Uchiha clan himself. And I was to massacre the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. This way all threats to Konoha would be eliminated. Isn't that right? As his words fell, the third's face turned deathly pale. Nonsense, he shouted, his voice trembling. When did Danzo ever say such a thing? The Umbu behind him began to whisper among themselves. Could it be that the Shimura and Sarutobi clans were really ordered by Danzo-sama? The third whipped around, glaring at the Umbu. Silence. The Umbu immediately fell quiet. The third turned back, fixing his gaze on Uchiha, in his eyes as sharp as blades. Who really sent you? Why are you trying to sow discord? Uchiha shrugged. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, go ask Itachi Uchiha. He should be having a grand old time slaughtering the Uchiha clan right now. The third's chest heaved violently. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within. Whoever you are. He raised his hand. You're not leaving here today. The Umbu behind him dispersed instantly, surrounding Uchiha. Attack. At the third's command, the Umbu ninjas struck simultaneously. Shuriken, kunai, and ninjutsu came flying at Uchiha from all directions. Uchiha stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Just as the attacks were about to land, he waved a hand at the third. I'm done playing with you all. Farewell. The next second his figure vanished into thin air. All the attacks hit nothing. Shuriken embedded into the ground, ninjutsu exploded on empty space. The third's pupils contracted violently. Space-time ninjutsu. The Umbu exchanged stunned glances. The third stood there, his face dark enough to drip water. He turned and spoke coldly to the Uchiha compound. Now, the Uchiha compound. Itachi Uchiha walked expressionlessly down the street. His blade dripped with blood. A long trail of crimson stretched out behind him. He had lost count of how many he had killed. Familiar neighbors, elders, comrades. All fell one by one to his sword. At first his heart still wavered. But now he had gone numb. For the village. For peace. To prevent the coup. He repeated this to himself over and over. Sasuke must live. Only by killing everyone else could Sasuke survive. He entered a civilian's home. The house was quiet. A family of 3 had already gone to sleep. Itachi walked to the master bedroom door and slid it open gently. On the bed a young couple lay sleeping soundly. The man had his arm around the woman's waist, and she nestled in his embrace. Faint smiles lingered on their faces. Probably dreaming of something pleasant. Itachi didn't hesitate. The kunai slashed across. Blood splattered onto the wall. He turned left the master bedroom and headed to the room at the end of the corridor. It was the child's room. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was quiet. The blankets on the bed were puffed up, a small figure curled beneath them, fast asleep. Itachi walked to the bedside and raised the kunai in his hand. He looked down at the outline beneath the covers. One strike, and it would all be over. He took a deep breath. The kunai in his hand plunged down fiercely. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was starkly clear in the darkness. Ah! A cry of pain came from beneath the blanket. That voice made Itachi's hand freeze midair. His pupils contracted sharply. This voice. His heart began to pound violently. No. Impossible. Itachi's hand trembled. He grabbed the blanket and ripped it open. Uchiha Yan's figure vanished amidst the flames of the Sarutobi clan compound. The next moment he appeared in a patch of shadow on the outskirts of the Uchiha district. This area was still some distance from the Uchiha compound, a vast stretch of ordinary residential neighborhoods where most of Konoha's civilians lived. The night was deep and silent, the streets empty save for the occasional distant bark of a dog. Uchiha Yan crouched on a branch of a large tree, peering through the gaps in the leaves toward the Uchiha compound. He could sense chakra flowing there unrelated to the Uchiha clan members. Root ninja. TCH, they've set up a barrier, just as I thought. Uchiha Yan narrowed his eyes. Through the vision of his Mangekyō Sharingan, he could make out several blurred chakra outlines positioned at different points around the Uchiha compound. Their placement was methodical, clearly pre-planned. To make sure no sound of the Uchiha massacre leaks out, they even set up a barrier in advance. How thorough. A smirk curled at the corner of Uchiha Yan's mouth. Too bad you ran into me. He rotated his right eye. His figure vanished from the spot. On the rooftop of a 3-story building at the southeastern corner of the Uchiha compound, a root ninja knelt on one knee, both hands pressed against the roof, chakra patterns slowly spreading from his palms. He was a member of the barrier squad, working in concert with comrades at other positions to construct a soundproof barrier enveloping the entire Uchiha compound. Almost there, just a little longer to finish. He murmured under his breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The next second, a kunai slashed across his throat. Blood spurted. The root ninja's eyes flew wide open, but before he could turn around, his body lost all strength and slumped to the side. Uchiha Yan appeared behind him, catching the corpse and gently laying it on the rooftop so the sound of the fall wouldn't alert the others. First one. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across the night sky. Through the Mangekyō Sharingan, he could see several more chakra outlines at different positions. For more, at the top of a water tower on the western side of the Uchiha compound. The second root ninja was focused on forming hand seals, pale blue chakra gathering between his palms and merging strand by strand into the night sky, linking with the barrier power from other positions. He suddenly sensed something wrong. The chakra fluctuation from the southeast had vanished. What's going on? He was about to turn and look. A hand wearing a tiger pattern mask pressed against the back of his head. Don't bother looking. He's off duty. A crisp crack of bone. The root ninja's head twisted to an unnatural angle and his body toppled stiffly. Second one. In the canopy of a century-old tree due north of the Uchiha compound, the third root ninja lurked among the branches, his form blending with the shadows. His perception was keen. He could sense the barrier chakra fluctuations from the other positions. When he realized the fluctuations from the southeast and west had vanished one after another, alarm seized him. Something's wrong. He immediately abandoned the hand seals and reached for the signal flare at his waist. Just then a voice spoke behind him, inches away. Looking for this. Uchiha Yan held the signal flare between his fingers, waving it in front of the ninja's eyes. The root ninja's pupils contracted sharply. Without a second thought, he whipped a kunai backward. But it only struck empty air. The next moment, a cold blade pierced upward from beneath his chin, driving through his entire skull. Third one. In the attic of an abandoned warehouse on the eastern side of the Uchiha compound, the fourth root ninja had already sensed something wrong. He abandoned the hand seals, drew the ninja sword from his back, and watched his surroundings warily. 3 comrades, southeast, west, north, were all unresponsive. Someone was hunting them. Who? He demanded in a low voice. Show yourself. Silence answered him. The only sound was the wind moaning through the cracks in the warehouse. The root squad leader gripped his sword hilt tightly, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead. He was the leader of a root special operations unit, having survived countless life or death missions, but this time a foreboding he had never felt before surged within him. An opponent who could silently eliminate 3 elite barrier squad members. That was at least elite Jonin level. Who the hell? Before he could finish, a spatial distortion. Uchiha Yan's figure appeared directly in front of him. The root squad leader reacted instantly, swinging his sword in a horizontal slash. But where the blade passed, Uchiha Yan's figure dissolved like a phantom. An afterimage. Alarm struck him. A kunai pressed against the back of his heart. Wrong guess. A wet thud. The kunai pierced through his heart. The root squad leader's body stiffened, his ninja sword clattering to the floor. He looked down at the blood-stained tip protruding from his chest, opened his mouth as if to speak, but nothing came out. He pitched forward. Fourth one. In a small alley at the southwest corner of the Uchiha compound, the last root ninja was fleeing desperately into the distance. He had the strongest perception among the five, and the moment the third man went silent, he knew something catastrophic had happened. He chose not to fight, but to flee directly. He had to get word out, tell Lord Danzo that someone was disrupting the barrier. He dashed through the alleyways at top speed. Just 2 more streets, and he would reach the route contact point. The moment he was about to burst out of the alley mouth, the space in front of him twisted. A figure materialized out of thin air, blocking his path exactly. He couldn't brake and crashed headlong into it. Bam! They collided. Ouch! What are you doing? Uchiha Yin stumbled back a step, rubbing his chest. Why are you running so fast? In a hurry to reincarnate. The root ninja landed on his backside, looked up at the tiger pattern mask, and his face went deathly pale. You what? Uchiha Yin crouched down, patted his shoulder, his tone as if chatting with an old friend. Kid, you've shown your true colors, haven't you? Running so fast, you want to join our little crew too? The root ninja couldn't understand Uchiha Yan's gibberish. He simply reached for the kunai at his waist. But before his hand touched the weapon, a foot stomped down on his wrist. A sharp crack of bone echoed in the silent alley. A scream barely escaped his throat before Uchiha Yin clamped a hand over his mouth. Shoo! Uchiha Yin raised a finger to his mask. It's late. Don't disturb the neighbor's sleep. With a light slash of the kunai in his other hand, the root ninja's body convulsed twice, and then lay still. Fifth one. Uchiha Yin stood up, dusting off his hands. He looked toward the Uchiha compound. The faint chakra barrier that had hung over the district was slowly dissipating. Without the barrier's maintenance, the sounds from the Uchiha compound could finally be heard outside. That's more like it. Uchiha Yin grinned. A spectacular drama, like the clan massacre. How could it be played on mute? Everyone should get to hear it. With that, his figure vanished into the night. In Uchiha Yan's home. It was an old house on the edge of the Uchiha district, small and worn with peeling plaster, unlike the grand Uchiha residences. No lights were on in the room, but Uchiha Yan's Mangekyō Sharingan could see clearly even in the dark. He took off the black robe with red clouds, folded it, and stuffed it into the bottom of the wardrobe. He also removed the tiger pattern mask, wrapped it in a cloth, and pushed it deep into the wardrobe. You worked hard tonight. I'll keep you for now. You might still come in handy. He patted the wardrobe door, turned, and walked over to the table to sit down. Slightly weary, he rubbed his eyes. Then he noticed something was off. He looked at a cup on the table, an ordinary clay cup he used for drinking water with a dark glaze around the rim. He was intimately familiar with its outline. But now the edge of that cup was a little blurry. Moi. Uchiha Yin squinted, scrutinizing carefully. The rim of the cup seemed shrouded in a thin layer of gray mist, indistinct. It was like the feeling of taking off his myopic glasses from his past life and seeing the world without them. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, then blinked vigorously. It was still the same. Uchiha Yin was silent for 3 seconds. Damn it, he couldn't help cursing. This pair of Mangekyō consumes too much dojutsu power. One night, and it's already given me at least 50 degrees of myopia. He stretched out his hand and gestured in front of his eyes. It didn't seem like a joke. If I use it a few more times, when I go blind directly. Uchiha Yin leaned back against the chair, looked up at the ceiling, and let out a deep sigh. Good thing I had the foresight not to engage in a prolonged fight with Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Otherwise I would have consumed even more dojutsu power, and by now I'd probably be myopic by 100 degrees. He closed his eyes, feeling a surge of after fear. Tonight he had used spatial flicker and time acceleration too many times. Although the effect was exhilarating, having fought his way through the Shimura and Sarutobi clans 7 times in and out, and having shown off magnificently in front of the third Hokage, the cost was also obvious. Permanent vision loss. And this was just one night's consumption. What if he encountered stronger enemies in the future and needed to use the Mangekyō more frequently? Then blindness would not be far off. No, I must find a way to enhance my dojutsu power. Uchiha Yin opened his eyes, his gaze turning serious. Otherwise I'll be hesitant in everything I do. How frustrating. He recalled that in the original story, the dojutsu power of the Mangekyō Sharingan could be enhanced in 2 ways. First, by transplanting Hashirama cells, relying on the powerful regenerative ability of Hashirama cells to restore eyesight, just like Uchiha Obito. Second, by evolving into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, which required transplanting the Mangekyō Sharingan of a close relative. Don't even think about a close relative. My parents died long ago. What close relative is there? As for Hashirama cells, I'll deal with that later. Uchiha Yin rubbed his brow. There are more urgent matters now. That old scoundrel Danzo and that brainless idiot Obito will definitely come to collect the bodies after it's all over. Those Sharingan. Rather than letting them benefit, I might as well benefit myself. After all, they are all legacies of the Uchiha clan. As the strongest Uchiha now, it's only right that I should collect them. He stood up, walked to the bedside, bent down, and pulled out a wooden box from under the bed. The box was not large, about 40 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, looking ordinary. He opened the lid. Inside were neatly arranged rows of small glass bottles. Each small bottle was filled with a clear liquid, saline solution used to preserve eyeballs. Uchiha Yin had long prepared for this, waiting for tonight's arrival. Good thing I prepared in advance. Uchiha Yin took out a backpack from the box and began to pack the small bottles one by one. Halfway through he paused to think, then took a few more bottles and put them in the bag. Better bring more, just in case. He zipped up the backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and walked to the door. He pushed open the door. A nauseatingly strong stench of blood hit him. Uchiha Yin frowned. He stepped out of the house and walked into the streets of the Uchiha clan compound. Moonlight spilled onto the cobblestone path, illuminating the scene on the ground. The streets were littered with corpses. A middle-aged man lay on his back in the middle of the road, a gaping hole in his chest, eyes still open, staring vacantly at the night sky. Beside him a woman lay slumped over the threshold, her hand still reaching forward, as if trying to grasp something. A few steps further an old man curled up in a corner, his white hair stained dark red with blood. Their faces were frozen with pre-death expressions, fear, despair, confusion. Some still clutched kunai in their hands, killed before they could even resist. Some curled up into balls as if begging for mercy before death. Some fell at their own doorsteps, only a step away from escaping. Uchiha Yin walked along the street, occasionally stepping on something sticky. He looked down and saw a severed finger, its owner unknown. TSK. He drew in a sharp breath and couldn't help cursing. This bastard. He really has the nerve to do this. He knew Uchiha Itachi was a ruthless person, but seeing the corpses all over the ground made him truly realize Uchiha Itachi had truly gone mad. Planned annihilation. It wasn't just talk. He had truly turned his blade against his own kin. Uchiha Yin walked a bit further and found the body of a young man lying under a utility pole. The man's eyes were open, a pair of crimson Sharingan staring unblinkingly at the sky in death. A 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Yin's eyes lit up. Brother, since you're dead, these eyes are just wasted on you. Let me keep them for you so they can realize greater value with me. He crouched down, took out a glass bottle from his backpack, and unscrewed the lid. Then he took out a clean scalpel from his ninja tool pouch. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. I won't hurt you. The scalpel gently cut into the eye socket. He expertly severed the optic nerve. A complete Sharingan was extracted and placed into the saline solution. Then the second one. Uchiha Yin screwed the lid back on and shook the bottle under the moonlight. Inside the bottle, the 3-tomo Sharingan rotated slowly in the liquid, its crimson glow eerily mesmerizing under the moonlight. A good start. Uchiha Yin nodded with satisfaction and packed the bottle into his backpack. Then he continued forward. Along the way he found several more corpses that had awakened the Sharingan. Some had 1 tomo, some had 2. Although not as precious as the first 3 tomo, they were still good finds. Uchiha Yin didn't let any of them go. He carefully extracted them all and placed them into bottles. He crouched beside a corpse, his scalpel working skillfully. TSK tisk, this 2 tomo is perfectly preserved. This one is a bit damaged, but still usable. Oh, this young lad actually awakened a 2 tomo, not bad talent. Such a shame. He muttered to himself while extracting eyes, his tone as casual as picking vegetables at a market, just as he was busily collecting Sharingan. No. A blood-curdling scream pierced the quiet of the night. That voice came from the depths of the Uchiha clan compound. Uchiha Yan's hand paused. He looked up in the direction of the sound. Itachi. Has he discovered it? He murmured. Finally realized who was under the quilt. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cruel smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your little brother's agonizing scream. Does it sound good? Just then one after another lights flickered on in the surrounding residential areas. That blood-curdling scream had shattered the night's tranquility. The residents of Konoha were awakened. Uchiha Yin looked up at the lights, then down at the Sharingan in his hand. Now, it's going to get lively. He quickened his pace, packed the last Sharingan into a bottle, and stuffed it into the backpack. Then he stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. All right, time to go home. I need to start putting on an act. With trembling hands, Uchiha Itachi flung the blanket aside. Moonlight streamed through the shattered window, illuminating the familiar face on the bed. Uchiha Sasuke, his younger brother. He lay curled up beneath the covers, eyes tightly shut, a deep gash across his chest, steadily seeping blood staining the sheets a dark crimson. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply. His mind went blank in an instant. Suk. His voice trembled. He looked down at his own hand, the one gripping the kunai. Blood still dripped from its tip. It was Sasuke's blood. He had struck him. He had struck him with his own hand. No. Itachi's body began to shake violently. No. 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 The cry tore from the depths of his throat, a wounded beast's howl. Chakra raged wildly within him, erupting outward in a shockwave. Boom. The walls of the humble dwelling shattered in an instant. Roof tiles flew, the ceiling was ripped away. Dust and debris scattered everywhere. Itachi fell to his knees beside the bed, clutching Sasuke's small body tightly to his chest. Sasuke, wake up. Please wake up. His voice was hoarse beyond recognition. The Sasuke in his arms gave no response. His body was growing cold, his breathing ever more faint. Why? Why did it have to be you? Tears streamed down Itachi's face. Why are you here? He had arranged for Sasuke to be at the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had even organized a class gathering. He had prepared everything meticulously. So why was Sasuke in this civilian's room? Who brought Sasuke here? A torrent of thoughts flooded Itachi's mind. The masked man. Shimura Danzo. The third Hokage. Only these three parties knew of tonight's operation. Was it Danzo? He never trusted the Uchiha. Did he want Sasuke dead too? Or was it the masked man? That man who called himself Madara Uchiha. What was his goal? Or the third? No, the third should know what Sasuke means to me. But regardless of who was responsible, the cooling body in his arms reminded him of one inescapable truth. He had killed his own brother with his own hands. The one he swore to protect. The one for whom he had sacrificed everything, even slaughtering his entire clan, just so he could live. And he had killed him himself. Oh. Itachi roared to the heavens. 2 streaks of bloody tears slid down his cheeks, dripping onto Sasuke's pale face. No. This cry of despair laced with chakra pierced the night sky. It tore through the entire village of Konoha. In the residential district of Konoha, one by one lights flickered on. What was that noise? Sounds like it came from the Uchiha district. What's going on? Residents pushed open their windows and peered out. Some threw on coats and stepped into the streets, murmuring amongst themselves. The sound was too anguished, like someone enduring the most extreme pain imaginable. It sent chills down the spine. It's from the Uchiha area? Who knows? Don't metal, go back to bed. Despite the words, no one could truly sleep. That single harrowing scream echoed in everyone's mind. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo was racing along a road with his rude operatives. He had just left the Sarutobi clan compound, his expression grim. Everything tonight had spiraled out of control. The Uchiha were supposed to be wiped out, but the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had been struck first. Who was that masked Akatsuki bastard? As he pondered, that desperate cry echoed from the Uchiha district, piercing the silent night. Danzo halted abruptly. That's Uchiha Itachi's voice. His brow furrowed deeply. Something was wrong. What kind of person was Itachi? Calm, cold, capable of cutting down anything without hesitation to achieve his goals. Why would he make such a sound on the night of the massacre? And the Uchiha clan had a barrier. How did the sound escape? It could only mean something had gone terribly wrong. Damn it. Danzo's face changed. He waved his hand. Everyone full speed to the Uchiha compound. The root ninjas accelerated, instantly darting across rooftops like black shadows. On another road leading to the Uchiha compound, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was sprinting through the night with his Umbu forces. His heart was equally heavy. The Sarutobi clan had been attacked. The Shimura clan had been attacked too. That mysterious man calling himself Tobi possessed space-time ninjutsu and a pair of Sharingan. Tonight's events were far more complex than he had imagined. Just then, that heart-wrenching cry came from the direction of the Uchiha district. The third's pupils contracted. Itachi. He recognized that voice. The prodigy he had personally nurtured, instilled with the will of fire, and placed so much hope upon. Uchiha Itachi was now letting out such a despairing scream. This was far from normal. Speed up, the third Hokage ordered in a low voice. Get to the Uchiha compound immediately. The Umbu ninjas surged forward, roof tiles cracking beneath their feet. On Konoha's main streets, more and more residents were emerging. What on earth is happening? Seems to be from the Uchiha area. I just heard a terrifying sound. Don't go near it. Haven't you seen the Umbu mobilizing? Some whispered in hushed tones while others stood on their rooftops gazing towards the Uchiha district. The major clans of Konoha also began to react. At the Hyuga clan compound, Hyuga Hayashi stood in his courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, staring towards the Uchiha district with a furrowed brow. Behind him, a Hyuga ninja knelt on one knee. Clan head, there's a disturbance from the Uchiha district. The voice is likely Uchiha Itachi's. Should we send someone to investigate? Hayashi was silent for a moment. Send a few members with strong sensory abilities to check the outskirts. Don't get too close. Yes. Meanwhile, at the Nara clan compound, Nara Shikaku sat up in bed, rubbing his temples. Quite a lively night. He said to his wife, I'm going to check things out. Lock the doors and windows and don't come out. The Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, Inazuka clans. Nearly all of Konoha's major clans dispatched scouts at almost the same time. No one knew what was happening in the Uchiha district. Inside the Uchiha compound, those who had survived Itachi's blade were trembling in the darkness. Some of them had heard the scream. After much hesitation, they gathered their courage and crept towards the source of the sound. Corpses lay everywhere, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The stone path beneath their feet was sticky, each step feeling like wading through a pool of gore. But they came anyway. When they neared the ruined civilian house, the sight before them brought them to a halt. In the moonlight, Uchiha Itachi knelt amidst the rubble, clutching a child tightly in his arms. 2 streaks of bloody tears marred his face. His eyes were vacant, his soul seemingly hollowed out. At the center of the Uchiha compound stood the clan head's residence. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the entrance, his gaze complex as he looked towards the depths of the compound. Beside him, Uchiha Mikoto clutched his arm tightly, her face pale. Tonight Itachi had told them he was to carry out a mission. They knew what that meant. They had chosen to accept it. But now that desperate cry piercing the night made both their hearts sink simultaneously. That's Itachi's voice. Makoto's voice trembled. Fugaka didn't answer, but his fists clenched tightly. Let's go see. He strode towards the source of the sound, Makoto following close behind. Along the way they saw the bodies of their clansmen one after another. Makoto covered her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face. Fugaka's expression grew darker, but he said nothing, only quickening his pace. When they crossed several alleys and arrived before the ruined civilian house, the scene before them made them both freeze in their tracks. In the rubble, Itachi knelt on the ground holding a child in his arms. His face was streaked with bloody tears, his entire being seemingly on the verge of collapse. And standing on the debris around him were several surviving Uchiha clansmen, their eyes fixed on Itachi, filled with fury, fear, and disbelief. Itachi. Fugaka spoke, his voice low. Itachi's body gave a slight shudder. He looked up at his father and mother. In those eyes, streaming with bloody tears, was an unbearable agony. Fugaka's gaze shifted from Itachi's face to the child in his arms. When he recognized the child's face, his breath caught in his throat. That was Sasuke. Fugaka's pupils abruptly contracted, his body frozen, as if struck by lightning. Sasuke. Makoto also saw clearly, let out a scream, and rushed forward. Sasuke. She threw herself in front of Itachi, reaching out to embrace Sasuke, but her hand froze the moment it touched his body. That small frame no longer breathed. No. Makoto's voice squeezed from her throat, her tears instantly bursting forth. How could this happen? Sasuke, wasn't he at school? How did he end up here? She jerked her head up, staring at Itachi, her voice shrill. Itachi. Tell me, how did he get here? Uchiha Itachi did not answer. He only clutched Sasuke's body tightly, trembling all over, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. Fugaka stood still, motionless, watching the scene before him. His son. His eldest son had slaughtered most of his clan. His youngest son lay dead in the arms of his eldest. And he, as clan head and father, could do nothing. His hands were shaking. But he did not rush forward like Makoto. He simply stood there, using every ounce of strength to keep himself from collapsing. Uchiha Itachi. An angry voice shattered the silence. A middle-aged Uchiha man burst from the crowd, pointing at Itachi's nose and cursing loudly. You beast. You killed so many people, even your own brother. You are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. You will die a miserable death. His curses cut into Itachi's heart like knives, but Itachi showed no reaction, only holding Sasuke, as if he were the last precious thing in the world. You demon. We were all blind to let someone like you have free reign. Several other survivors spoke up, their voices filled with anger and resentment. Why did you kill your own clansmen? Who told you to do this? You even killed your brother. Are you even human? Itachi lowered his head, silent. Tears of blood still streamed down his face. Fugaku slowly stepped forward and stood before Itachi. He looked down at his eldest son, the genius who had once made him proud, the son he believed would lead the Uchiha to a new dawn. Itachi. Fugaka's voice was eerily calm. Tell me who did this. Itachi's body stiffened. He slowly raised his head to meet his father's gaze. There was no anger in Fugaku's eyes, only a profound, indescribable sorrow. Who put Sasuke here? Itachi's voice was hoarse, almost inaudible. Fugaku fell silent. Makoto sobbed beside him, nearly fainting. Just then hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived first with the Umbu. They rushed into the ruins, and the sight before them stunned everyone. The third's gaze swept over the chaos, the furious Uchiha survivors, and finally settled on Itachi and Sasuke in his arms. Sasuke. The third's voice trembled. This. He did not finish. Because he already understood. Sasuke was dead. Uchiha Sasuke, the person Itachi cared about most, was dead. The third's face turned extremely grim. Before he could speak, another set of footsteps sounded. Shimura Danzo arrived with Root. As he entered the ruins, his first sight was Itachi kneeling holding Sasuke. His brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained composure. Uchiha Itachi. Danzo's voice was icy. What is the meaning of this? Itachi did not answer. He did not even glance at Danzo. Danzo's expression darkened. I am speaking to you. Danzo. The third suddenly interjected, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Now is not the time for interrogation. Danzo looked at the third, their eyes clashing in midair, sparks flying. A subtle tension permeated the air. Umbu and Root Shinobi stood behind their respective leaders, hands on their weapons, watching each other warily. The Uchiha survivors looked on with complex expressions, anger, sorrow, mockery. The major ninja clans of Konoha also arrived at the scene. They stood at the periphery, gasping at the devastation in the ruins. The Uchiha clan's compound had become a graveyard. Corpses lay everywhere. And in the center of the ruins, the boy once hailed as the greatest genius of Konoha held his brother's corpse, his face streaked with blood and tears like a walking corpse. The sight silenced everyone. Narashikaku stood among the crowd, frowning at the scene. This is trouble, he murmured under his breath. A Hyuga scout on a distant rooftop observed the ruins with the Byakugan and relayed the information back to the Hyuga compound. Yamanaka shinobi also recorded the scene in their own way. Everyone knew that from tonight onward Konoha would change. In the ruins, Uchiha Itachi still held Sasuke motionless. His tears of blood had dried, leaving 2 dark red streaks on his face. His gaze was hollow as if his soul had departed with Sasuke. Fugaku stood before him looking at his eldest son silent for a long time. Then he spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. "Itachi, give Sasuke to me." Itachi's body trembled violently. He looked up at his father. Fugaku's eyes were filled with exhaustion and sorrow, but no anger. "You have held him long enough," Fugaku said. "Enough." Itachi opened his mouth as if to speak, but finally said nothing. He looked down at Sasuke in his arms, then carefully handed the small body to his father. Fugaku took Sasuke, his movements gentle, as if handling a fragile piece of porcelain. Mikoto rushed over, embraced Sasuke's cold body, and wept bitterly. Fugaku closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Then he opened them, turned around, and faced the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo. "Lord Hokage," Fugaku's voice was eerily calm. "Elder Danzo, I believe you owe me an explanation." The entire place fell silent. All eyes were on Fugaku. Uchiha clan head Uchiha Fugaku. After his clan's compound was massacred, he stood before his 2 sons, one dead, one insane. He was demanding an explanation from Konoha's high command. The 3rd opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Danzo remained silent, his face dark. No one could answer that question. The night wind swept through the ruins, stirring the remaining ashes. At the edge of the Uchiha compound, in an old dilapidated hut, Uchiha Yin sat in the darkness, peering through a crack in the window toward the depths of the clan grounds. The corner of his mouth curled upward. "The real show has just begun," he whispered. Facing Fugaku Uchiha's interrogation, Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth, yet found his throat, as if blocked by something. He could not tell the truth. He could not admit that they had ordered Itachi Uchiha to annihilate his own clan. If he did, how would the other clans view him, the 3rd Hokage? How would they view the village's leadership? The annihilation of a clan was something that had never occurred in Konoha's history. A ninja clan wiping out another was a thing of the Warring States period. This was the 56th year of Konoha, the era of great villages, an era of peace maintained by the 5 great nations. If other clans learned that the Hokage and Danzo had orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan, the consequences, Hiruzen Sarutobi dared not imagine. He took a deep breath, about to speak. Humph. A cold snort came from the side. Danzo Shimura, leaning on his cane, stepped forward. "Explain? What is there to explain?" His voice was icy, his gaze piercing towards Fugaku Uchiha like a blade. "Your eldest son went mad and tried to slaughter your entire clan. You should be asking him." Silence fell over the crowd. Fugaku Uchiha's pupils contracted slightly. He said nothing, merely staring intently at Danzo. Danzo met his gaze without flinching. "Itachi Uchiha slaughtered the Uchiha clan. That is a fact." Danzo's voice was devoid of any emotion. "He even killed his own brother. Whose problem do you think that is?" "It is the Uchiha clan's problem. You." A surviving Uchiha couldn't restrain himself and lunged forward, but was firmly held back by those beside him. "Elder Danzo is right. It was that beast Itachi Uchiha. He even killed Sasuke. What else wouldn't he do?" The Uchiha survivors echoed in agreement. They no longer cared about the truth. They only saw Itachi slaughtering their kin, Itachi killing Sasuke, Itachi losing his mind. As for why Itachi went mad, why he killed his own people, they didn't want to think about it. "Enough, Danzo." Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke, his voice carrying suppressed fury. He looked at Danzo, his gaze severe. "This is not the time for arguments." Danzo narrowed his eyes, let out a cold snort, and said no more. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to Fugaku Uchiha, his tone softening slightly. "Head Fugaku, we will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly." He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "It wasn't just your clan that was attacked. Our Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan were also attacked." This statement caused an uproar. "What a..." The Sarutobi and Shimura clans were attacked too. 3 clans attacked on the same night. Has the 4th Great Ninja War begun? The spies from other clans buzzed with discussion, their faces filled with shock. Shikaku Nara stood among the crowd, his brow deeply furrowed. "Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha." He muttered under his breath. 3 clans attacked simultaneously. This is no coincidence. A spy from the Hyuga clan perched on a distant rooftop observed everything with his Byakugan, then swiftly relayed the information back to the Hyuga compound. A shinobi from the Yamanaka clan also used a secret technique to record the scene. The same question surfaced in everyone's mind: what exactly was happening in Konoha tonight? Just as the murmurs grew, a voice rang out. "Cold. Utterly cold. Lord Danzo." Itachi Uchiha slowly rose from the rubble. Traces of bloody tears were still on his face, but his gaze was no longer as hollow as before. His crimson Sharingan eyes were now fixed intently on the 3rd Hokage and Danzo Shimura. "I have only one question." His voice was hoarse, yet carried a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. "Sasuke, wasn't he supposed to be at the Ninja Academy? Why is he here?" At that, everyone's movements froze. The air seemed to solidify. What does he mean? Is there more to this? Wasn't Sasuke killed by Itachi? Could it be? The murmurs began anew. The Uchiha survivors, upon hearing Itachi's words, erupted in curses. Itachi Uchiha, you kill people and still seek excuses. You killed Sasuke yourself, who else can you blame? You demon, you'll die a miserable death. Itachi Uchiha turned a deaf ear to these insults. He only stared fixedly at the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura. He just wanted the answer. Why Sasuke was here. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead. He didn't know how to answer. He also desperately wanted to know why Sasuke was in this civilian's house. Was it that masked man? A flash of insight crossed Hiruzen Sarutobi's mind. Itachi Uchiha, he asked in a low voice, was there a masked man working with you? Wearing a black robe with red clouds and a single-eyed tiger-striped mask. Itachi Uchiha's pupils contracted slightly. He nodded. He is an accomplice I hired. As soon as he said this, before Hiruzen Sarutobi could react, Danzo Shimura's face darkened abruptly. Very well, Itachi Uchiha. His voice was filled with extreme fury. We thought you were loyal to Konoha, but it turns out you've gone completely mad. He stepped forward, his cane striking the ground heavily. Colluding with outsiders to massacre the clans of Konoha. Today you will not leave Konoha alive. As he finished, he shot a meaningful glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds. His heart also sank. It seemed Itachi Uchiha was not what he appeared to be. One thing on the surface, another underneath. He slowly spoke, his voice deep. Itachi Uchiha, why did you have the masked man massacre the Shimura and Sarutobi clans? These words startled Itachi Uchiha, who was still deep in grief. When did he ever tell the masked man to massacre the Shimura and Sarutobi clans? His plan involved only the Uchiha clan. The masked man's task was merely to intercept support from the police force. That was all. Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan spun wildly. Could it be that the masked man had betrayed him too? Or perhaps the masked man was the one who placed Sasuke in this room. At this thought, Itachi Uchiha's pupils violently contracted. Countless images flashed through his mind. The masked man's Sharingan visible outside his mask. The masked man's ambiguous, half-smiling tone. If the masked man had never intended to follow the plan. If he had a different agenda. If he deliberately placed Sasuke in this room. Itachi Uchiha. Danzo's voice cut through his thoughts. Do you have anything else to say? Itachi Uchiha looked up, his gaze icy. I did not order the masked man to massacre the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. His voice was very calm, so calm it was frightening. My target was only the Uchiha clan. As for the Sarutobi and Shimura, that was the masked man's own doing. Danzo sneered. Do you think I would believe that? Do you think anyone here would believe that? Itachi Uchiha said nothing. He knew that nothing he said now would make a difference. His plan had completely spiraled out of control. Sasuke was dead. The masked man had betrayed him. The Shimura and Sarutobi clans were massacred. And he, Itachi Uchiha, had become the target for everyone. Enough. A voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. Fugaku Uchiha slowly walked forward. Holding Sasuke's body, he stepped one pace at a time towards Itachi Uchiha. Mikoto followed behind him, her face streaked with tears. Itachi. Fugaku's voice was hoarse. Tell me, who made you do this? Itachi Uchiha looked into his father's eyes. In those eyes there was no anger, no hatred, only profound sorrow. Itachi Uchiha opened his mouth. Sasuke was already dead. There was nothing left for him to hesitate about. His gaze swept over the third Hokage, over Danzo Shimura, over everyone present. His voice was cold. It was the village's top leadership, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, Hamura Midokado, and Konoha Uchiha. As his words fell, a deadly silence enveloped the area. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face instantly turned ashen. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Danzo Shimura's eyes. As for the spies from the other clans, they stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they had just heard. Shikaku Nara closed his eyes. It's over, he whispered. This is truly over now. Nonsense. Danzo Shimura stepped forward, his cane striking the ground with a heavy thud. Itachi Uchiha, you have lost your mind. His gaze was fixed intently on Itachi, his voice cold as ice. You slaughtered your own clan with your own hands, killed your own younger brother, and colluded with outsiders to massacre the ninja clans of Konoha. Your crimes warrant death. And now you dare to spout wild accusations defaming the village's leadership. Danzo's voice echoed through the ruins, each word striking like a nail driven into the ears of all present. The surviving Uchiha echoed his sentiments, chiming in one after another. Elder Danzo is right. You killed Sasuke with your own hands, and now you try to shift the blame onto others. Itachi Uchiha, may you die a miserable death. A torrent of abuse surged forth like a tidal wave. Itachi Uchiha stood in the midst of the ruins, his expression utterly blank. Dried streaks of bloody tears were still etched upon his face, and his scarlet Sharingan eyes glowed with an eerie light in the darkness. He offered no rebuttal, nor did he offer any explanation. He merely gazed silently at Danzo, an unreadable emotion flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps emerged from the edge of the crowd. Make way. The elders are here. The crowd parted, forming a path. Hamura Midokado and Konoha Uchiha strode in quickly. Both wore grim expressions. They had rushed over from their respective residences, having already heard of the night's events: the annihilation of the Uchiha, the attack on the Sarutobi clan, the massacre of the Shimura clan. Each incident was enough to shake Konoha to its core. And now, standing amidst the ruins of the Uchiha compound, gazing upon the devastation before them, their faces were ashen. "You wretched Itachi Uchiha." Shimura Kado's voice trembled with barely contained fury. "We have shown you kindness and care, and yet you repay us by framing us. You are truly devoid of all gratitude and conscience." Konoha Udatane's face was cold, her gaze cutting into Itachi like a knife. "You massacre your entire clan first, then collude with outsiders, and now you dare to slander us. Itachi Uchiha, do you think this will absolve you of your crimes?" Itachi Uchiha did not look at them. His gaze remained fixed on Sasuke's body, the one held in Fugaku's arms, growing colder by the moment. "Absolve me." He finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if forced from the depths of his throat. "I never sought absolution." He lifted his head, meeting the eyes of Shimura Kado and Konoha Udatane. "I am merely stating the facts." "Facts?" Shimura Kado was so enraged his beard trembled. "You call this facts? Itachi Uchiha, you have gone completely mad." Itachi Uchiha said nothing more. He knew that no words would change anything now. Sasuke was dead. The masked man had betrayed him. And he, Itachi Uchiha, had become the enemy of all of Konoha. The surviving Uchiha had no intention of letting him go either. "Itachi Uchiha, you beast." A middle-aged man burst from the crowd, pointing at Itachi and hurling abuse. "You killed my wife. You killed my children. And you still have the audacity to stand here and speak." His voice shook, tears streaming down his cheeks. "You demon, may you die 1,000 deaths." Other Uchiha survivors joined in. "You killed your own brother, you're worse than an animal. How did our Uchiha clan produce a degenerate like you? Kill him. Avenge our clansmen." The crowd's fury reached a fever pitch. Had people not held them back, some would have charged forward to fight Itachi to the death. Itachi Uchiha stood in the center of the ruins, facing all the accusations and curses, remaining utterly silent. His gaze was vacant, as if his soul had already left his body. "Enough." A voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. Fugaku Uchiha, holding Sasuke's body, slowly stepped forward. His gait was steady, his face expressionless, but his eyes, those eyes that had once been as steady as a mountain, now seemed like a pool of stagnant water. He stopped in front of Itachi Uchiha. "Itachi." His voice was calm. "I will ask you one last time. Who truly made you do this?" Itachi Uchiha looked up, meeting his father's eyes. Within those eyes he saw only profound sorrow. "I have already told you." Itachi's voice was soft. "It was the village's leadership. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, Shimura Kado, Konoha Udatane." Each name fell like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone present. Shimura Kado's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Konoha Udatane's lips trembled. And Danzo Shimura narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. "Fugaku Uchiha." Danzo's voice rang out coldly. "Are you also planning to betray the village?" Fugaku did not turn around. He simply looked at Itachi, silent for a long moment. Then he slowly turned, facing Danzo, facing the third Hokage, facing Shimura Kado and Konoha Udatane. His gaze swept over the ninjas of the other clans present. "Esteemed leaders of Konoha." His voice was not loud, yet it was heard clearly by everyone present. "Are you planning to silence us by killing us right here in front of all the clans?" At these words, absolute silence fell over the scene. The spies from the other ninja clans saw their expressions shift. Their gazes towards the village leadership now held a glimmer of doubt. "Silence us? What does he mean? Could Itachi Uchiha be telling the truth? Did the village leadership really orchestrate the Uchiha massacre?" Whispers began to spread through the crowd. Shimura Kado's face grew even darker. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but found himself unable to form words. Konoha Udatane clenched her fists, but remained silent. Danzo's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He said nothing, merely glaring at Fugaku Uchiha, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. But Fugaku did not back down. He stood there between Itachi and the village leadership like an immovable mountain, head of the Fugaku clan. The third Hokage finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "We will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly." "Investigate?" Fugaku cut him off, his voice terrifyingly calm. "Lord Hokage, my youngest son is dead. My eldest son has been pushed to the brink by your people. A large portion of my clan has been slaughtered. And now you tell me you will investigate." The third Hokage fell silent. He lowered his head, unable to meet Fugaku's gaze. Yet the surviving Uchiha, upon hearing Fugaku's words, showed no gratitude. Instead, they turned their anger towards Fugaku. "Fugaku Uchiha." A young Uchiha clansman rushed forward, pointing at Fugaku and shouting, "How dare you say such things? If it weren't for your incompetence, would the Uchiha clan have fallen to this state? You are the clan head. You watched that beast Itachi slaughter our clansmen, and what did you do? You did nothing. You are not fit to be our leader." Fugaku said nothing. He stood there holding Sasuke's body motionless. "That's right. He's not fit to be our leader. He's the one who led the Uchiha clan to this state. If he weren't so weak and indecisive, how could we have been pushed around like this? Get out of the Uchiha clan. You don't deserve to be our leader. The torrent of abuse rained down on Fugaku like a storm. He did not defend himself. He simply bowed his head, looking at Sasuke in his arms. Mikoto stood behind him, tears silently streaming down her face. She reached out and gripped Fugaku's arm, holding on tightly. Fugaku raised his head, glancing at his wife. Then he closed his eyes. In the shadows, Uchiha and was crouched on a thick tree branch, peering through the gaps in the leaves at everything unfolding in the ruins. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. He murmured softly, his tone dripping with mockery. The plan is going even more smoothly than I anticipated. He had thought it would take considerable effort to push Itachi and Fugaku to this point. Unexpectedly, these people had put on the show themselves. Itachi Uchiha has become a pariah, and Fugaku Uchiha is being reviled by his own clan. Uchiha and counted off on his fingers. The village leadership is now under suspicion from the other clans, and those two old relics, Hamura Midokado and Kohor Udatain, have been dragged into the mud as well. He smiled so wide his eyes narrowed into slits. Killing several birds with one stone. The reward for this is bound to be substantial. Uchiha and rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. Once tonight's events are fully concluded, I can finally take stock of my gains. He looked back towards the ruins. There, Fugaku Uchiha and the village leadership remained locked in a standoff. The atmosphere was tense, on the verge of exploding. Just then, at the center of the ruins, the space twisted suddenly. A figure materialized out of thin air, standing beside Itachi Uchiha. The figure wore a long black robe embroidered with red clouds, and a tiger-striped spiral mask covered their face. Beneath the mask, a single scarlet Sharingan eye slowly revolved. Yo! The figure spoke, their voice laced with amusement. Quite a lively gathering here. I haven't missed all the fun, have I? Obito Uchiha had arrived. Yo! The man stood in the center of the rubble, clad in a black robe with red clouds, a tiger skin mask concealing his face. Beneath the mask, a single scarlet Sharingan slowly rotated. Quite a lively scene. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the corpses and debris, a hint of mockery in his tone. I'm not too late, am I? A dead silence fell over the entire scene. All eyes were fixed on the mysterious figure who had appeared out of nowhere. Uchiha Obito lifted his chin slightly, hands shoved into the pockets of his robe, his posture casual. He thought his entrance was quite cool. Space twisting, appearing out of thin air, arriving when no one expected it. This was the sort of grand entrance befitting Uchiha Obito. Since Rin's death, he had held himself back for too long. Wearing a mask, lurking in the shadows, scheming like a rat. Tonight the mission to annihilate the Uchiha clan was almost complete. At least his goal had been achieved. With most of the Uchiha clan eliminated, Konoha would inevitably fall into chaos. For his moon eye plan, this was an ideal situation. Ahem. Obito cleared his throat, about to say a few grand words to assert his presence. Uchiha Itachi. An ice-cold voice rang out. Shimura Danzo stepped forward, his cane striking the ground heavily, his gaze fixed intensely on Obito. What do you have to say for yourself? Obito blinked. Huh. He tilted his head, looking at Danzo, then at the third Hokage. These old fools. Why are they staring at me like that? That look. Like I had slaughtered their entire family. Hey, got it wrong, didn't you? I said. Obito scratched the back of his head, his tone tinged with confusion. Why are you two looking at me with such hatred? He chuckled dryly, as if telling a joke that wasn't very funny. Did I kill your whole family? No one laughed. The silence was deafening. Obito finally sensed something was wrong. His gaze swept over everyone present. The surviving Uchiha members of other clans, Anbu and Root ninjas. Every single person looked at him with a strange expression, as if they were looking at a monster. What's going on? Obito frowned. This shouldn't be. They shouldn't be looking at me like this. They should be looking at Uchiha Itachi like this. He turned to glance at Itachi. Then he noticed that Itachi was also staring at him. But that gaze carried doubt, scrutiny, and interrogation. You? Uchiha Itachi's voice was hoarse, laden with suppressed emotion. Why did you betray me? Obito's pupils contracted slightly. Betray? He repeated the word, his tone filled with confusion. What are you talking about? I'm asking you. Uchiha Itachi interrupted him, his voice icy. In my plan, you only needed to intercept reinforcements from the police force. Who told you to slaughter the Shimura and Sarutobi clans? Obito. And Itachi's Sharingan bore into him. Did you place Sasuke in this room? Obito's mind went blank for a second. What's going on? He leaped up, pointing at Itachi, his voice pitching high. What did you say? I can't understand you. I've been at the police force dealing with your troubles. When did I ever slaughter the Shimura and Sarutobi clans? As he spoke, his gaze suddenly swept over the small body in Uchiha Fugaku's arms. His voice died in his throat. That was Uchiha Sasuke. Obito's pupils contracted sharply. His mind raced. Sasuke was dead, killed by Itachi. This was completely different from the story he knew. No, that's not right. He didn't do this. He had never placed Sasuke in this room. Who was it? Obito glanced at Itachi, then at the corpse of Sasuke in Fugaku's arms. Beneath the tiger skin mask his eyes were filled with confusion. What have I missed? Just then a voice furious beyond measure exploded. It's him. A survivor from the Shimura clan rushed out from the crowd, his finger trembling as he pointed at Obito. The man in the black robe with red clouds wearing a tiger skin mask. It's him. He came to our Shimura clan and slaughtered our people. He shouted incoherently, tears and snot mingling. Yes, it's him. Another survivor from the Sarutobi clan stepped forward, her voice shrill. He came to our Sarutobi clan and slaughtered our people. I recognize those eyes. It's him. The crowd erupted. What a... The Shimura and Sarutobi clans. We're done by this man. He's working with Uchiha Itachi. Then what Itachi said earlier. Is it true? Murmurs spread through the crowd. All eyes darted between Obito and Itachi. Well, Uchiha Itachi. Shimura Danzo's voice was like a winter wind biting cold. You still claim he wasn't acting on your orders. Now with the evidence and the culprit, see how you can deny it. The surviving Uchiha also spoke up. Uchiha Itachi. What do you have to say for yourself? You colluded with an outsider to massacre other clans. Do you still deny it? Kill them. Avenge our fallen. The crowd seethed with anger. Uchiha Itachi did not look at them. He only stared intently at Obito. Look into my eyes. His voice was very quiet. Answer me. Did you place Sasuke in this room? Obito was silent for a few seconds. Then he took a deep breath, his voice returning to calm. Your brother was not placed here by me. The massacre of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans was not done by me either. Someone impersonated me and slaughtered those two clans. He paused, his gaze falling on Itachi. As for your brother, he spoke slowly. There are ways to bring the dead back to life. He knew of one such method. Using the Rinnegan to perform the samsara of heavenly life technique, which could resurrect the dead. Uchiha Madara had intended to use it to revive himself. As his words fell, Uchiha Itachi's body trembled violently. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in his despair-filled eyes. What method? His voice shook. Uchiha Fugaka's pupils also contracted sharply, his arms unconsciously tightening around Sasuke's body. Mikoto lifted her head, her tearful eyes fixed on Obito. Even the spies from other clans, upon hearing the word resurrection, stood on tiptoe and pricked up their ears. Resurrect the dead. Is that really possible? There's such a jutsu in this world. Murmurs arose once again. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes, his ears twitching slightly. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression suddenly changed drastically. Could it be the technique created by the second Hokage recorded in the Scroll of Seals? Impure world reincarnation. For words flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. How could the masked man know that technique? Could it be related to Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not think further. He abruptly turned to Obito, his gaze filled with shock and vigilance. If the masked man truly could use impure world reincarnation, if he could really bring the dead back to life, then tonight's events. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind flashed with countless images. What Itachi had said, the fact that the Shimura and Sarutobi clans had been massacred, the mysterious man calling himself Tobi. Could it be that all of this was related to his former student Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled slightly. He should never have let Orochimaru escape. Just then a piercing cry shattered the atmosphere. No. The sound was heart-wrenching enough to make anyone who heard it weep. Everyone turned to look. It was a young Uchiha boy. He stood at the edge of the ruins, gazing sorrowfully at the Uchiha compound. His body trembled, fists clenched tightly, face streaked with tears. Why? Why has it come to this? His voice was hoarse like a wounded beast whimpering. What did we Uchiha do wrong? Why? Why are you doing this to us? Tears rolled down his cheeks and fell to the ground. That young man was Uchiha In. He stood in the moonlight looking so sorrowful, so despairing. Like an ordinary boy who had lost his family and home on the night of the massacre. But in a corner, no one noticed the corners of his lips curled up slightly. The crowd gazed at Uchiha Yin, their hearts stirring with emotion. This youth who had lost his home and family on the night of the clan's annihilation now stood at the edge of the ruins, his face streaked with tears and his body trembling uncontrollably. He resembled nothing more than an ordinary child crushed by the cruel hand of fate. The other surviving members of the Uchiha clan, witnessing Yan's state, were suddenly overwhelmed by their own sorrow. They recalled their deceased loved ones and their shattered homes. For a moment the ruins were filled with muted sobs. Alas! Someone sighed. This child is truly pitiable. To have survived is already a blessing amidst misfortune. But Shimura Danzo furrowed his brow. He had no interest in these tragic displays. His only concern now was the meaning behind the masked man's words about resurrection. If there truly existed a method to revive the dead, it must be seized by Konoha, by him, Shimura Danzo. Enough! Danzo's icy voice cut through everyone's thoughts. Now is not the time for tears. He turned his gloomy gaze toward Uchiha Obito. You said, there is a way to bring the dead back to life. Continue. Uchiha Obito narrowed his eyes, about to speak. At that moment a sudden change occurred. Uchiha Yan's body jolted violently. His eyes, once brimming with tears, underwent a bizarre transformation. The pupils split into two, then began to spin wildly. Black and white yin and yang intertwined, forming a pattern of the Tai Chi. A terrifying surge of chakra exploded from him. Whoosh! A fierce wind whipped up. Rubble and dust from the ruins were swept up, spreading outward. Everyone was forced back a step by the sudden storm of chakra. This is... Mangekyō Sharingan. A surviving Uchiha clansman's eyes widened, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yen, his voice cracking. Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Yen has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. At these words, utter silence fell. All eyes turned to Uchiha Yen. They looked at his eyes. By now those eyes had completely changed. The original black pupils were gone, replaced by a slowly rotating Tai Chi pattern. Black and white yin and yang. It seemed to hold some profound arcane power. This is the Mangekyō Sharingan. Really? The Uchiha clan. Awakening the Mangekyō at a time like this. The shinobi from other clans gasped in shock. They had heard the legends of the Uchiha. Extreme emotional stimulus. Losing loved ones, witnessing the death of a beloved, enduring unbearable pain, could awaken the Sharingan. And he had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, a far more fearsome existence than the ordinary Sharingan. Each Mangekyō possessed inconceivable special abilities. The legends are true, a middle-aged shinobi murmured. The Uchiha, under extreme duress, truly can awaken the Mangekyō. These eyes are the proof. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill in his heart as he looked at Yan's Mangekyō. Another Mangekyō Sharingan. Had the Uchiha clan no shortage of geniuses? One Uchiha Itachi was enough, and now another Uchiha Yen appeared. His gaze darted between Yen and Itachi, his expression darkening. Shimura Danzo, upon seeing Yan's Mangekyō, narrowed his eyes. His gaze was filled with gloom and greed. He knew too well the terror of the Mangekyō Sharingan. His right eye was the Mangekyō of Uchiha Sasuke. Its ability, Kodo Amatsukami, could rewrite anyone's will. It was his greatest trump card. And now, another Mangekyō had appeared. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth. These eyes must be obtained. The surviving Uchiha, however, were filled with joy. They had been in despair. Most of the clan shinobi had been slain by Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan, on the verge of becoming a weak, vulnerable clan, seemed doomed. But unexpectedly, in this desperate moment, another Mangekyō Sharingan had appeared. Heaven blesses our Uchiha clan. Heaven does not forsake us, Uchiha. Uchiha Yen. Well done. The surviving Uchiha wept tears of joy. Uchiha Yashiro, the last surviving elder, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his aged face. Good. He repeated the word 3 times, his voice choked with sobs. Heaven has not abandoned us, Uchiha. Our clan still has hope. Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing Yan's awakened Mangekyō, felt a complex turmoil. As the clan head, he himself had awakened the Mangekyō long ago. It had awakened on the battlefield when he witnessed his closest comrade fall. But he had always feared using it, for each use accelerated his vision's decline, leading eventually to blindness. He had chosen to conceal, to endure, to live a life of cowardice. And now Yan had also awakened the Mangekyō. For the Uchiha clan, it was unclear whether this was a blessing or a curse. Alas! Fugaku sighed softly, his gaze filled with bitterness. On the other side, Uchiha Mikoto did not look at Yen. Her gaze was fixed solely on Sasuke, cradled in Fugaku's arms. Her son was dead. She cared not for the Mangekyō Sharingan, nor for the Uchiha clan's future. She only cared whether her son could be revived. Sasuke. Mikoto's tears fell silently, her voice hoarse. Mommy, we'll make you come back. Uchiha Itachi looked at Yan's Tai Chi pattern Mangekyō, inwardly astonished. This worthless one had actually awakened the Mangekyō. Perhaps he had some redeeming quality after all. Itachi averted his gaze, no longer paying attention. His only concern now was reviving Sasuke. Uchiha Obito, watching Yen, was also taken aback. Tisk tsk, he marveled internally. Who would have thought? In the midst of despair, another Uchiha has awakened the Mangekyō. It seems fate does not intend for the Uchiha to be wiped out. His original plan was to bring the Uchiha to the brink of annihilation, weakening Konoha's strength. But he could not let the Uchiha disappear completely, for they still had value. Now with Yan's awakened Mangekyō, he could become a pawn in Obito's future schemes. Obito's gaze lingered on Yen for a moment, then shifted to Itachi. He lowered his voice, speaking only for Itachi to hear. First, come with me. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted slightly. Leave? Didn't you say you were going to tell me how to revive Sasuke? What difference does it make whether we talk here or somewhere else? Obito shook his head. I don't want to say it in front of so many people. If someone overhears, your Sasuke might never come back to life. As he spoke, he glanced toward Shimura Danzo. Itachi fell silent. He looked at Obito, his eyes filled with suspicion. Yet he nodded anyway. As long as there was a chance to revive Sasuke, even if only a sliver, he would seize it. Fine. Itachi's voice was low. I'll go with you. Obito nodded with satisfaction. He reached out and placed his hand on Itachi's shoulder. Let's go. The Mangekyō Sharingan's ability, Kimui, activated. Space twisted in an instant. The figures of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito seemed to be pulled by an invisible force beginning to blur. Meanwhile, the crowd was still immersed in the shock of Uchiha Un's awakening of the Mangekyō. No one noticed that the two figures at the center of the ruins were slowly vanishing. Uchiha Un, well done. From today you are the hope of the Uchiha clan. You must lead us toward revival. The surviving Uchiha clustered excitedly around Uchiha In, chattering all at once. Uchiha In lowered his head, appearing overwhelmed by the sudden attention. All that remained was to wait for Obito and Itachi to leave and wrap things up. Just then, something's wrong. An Umbu ninja suddenly exclaimed. The masked man and Uchiha Itachi, they're gone. Everyone turned to look only to see the empty ruins. The two figures, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi, who had stood there moments ago, had vanished without a trace. As if they had never existed. After their disappearance, chaos erupted. Where are they? They were just there? How did they suddenly disappear? The Umbu ninjas scrambled to search, but there was no sign of Itachi or the masked man among the ruins. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened to the extreme. He took a deep breath and barked silence. The shout, imbued with chakra, instantly drowned out all the noise. Everyone go back to your homes for now and attend to tonight's affairs. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was steady, carrying an unassailable authority. Tomorrow morning, summon all clan heads to the Hokage building for a meeting. His gaze swept across everyone present, his tone growing heavier. Konoha will investigate tonight's events thoroughly. The ninjas of other clans exchanged glances, nodded, and departed. They had long wanted to leave. Tonight Konoha was in utter chaos. The Uchiha nearly annihilated the Sarutobi clan, attacked the Shimura clan, massacred. Each incident alone was enough to shake the entire shinobi world. They had to rush the news back to their own clans. Nara Shikaku walked among the crowd, his brow deeply furrowed. Tomorrow, the sky is about to fall. He murmured under his breath, then disappeared swiftly into the night. Ninjas from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, Inazuka, all the major clans, also departed. In the ruins, only the Konoha higher-ups and the surviving Uchiha remained. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Uchiha and then at Shimura Danzo, and fell silent for a few seconds. Let's go. He turned and left with the Umbu. Shimura Danzo stood still, not leaving immediately. His gaze fell on Uchiha and those aged eyes glimmering with an indescribable light. Uchiha and deliberately lowered his head, pretending not to notice. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, struck his cane heavily on the ground, and turned away. The root ninjas followed like shadows, disappearing into the darkness. But Uchiha knew that Old Fox had already set his sights on him, or more precisely on his eyes. Let's go. Uchiha Yashiro's voice came from beside him. The sole surviving Uchiha elder stood at the edge of the ruins, looking at the remaining clansmen. To the Naka shrine. His voice was hoarse. Tonight the Uchiha clan needs to talk. Yashiro paused, his gaze sweeping over every survivor. About the survival of our clan. No one objected. Over 100 Uchiha survivors silently followed behind Uchiha Yashiro. No one spoke. No one wept. They were still lost in the nightmare of tonight, but everyone knew. Now was not the time for grief. The Uchiha clan had to make a choice. Otherwise only extinction awaited them. Uchiha In followed behind Uchiha Yashiro, walking at the front of the crowd. He kept his head down, appearing weighed down by sorrow. But only he knew how excited he was inside. He laughed maniacally in his mind. Everything is going according to plan. The position of Uchiha clan leader will soon be mine. He lifted his head and glanced at Uchiha Yashiro walking ahead. This old man was indeed a useful tool. At the very back of the crowd, Uchiha Fugaku carried Sasuke's corpse, following silently. Mikoto walked beside him, her face streaked with tears. No one cast them a glance. No one spoke to them, as if they had become invisible. Fugaku said nothing, just held Sasuke and walked step by step. His steps were steady, but his eyes had lost all luster. The Naka Shrine. Nestled in the forest behind the Uchiha clan grounds, it was the most important site for the Uchiha. Successive clan leaders were inaugurated here, and all major meetings were held here. Now moonlight streamed through the shrine's windows, illuminating the rows of memorial tablets in the main hall. They were the tablets of the Uchiha clan's ancestors. Uchiha Yashiro was the first to enter the main hall, taking his seat at the center. The other surviving Uchiha also sat down. Uchiha In sat beside Yashiro, a position second only to the clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku, holding Sasuke, sat in the corner. Mikoto sat beside him, head bowed, tears silently streaming down. Uchiha Yashiro looked around and spoke slowly. Everyone must be clear about tonight's events. His voice was low and furious, echoing in the empty shrine. That beast Uchiha Itachi, he carried out a merciless slaughter within the clan, trying to wipe out all of us Uchiha. He paused, his gaze shifting to Uchiha Fugaku in the corner. And Uchiha Fugaku, as the clan leader, stood by idly, allowing his own son to massacre the clan. He is no longer fit to be the leader of the Uchiha clan. At these words, silence fell over the entire gathering. But no one objected. Uchiha Yashiro continued, I propose the removal of Uchiha Fugaku from his position as clan leader. Furthermore, we shall strip him of his duties as the head of the Konoha military police force. From this day onward he shall be but an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. Does anyone object? Uchiha Yashiro's gaze swept across everyone present. I agree. He should have been removed long ago. If it weren't for his weakness and incompetence, how could our Uchiha clan have fallen to such a state? That's right. Remove him. The survivors voiced their approval one after another. Another person stepped forward, their voice filled with anger. Merely removing him is not enough. He allowed his son to slaughter our kin. He must be severely punished. Yes, he should pay with his life. The crowd was seething with indignation. However, Uchiha Yashiro raised his hand, silencing the crowd. Enough. He glanced at Fugaku, his tone calm. He has already lost his son, his clan, and his position as the clan leader. Let it end here. Fugaku sat in the corner silent. He lowered his head, gazing at Sasuke in his arms. He offered no rebuttal, no defense, simply sitting there quietly, as if he had already accepted all of this. Very well. Uchiha Yashiro nodded, then turned to Uchiha En. Next, I have a second matter to address. His expression turned solemn. Uchiha En, during this clan annihilation crisis, has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Within the Uchiha clan, a ninja possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan has strength rivaling that of an elite Jonin, or even reaching the Kage level. He paused, a hint of excitement in his voice. I propose that Uchiha En assume the position of clan leader of the Uchiha. Silence fell once more, but this time it was not in opposition, but in approval. Uchiha En, he awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. He is truly qualified to be our clan leader. Yes, the Mangekyō Sharingan is the ultimate power of our clan. I respect him as our leader. Uchiha En, well done. The survivors nodded in agreement one after another. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, power is everything. Uchiha En possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan was undoubtedly the strongest among the Uchiha at that moment. The position of clan leader was undeniably his. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha En's heart was bursting with joy. He laughed maniacally within his mind. It's done. It's done. The clan leader position is mine. Yet his expression was one of utter panic and unease. He abruptly stood up, waving his hands in refusal. No, I'm just a child. How can I be the clan leader? Elder Yashiro, you must be joking. I'm not even a Chunin. How could I possibly bear such a great responsibility? His voice trembled, his face flushed, as if genuinely frightened. I simply don't have the ability for this. Seeing his reaction, Uchiha Yashiro smiled. He patted Uchiha En's shoulder, his tone gentle. Child age is not an issue. Having the Mangekyō Sharingan means you possess the strongest power of the Uchiha clan. As for experience, Uchiha Yashiro paused, his gaze resolute. I will personally assist you until you are capable of handling clan affairs independently. Only then will I relinquish my support. Upon hearing this, Uchiha En's expression showed a long internal struggle. He looked at Uchiha Yashiro, then at the other clan members, and finally gritted his teeth. Well, alright then. He nodded, a hint of resignation in his voice. Since Elder Yashiro and everyone here trusts me so much, I, Uchiha En, shall accept the position of clan leader. But inwardly he was overjoyed. It's done. Finally done. He took a deep breath, lifted his head, and his gaze turned resolute. Facing all the clan members, he declared in a booming voice, fellow clansmen. Since you have placed your trust in me to be your leader, I, Uchiha En, swear here and now. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with intensity. I will lead the Uchiha clan to rise anew. Back to the pinnacle of Konoha. I will make the Uchiha clan even greater. As these words were spoken, thunderous applause filled the hall. Excellent. Well said. Uchiha En, we support you. Rise. 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 The survivors were moved to tears of excitement. Uchiha Yashiro, also deeply moved, nodded repeatedly while patting Uchiha En's shoulder. Good. He uttered good 3 times, his voice choked with emotion. I have indeed chosen the right person. No one noticed the expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face in the corner. He sat there silently, holding Sasuke's body, watching everything unfold. His face was devoid of any emotion, but within his eyes something flickered. Was it bitterness? Was it sorrow? Or was it relief? Perhaps even he himself couldn't tell. Once the crowd's emotions had somewhat subsided, Uchiha En spoke. Tomorrow I request Elder Yashiro to accompany me to the Hokage's office to attend the clan meeting summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Tonight let us first deal with our clan's affairs together. We must properly bury all those who have perished. The crowd nodded and rose, filing out of the shrine. They moved through the Uchiha district, gathering the bodies of their clansmen one by one. There were elders, children, men, and women. Each corpse was once a living soul. Uchiha En hoisted the body of a middle-aged man onto his shoulder, walking expressionlessly towards the cemetery. His heart was devoid of any emotion. What do these deaths have to do with me? It's not like I killed them. If anyone is to blame, it's that madman Uchiha Itachi. As he moved the bodies, his mind was already calculating. Tomorrow at the Hokage's office meeting, I need to figure out how to deal with those old foxes. Hiruzen Sarutobi Danzo, Shimura Hamura Mido Kado Kohar Udatang. All four of these old fogies are formidable opponents. Especially that fox Danzo. He's surely already set his sights on my Mangekyō. Uchiha's eyes narrowed. I need to find a way to provoke him into attacking me, or lure him out of the village and eliminate him directly. He worked through the night. It wasn't until the sky began to lighten that all the bodies in the Uchiha district were finally laid to rest. Uchiha, returned home, closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. He walked to the bed, plopped down, and eagerly closed his eyes. System, he called out in his mind. Let me see what kind of reward I get for performing so well during this clan annihilation night. His consciousness sank into his mind, and a translucent panel slowly unfurled. Light flickered. Lines of text materialized. Ding detected that the host has overfulfilled the series of tasks for the clan annihilation night. Calculating rewards. Uchiha Yan's consciousness sank into his mind. A translucent system panel slowly unfurled within his thoughts, its golden radiance spreading outward like ripples on a tranquil lake. Detected host has exceeded completion quota for the clan annihilation night series of tasks. Calculating rewards based on the host's 5 major alterations. Alteration 1, devastating the Shimura clan. Alteration 2, devastating the Sarutobi clan. Alteration 3, preventing the total annihilation of the Uchiha. Alteration 4, forcing Itachi Uchiha to personally kill Sasuke. Uchiha. Alteration 5, assuming the position of Uchiha clan patriarch. Uchiha Yan's grin stretched nearly ear to ear as he read the 5 records. 5 alterations, 5 rewards. He was certain he would obtain something remarkable. Claim rewards, he intoned silently within his mind. The panel's glow erupted with blinding intensity. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the following rewards. Reward 1, spiritual energy 10 boost. Reward 2, Uzumaki physique chakra, reserves 10 boost. Reward 3, all affinity chakra. Reward 4, basic wood release. Reward 5, dojutsu recovery card 1, instantly restores all dojutsu power once Uchiha Yan was stunned. He read it 3 times over. Then he was utterly dumbfounded. Wah! What the hell? He nearly leapt from his bed. 5 rewards, each one an absolute treasure. System, my man, you're my new best friend. Uchiha Yan trembled with excitement, feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace the system itself. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then he began to ponder each reward individually. First, the 10 boost to spiritual energy. Uchiha Yan closed his eyes, finally sensing the vast power surging within his mind. As a transmigrant, his spiritual energy was already superior to the ordinary people of this world. If an ordinary person's spiritual energy was 1, his was perhaps 2. And now multiplied by 10. That made it 20. He knew well that in the world of Naruto, chakra is formed by fusing physical energy with spiritual energy. The stronger one's spiritual energy, the faster one learns jutsu, the quicker chakra recovers, and the greater the control over it. And the essence of Genjutsu lies in using spiritual energy to disrupt the chakra within the target's mind, distorting their senses and manipulating their consciousness. The stronger the spiritual energy, the more potent the Genjutsu. Uchiha Yan felt that with his current power, easily ensnaring a Jonin in a Genjutsu would be trivial. Could others use Genjutsu on him? It was practically impossible. Tsukuyami. Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Yan murmured, a faint smile curling at his lips. Both of these formidable Genjutsu were fundamentally reliant on spiritual energy. Previously, he had harbored some fear of Danzo Shimura's Kodo Amatsukami, given its ability to rewrite a person's will. But now, with his spiritual energy multiplied tenfold, he could directly render it ineffective. Even if Madara Uchiha cast the infinite Tsukuyami, I could probably just shrug it off. At this thought, Uchiha Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. As for those soul-based mental jutsu, they were even less of a concern. His spiritual energy had reached such heights that any attack on his mind felt like a mere tickle. Next came the second reward, the Uzumaki physique. Uchiha Yan felt the changes in his body. A wave of warm energy emanated from his heart, coursing through every meridian and cell. His body was rejoicing. His chakra was seething. Before, his chakra reserves measured 1K, the equivalent of 1 Kakashi. And now, multiplied by 10. That meant 10K. Uchiha Yan clicked his tongue. That's plenty of chakra to work with. Moreover, the Uzumaki physique granted more than just vast chakra. It also provided extraordinary vitality, rapid regeneration, and a natural talent for sealing jutsu. I'll be able to recover quickly from injuries. This is a true lifesaver. Uchiha Yan nodded in satisfaction. Then came the third reward, all affinity chakra. Uchiha Yan extended his hand, sensing the dormant affinities within him. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin-yang. 7 distinct chakra natures ignited in sequence within his body. Previously, he had only possessed fire and yin natures, as the Uchiha clan favored fire release. But now he possessed them all. I'll have to learn a few S-rank jutsu later. Uchiha Yan began to daydream about the future. Next was the fourth reward, basic wood release. Wood release. The Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju hailed as one of the most powerful bloodline limits. It was with Wood Release that Hashirama quelled the wars of the Warring States period and established the system of the 5 great nations and their hidden villages. And now he too possessed Wood Release. It was basic true, but even basic Wood Release was still Wood Release. If only I had Hashirama's full power version. Uchiha Yin clicked his tongue in slight regret. With basic Wood Release I could probably do what Yamato does: grow flowers, tend plants, plant trees, and maybe patch up houses. He mused. But that's enough. It's a Kekkai Jinkai after all. With time and development, I can make it far stronger. Moreover, Wood Release had another crucial function: suppressing the tailed beasts. It was with Wood Release that Hashirama Senju captured all 9 tailed beasts and distributed them among the 5 great nations. Uchiha Yin narrowed his eyes. If I ever encounter a rampaging Jinchuriki, I'll just slam them down with Wood Release. Ha ha ha. He grew more pleased with the thought. Finally, there was the 5th reward, the Dojutsu recovery card. Uchiha Yan's eyes gleamed as he stared at the golden card displayed on the panel. The Dojutsu recovery card. It could completely restore all Dojutsu power once. As everyone knew, the Mangekyō Sharingan was powerful, but had a fatal flaw: overuse led to blindness. Every use of its Dojutsu consumed power, causing irreversible degradation of eyesight. Unless it evolved into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the path of darkness was inevitable. But with this recovery card, before I unlock the eternal Mangekyō, I can effectively use my Mangekyō abilities with 1 free reset. Uchiha Yin licked his lips. This is like having an extra life. Even if I exhaust all my Dojutsu power, I can instantly recover and fight another round. The more he thought about it, the more precious this card became. It's an ace up my sleeve. I'll save it for a critical moment to completely turn the tide of battle. Uchiha Yin carefully sensed the card's location, ensuring it was safely stored within the system space. All 5 rewards had been claimed. Uchiha Yin opened his eyes and let out a long, satisfied breath. He felt incredibly refreshed, his chakra vast and surging as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. He clenched his fist, feeling the power welling up from the depths of his being. I'm on a completely different level now compared to before. Uchiha Yin muttered to himself. Previously, though he possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, his physical condition was average and his chakra reserves were limited, forcing him to carefully ration every use of his Dojutsu. But now, his spiritual energy was tenfold, his chakra tenfold, and he possessed the Uzumaki physique and Wood Release. Even without the Mangekyō, I could probably trounce an elite Jonin with my current strength, right? Uchiha Yin chuckled. Then his gaze turned profound. Tomorrow is the clan leader meeting. Hiruzen Sarutobi had announced last night that all clan leaders were to assemble at the Hokage's office this morning. That would be his first public appearance as the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Those old foxes will certainly try every trick to suppress the Uchiha. Uchiha Yin narrowed his eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, Shimura, Hamura, Mito, Kato, Koharu, Udatang. Especially that old bastard Danzo. He let out a cold sneer. Perfect. It's time I showed some muscle. Let the Konoha higher-ups know that I, Uchiha Yin, am not to be trifled with. Early the next morning, as dawn barely broke, Uchiha Itachi's attire consisted of the traditional Uchiha clan garments. A deep navy high-collared robe, with the clan's crest, a war fan, embroidered on the back. Uchiha Yashiro donned and matching robes awaited him at the door. Let's go, clan leader. His voice was calm and steady. Uchiha Yin nodded and followed him out of the house. The two walked side by side through the streets of Konoha. The morning air held a crisp chill. Villagers were already stirring, and upon seeing Uchiha Yin and Uchiha Yashiro approach, they paused, their gazes laden with complex emotions. Those looks held sympathy, fear, suspicion, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Look, it's the Uchiha clan. I heard they were nearly wiped out last night. They say it was someone named Uchiha Itachi who did it, even killing his own younger brother. Tisk tisk, what a tragedy. The Uchiha clan is probably finished now, aren't they, eh? Whispers buzzed from all directions, droning like a swarm of flies. Uchiha Yin remained expressionless, feigning ignorance. Uchiha Yashiro, however, clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. Yet he too remained silent. They continued their silent walk, passing through the crowds and the complicated stairs. Finally, the Hokage's office building loomed before them. It was a towering structure at the very heart of Konoha, symbolizing the village's supreme authority. At this moment, the building's entrance was crowded with people. They were all shinobi from various prominent clans: the Hyuga, the Aburame, the Inoshikacho trio. Each was a distinguished ninja family within Konoha. Their clan heads and escorts stood at the entrance awaiting the meeting's commencement. As Uchiha Yin and Uchiha Yashiro approached, the ninjas' gazes turned towards them. Some looked on with sympathy, others with scrutiny, and some with wariness. Hayashi Hyuga, the Hyuga clan head, stood with arms crossed, his gaze calm, yet thoughtful, as he observed Uchiha Yin. Shikaku Nara stood among the crowd, squinting as he appraised Uchiha, and a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. He murmured softly, almost to himself. I never imagined the new Uchiha clan leader would be so young. Interesting, very interesting. Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka beside him nodded in agreement. Truly unexpected. But since he awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan, his strength, must be considerable. The question is, what about his political acumen? They conversed in low tones, their gazes sweeping over Uchiha. Feeling their stares, he ignored them, following Uchiha Yashiro silently into the Hokage's office building. The meeting room inside was already prepared. A massive oval wooden table draped in dark red velvet dominated the center of the room. Around the table, over a dozen chairs were arranged, each representing a clan's position. Uchiha and Uchiha Yashiro entered, found their seats, and sat down. The other clan leaders and their escorts also took their seats. Hayashi Hyuga sat opposite Uchiha, and his gaze calm and fixed upon him. Shikaka Nara sat beside Hayashi, looking rather relaxed. Shibi Aburame sat in a corner, wearing sunglasses, remaining utterly silent. Sum Inuzuka sat on the other side, a massive ninja hound lying beside her, sniffing the air. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. No one spoke. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Time ticked by second by second. Finally, the meeting room door slid open. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, walked in. Dressed in his Hokage robes, and his face showed signs of fatigue, but his eyes remained sharp. Behind him followed Danzo, Shimura, Hamura, Midokado, and Kohori Udatane. All four of Konoha's top leaders were present. Hiruzen Sarutobi took his seat at the head of the table, set down his hat, and scanned the room. "Is everyone here?" he asked. "Yes, Hokage-sama," an Umbu operative replied. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. "Very well, then let us begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo Shimura stood up. Leaning on his cane, he walked to the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over Uchiha and Uchiha Yashiro. "I have a question first." His voice was cold, carrying an undeniable authority. "Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha why is your clan leader Uchiha Fugaku not present?" The room fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to Uchiha and Uchiha Yashiro. Uchiha Yashiro paused for a moment, then let out a cold snort. "Uchiha Fugaku." He sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "Him? Worthy of being our clan leader. He has been deposed. From this day forward, the leader of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha N." A wave of shock rippled through the room. What a... Uchiha Fugaku was deposed? They're making such a young man the clan leader. The Uchiha clan. Have they lost their minds? The clan leaders, who were unaware of the situation, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. They initially thought Uchiha Yashiro was joking, but the serious expression on his face suggested otherwise. "Uchiha Yashiro, are you certain?" Hayashi Hyuga frowned, his voice low. "Making such a young man the clan leader is no trivial matter. I am aware." Uchiha Yashiro nodded, his tone calm. "But Uchiha N has already awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. He is the strongest among us Uchiha." All clan members unanimously agreed to have him succeed as leader. Hayashi Hyuga fell silent. The other clan leaders also grew quiet. The Mangekyō Sharingan. It was the Uchiha clan's most formidable power. A shinobi with the Mangekyō Sharingan possessed strength comparable to an elite jonin, perhaps even reaching the Kage level. Despite Uchiha N's youth with those eyes, he was indeed qualified to be the clan leader. Humph. At that moment, Danzo Shimura let out a cold sneer, his voice dripping with scorn. "Making a mere child the clan leader. Your Uchiha clan is truly regressing." His gaze fell upon Uchiha N, full of disdain. "Uchiha N, is it? So young, a former genin with no real combat experience. Do you honestly believe you can bear the weight of your clan?" As his words faded, Uchiha Yashiro stood up, staring coldly at Danzo. "At least our Uchiha clan still has someone willing to step forward. I wonder how many members of Danzo-sama's own Shimura clan are still alive." Danzo's face turned ashen in an instant. He slammed his hand on the table, his cane thudding heavily against the floor. "Uchiha Yashiro, you're asking for death." Danzo's voice was icy, laced with murderous intent. "Perfect, I have a score to settle with your Uchiha clan." He glared at Uchiha N and Uchiha Yashiro, his eyes cold and sinister. "Your clan's Uchiha Itachi, in collusion with that masked man, mercilessly slaughtered members of our Shimura and Sarutobi clans. How do you explain that? I propose that the Uchiha clan be relocated to the village's outermost perimeter, their freedom restricted and surveillance intensified. Until the truth is uncovered, all Uchiha members are forbidden from freely entering or leaving the village. They are forbidden from carrying weapons. They are forbidden from participating in any village missions." The room fell silent once more. Everyone looked at Uchiha N and Uchiha Yashiro, waiting for their reaction. Uchiha Yashiro's face was livid, his fists clenched, about to retort. But before he could speak, Uchiha N stood up. "Oh." Uchiha N's voice was calm, carrying a hint of mockery. "So, Danzo-sama, you intend to drive the Uchiha clan to a remote corner once again, and then send someone to finish us off? To steal our Sharingan?" His gaze met Danzo's, directly devoid of any fear. "Is this how you treat one of the founding clans of this village?" "I almost forgot." A cold smile curled at the corner of Uchiha N's mouth. "The Senju clan, I believe, has already vanished under your watch. Now it seems it's the Uchiha's turn. Who's next?" His gaze swept across all the clan leaders present. Could it be the Hyuga clan? Or perhaps another clan with a Kekkei Genkai? Or maybe those with secret clan techniques? Uchiha Yan's accusation struck like a blade, piercing precisely into the hearts of every clan leader present. Itachi Hyuga's brow furrowed. The Byakugan, like the Sharingan, is a Kekkai Genkai that can be stolen. If the village's high council could move against the Uchiha, what about the Hyuga clan? Would their turn come one day? Shibi Aburame adjusted his sunglasses, remaining silent. Yet the subtle tension in his shoulders betrayed his inner turmoil. The Ninkin beside Sum Inuzuka let out a snort as she patted its head, but her gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Yan. The leaders of the Inoshikacho clans exchanged glances. Shikaku Nara's smile faded, his eyes turning serious. He murmured, well, this just got interesting. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing the situation deteriorating quickly, rose to his feet. Enough. He raised his voice to restrain the about to erupt Danzo Shimura. Danzo, sit down. Danzo's face was grim, but with the Hokage's order, he could only snort coldly and sink back into his chair. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze swept across everyone present, his tone softening. Everyone, the village would never scheme to seize any clan's Kekkai Genkai or Jutsu. Rest assured, Konoha has emphasized unity and trust since its founding. All clans are the village's cornerstone. We would never do anything to destroy our own foundation. His words were sincere, his tone gentle. In the past, such assurances might have put them at ease. But now, Uchiha Yan curled his lip in a cold sneer. Is that truly so, Lord Hokage? He met Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze directly, his voice low, yet audible to everyone. You may not have such intentions, but that doesn't mean others don't. His gaze shifted to Danzo Shimura. Elder Danzo, do you dare to unwrap the bandages on your right eye? Let us see if your right eye is truly blind, or if it's been fitted with our Sharingan. The moment these words fell, the room fell into absolute silence. All eyes focused on Danzo Shimura's right eye, the eye wrapped in white bandages. Danzo Shimura's expression changed drastically. He slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. Nonsense. His voice was laced with barely contained fury. Ridiculous. How could my right eye possibly be a Sharingan? You're trying to muddy the waters and confuse everyone. He pointed at Uchiha Yan, his voice icy. Today is about Uchiha Itachi, not about me. Don't change the subject. Uchiha Yan remained utterly unruffled. Why is Elder Danzo so agitated? He said calmly. It's mainly because our clan members witnessed you personally leading root operatives to ambush our clan's prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, and seizing his Mangekyō Sharingan. Boom! The room erupted. What a... Uchiha Sasuke of the body flicker. Wasn't he reported missing? He was taken by Danzo. Whispers spread through the meeting room like a rising tide. Uchiha Yan showed no sign of stopping. He turned to face the other clan leaders, his voice rising an octave. I want to tell you all something. That eye is extraordinarily terrifying. Because his Sharingan's ocular jutsu is called Kodoame Tsukumi, it can forcibly alter a person's will. In other words, if Danzo were to use that eye on any one of you here, he could forcibly change your mind. If he ordered you to commit suicide on the spot, you would do it instantly. If he ordered you to betray your clan, you would betray your clan. If he ordered you to marry off your daughter to him, you would do exactly that. Uchiha Yan delivered that final line lightly with a hint of mockery, but no one laughed. Every shinobi in the room felt their expression shift violently. Itachi Hyuga's pupils contracted sharply. He instinctively clenched his fists. Kodoame Tsukumi can alter a person's will. Did that mean if they had opposed Danzo just now, he could have used that eye to turn them into puppets? Shibi Aburame's hand silently moved to his tool pouch. Sum Inuzuka's Ninkin let out a low growl, as if sensing danger. Shikaku Nara narrowed his eyes. He looked from Uchiha Yan to Danzo Shimura's bandaged right eye. Then he spoke. Elder Danzo, since the clan head of the Uchiha has raised this question, why not clear your name? His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Remove the bandage from your right eye, let everyone see if he's lying, and prove your innocence, Elder Danzo. It sounded like he was defending Danzo. In reality, he wanted Danzo to reveal his right eye. Hearing even Shikaku Nara speak up, the others chimed in. Yes, Elder Danzo, just take it off, and let us see. The innocent have nothing to fear. If there's no Sharingan, then Uchiha Yan is slandering you, and he should be punished. Danzo Shimura's face was so dark it seemed ready to drip. He gripped his cane tightly, grinding his teeth. Enough. He slammed the table again, his cane striking the floor heavily. I am a council elder of Konoha. What right do you have to demand I unwrap my bandages? His voice seethed with rage and murderous intent. Uchiha Yan, you are slandering the village's high council. An additional crime. Facing Danzo's furious outburst, Uchiha Yan did not retreat. Instead, he too slammed the table and stood up. Slam. His palm hit the table, the sound even louder than Danzo's. Elder Danzo. Uchiha Yan's voice was as sharp as a blade. Konoha belongs to everyone. It is not the private domain of you four. He stared intensely at Danzo's right eye. Feeling guilty. Afraid to show your right eye. Afraid everyone will learn you're coveting other clans' Kekkai Genkai. Afraid everyone will learn you gouge out even your own comrades' eyes. Every word struck like a dagger to the heart. The atmosphere in the meeting room was taut as a drawn bowstring. Itachi Hyuga took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Elder Danzo, I also believe. You should provide an explanation. His voice was calm, but his meaning was unmistakable. The Hyuga clan stood with Uchiha Yen. Some Inuzuka chimed in. Yeah, it's just removing a bandage. What's the big deal? Shibi Aburame said nothing, but he gave a slight nod. The Inoshikicho leaders exchanged glances once more. Shikaku Nara sighed. He knew this matter could no longer be resolved peacefully. Danzo Shimura stood there, his face ashen, chest heaving violently. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, enough arguing. He raised his voice, trying to regain command of the room. Today's meeting is primarily about the future arrangements for the Uchiha clan. As for Danzo's right eye, that is his personal privacy, there's no need to discuss it here. Uchiha Yen let out a cold laugh. Lord Hokage, are you shielding him? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression stiffened slightly. I'm not shielding anyone, so you're complicit too. Uchiha Yen cut him off. Sure, Sue's Mangekyō Sharingan is right now in Danzo's eye socket, yet you won't even allow an inspection. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent under Uchiha Yen's interrogation. He knew his old friend Danzo Shimura all too well. If that right eye were not a Sharingan, Danzo would have long since unveiled the bandage in public. His constant evasion made it clear that the right eye was indeed Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan. He was at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, he silently cursed Danzo Shimura for ruining such a favorable situation. Enough. Just as the standoff reached an impasse, the other two elders spoke up. Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatane exchanged a glance, then pleaded earnestly. Uchiha Yen, you must prioritize the greater good. Konoha is under external invasion. We should unite against the common enemy. Finding the masked man and Itachi Uchiha is the real priority. Uchiha Yen scoffed at these words. The greater good, oi. His voice dripped with mockery. In the eyes of you two elders, do our clan's hereditary Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques not count as the greater good, oi? Should we selflessly offer them all up to build Konoha brick by brick? Hamura Mitokado's expression stiffened. Kohor Udatane's lips moved, but no words came out. Uchiha Yen gave them no chance to speak. Don't you see? If this matter is not resolved, a thorn will be planted in the hearts of every clan present. Distrust toward the village's leadership will spread like wild grass. Do you think everyone can still stand united? With that, he looked at all the clan representatives present. We fight and bleed on the front lines for Konoha. Yet the leadership safely in the rear schemes to seize our clan's Kekkei Genkai and secret arts. Can you feel at ease? This question was directed at the other clan heads. The meeting hall fell into absolute silence. Hayashi Hyuga tapped his fingers absently on the table, his brow deeply furrowed. Shibi Aburame adjusted his sunglasses, remaining silent. Some Inuzuka patted her canine companion's head, yet her gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Yen. Shikaku Nara narrowed his eyes. Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. How dare you? Danzo Shimizu enraged beyond measure as Uchiha Yen pressed his attack, slammed his cane heavily against the floor, and pointed at him. You are tearing Konoha apart. Guards, he commanded. With a series of whooshes, numerous rude operatives emerged from the shadows, encircling the entire meeting hall. Clad in black trench coats with cold, expressionless faces, every root member exuded an aura of chilling menace. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense to the breaking point. The shinobi of other clans grew wary. Hayashi Hyuga rose to his feet, hands clenching slightly, his Byakugan already active and chakra flowing through his tenketsu. Shibi Aburame's hand moved imperceptibly to his ninja tool pouch. Some Inuzuka's ninja hound let out a low growl, its teeth slightly bared. The leaders of the Inoshikicho clans also stood, adopting defensive postures. Has Danzo lost his mind? Someone whispered in shock. Deploying root in a setting like this. Does he intend to alienate every clan in the village? Uchiha Yen, however, smiled. He calmly surveyed the black-clad root operatives, a trace of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. Elder Danzo. His voice was calm, tinged with mockery. Are you trying to prove to all the clans here that the village's leadership indeed runs a reign of terror? You've likely grown too comfortable in your high positions. You've forgotten the terror of the Mangekyō Sharingan. With that, the pupils of his eyes transformed abruptly. Black and white yin and yang intertwined to form a taiji pattern, spinning with maddening speed. A terrifying wave of chakra erupted from his body, sweeping through the hall like a storm. Whoosh! The windows of the meeting room rattled violently, and papers flew off the table. Every root operative's face changed. They felt the oppressive weight of that chakra, a power more than capable of crushing them. Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. He gripped his cane tightly, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The Mangekyō Sharingan. A shinobi this young, having awakened the eye only last night, already wielded such power. Enough! Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing things spiral out of control and a civil war looming, rose abruptly. His chakra exploded outward, suppressing the entire room's atmosphere. All of you get out, he commanded the root operatives directly. They did not move, their eyes fixed on Danzo, awaiting his signal. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened. What? Is my word as Hokage no longer heated? His voice carried a barely contained fury. Seeing this, Danzo knew there would be no confrontation today. He let out a cold snort and waved his hand dismissively at the root operatives. Withdraw. Only then did they melt back into the shadows. The Mangekyō Sharingan in Uchiha Yan's eyes reverted to normal, and the oppressive chakra receded like a tide. The meeting hall regained its quiet. Yet everyone knew that beneath this calm currents ran deep. Uchiha Yan, however, was not finished. He turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, a cold smile on his lips. Ha ha ha, Lord Third. Did you see that? These root operatives don't listen to you at all. In their eyes, Danzo's orders are paramount. If Danzo commanded them to assassinate you, they wouldn't even flinch. At these words, the hall fell into a deathly hush. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned ashen. Hamura Kado and Kohor Yudatane's expressions also soured dramatically. The other clan leaders exchanged uneasy glances. Uchiha Yan's words were nothing short of fuel on the fire. He was telling everyone that the root forces of Konoha were not under the Hokage's control at all. The true master of that power was Danzo Shimura. Hayashi Hyuga's brow furrowed even deeper. His gaze towards Hiruzen Sarutobi now held a hint of scrutiny. If he couldn't even control root, what authority did this Hokage truly possess? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen. He watched the root ninjas slowly retreating, Shimura Danzo's gloomy visage and the wariness and distrust etched on every clan leader's face. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. His voice was low but carried an unprecedented resolve. He stood up, looked at Shimura Danzo, and his gaze was calm. Danzo. Shimura Danzo was taken aback. In all his years of knowing Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had never seen him look at him with such eyes. Hiruzen, you. No need to say more. Sarutobi Hiruzen cut him off. His gaze swept across everyone present, then he spoke slowly. Shimura Danzo. From today onward you are temporarily suspended from duty. The moment these words were spoken, the entire room was stunned. What? No one had expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen would move against Shimura Danzo at this very moment. Shimura Danzo shot to his feet, his face livid. Hiruzen, have you lost your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him. He continued, his voice steady, carrying an unyielding authority. Root from this day forth shall be under the direct command of the Hokage. All root members must be re-registered and documented. No one may mobilize root forces without the Hokage's approval. His gaze fell upon Danzo. Danzo, go back and rest for now. Your matter, I will personally investigate. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened, staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. His lips trembled, and the hand gripping his cane bulged with veins. Hiruzen. You. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was not loud, yet it carried an unassailable force. Guards. At his command, dozens of Umbu ninjas emerged from the shadows, appearing in the conference room with crisp, silent movements. They were fully equipped, wearing masks, and moved with sharp efficiency. They were the elite of the Umbu, the Hokage's personal guard. Take Shimura Danzo away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was calm, yet carried an authority that none dared defy. In due time I will personally investigate. Yes. Dozens of Umbu ninjas answered in unison. They swiftly advanced, encircling Shimura Danzo. One Umbu wearing a cat mask stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Lord Danzo. His voice was calm, yet tinged with distance. Please come with us. Shimura Danzo stood rooted, his face ashen, his chest heaving violently. He stared fixedly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes brimming with fury and resentment. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not look at him. Shimura Danzo took a deep breath. He knew that this was Hiruzen's way of giving him a way out. If he refused, it would mean an outright break. Then he would not only lose Root's power, but might even be forcibly detained. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, turned, and walked toward the door. His steps were heavy, his cane thudding against the floor in dull, resounding beats. The Umbu ninjas followed closely, surrounding him and escorting him out of the meeting room. After Danzo left, the atmosphere in the room eased considerably. The tense-faced clan leaders all breathed a sigh of relief. Hyuga Hayashi retracted his Byakugan and slowly sat back in his chair. Aburame Shibi released the hand resting on his ninja tool pouch. Inazuka Tsum patted her ninja hound, which finally stopped growling. The leaders of the Inoshikacho trio also sat down, exchanging glances that revealed a shared sense of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the head, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. A trace of weariness showed on his face, but his eyes remained sharp. All right. He broke the silence. Let's leave it at that for now. I will give everyone an explanation regarding Danzo's matter later. He paused, about to adjourn the meeting. But just then, wait. A voice rang out. All eyes turned toward the source. The speaker was Uchiha N. He stood by the conference table, gazing calmly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Third, we can set aside the matter of Danzo for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He looked at Uchiha N, wariness flickering in his eyes. What was this young man up to now? Then what do you wish to say? Uchiha N did not answer directly. He looked around, scanning the faces of all the clan leaders present. Then he spoke slowly. What I wish to say now is, His voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by everyone. The issue of the location of our Uchiha clan's compound. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Compound location. Shouldn't they be discussing Danzo's crimes and Uchiha Itachi's defection? Why suddenly bring up the compound location? But Uchiha paid no heed to the confusion. He continued, his voice calm and forceful. Lord Third, I would like to ask. He met Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze, a hint of accusation in his eyes. Back then, on what grounds was our Uchiha clan's compound allocated to such a remote area? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Uchiha to raise this question. Well, he opened his mouth trying to explain. But Uchiha gave him no chance. Because of that remote allocation, we were nearly annihilated last night. Uchiha's voice carried a chill. As one of Konoha's founding clans, we Uchiha have suffered such treatment. Then what about the smaller clans? If a similar situation occurs next time, how will they cope? As he spoke, he looked toward the other clan leaders. Moreover, I've heard. He paused. Last night the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan also suffered attacks. That's correct. We were indeed attacked. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression grim. Then one can imagine. Uchiha's gaze grew sharper. How terrible Konoha's defenses really are. He stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice laced with accusation. Lord Hokage, shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? At these words the room fell silent. All eyes turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, awaiting his answer. Hyuga Hayashi's fingers once again tapped unconsciously on the table. Narashikaku narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, observing Uchiha. He saw through it. Uchiha was seizing the opportunity. On the surface, he was asking about the compound location, but in reality, he was questioning the administrative competence of Konoha's high command. First forcing out Danzo, then challenging the Hokage. This young man was systematically dismantling the authority of Konoha's leadership. Narashikaku took a deep breath. He looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, wondering how the third Hokage would respond. And Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there silent for a long time. He looked at the young ninja before him, and suddenly felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Uchiha was right. Konoha's defenses were indeed flawed. The allocation of clan compounds was indeed unreasonable. He as Hokage had indeed failed in many duties. But he could not admit it. Once he admitted it, Konoha's authority would collapse entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Regarding the compound issue, his voice was hoarse. I will arrange for a rediscussion. As for Konoha's defenses, he paused, his gaze turning resolute. I will also strengthen them. Upon hearing this, a faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Uchiha's mouth. He didn't push too hard. For these old fogies of Konoha's high command, he would use the method of boiling a frog in warm water, dealing with them slowly. Killing them all at once would only be too easy for them. Whatever they treasured most, he would make them lose it gradually. Just like dealing with Uchiha Itachi. Making him personally kill his own younger brother Uchiha Sasuke was the greatest punishment. More satisfying than simply killing him. He nodded. Then I thank Lord Hokage. With that he sat back down. The atmosphere in the conference room once again grew subtle. The clan leaders exchanged glances. They all knew that today's meeting signified a seismic shift in Konoha's power structure. Shimura Danzo was suspended. Root was absorbed into the Hokage's command. The Uchiha clan had a new leader. And this new leader, so young, had already displayed political acumen far beyond his years. Konoha was truly on the verge of a great change. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the head, looking at everything before him, his heart a maelstrom of emotions. How had a good situation turned into this? Meeting adjourned. Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Badai walked side by side on the way back to their compound. The streets were quiet, but their steps were steady. Uchiha Badai turned his head, glanced at Uchiha Yen, his eyes filled with approval. Clan leader, your performance at the meeting today. This old man is impressed. His voice was low, tinged with excitement. That old fox Yuan Fei Risen was forced by you to suspend Tuanzong. Such things in the past, I wouldn't even dare to think about. Uchiha Yen smiled. Elder Badai flatters me. His tone was calm, as if mentioning a trivial matter. It's just that I seized their leverage. Tuanzang's right, I is Ji Shui's Mangekyō, that is a fact. He doesn't dare to uncover the bandage, that's a guilty conscience. Uchiha Badai nodded, then sighed. It's a pity. We couldn't completely overthrow that old bastard Tuanzong. Just a suspension with his methods, he can make a comeback sooner or later. Hearing this, Uchiha Yan's lips curled into a slight arc. No rush. Eat one bite at a time, walk step by step. Today we got Tuanzong suspended, tomorrow we can make him roll out of Muyi. The day after tomorrow, we can make him die. He said this in a casual tone, as if remarking, nice weather today. Uchiha Badai was stunned. He looked at the young man before him, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. This young man was even more ruthless than he had imagined. The two said no more and quickened their pace toward the Uchiha clan grounds. The Uchiha clan grounds. In the temporarily erected meeting hall, people were already seated in full. Over 50 ninjas of the Uchiha clan had all arrived. There were Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin. Everyone's face carried tension and anticipation. They all knew that today the clan leader had gone to attend the clan assembly convened by the Muyi high level. That was the moment that would decide the fate of the Uchiha clan. When Uchiha Yin and Uchiha Badai entered the meeting hall, everyone's eyes turned to them in unison. The clan leader is back. Elder Badai is back too. Quick, sit down. Everyone rose one after another, clearing the main seat. Uchiha Yin did not stand on ceremony and walked straight to the main seat and sat down. Uchiha Badai sat beside him. The whole hall fell silent, everyone waiting for them to speak. Uchiha Badai looked around and cleared his throat. Everyone. His voice was loud with uncontrollable excitement. At today's meeting, our Uchiha clan achieved a great victory. At these words, the whole hall erupted in an uproar. Really? Tell us. What happened? Uchiha Badai waved his hand to suppress the chatter. Then he said word by word. Ji Cun Tuanzong has been suspended. The route has been taken over by the Hokage. And as for our Uchiha clan's compound. He paused, his voice rising an octave. Yuan Fei Risen has agreed to reconsider the location of the compound. We don't have to stay in this remote corner anymore. We are moving back to the center of Muyi. The moment the words fell, the entire meeting hall exploded. Holy shit. Is this real? Moving back to the center? Isn't that a dream? Great. I can finally move away from this godforsaken place. Oh my god. I thought I would live in this remote area all my life. Some people were so excited they jumped up. Others slapped the table and laughed heartily. Some covered their faces, tears streaming down uncontrollably. It was no wonder they were so emotional. Ever since the Uchiha clan was assigned to the village's most remote compound, everyone had been holding their breath. Grocery shopping required walking half the village. Children had to walk half the village to school. The return journey from missions was twice as long as others. And now, finally they could move back. Uchiha Yin watched the scene before him, a faint smile on his face. He did not speak, waiting until everyone's emotions had calmed a bit, then slowly began to speak. Everyone. His voice was not loud, but everyone fell silent. Their eyes turned to him in unison. Uchiha Yan's gaze swept across everyone present, then he said, the matter of the compound is indeed worthy of joy. But today I have something even more important to tell you all. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Something more important. Moving the compound back to the center wasn't the most important thing. Uchiha Yin did not say directly. He was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly spoke. Everyone should know. What is the greatest power of our Uchiha clan now? A middle-aged jonin immediately answered, it's the police department. Right. Uchiha Yin nodded. The police department is the greatest power in our Uchiha clan's hands. It is also the foundation of our standing in Muyi. He paused, his voice becoming solemn. Therefore I have decided to reform the police department. Reform? Everyone was stunned. Reform the police department? Isn't the police department our Uchiha clan's territory? What is there to reform? Uchiha Yin ignored everyone's confusion. He continued, I have decided that the police department does not have to recruit entirely from the Uchiha clan's ninjas. It should also recruit from the civilian ninjas of Muyi. At these words, the whole hall fell into dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Uchiha Yin in disbelief. Then, recruit from civilians? Clan leader, are you sure? The police department has always been our Uchiha clan's territory. How can we let outsiders in, right? The power of the police department was earned by our Uchiha clan with blood. Why should we give it to outsiders? If civilians join the police department, what will the Uchiha clan be? Isn't this weakening our own power? Everyone became anxious. They opposed in a hubbub. Uchiha Yin sat in the main seat, saying nothing. He did not explain. He did not speak. He just quietly watched them, watching the excited reactions of these clan members. He wanted to see whether these people truly obeyed him as their clan leader. The arguments in the meeting hall grew louder. No, I resolutely oppose. The police department is the foundation of our Uchiha clan. It must not be handed to outsiders. Clan leader, you are still young, you don't understand the stakes involved. If civilians join, what say will our Uchiha clan have in Muyi? Right? Absolutely no compromise. Uchiha Badai sat aside, his brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Uchiha Yin to suddenly propose such a decision. But he did not speak, because he knew that since Uchiha Yin dared to say this, he must have his reasons. What he needed to do now was wait. Wait until the people below had argued enough, wait until they calmed down. The wait stretched on for over a dozen minutes. Finally, the heated debate within the council chamber began to subside. All eyes turned to Uchiha, in awaiting his explanation. Though they opposed the idea, none dared to truly defy the clan leader's command. After all, the clan leader was one who had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. He was the strongest among the Uchiha clan. They could voice their discontent, but the final decision rested firmly in the clan leader's hands. Seeing the silence that had fallen over the assembly, Uchiha uncurled a slight smile. Finished arguing, he asked, his tone calm and even. The members exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. Uchiha rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across them all. You all believe the police force is our clan's birthright, something no outsider should ever touch. Is that right? The assembled members nodded in agreement. That's right. The police force is ours. We can't hand it over to outsiders. Uchiha let out a soft laugh. Then his voice turned cold. But have you ever stopped to consider who originally granted us the police force? The question hung in the air, stunning the entire hall into silence. Who had given them the police force? Uchiha didn't wait for an answer. It was Tobirama Senju. The second Hokage Tobirama Senju. He paused, his voice growing even icier. Do you know why Tobirama Senju entrusted the police force to our clan? The members looked at each other, utterly baffled. Uchiha let out a cold sneer. Because he knew our clan possesses extreme temperaments, making us prone to antagonizing others. By giving us the police force, he set us up to handle all the thankless, troublesome tasks. To arrest people, to detain them, to make enemies of them. To turn our clan into the most despised family in all of Konoha. And over these years, haven't we in the police force already made countless enemies? The hall was dead silent. Everyone stood with mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Uchiha's voice grew progressively colder. Tobirama Senju never trusted us. He wanted to place our entire clan upon a blazing pyre. To make us Konoha's watchdogs, the villains in the eyes of the villagers. This way the villagers would never come to like us. This way the village's leadership would have a reason to suppress us. That is the true purpose of the police force. As his words faded, the entire council chamber fell into a profound hush. The faces of everyone present turned grim and ashen. They had never once contemplated this possibility. They had always believed the police force was a symbol of the village's trust, a mark of the Uchiha clan's honor. But now the clan leader had unveiled the truth, that it was all a lie. The police force was nothing but a trap. Uchiha Yashiro's face turned livid. He clenched his fists and cursed through gritted teeth. That vile Tobirama Senju. I knew his generosity in handing over the police force was too good to be true. He was scheming against us all along. His voice dripped with fury. If the clan leader hadn't revealed this today, we would have remained blissfully ignorant, wallowing in our own pride. The others quickly caught on. That's right. So that's how it is. We thought the police force was an honor, but it's actually a trap. That old fox Tobirama Senju is utterly treacherous. No wonder our clan has been increasingly ostracized in Konoha. This is the root cause. Damn it. We've been deceived for all these years. The collective emotion shifted from anger to a chilling realization. Had the clan leader not exposed this today, how much longer would they have remained in the dark? Observing their reactions, Uchiha continued, therefore I have decided to recruit civilians into the police force. There are 3 reasons for this. He raised 3 fingers. First, by allowing civilian ninja to join the police force, we can divert the villagers' attention away from our clan. When villagers are detained or fined in the future, they won't just blame the Uchiha clan. They'll see that civilians are also part of the police force. Their hatred towards us will diminish. Second, it unites the civilian ninja. You are all well aware of the status civilian ninja hold in Konoha. They are born with less, have fewer resources, and fewer opportunities for advancement. If we extend an olive branch and offer them a chance to join the police force, what do you think their reaction would be? Uchiha looked around the room. They will be grateful to us. They will feel that the Uchiha clan respects them. In this way we can secure a base of supporters among the civilian ninja. Third, he paused, his tone growing more solemn. The Uchiha clan can no longer afford to be isolated. You all know our numbers. We have just over 50 ninja, and only a dozen or so are jonin. Where does that put us in the hierarchy of Konoha's power? And you know the scope of the police force's duties better than I do. Can we truly manage it all with just our own members? Uchiha's gaze sharpened. Since we lack the overwhelming power to dominate, what we need to do now is to unite every force we can, to bring more people to our side, rather than clinging to our meager authority and driving ourselves into complete isolation. The council chamber fell silent once more. But this time no one raised an objection. Everyone was lost in thought. They had to admit that the clan leader's reasoning was sound. The police force was indeed a hot potato. Clinging to it would only further alienate the clan. Allowing civilians to join would both deflect hatred and win allies. It was a twofold benefit. A jonin stood up. Clan leader, you are right. He let out a sigh, his gaze turning resolute. We have been too fixated on that sliver of power. If you hadn't enlightened us, we would have continued believing we were on the right path. I support the clan leader's decision. Where one stood, others followed. I support it too. The police force is a burden, letting civilians join is for the best. The clan leader is right. Our strength is insufficient now, so we must unite with all possible allies. I agree. Agreed. The voices in the chamber swelled, and ultimately a unanimous consensus was reached. Uchiha looked over the assembled members and gave a satisfied nod. He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he waited in silence for a moment until everyone had quieted down. Good. Since there are no objections, this matter is settled. He paused, his gaze turning profound. I will announce the details of the police force reform in the coming days. In the meantime, think about whether you know any suitable civilian ninja to recommend. But remember this. Uchiha's voice hardened. The recruitment standards must not be lowered. We are seeking allies, not burdens. Understood. Understood. The response came in unison. Uchiha nodded. Good. All jonin stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed. In the council chamber, only a dozen or so jonin remained. After the others left, the very air seemed to change. When those chunin and jinin were present, though they were still comrades, some matters were not meant for all ears. Uchiha sat in the seat of honor, his gaze slowly sweeping across every face present. The expressions of these men were far from pleasant. It was not that they distrusted their clan leader, but rather, the matter of the police force's reform, though ultimately agreed upon, still left a bitter taste in everyone's hearts. After all, the Uchiha clan had held that power for decades. To simply relinquish it was inevitably painful. Uchiha naturally understood their thoughts. But he did not explain directly. Instead, he remained silent for a moment, waiting until all attention was focused on him before speaking slowly. I asked you to stay because there are 2 tasks I need you to carry out. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. The dozen or so jonin straightened up. They knew that what the clan leader was about to say was the true focus of today. Uchiha raised one finger. First, regarding our clan, I want you to tally all of the clan's assets. At these words, everyone was taken aback. Tally the assets. Uchiha ignored their confusion and continued. On the night of the massacre, we lost many clansmen. Those fallen clansmen still have their property. But now the entire Uchiha clan is in ruins, and every coin must be spent where it counts. Uchiha's voice grew solemn. Gather all the property of the deceased clansmen. If they have surviving relatives who are shinobi and capable of protecting the property, leave half of it to their kin. The rest shall be confiscated by the clan. If they are civilians, confiscate all. Then distribute a fixed monthly allowance until the confiscated property is fully dispersed. As soon as he finished, one jonin could not help but speak. Clan leader, isn't this too harsh? Those deceased clansmen also have families. And how much allowance can a civilian receive each month? Can they even spend all that money? Uchiha glanced at him. I know what you're worried about. But have you considered another question? If we don't collect it, who will end up with that money? And we're not taking it away from them permanently. We're just temporarily holding it in the clan's funds. The jonin froze. Indeed, if the Uchiha clan didn't collect it, who would get their hands on that property? After the massacre, the Konoha higher-ups were undoubtedly eyeing the Uchiha clan's remaining estates, lands, and deposits. Rather than letting those things be taken by outsiders, it was better to gather them up and manage them centrally. Uchiha continued. As for the allowance, it's per person. A civilian will receive 2,000 ryo each month, and if there's a need, they can apply for more. That's enough for them to live on, until the confiscated property is fully dispersed. The jonin fell silent. Though he still felt a bit uneasy, he had to admit. The clan leader's reasoning was sound. This was not the time for sentiment. Survival was what mattered most. Uchiha Yashiro stroked his chin and nodded. The clan leader is right. The Uchiha clan can't afford any more turmoil. Every coin must be spent where it counts. Gathering first, and then redistributing uniformly. That's the safest approach. The others nodded in agreement. All right, we'll follow the clan leader's orders. We'll start tallying the assets immediately. Uchiha nodded and continued. There's one more thing. The salaries of the police force will all be increased. At this, everyone's eyes lit up. Increased salaries. How much, clan leader? Uchiha raised 3 fingers. Jinin monthly stipend, 5,000 ryo. Chunin monthly stipend, 2,000 ryo. Jonin monthly stipend, 3,500 ryo. As he spoke, everyone's breathing quickened. This salary was a full double of what they currently received. Especially for jonin, 3,500 ryo per month. That was a high salary, even by Konoha standards. Clan leader, is this true? 3,500 a month. That's far too much. Can the police force's budget afford it? Some were excited while others worried. After all, the police force's budget had its limits. Would raising salaries strain the funds? But Uchiha waved his hand. I'll handle the budget. You just focus on doing your jobs. He paused, then continued. 8-hour workdays, 3 shifts rotating. During off-duty hours, you can arrange missions freely. For shinobi who join the police force, if they have children, those children can enter the Uchiha training grounds for free and train alongside Uchiha children. Those who perform exceptionally well will also have the opportunity to learn standard Uchiha clan techniques. At these words, the room erupted again. Free access to the training grounds. Train alongside Uchiha children. And learn standard techniques. Incredulity was written on every face. Everyone knew that the Uchiha clan's training grounds and techniques had never been opened to outsiders before. But now the clan leader was saying that the children of police force members could also enter. That was an enormous benefit. Someone whispered, clan leader, do we also let them learn techniques? His voice carried a hint of hesitation. After all those techniques had been passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, was it really wise to hand them over to outsiders? Uchiha nodded. His gaze swept across everyone present, his tone calm but firm. Mere techniques are nothing to fuss over. You must understand the Sharingan is the very foundation of the Uchiha clan. Techniques are merely supplementary. As long as they are not forbidden arts, they can learn them. The more profound the techniques they master, the greater their contribution to the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, everyone understood. Indeed, the Uchiha clan's greatest strength had always been the Sharingan. Although those techniques were valuable, they paled in comparison to the Sharingan. Moreover, the deeper the police force children learned, the stronger their sense of identification with the Uchiha clan would become. In time, they would become the clan's most loyal supporters. This was a surefire deal. The clan leader is right. Truly, the clan leader's vision is far-reaching. Our thinking was too narrow. Morale soared. With salary increases, free training for children, and access to techniques, this combination would greatly enhance the police force's appeal. Soon they would have no trouble attracting promising recruits. Seeing the excitement in the room, Uchiha-un's lips curled into a faint, barely perceptible smile. He did not rush to discuss the second matter. He waited until the buzzing of discussion gradually subsided before speaking again. All right, let's leave the first matter here for now. You can work out the specific implementation details later. But I must remind you of one thing. Uchiha-un's voice grew stern. The tallying of assets and collection of funds must be completed within 3 days. I do not want to see anyone taking advantage to line their own pockets. His cold gaze swept over each person present. If I find anyone with dirty hands, you know the consequences. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and lowered their heads. Understood. Rest assured, clan leader, we would never do such a thing. Uchiha-in withdrew his gaze and smiled slightly. Good. Now let me talk about the second matter. He leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly against the tabletop. His gaze grew profound. The second matter is that I need you all to spread some rumors. The assembled crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Spread rumors. Clan leader, what kind of rumors do you mean? Uchiha-in did not rush to answer. He paused for a moment, then spoke slowly. I want you to summon your ninja cats. Ninja cats. At these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted subtly. The Uchiha clan shared a deep partnership with the ninja cats. These felines were not only skilled in ninjutsu and capable of speech, but they were also swift and adept at operating in the shadows. Most importantly, they were difficult to detect. Using ninja cats to deliver messages was the safest, most covert method. Use them to secretly spread some intriguing news throughout Konoha. Uchiha-un's voice was soft, yet every person present heard it with absolute clarity. The first piece of news. The village's top brass intend to eradicate all clans with Kekkei Genkai. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply in that instant. The village leadership is going to wipe out all Kekkei Genkai clans. Is this true? Someone blurted out, their voice full of shock. Uchiha-un looked at him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It is not true, but as long as enough people spread it, it becomes true. He paused, then continued, the second piece of news. The Uchiha clan's downfall is a plot by the village's high council. They colluded with Uchiha Itachi, urging him to hire rogue ninjas from outside to annihilate the clan. But the rogue ninja Itachi hired betrayed him. Driven by greed, that rogue ninja ransacked and slaughtered the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. These words caused everyone's expressions to become even more complex. This narrative was simply flawless. It explained why the Shimura and Sarutobi clans were attacked, while simultaneously shifting the blame squarely onto the village's high council. And more importantly, this news would sow even deeper suspicion and fear towards the High Council among all the ninja clans. After all, if the High Council could collude with outsiders to eliminate the Uchiha, would the Hyuga be next? Would the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans be next? Would other minor clans be next? Brilliant. Simply brilliant. A Jonin exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. Once this news is out, the High Council will never be able to clear their name. No matter how they try to explain, the other clans will never trust them again. Uchiha-in smiled, then continued, the third piece of news. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was killed by Danzo Shimura of the Root. On the night of the Nine-Tails attack, Danzo and his Root operatives never appeared. The moment these words were spoken, the hall erupted in commotion once more. The fourth Hokage was killed by Danzo. No wonder not a single Root member showed up on the battlefield. If this gets out, Danzo won't be able to wash himself clean, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Excitement was written all over everyone's faces. They all knew that once these 3 rumors were set loose, the authority of the village's high council would crumble completely. When that happened, all of Konoha would be plunged into chaos, and the forces hidden in the shadows would be forced to surface. Clan leader, should we also spread something about the Nine-Tails incident? A Jonin asked tentatively. Uchiha-in shook his head. Let's hold off on the Nine-Tails matter for now. Our current goal is to discredit the village's high council. The Nine-Tails incident is too sensitive. If we don't handle the story right, it could backfire on us. He paused, then continued, release these 3 rumors first. Let's stir the waters of Konoha. His gaze turned icy like a cold blade in the dead of night. Only then can we fish in troubled waters. A brief silence fell over the council chamber. Everyone was deeply shaken by Uchiha's words. They had originally thought that forcing Danzo to retreat at the meeting today was the greatest victory, but they hadn't expected that it was merely the appetizer. The true main event was here. A Jonin took a deep breath and asked with a hint of concern, clan leader, "These rumors will indeed deal a heavy blow to the High Council. But what if they trace the rumors back to us?" Uchiha smiled. It was a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Trace them? How would they trace them? The movements of ninja cats are not so easily tracked. Besides, he paused, his voice becoming meaningful. Even if they guessed it was us, so what? Do they dare to make a move against us? With me here, they wouldn't dare to resort to desperate measures. As for Danzo, Uchiha let out a cold laugh. He's already been suspended. Until he's reinstated, he's nothing but a tiger with its fangs pulled. He's nothing to fear. After hearing this, the last shred of doubt in everyone's minds dissipated. Indeed, the current High Council was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, barely able to save itself. Even if they guessed it was the Uchiha clans doing, what could they do about it? Attack? Would they dare? The clan leader is truly wise. This plan to fish in troubled waters is absolutely brilliant. Once these rumors spread, the High Council won't have a moment's peace. Everyone applauded in agreement. However, Uchiha was not carried away by the victory. He raised his hand to signal for silence. All right, I've made the matters clear. The first task is to tally our assets, consolidate funds, and improve the treatment of the military police force. This is our foundation. The second task is to deploy the ninja cats to spread these rumors. This is our weapon of public opinion. If we don't seize the high ground of public opinion, our enemies will. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Both tasks must proceed simultaneously. There can be no mistakes. Understood. Understood. More than a dozen Jonin answered in unison, their voices resonating. Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. Good. Meeting adjourned. Everyone rose and headed towards the door. The expressions on their faces had changed. No longer were they filled with confusion and unease. Instead, they carried a sense of eager anticipation. They knew that from this day forward, the Uchiha clan was going on the offensive. Not a passive defense, but an active strike. Uchiha stood in the council chamber, watching the departing figures, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The night breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of coolness. Outside, the lights of Konoha village glimmered like scattered stars. The people beneath those lights were unaware that a storm sweeping the entire village was about to arrive. And at the very heart of that storm was him, Uchiha, fishing in troubled waters. He murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit Hokage building in the distance. The murkier the water, the better I can catch the fish. You old bastards. Enjoy your last moments of peace. Once this water is thoroughly muddied, I'd like to see if you can still sit still. Before dawn broke, Konoha was already restless. Ninja cats darted through the morning mist, slipping silently through windows, door cracks, and skylights into every home. With deft movements, they placed a folded paper on tables, beside pillows, and on stoves before vanishing back into the darkness. The entire operation roused no one. When daylight crept in and the villagers of Konoha stirred from their slumber, they were greeted by a piece of paper capable of turning the entire village upside down. The owner of a ramen shop yawned, walking to his counter to prepare for business. Then he spotted the paper. It bore only 3 lines, yet it froze him in place. He rubbed his eyes and read it again. His hands began to tremble. This. He opened his mouth, his voice cracking. Honey, you have to see this. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously in every corner of Konoha. In an ordinary household, a man had just picked up his bowl when his wife slapped the paper onto the table. Read this. What is it? Okay. The man spat out his rice. Konoha's higher-ups want to wipe out all the Kekkei Jinkai clans. The Uchiha clan was destroyed by Konoha's higher-ups colluding with Uchiha. Itachi, the 4th Hokage, was killed by Danzo. The more he read, the paler his face became, until he was completely shaken. Is this for real? The woman lowered her voice. Who knows, but look how detailed it is. And that night of the Nine Tails, the root really didn't show up. The man fell silent. He recalled that night when the Nine Tails rampaged, and the 4th Hokage gave his life to seal it, dying on the battlefield. Yet not a single root ninja had appeared. Damn it. The man clenched his fist. If this is true, then that old bastard Danzo. The news spread like wildfire. No one knew where the paper came from, but everyone had seen it. And everyone was talking about it. The morning market was 10 times livelier than usual. Did you see it? That thing. No kidding, who hasn't? There's one on my table too. Do you think it's true? I'd say 90% yes. Think about it. The night the Uchiha were wiped out, there wasn't a sound. The screams only came later. What does that tell you? It means someone set up a barrier outside. And the Shimura and Sarutobi clans were hit too. It's too suspicious. If you ask me, there's definitely something shady behind this. Shoo. Keep your voice down, you want to die. The murmurs buzzed like a pot of boiling water. At the Hyuga compound, Hayashi Hyuga was having breakfast. He set down his chopsticks, took the paper handed to him by a clansman, and scanned its contents. Then his hand froze midair. Konoha's higher-ups want to wipe out all Kekkei Genkai clans. His gaze sharpened. Hayashi placed the paper on the table and sat in silence for a few seconds. Then he spoke, his voice low. Summon all Jounin to the meeting hall. The messenger clansman was taken aback. Clan head, it's this early. Go now. Hayashi's tone left no room for argument. The clansman shivered, nodded hastily, and withdrew. Hayashi picked up the paper again, his eyes lingering on the first line for a long time. All Kekkei Genkai clans. He murmured, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. The Hyuga clan was one of the largest Kekkei Genkai clans in Konoha. If this message was true, then the Hyuga would be the next target. In the Hyuga meeting hall, over a dozen Jounin sat in a circle, the atmosphere heavy. Hayashi stood at the head, showing the paper to everyone. You've all seen it. They nodded, expressions varied. One spoke up, clan head, can this be trusted? Hayashi didn't answer directly, instead asking, what do you think? The Jounin hesitated. The night the Uchiha were wiped out, the village's higher-ups were definitely acting strange. First the massacre, then the attacks on Shimura and Sarutobi. Chaos everywhere. And the fourth Hokage's death does seem suspicious. Another Jounin added, exactly. On the night of the Nine Tails, not a single root member appeared. What was that old fox Danzo doing then? Thinking about it now, it's definitely suspicious. But this could also be someone deliberately spreading rumors to muddy the waters. Rumor or not, now that this is out, the Hyuga must tread carefully. Hayashi raised a hand, signaling for silence. From now on, strengthen patrols around the compound. No clan member is to go out alone without a specific mission. And keep a close watch on the Umbu's movements. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Also, send someone to discreetly make contact with the Uchiha clan. At this, a few Jounin's expressions shifted. Clan head, you mean? Hayashi offered no explanation. He simply stated, better safe than sorry, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At the Nara compound. In the study, Shikaku Nara had been sitting there for a long time. The paper lay on the desk before him. He had read it no fewer than 10 times. With each reading, his brow furrowed deeper. Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka pushed the door open, their faces grim. Shikaku, have you seen it? Inoichi slapped the paper onto the desk. Shikaku nodded. I've seen it. Who do you think did this? Shikaku didn't answer immediately. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. Uchiha. Inoichi frowned. Uchiha. Uchiha Yen. That young kid. It's him. Shikaku's tone was certain. Last night, all the Jounin of the Uchiha clan were active within their compound until late. Then this morning, this paper appears on every doorstep. You think that's a coincidence? Inoichi was silent for a moment, but the execution was too clean. Not a trace left. That's exactly what makes it terrifying. Shikaku leaned back in his chair, his gaze turning profound. That kid is even more formidable than I imagined. First, he forced Danzo to a halt at the clan head meeting, dismantling the authority of the village's higher-ups. Then, that very night, he releases these 3 messages, striking right at the heart of Konoha's leadership. Every step calculated precisely. Choza scratched his head. So what do we do now? Should we warn the Hokage? Shikaku shook his head. No need. We have no proof. And besides, a bitter smile tugged at his lips. Even if we did, what could we do? Everything written here is the truth. Inoichi and Choza exchanged glances and fell silent. Indeed, every single line on that paper was the truth. The Uchiha massacre was orchestrated by Konoha's higher-ups. The root did not appear during the 4th Hokage's death. The village's oppression of the Uchiha clan was an open secret. It's just that no one had ever dared to write it so plainly before. So we just do nothing. Choza couldn't help asking. Nara. Shikaku pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Do it. Of course we do it. But not by tracing the source. Rather, he paused, we protect ourselves. The sky over Konoha is about to change. In the compound of the Aburame clan, Aburame Shibi, wearing his dark sunglasses, silently stared at the paper in his hand. Around him, his destruction bugs buzzed through the air. After reading, he folded the paper neatly and tucked it into his robe. He said nothing, merely adjusting his sunglasses. But those who knew him well understood that when Aburame Shibi fell silent, it was precisely when he was most serious. In the Inuzuka clan's compound, Inuzuka, Tsum was slamming the table in a fury. I told you those elders were no good. They destroy one clan, then another. Are we the Inuzuka clan next? Her ninkin beside her barked twice in agreement. Calm down, Tsum, her husband said from the side. Calm down, my ass. They're practically shitting on our heads. Despite her foul mouth, Inuzuka Tsum didn't act rashly. She sat back down, frowning, and fell into deep thought. The smaller clans were in a completely different state. In one clan with only a dozen or so ninja, the clan head's hands were trembling as he held the paper. It's over. It's all over. The village leadership wants to wipe out Kekkei Genkai clans. So what about our secret technique clan? Are we next? The faces of his clansmen turned pale. Clan head, what if we go to the Uchiha? Someone suggested timidly. The Uchiha. They're like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. They can't even save themselves. But that new clan head Uchiha, And didn't he force Danzo to back down at the clan leader meeting? Maybe he can. The clan head fell silent. After a long while he sighed. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. At a time like this, one wrong step leads to eternal damnation. It wasn't just the clans. The most intense reactions came from the old subordinates and supporters of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. A retired Jonin's eyes turned red instantly upon reading the third piece of news on the paper. The fourth Hokage was killed by Danzo. He slammed his fist onto the table, cracking the solid wood. I knew it. I knew that order that day was suspicious. A man as strong as the fourth Hokage couldn't have died to the nine tails. So there was a traitor. He stood up to charge out, but was firmly held back by several people. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The situation is unclear now. What good would charging in do? Let me go. I'm going to find Danzo and demand the truth. Going there is suicide. The route may have been absorbed, but Danzo's remnants are still around. It took considerable effort for them to restrain him. But he wasn't alone. Many ninja who had once followed Minato Namikaze through life and death now had bloodshot eyes. Some went directly to the Hokage's office demanding answers from the third Hokage. Others gathered outside the old root headquarters, their eyes fixed on that pitch-black door, ready to strike the moment Danzo showed his face. The once relatively peaceful village of Konoha was thrown into chaos. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu knelt on one knee, briefly reporting the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's chair, his face ashen. A paper lay before him. He had read the story on it many times. Each time he read it, his frown deepened. How many copies were distributed in total? According to preliminary estimates, at least 10,000. Every household has one. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. His hand gripping the paper tightened slightly. The Umbu continued. All major clans have seen the news. The Hyuga clan has called an emergency meeting, and the Inoshikaicho are discussing privately. There's unrest among the smaller clans. Additionally, the fourth Hokage's old subordinates are reacting violently. Some tried to storm the old root headquarters to find Elder Danzo. Were they stopped? They were, but morale is unstable. I fear. I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. You may leave. The Umbu nodded and vanished. Silence filled the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the paper for a long time. Then he spoke. What do you two think of this? From the shadows, Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu stepped out. Both wore grim expressions. Uchiha Koharu spoke first. Someone is manipulating public opinion behind this. The method is very professional. There are few in all of Konoha capable of such a feat. Midokado Hamura added, it must be the Uchiha. You saw that Uchiha's performance at the clan leader meeting yesterday. He has the motive. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. But where's the evidence? There is none. Midokado Hamura sighed. That's precisely what makes this so clever. No clues were left behind. Even if we investigate, we'll find nothing. Then investigate. Uchiha Koharu said firmly. Have the Umbu investigate and interrogate. Even if we have to turn the whole village upside down, we must find the mastermind. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. After a pause, he slowly said, investigate, of course we will. But we can't do it overtly. Why not? Uchiha Koharu was perplexed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, his gaze weary. Because right now the whole village is watching us. If we launch a high-profile investigation, we'd only confirm the truth of those three pieces of news. Uchiha Koharu was taken aback, then understood. Indeed, if those three pieces of news were false, the village leadership wouldn't be so nervous. The more aggressively they pursued it, the more guilty they would appear. So, we just let it go. Uchiha Koharu asked, unwilling. It's impossible to just let it go. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked to the window. He looked out at the villagers discussing animatedly in the streets, his gaze complex. The Umbu will investigate in secret. We must not act rashly and alert the enemy. At the Uchiha compound in the council hall, a dozen or so jonin had gathered. They had just received news from all sides. The Hyuga were in closed-door meetings. The Inoshikaicho were biding their time. The smaller clans were in turmoil. The fourth's old subordinates nearly started a riot, and the Hokage's office had already begun covert operations. Every single event was connected to the three pieces of news they had released last night. One jonin couldn't help but chuckle. Clan head, the effect is even better than we anticipated. The whole of Konoha is in an uproar now. I bet the village leadership is running around like headless chickens by now. The others laughed along. Only Uchiha remained silent. He sat in the main seat looking at the financial report of the Uchiha clan, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. This is just the beginning. His voice was calm, carrying a strange power that put one at ease. The waters have been muddied. Now it's our turn to go fishing. Within the council hall, Uchiha was engaged in a detailed discussion with a group of elite jonin regarding clan affairs. Matters ranging from the specific proposals for the police force's reformation, the progress of property surveys, to the selection of a new clan grounds. Each item required meticulous deliberation and finalization. Although the three announcements had only been released the previous night, Uchiha was not one to simply wait idly. During the time it took for the news to ferment, there was still much work to be done. Clan leader, the property survey has been delegated. We expect to have everything collected and tallied by the day after tomorrow, one of the jonin reported. Uchiha nodded. Good. Remember, every single account must be registered clearly without any omissions. Understood. Just at that moment, a voice rang out from the entrance. Report. A chunin hurried to the door of the council hall, kneeling on one knee, a hint of tension visible on his face. Clan leader, there's a situation. Uchiha looked up. Speak. The chunin caught his breath and quickly said, an elder from the Hyuga clan's main house has come to visit. The moment these words were spoken, the council hall fell into an instant silence. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then their eyes all lit up. A slight smile curved at the corner of Uchiha's mouth. The fish had taken the bait. Beside him, Uchiha Yashiro also broke into a grin and whispered, Clan leader, it seems the Hyuga clan can no longer sit still. The other jonin exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. I didn't expect them to move this fast. The Hyuga clan actually took the initiative to send someone. It seems those 3 pieces of news have had an even greater effect than we imagined. Uchiha raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Then he said to the chunin, please show them in. The chunin saluted and left. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a white haori entered the council hall. He was around 57 or 58 years old, with a gaunt face and a few strands of silver hair at his temples. His pair of pure white eyes were deep and serene. His stride was steady, his back straight, and his every gesture exuded the composure of one long accustomed to a position of power. Uchiha rose to his feet and stepped forward to greet him. I was not aware that an elder of the Hyuga clan was gracing us with their presence. Please forgive me for not welcoming you from further away. The middle-aged man gave a slight nod, his tone calm, yet polite. I am Hyuga Saikiro, an elder of the Hyuga main house. I apologize for my abrupt visit, and I hope the Uchiha clan leader will not take offense. Uchiha offered a smile. Elder Saikiro is too kind. Someone bring a seat. Soon an Uchiha clansman brought over a chair, and Hyuga Saikiro, without standing on ceremony, seated himself directly. Uchiha also returned to his main seat, his gaze resting on the man. May I ask what brings Elder Saikiro here today? Hyuga Saikiro did not beat around the bush. He directly produced an invitation from his sleeve and presented it with both hands. I have come today on the orders of my clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi. He requests the presence of the Uchiha clan leader at the Hyuga compound tonight to discuss a matter of great importance. Uchiha Takuma, who was nearby, stepped forward, accepted the invitation with both hands, and then turned to respectfully present it to Uchiha. Uchiha took the invitation and opened it to read. The letter was written on fine washi paper with neat calligraphy, inviting Uchiha to the Hyuga clan grounds at the hour of the rooster around 6 p.m. that evening for a discussion. The signature bore the unmistakable personal seal of Hyuga Hayashi. Beside it, the official seal of the Hyuga clan was stamped. This was an official invitation. Uchiha's gaze lingered on the invitation for a few seconds before he closed it and nodded. Very well. His voice was calm and firm. Please relay to clan leader Hayashi that I will be there promptly at the hour of the rooster tonight. A subtle, almost imperceptible look of relief flickered in Hyuga Saikiro's eyes upon hearing this. He rose to his feet and gave a slight bow. Then we shall await the Uchiha clan leader's arrival. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Uchiha stood to see him off, not returning to his main seat until Hyuga Saikiro's figure had vanished from the doorway of the council hall. The moment he sat down, the council hall erupted. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Takuma was the first to burst out laughing, his booming voice startling those nearby. Clan leader, you are absolutely brilliant. He slapped his thigh, his face full of excitement. The news only went out last night, and the Hyuga clan is already seeking us out this morning. It hasn't even been a day. It seems the Hyuga clan is truly terrified. Uchiha Gashi chimed in with a laugh. I wonder if other ninja clans will follow the Hyuga's lead and invite our clan leader for secret talks. He stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. What do you think? Will the Kurama clan also send someone? They also possess a Jinjutsu bloodline. They must be pretty panicked too, right? This statement piqued everyone's interest. The Kurama clan. Haven't they been in decline for a while now? Decline or not, their Jinjutsu bloodline is still there. Once those 3 pieces of news came out, they must be getting restless too. Exactly, who wouldn't be scared after reading that? Maybe in a few days other smaller clans will also send people to get in touch with us. The council hall buzzed with discussion, the atmosphere as lively as a festival. But just then Uchiha spoke. All right, no need for speculation. His voice wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone instantly. They all turned to him, waiting for him to continue. Uchiha leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. In the current situation, only the Hyuga clan would take the initiative to contact us. Uchiha Takuma was taken aback. Why, oi? Uchiha shot him a glance and said slowly, because in all of Konoha, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan are the easiest to seize. As soon as he said this, the smiles on everyone's faces slightly faded. Uchiha continued. Our Uchiha clan has just gone through the night of the massacre and nearly faced extinction. Hyuga Hayashi is no fool. He knows very well that if the village's higher-ups can make a move against the Uchiha, the Hyuga will be next. He understands the principle of, when the lips are gone the teeth feel the cold, better than anyone. That's why he's in such a hurry to make contact with us. Uchiha Gashi nodded thoughtfully. And what about the other clans? Uchiha and shook his head. Although the other clans also have Kekkei Jinkai and secret arts, their bloodlines are not as easily transplantable as the Sharingan or the Byakugan. Even if the village's higher-ups wanted to seize them, it wouldn't be so easy. So while they are afraid now, it's not yet at the point of imminent crisis for them. But the Hyuga are different. The allure of the Byakugan is second only to that of the Sharingan. A deep look entered Uchiha-on's eyes. Hyuga Hayashi is coming to me now to seek mutual support. He wants to know if we Uchiha have a way to block the next move from the village's higher-ups. After hearing this whole analysis, everyone fell silent. They had to admit that the clan leader's reasoning was sound. After a moment, Uchiha Takuma scratched his head and asked then, "Clan leader, will you go tonight?" Uchiha Yin curled a hint of a smile. "Go. Of course we must go. Since the Hyuga clan has extended an olive branch, we have no reason to refuse." His words invigorated everyone. However, Uchiha Yin did not dwell on this topic for long. He shifted the conversation and began to speak of another matter. "By the way, there is another matter I need you to handle." Everyone perked up their ears. Uchiha Yan's gaze swept over each person present, his voice steady. "Among you, who knows which subordinates of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato are still in Konoha?" This question was somewhat abrupt. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why the clan leader was asking this. Uchiha Takashi thought for a moment and replied, "The 4th Hokage's subordinates. The most famous should be Hitaki Kakashi, right? And the guards Shirinui Gimaredo Namishi and Iwashi Tatami. Also some retired elite jonin who once carried out missions with the 4th Hokage. However, most of these people are now in idle positions with little real power." Uchiha Yin nodded. "Good. I want you to approach these people." At these words, everyone was stunned. Approach the 4th Hokage's subordinates. What does that mean? Uchiha Takuma couldn't help asking, "Clan leader, what do we need to contact them for?" Uchiha Yin did not answer directly. He was silent for 2 seconds, then slowly spoke. "Tell them one thing. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato." Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Uchiha Yin in disbelief. "What? Uzumaki Naruto is the 4th Hokage's son? Really? Isn't he the incarnation of the demon fox?" The meeting hall instantly erupted into chaos. This news was even more shocking than the 3 flyers before. That dead-last troublemaking brat, Uzumaki Naruto, was actually the son of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Yin raised his hand to signal for silence. After all eyes were on him, he continued. "Tell the 4th Hokage's old subordinates that Uzumaki Naruto is the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Then take them to see what kind of life Uzumaki Naruto is living now." Uchiha Yan's voice was calm, yet carried an indescribable power. "Let them see with their own eyes what kind of house the 4th Hokage's son lives in, what kind of food he eats, what kind of clothes he wears. Let them see how the villagers treat this hero's son. Then," he paused, his gaze turning icy, "let them guess. Where did the legacy left by Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina actually go? Why did Uzumaki Naruto not inherit anything from his parents?" His words left the entire meeting hall dead silent. Everyone was stunned by these remarks. A jonin opened his mouth, his voice dry. "Clan leader, you mean?" Uchiha Yin gave a cold laugh. "A hero who sacrificed himself to protect the village, yet his son eats spoiled food, lives in a shabby house, and is avoided like a monster. This is the will of fire that the 3rd Hokage always talks about." He leaned back in his chair, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Let the 4th Hokage's subordinates think carefully. This is the village they are loyal to. This is what they risked their lives to protect." In the meeting hall, there was a long silence. Then Uchiha Takuma suddenly slapped his thigh, an excited grin spreading across his face. "Brilliant. Clan leader, this move of yours is too ruthless. Letting the 4th Hokage's old subordinates see Naruto like that. They'll definitely flip out. At that point, even if they don't directly rebel against Konoha, they will never believe the 3rd Hokage's rhetoric again." Uchiha Takashi also nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes. "That's right. The 4th Hokage's old subordinates, though currently without real power, are all veteran shinobi who have experienced war. Among the grassroots shinobi, their words carry more weight than those high-ranking officials. If they side with us, Uchiha, our foundation in Konoha will be solid." The others also caught on. "Exactly. If the 4th Hokage's old subordinates speak up, the wavering neutrals will definitely be shaken. Moreover, once this gets out, the 3rd Hokage's reputation will be completely ruined. A hero's son being mistreated. Such a thing would be a huge scandal in any village." "Excellent. Absolutely brilliant." Everyone's spirits soared again. Uchiha Yin sat in the main seat, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Making the 4th Hokage's old subordinates side with him was only one of his goals. What he truly wanted to see was their reaction after learning the truth. Anger, resentment, doubt. When these people began to question the legitimacy of Konoha's top brass, that would be when the Real show begins. Alright, Uchiha Yen stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I have made things clear. I will handle the visit to the Hyuga clan tonight. As for approaching the 4th Hokage's old subordinates, he looked at Uchiha Takuma and Uchiha Takashi. You two will handle it. Remember, keep it low-key and secret. First let them know the truth, then. Let them see Naruto's life with their own eyes. As for what they think and do after seeing it, the smile on Uchiha Yan's lips deepened. That is no longer our concern. Uchiha Takuma and Uchiha Takashi exchanged a glance and replied in unison, understood. Night fell. Uchiha Yen changed into a clean dark blue clan robe, the Uchiha clan crest on his back, casting a faint dull glow under the moonlight. He walked out of the Uchiha compound alone. Just as he reached the gate, Uchiha Yashiro caught up to him, holding a lantern. Clan leader, are you sure you don't want to bring a couple of men? Uchiha Yashiro's brow was deeply furrowed, his face etched with worry. The Hyuga clan sent an invitation, but given the current situation, what if something happens? No need. Uchiha Yen didn't even turn his head, his tone flat. I'm going for a meeting, not a fight. But, Elder Yashiro. Uchiha Yen stopped and turned around. His gaze was calm, carrying a certainty that brooked no doubt. Do you think with my current strength how many people in all of Konoha could actually stop me? Yeah. Uchiha Yashiro was taken aback. Uchiha Yen continued, his voice not loud, but brimming with confidence. My guy who has mastered the 8th gate of the 8 gates is one. As for the others, he smiled. Even if I can't beat them, I can still get away. Uchiha Yashiro opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end he fell silent. Indeed, the clan leader had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. He had witnessed the true power of those eyes before. Across the entire village there truly wasn't anyone who could harm their clan leader. Then, please be careful. That was all Uchiha Yashiro could finally say. Uchiha Yen nodded, turned, and disappeared into the night. The Hyuga clan's compound was on the eastern side of Konoha, vast in its expanse with white walls, dark tiles, and towering fences. From a distance it looked like a small fortress. As Uchiha Yen reached the gate, the 2 Hyuga guards had already spotted him. They wore the Hyuga clan's iconic white haori, and their pure white eyes glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Who goes there? One of the guards spoke, his voice laced with caution. Uchiha Yen stopped and looked up slightly. Uchiha Yen of the Uchiha clan. I am here at the invitation of clan leader Hayashi. The 2 guards exchanged a glance. One of them nodded. Please wait a moment. With that he turned and hurried inside, while the other remained, his gaze fixed intently on Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Yen didn't mind. He tucked his hands into his sleeves and waited patiently. Before long the guard returned. Uchiha clan leader, please come in. He stepped aside to make way, his tone noticeably more respectful than before. The clan leader is waiting for you in the reception room. Uchiha Yen nodded and stepped through. He traversed a long corridor past several decorative walls and was led by an attendant to a spacious Japanese-style room. The Uchiha clan leader has arrived, the attendant announced, then slid open the wooden door. Uchiha Yen stepped inside. The reception room was large, floored with fine tatami mats. A landscape painting hung on the wall and sandalwood incense burned in a corner, its subtle fragrance permeating the air. Hyuga Hayashi was already seated in the place of honor, a set of purple clay tea were before him. He wore a white haori, his hair neatly tied back, his posture upright, exuding the authoritative dignity of the Hyuga clan head. Seeing Uchiha Yen enter, he rose, a polite smile forming on his face. Uchiha clan leader, please have a seat. Uchiha Yen didn't stand on ceremony and sat down across from him. A low table sat between them, the tea already boiling. Hyuga Hayashi didn't speak immediately. Instead, he picked up the teapot and began to brew the tea. Water streamed from the spout, filling the cup with a clear, crisp sound. Steam rose, and the fragrance of tea blossomed. His movements were steady, slow, as if he were savoring a delightful ritual. Uchiha Yen remained silent as well. He sat quietly watching Hayashi's tea-making motions, his face expressionless. The two sat in mutual silence. Everyone knew that whoever spoke first would lose the advantage. After a moment, Hyuga Hayashi slid a freshly brewed cup of tea across the table towards Uchiha Yen. Please. Uchiha Yen lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The tea was slightly bitter on the palate, but quickly gave way to a sweet aftertaste, a delicate fragrance spreading across his lips and teeth. He set the cup down and nodded. Excellent tea. A faint smile played at the corner of Hyuga Hayashi's mouth. Indeed, it is a rare and excellent tea. This is a tea blend our Hyuga clan has treasured for centuries. It's only brought out for our most esteemed guests. He paused, his gaze settling on Uchiha Yen. Speaking of which, it's thanks to you, Uchiha clan leader, that I have the chance to enjoy this tea today. Uchiha Yen smiled. You flatter me, clan leader Hayashi. As the clan head, can't you drink it whenever you wish? Hyuga Hayashi shook his head. I certainly can. But as the leader, I must set an example. If I don't adhere to the rules myself, how can I expect others to follow them? Uchiha Yen inwardly scoffed at the man's self-righteousness, but his face displayed an expression of admiration. Clan leader Hayashi is right. As the head of a clan, one must indeed lead by example. He picked up the cup and took another sip. Then setting the cup down, he shifted the topic. Regarding the night of the massacre, our Uchiha clan suffered devastating losses. Over 1,000 people now, only 100 or 2 remain. He sighed, his voice deepening. Thinking about it, it's truly heartbreaking. Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a few seconds. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then set it down. I have heard of the Uchiha clan's misfortune. It is indeed a tragedy. His words were measured, his tone carrying a well-calibrated hint of sympathy. But Uchiha Yin could tell that this sympathy was merely a formality. He hadn't expected Hayashi to genuinely grieve for the Uchiha. They were both clan leaders, they knew each other's games. Uchiha Yin didn't dwell on the subject, and instead steered the conversation elsewhere. By the way, clan leader Hayashi, I heard the Hyuga clan has recently increased patrols around your compound. Hyuga Hayashi's hand holding the teacup paused almost imperceptibly. Then he nodded nonchalantly. That's correct. Konoha has been unstable lately. It's always wise to bolster our defenses. Uchiha Yin smiled. Indeed unstable. The other night, our Uchiha clan was nearly annihilated, and the Shimura and Sarutobi clans were also attacked. The village's security is truly lacking. He paused, his gaze fixed on Hayashi's face. Clan leader Hayashi, you must also be quite concerned, right? Hyuga Hayashi did not answer. He took another sip of his tea, set the cup down, and was silent for a few more moments. Then he looked up at Uchiha Yin. Uchiha clan leader. His voice turned solemn. I must admit I admire your audacity to pressure Danzo at the clan leader assembly. Uchiha Yin remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Hyuga Hayashi continued, despite your youth, your political acumen is remarkably shrewd. You know how to seize your opponent's weaknesses and how to use public opinion to dismantle their authority. Such tactics are beyond even many old foxes who have navigated Konoha's politics for decades. Uchiha Yin offered a faint smile. You flatter me, clan head Hayashi. These are merely small tricks. Small tricks. Hyuga Hayashi shook his head. To corner Danzo before all the clan heads, forcing Hiruzen Sarutobi to suspend him, that is no small feat. He paused, then his voice grew more solemn. Uchiha clan head, I invited you here today to discuss a matter of grave importance. Uchiha Yin set down his teacup, straightened his posture, and fixed his gaze on Hyuga Hayashi. Please speak your mind, clan head Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. You are aware that if the village's leadership can move against the Uchiha clan, they can just as easily move against the Hyuga. Uchiha Yin nodded. Indeed. The Kekkei Genkai of the Sharingan and Byakugan can be transplanted directly into another person. And those in power will stop at nothing to increase their strength and control the village. Hyuga Hayashi's fingers traced the rim of his teacup. His gaze deepened. So, he paused. I wish to ask, what are the Uchiha clan's plans for the future? Hearing this, Uchiha Yin inwardly cursed the old fox again. Since he wouldn't relent, he'd have to touch on a raw nerve. He picked up his teacup, took another sip, then set it down. Instead of answering, Uchiha Yin abruptly changed the subject. Speaking of plans, something comes to mind. Hyuga Hayashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what is that? Uchiha Yin didn't answer immediately. He was silent for a couple of seconds, as if choosing his words carefully. Then he spoke slowly. The incident when the Cloud Ninja attempted to abduct young Lady Hinata. At these words, Hyuga Hayashi's expression instantly changed. His pupils contracted sharply, and the teacup in his hand trembled slightly. Uchiha Yin didn't stop, continuing. I heard that in the end the village leadership made your brother Hyuga Hisashi take the blame. They made it seem as if Konoha had been the one to lose. As his words fell, a deathly silence enveloped the reception hall. Hyuga Hayashi said nothing. His fingers tightened around the teacup, his gaze lowered to the clear tea within, but he did not drink. Silence, like an invisible wall, stood between them. After a long while, Hyuga Hayashi finally spoke. His voice was somewhat hoarse. That incident. He paused as if to control his emotions. I will never forget. Uchiha Yin sat quietly, saying nothing. He knew that at this moment he only needed to listen. Hyuga Hayashi set down his teacup, his gaze falling on a landscape painting on the wall, though he wasn't really seeing it. His eyes seemed to pierce through the painting, looking at something far beyond. Back then the Cloud envoys claimed they came to sign a peace treaty. But in reality, their target was Hinata. On the night of Hinata's birthday, when our defenses were weakest, they infiltrated the clan grounds. Had I not discovered them in time, Hinata would have been taken. Uchiha Yin nodded. Though he hadn't witnessed it, he had seen this story countless times in his past life. And then, oi. Hyuga Hayashi's voice grew even lower. I killed the Cloud leader on the spot. But the next day Cloud turned it around, claiming we murdered their negotiation envoy. They threatened to restart the war, demanding that Konoha hand over the culprit. And that culprit? Hyuga Hayashi's voice faltered. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles cracking. That culprit was me. Uchiha Yin picked up his teacup and took a sip. He said nothing. Hyuga Hayashi continued. The third Hokage to quell the conflict did not side with me. He told me to comply with Cloud's demands. He said, for the peace of the village, someone needed to bear this responsibility. A suppressed anger tinged his voice. Do you know how I felt when I heard those words? Uchiha did not answer. He knew Hyuga Hayashi wasn't really asking him. Sure enough, Hyuga Hayashi continued. I thought about it for a long time, never understanding. We Konoha were clearly the victors. Why should we fear a defeated Cloud? And it was Cloud's ninja who first tried to kidnap my daughter Hinata. Yet after they twisted the story, the third Hokage asked me to give them an explanation. He fell silent for a long time. In the end, it was my brother, Hizashi, who went in my place. He said the clan head cannot die, the Hyuga clan cannot be without its leader. He said he was just a branch family member, and his death was of little consequence. He went and died in my place. Silence filled the reception hall once more. Uchiha set down his teacup, looking at Hyuga Hayashi with a hint of complexity. This matter is indeed a stain on the village's leadership, and a deep wound for the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi did not speak. He sat there, his back ramrod straight. But Uchiha could sense the profound exhaustion and guilt hidden beneath that upright posture. Uchiha was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Clan head Hayashi, this is precisely why I oppose the village's leadership. They are old, they are corrupt, they are unworthy of their positions, yet they cling to power. Hyuga Hayashi looked up at him. Uchiha's gaze was calm, but his words were weighty. They seek to steal our Kekkai Genkai to maintain their rule. First it was the Uchiha clan. Next it could be the Hyuga clan. And after that the smaller clans with their secret techniques. If we do not unite, Uchiha's gaze sharpened, then none of us will escape. A long silence settled over the reception hall. The night breeze from the window rustled the leaves in the courtyard. After a long while, Hyuga Hayashi spoke slowly. You are right. His voice was a little hoarse, but his tone had become resolute. We bloodline limit clans indeed need to unite. He looked up at Uchiha. Uchiha clan head, you are a wise man. I am willing to form an alliance with you. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha's mouth upon hearing this. He picked up his teacup. Then, here's to a fruitful partnership. Hyuga Hayashi also raised his teacup. Just then a gentle, sweet voice sounded from outside the door. Father, are you entertaining an important guest? In the reception hall the fragrance of tea still lingered. Hyuga Hayashi heard his daughter's voice from outside the door, a faint smile appearing on his face. It's Hinata. His tone softened. Come in. The wooden door was gently pushed open. A little girl in a pale pink kimono walked in. She appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old, with blue-black hair cut short at the neck, her bangs neatly trimmed. Her face still bore a trace of baby fat, exuding a youthful innocence. What drew the most attention were her pure white eyes. She held a tray with 2 cups of freshly brewed tea. Steam rose from the tea, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of the tray, clearly nervous. Father. Her voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb anyone. I came to bring tea for you and your guest. Hyuga Hayashi smiled and beckoned to her. Hinata, come here quickly. Let me introduce you. Carrying the tea tray, Hinata took small steps to the low table and carefully placed the 2 cups on it. At that moment Hayashi pointed to the Uchiha across from him, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. This is Uchiha, the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Although he is only a few years older than you, he is already a very formidable ninja. Hearing this, Hinata instinctively lifted her head to glance at the person opposite. Then she froze entirely. That face, those eyes. She recognized him. The youth who had once rescued her from those bullies in the woods. Her cheeks flushed instantly red, spreading from the base of her neck to the tips of her ears. Her white eyes widened abruptly, then quickly lowered, her lashes trembling incessantly. Her fingers unconsciously clutched the sleeve of her kimono. You are. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Hyuga Hayashi keenly noticed his daughter's odd behavior. He saw Hinata's face red as a boiled shrimp, her body frozen stiff, unable to speak properly. He assumed it was because she was meeting a clan leader from another clan for the first time and was too nervous. Hinata. Hayashi called softly. What's wrong with you? Hinata snapped back to reality, her body trembling slightly. And nothing. Her voice grew even softer, her head almost buried in her chest. I just... She didn't know what to say. Her mind was filled with images from that day in the woods, being pushed to the ground surrounded by those children mocking her, and then this youth appearing and driving them away with a few punches and kicks. He had turned back to look at her and asked if she was hurt. Just that one glance. She had remembered it until now. Uchiha sat opposite, watching this shy little girl who seemed about to crawl into a crack in the floor, a gentle curve involuntarily lifting the corners of his mouth. Of course he remembered Hinata too. That day in the woods he had merely been passing by. Hearing the noise, he glanced over and unexpectedly activated the divine selection system. It granted him the Mangekyō Sharingan. In a way, this girl was his benefactor. Hello, Miss Hinata. Uchiha spoke, his voice softer than usual. Hinata's body jolted. He remembers me too. Her face grew even redder, as if about to burn. I. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but her mind went blank. Finally, she hurriedly placed the tray on the table, bowed to Hayashi, and fled. Father, I'll take my leave now. With that she turned and ran, not even bothering to close the door. Silence reigned in the reception hall for a few seconds. Hyuga Hayashi watched his daughter's retreating figure, coughed awkwardly, and picked up his teacup, taking a sip before setting it down, a look of embarrassment on his face. Clan leader Uchiha, please forgive my rudeness. Hinata. She has always been shy around strangers. I hope you don't mind. Uchiha shook his head, the smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. It's nothing. You worry too much, Clan leader Hayashi. He picked up his teacup and took a sip as well. Seeing that he wasn't offended, Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief and steered the conversation back to business. Then, shall we continue with the main topic? Uchiha set down his teacup and nodded. Yes. They both sat up straight again, the atmosphere once more becoming solemn. Hayashi was silent for a moment before speaking. Since our two clans have decided to form an alliance, there are some things it's better to clarify first. Uchiha gestured for him to continue. Please, Clan leader Hayashi. Hayashi nodded and raised one finger. First, mutual assistance. Whichever of our two clans is attacked, the other must provide immediate support. There is no room for negotiation on this. Uchiha nodded. Naturally. Hayashi raised a second finger. Second, at high-level meetings, our two clans will advance and retreat together. Regardless of the issue, we must maintain a unified stance. Uchiha didn't agree immediately but asked, and if our opinions differ? Hayashi looked at him, his gaze calm. Then we communicate privately first, reach a consensus, and then bring it to the meeting. Since our two clans are cooperating, we cannot show any cracks before the higher-ups. Uchiha was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. Agreed. Hayashi raised a third finger. Third, without violating the interests of the Hyuga clan, we will give priority to supporting the Uchiha clan's viewpoints. Similarly, he looked at Uchiha a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Without violating your own interests, you will also give priority to supporting the Hyuga clan. Uchiha heard this and smiled. This condition was fair. No problem. Fourth. Meanwhile, on the corridor outside the reception hall, Hinata hadn't gone far. She leaned against a pillar, hands covering her burning cheeks, her heart pounding wildly. How could it be him? How could it be that person? She never imagined that the guest her father had invited tonight was the youth who saved her in the woods that day. And he was the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. So young already, a clan leader. Hinata leaned against the pillar, her mind involuntarily conjuring the scene from that day. That snowy afternoon, she had gotten lost while walking and wandered into a secluded grove. Then several older students blocked her path. Everyone look. Her eyes are white. A monster with white eyes. I heard all Hyuga clan members have white eyes. How disgusting. She was terrified. Cowering, she clutched her sleeves tightly, not daring to speak. The group of them drew closer, and one reached out to grab her hair. The ringleader shoved her shoulder, and Hinata stumbled, falling into the snow. Her knee scraped against the ground, blood seeping through the skin. Tears welled in her eyes, but she dared not cry out or resist. She only trembled, her head bowed. What are you doing? A voice came from not far away. The older students turned and saw a boy wearing the Uchiha clan's attire. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze calm as he regarded them. The Uchiha clan. TCH, mind your own business. One of the older students strode toward him, reaching out to shove him. Then boom. The student was sent flying, crashing against the wall before slumping to the ground. The rest of them stood frozen. The boy dusted off his hands and looked at the remaining bullies. Anyone else want to try it? They exchanged uneasy glances, then scattered in a panic. The boy turned and looked at her, still huddled in the corner. Are you all right? She lifted her head and met a pair of black eyes. Those eyes were clear and calm as they looked at her. I'm fine, she murmured, lowering her head. The boy nodded. Good. Let me walk you home. After seeing her to the door, the boy turned and left before she could even ask his name. From that day on, she searched for him, asking everyone who he might be. But she never found him. Not until the day when she finally learned his name, Uchiha Yen, and that he was the clan leader of the Uchiha. Hinata leaned against a pillar, her fingers nervously twisting the fabric of her sleeve. He's truly amazing. To become the Uchiha clan leader at such a young age. And he still remembers me. At the thought, her cheeks flushed again. But then she remembered the turmoil that had struck the Uchiha clan 2 nights ago, and a wave of worry washed over her. She wondered if it had affected him. In the reception hall, Hayashi, Hyuga, and Uchiha Yen talked late into the night. They ironed out every detail of their alliance. Intelligence sharing, resource exchange, coordinated strategies for the High Council meetings. Each point was discussed with absolute clarity. It wasn't until the sound of the third watch echoed from beyond the window that they realized how late it had grown. Hayashi rose and personally escorted Uchiha Yen to the compound's entrance. Clan leader Uchiha, thank you for your time tonight. Uchiha Yen shook his head. You're too kind, clan leader Hayashi. I hope our two clans can continue this alliance for a long time to come. Hayashi nodded. We will. They exchanged a formal bow, and Uchiha Yen turned, disappearing into the night. Hayashi stood at the gate watching until his figure faded before turning back into the compound. He crossed the corridor, heading to his room. Then he saw a figure. Hinata was sitting on a wooden bench by the walkway, her chin resting on her hands, staring blankly at the night sky. She was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice him approach. Hayashi froze. Why is this girl still awake at this hour? He opened his mouth to call out to her. But seeing his daughter so utterly distracted, lost in some distant reverie, he swallowed his words. He had never seen her like this before. But he didn't press. He simply shook his head and returned to his room. Some things are better left for another day. A few hours earlier, within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Takuma and Uchiha Takashi had changed into simple dark clothing ready to depart. Before they left, Uchiha Yashiro cautioned them repeatedly. Remember, don't alert the enemy. Approach the retired subordinates of the 4th Hokage, first, not those still in active service. Tell them the truth, and then take them to see the child. Uchiha Takashi nodded. Elder Yashiro, rest assured. We know what we're doing. Uchiha Takuma added, we've already mapped out the Umbu's patrol routes. During the midnight shift change, there's a path we can take to slip through. Uchiha Yashiro was finally reassured. Good. Go. They both nodded, and with a leap vanished into the night. On the northern edge of Konoha lay an old residential district. Most of the buildings there had been constructed decades ago, their walls stained with age and roof tiles chipped and broken. Uchiha Takuma and Uchiha Takashi came to a stop on the roof of a dilapidated apartment building. Below on the street, 2 Umbu ninja were crouched in a large tree, their eyes fixed on a small house not far away. Uchiha Takuma lay flat on the rooftop, whispering, the Umbu are still here. Uchiha Takashi nodded. Let's proceed as planned. Following their prearranged route, they circumvented the Umbu's position. Uchiha Takuma silently slipped into a narrow alley. He approached a small squat apartment and tapped lightly on a second-floor window. It opened quickly, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. Who's there? He eyed Uchiha Takuma warily. Uchiha Takuma got straight to the point. I'm from the Uchiha clan. I'm here to tell you a truth. The man's face hardened, and he was about to refuse. But Uchiha Takuma's next words made him freeze on the spot. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. Led by Uchiha Takuma, several of the 4th Hokage's former subordinates slipped through the alleys under the cover of darkness, heading to the most secluded corner of the village. They hid behind a pile of refuse across from a rundown apartment, peering through the gaps at a room where a dim light glowed. Inside, a boy with golden hair sat at a table. In front of him was a carton of milk. The date printed on the packaging indicated it had expired 3 days ago. Unaware, the boy drank it all in big gulps. Then, wiping his mouth, he lowered his head and continued eating the bowl of instant noodles that had long gone cold. At the sight, the eyes of the 4th Hokage's former subordinates reddened instantly. One retired jonin clenched his fists so hard his knuckles cracked. Damn it. His voice trembled. The 4th gave his life for this village. And his son lives in a place like this. Drinking expired milk. Eating instant noodles. Another man beside him also had red-rimmed eyes. And those villagers, how do they treat him on a daily basis? Demon fox. Monster. They've all forgotten that it was the 4th who gave his life to seal the 9 tails. This is how they repay the son of a hero. Uchiha Takuma stood behind them, saying nothing. He knew that some things didn't need to be said aloud. Seeing it with one's own eyes was enough. The night deepened. Konoha was like a pot of water on the verge of boiling, still calm on the surface. But beneath it, the currents had already begun to stir. The lamp in the Hokage's office burned through the entire night. Outside the window, the darkness was thick as ink, so dense that even the moonlight couldn't pierce through it. The air in the room was heavy and stifling, making it hard to breathe. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the Hokage's chair, his pipe long gone cold beside him. He didn't relight it, merely staring blankly at the paper on his desk. He had read those 3 messages on the paper no fewer than 20 times. Each reading was like a knife twisting in his heart. Hamura Mitokado sat on the sofa across from him, hands resting on his knees, his back slightly hunched. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly having gone without sleep for a long time. Koharu Yuditane stood by the window, her back to the other two, gazing out into the pitch-black night. The 3 of them remained silent. Silence weighed down on the room like a mountain. After a long while, Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if forced from his throat. The public opinion. We can no longer suppress it. His voice carried an unprecedented weariness. The Umbu searched all day and found nothing. Hamura sighed, rubbing his temples. Hiruzen, this opponent is more formidable than we imagined. No matter what we say now, no one believes us. Hiruzen remained silent. He knew that all too well. Since this morning, the entire village of Konoha had been buzzing about those 3 messages. In the market, the training grounds, the mission hall. Everywhere people were whispering. He had sent the Umbu to arrest a few of the loudest gossips, but that only made things worse. The way the villagers looked at them had changed. Those looks held no respect or trust, only fear and suspicion. Hiruzen. Koharu turned around, her expression grim. We can't go on like this. Hiruzen looked up. Do you have a plan? Koharu was silent for a few seconds, then walked to the desk, placing her hands firmly on its surface. We must make some concessions. Hiruzen frowned. Concessions? What kind? The Uchiha clan's compound. Koharu said word by word. Hiruzen was stunned. Hamura also looked up, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Koharu, are you serious? Hamura asked. Koharu nodded. Think about it. What is the most damaging piece of public opinion against us right now? She held up one finger. First, that the Konoha higher-ups want to exterminate all clans with Kekkai Genkai. This opinion is lethal because of the Uchiha massacre the other night. The evidence is irrefutable. If we truly wanted to wipe out the Uchiha, how could we possibly return their compound to them? Returning the land is for the villagers to see. Let them see that the Konoha higher-ups never intended to destroy the Uchiha. Hamura's eyes lit up. That makes sense. If we truly wanted to destroy the Uchiha, why would we give back their compound? Isn't that contradicting ourselves, eh? Koharu continued, furthermore, returning the land to the Uchiha will appease the survivors. It shows them that the Konoha higher-ups still value the Uchiha clan. It kills two birds with one stone. Hiruzen didn't speak. He picked up his pipe, relit it, and took a deep drag. Smoke rose slowly, obscuring his expression. But his voice was hesitant. That is, after all, the Uchiha's original territory. We went through great trouble to relocate them back then. Now we're just giving it back. Hiruzen. Koharu's voice turned stern. This is not the time to worry about such interests. If we don't make concessions now, the Konoha higher-ups will lose all credibility. If that happens, forget controlling the Uchiha. Even the neutral ninja clans will stop listening to us. Hamura nodded in agreement. Hiruzen, Koharu is right. The most important thing now is to stabilize the situation. As for everything else, we can deal with it later. Hiruzen was silent for a long time. He smoked his pipe, puff after puff, smoke filling the office. After a long while, he finally spoke slowly. What about the other rumors? Koharu shook her head. We ignore them. The claim that Minato Namikaze was killed by Danzo. That's baseless nonsense. Without evidence, the villagers will forget on their own in time. As for Danzo, Koharu paused. He's under house arrest now. Once the heat dies down, we'll figure something out. Hiruzen put down his pipe, his gaze sweeping across his two old friends. His expression was complex. Reluctance, helplessness, and a profound weariness. All right, fine. He finally nodded. Tomorrow morning I'll convene a meeting with all the clan heads. We'll return the Uchiha clan's compound to them. Hamura and Koharu exchanged a glance, both letting out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in a nameless cave near the border of the Land of Fire, deep within the darkness, a figure slowly opened their eyes. They were crimson eyes. 3 tomos slowly revolving. Itachi Uchiha woke from his coma. His memories were still stuck on that bloody night. Sasuke's faced the bodies of his clansmen, those heart-wrenching screams. His hand slammed against the ground as he tried to sit up. Don't move. A low voice came from the side. You've been unconscious for a day and a night. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Itachi turned his head toward the source of the voice. In the darkness, a figure wearing a spiral mask leaned against the cave wall, gazing at him calmly. Obito Uchiha. Itachi's gaze turned cold. You? His voice was hoarse, his throat felt blocked. Why didn't you keep the promise? Obito didn't answer. He was silent for a few moments before speaking slowly. I've told you many times. I didn't do those things. Itachi stared at him intensely. That night, I was at the police force headquarters the entire time. Obito's voice was calm, without a hint of wavering. Itachi said nothing. He recalled the details of that night. The masked man had indeed been at the police force headquarters intercepting reinforcements. He had seen it with his own eyes. But then who attacked the Shimura and Sarutobi clans? Believe it or not, Obito stood up and walked over to Itachi. If I truly wanted to betray you, you'd be a corpse right now. Itachi fell silent. He had to admit that Obito had a point. If Obito had wanted to kill him, he could have done so while he was unconscious. There was no need to bring him to this cave. Then, about the events of the massacre night. Itachi frowned. I feel something is off. Off. Itachi nodded, his gaze growing deep. The Shimura and Sarutobi clans shouldn't have been attacked in the first place. But someone impersonated you to attack them, muddying the waters. And Sasuke, he should have been at the Ninja Academy. Yet he ended up under my blade. It's all too coincidental. Obito was silent. We'll talk about this later. Obito changed the subject. What's most important now is for you to regain your strength. Itachi nodded. But at that moment he remembered something even more important. His voice was urgent. That method you mentioned. The one that can save Sasuke. What exactly is it? Obito's movements froze. He was silent for a few seconds, then slowly spoke. There is a forbidden jutsu in the ninja world called the Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. Itachi's eyes lit up sharply. Samsara of Heavenly Life? That's right. Obito turned his gaze through the mask, landing on Itachi. As long as enough chakra is gathered, it can bring the dead back to life. Even those who have already passed can return to this world. Itachi's breathing became rapid. His fingers were trembling. Then, what are the requirements? Obito was silent for a moment. The requirements. His voice became meaningful. Are far more complex than you imagine. Itachi stared at him intently. Tell me. Obito didn't speak. The cave fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of water droplets falling from the ceiling making a drip-drip sound. After a long time, Obito finally spoke slowly. Have you ever heard of the Rinnegan? The cave fell silent for a few seconds. Only the sound of water droplets falling from the ceiling echoed a steady drip-drip. Uchiha Itachi sat in the darkness, his eyes fixed intently on Obito's figure. Rinnegan. He murmured, repeating the word, his breath becoming ragged. Of course I've heard of it. Itachi's voice was somewhat hoarse. It's the ultimate form of our Uchiha clan's eyes. His fingers trembled slightly. Could it be that the Rinnegan is required to resurrect Sasuke? Obito remained silent. The silence itself was an acknowledgement. Itachi's breathing grew more rapid. But the Rinnegan is only recorded in legends. No one in reality has ever truly awakened it. He lifted his head, a hint of earnest pleading in his gaze. How does one awaken it? Tell me. Obito, however, let out a cold sneer. Awaken? His voice dripped with mockery. What do you think the Rinnegan is? A head of cabbage to be awakened at will? The words were like a bucket of ice water, drenching him from head to toe. Itachi's hand froze midair. The hope in his eyes began to extinguish. Indeed, if the Rinnegan were so easily awakened, it wouldn't exist only in legends. Even the progenitor of the Uchiha clan couldn't awaken it. How could someone who hasn't even achieved the eternal Mangekyō dare to aspire to the Rinnegan? Itachi lowered his head, clenching his fists. Just as he was sinking into despair, Obito's voice sounded again. However, you don't need to awaken it. Itachi's head snapped up. What do you mean, eh? Obito stepped forward, his eyes glinting eerily beneath the mask. Because there is someone who already possesses the Rinnegan. What? Itachi's body jolted violently. His eyes widened, face etched with shock. Someone already has the Rinnegan. A Rinnegan truly exists in the ninja world. Itachi's voice trembled. Who is he? Where is he? Seeing Itachi's desperate eagerness, Obito felt a surge of satisfaction. Finally he was hooked. He had gained another pawn, one who would loyally help him collect the tailed beasts. Obito spoke slowly, his tone unhurried. Who he is not important. What matters is that I first tell you how to perform the Rinne rebirth technique. Itachi forced himself to calm down and nodded. Go on. Obito's voice turned solemn. To perform the Rinne rebirth technique, one must gather all 9-tailed beasts. Seal the 9-tailed beasts into the demonic statue of the outer path. Transform the statue into the 10 tails. Then, the Rinnegan's owner must become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Project the Rinnegan onto the moon. Only then can the outer path Rinne rebirth technique be performed. Obito paused, his gaze falling on Itachi. At that point anyone can be revived. Itachi's eyes grew brighter, but his sharp mind began to race. Gather all 9-tailed beasts. Seal them into the demonic statue. This sounds strangely familiar. He looked up at Obito. Your organization's goal is to collect the 9-tailed beasts, isn't it? Obito was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled. Clever. He took 2 steps forward, standing before Itachi. That's right, our organization is called Akatsuki. Its leader is Nagato. His ultimate goal is to gather the 9-tailed beasts and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Then project the Sharingan onto the moon and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi to plunge everyone into a perfect illusion. This way there will be no more hatred, no more war. Obito's voice carried a fanatical, almost devout fervor. But Itachi scoffed inwardly. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Merely a pipe dream. His Mangekyō Sharingan possessed an ability called Tsukuyomi. It drags people into a genjutsu, subjecting them to endless torment. But an illusion is always an illusion. What's fake can never be real, unless the person willingly chooses to live in the dream. Otherwise, the infinite Tsukuyomi is ultimately just an empty fantasy. However, Itachi's face remained calm. He was silent for a few seconds, then spoke slowly. You want me to seize Nagato's Rinnegan the moment he finishes collecting the tailed beasts? Correct. Obito's eyes narrowed at this. He nodded. Indeed. Only then can you revive your younger brother Uchiha Sasuke. Obito's voice was sincere. As for the rest, of course it was all a lie. Once the tailed beasts were collected, who would care about his brother's fate? Meanwhile, Itachi, looking at Obito, was also mentally tallying his own plans. He knew Obito was deceiving him. This masked man hadn't spoken a single truthful word since the beginning. But it didn't matter. He needed the Rinne rebirth to revive Sasuke. Obito needed him to collect the tailed beasts. Since their goals aligned, they could work together for now. As for who would ultimately claim the Rinnegan, they would just have to see who was more capable. Both harbored ulterior motives, but their immediate objective was now unified: gather the 9-tailed beasts. Obito extended his hand. Then, a pleasant collaboration. Itachi looked at him, paused for a moment, and then extended his own hand. A pleasant collaboration. Their hands clasped. One was smiling, and so was the other. But what thoughts lay hidden behind those smiles? Only they themselves knew. Meanwhile, in Konoha, dawn was just breaking. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and only a few early risers dotted the streets. A figure in ANBU uniform hurried to the main gate of the Uchiha clan's compound. He stopped, presenting a token directly from the Hokage. The Uchiha Chunin guard examined it, nodded, and went inside to announce the visitor. Shortly after, Uchiha Yashiro arrived at the gate. The ANBU member bowed respectfully, his tone formal. Elder Yashiro, the Hokage requests the presence of the Uchiha clan head at the Hokage building this morning for a clan head meeting. Uchiha Yashiro raised an eyebrow slightly. A clan head meeting. Wasn't there one just a few days ago? Why another one? But he didn't ask, merely nodded. Understood, I will inform the clan head. The ANBU nodded, turned, and vanished into the morning mist. Uchiha Yashiro stood there watching the retreating figure, pondering for a few seconds. Then he turned and headed towards Uchiha-on's residence. Uchiha-on was having breakfast. Before him was a bowl of porridge, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and two. It was a simple meal, and he ate slowly, savoring each bite. Uchiha Yashiro slid the door open and entered, unable to suppress a smile at the clan head's relaxed demeanor. Clan head, you seem quite at ease. Uchiha-on looked up, wiping his mouth. What is it, Elder Yashiro? In such a hurry this early? Uchiha Yashiro sat opposite him and relayed the news. An ENBU just came by. The Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building this morning for a clan head meeting. Upon hearing this, Uchiha-on's chopsticks paused midair. He set them down, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A clan head meeting? Wasn't there just one a couple of days ago? Uchiha Yashiro shook his head. Unknown. Perhaps there's a new development. Uchiha-in chuckled, taking a sip of tea. No. This is good news. Uchiha Yashiro was taken aback. Good news? What good news? Uchiha-in set down his teacup, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Think about it. At the last meeting, we forced Danzo to step down and dismantled the root. Those village elders are probably still fuming, unable to sleep at night, aren't they? Uchiha Yashiro nodded. Of course. Hiruzen Sarutobi hasn't slept well these past 2 days. I heard he's even grayer. Exactly. Uchiha-in stood walking to the window, gazing at the brightening sky. If they're calling for us now, it's definitely not to pick a fight. It's to seek a compromise. Uchiha Yashiro's eyes widened. A compromise? Clan head, are you certain? Uchiha-in turned, his smile deepening. Most likely. These past few days, those 3 announcements have been the talk of the village. The villagers are looking at the village leadership differently now. The Hyuga clan, the Nara, Kimichi, and Yamanaka, and the smaller clans are all waiting to see which way the wind blows. If the leadership doesn't make concessions now, they won't be able to hold on. Uchiha Yashiro's eyes lit up more and more. So, this meeting is the village leadership trying to make amends with us. Uchiha nodded. Precisely. He took the clan Haori from the wall and draped it over his shoulders. Let's go, Elder Yashiro. Let's go see what tricks those old foxes are up to this time. Uchiha Yashiro stood up to follow, his face alight with excitement. When Uchiha Yin and Uchiha Badai arrived at the meeting room, several clan heads were already seated inside. The leaders of the Ino Shikacho trio had already arrived. Nara Shikaku leaned back in his chair with eyes closed, resting. Akimichi Choza was stuffing snacks into his mouth. Yamanaka Inoichi sat with his hands crossed on the table, his gaze calm as he looked toward the door. Hyuga Hayashi sat opposite, his arms folded across his chest, his pure white eyes sweeping across the room. When he saw Uchiha Yin enter, he gave a slight nod. Uchiha Yin returned the nod as a greeting. Neither spoke, but that small exchange did not escape Nara Shikaku's notice. He narrowed his eyes, deeply puzzled. How could these two who had nothing in common acknowledge each other? And that look was not mere politeness. Nara Shikaku tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his mind racing. The Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. When had they formed a connection? After the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, it had only been a few days since Uchiha Yin became the clan head. Yet in those few days, too many things had happened. He had forced Danzo to back down at the clan head meeting, and the next day he released 3 pieces of news that threw the Hokage's high command into chaos. Now he was exchanging meaningful glances with Hyuga Hayashi. The more Nara Shikaku thought about it, the more suspicious he became. He was already contemplating the future of the Ino Shikacho trio. Although they had always been aligned with Sarutobi Hiruzen, in recent years the third Hokage had grown increasingly senile and indecisive. Given the current situation, the top brass of the village had completely lost their authority. If they continued to follow them, they might all sink together. Nara Shikaku calculated in his mind, but his expression remained impassive. After a while, the heads of the other smaller clans trickled into the meeting room. Aburame Shibi entered wearing sunglasses, silently finding a corner to sit down. Inuzuka Utsum strode in with her ninja dog, scanned the room, gave a cold snort, and also took a seat. Several leaders of minor clans followed behind, their expressions tense. They exchanged glances but remained silent. The atmosphere in the room was strained. Another quarter of an hour passed. The meeting room door opened, and Sarutobi Hiruzen entered. He wore the Hokage robe and had his face weary but his steps steady. Behind him came Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura. The 3 walked to the platform with Hiruzen standing in the middle. Koharu and Hamura flanked him like guardians. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the assembled clan heads. He cleared his throat. Since everyone is here, let us begin the meeting. He paused before continuing. I have summoned you all to discuss the reallocation of the Uchiha clan's territory. At the last meeting, I approved clan head Uchiha Yan's request for territory allocation. Today we will decide on the specific location for the Uchiha clan. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished, Udatain Koharu spoke. After our deliberation, we have decided to return the original Uchiha compound to the Uchiha. Let them move back to their former home. Mitokado Hamura nodded in agreement. That way they don't even need to rebuild, they can simply move in. Once the three of them had spoken, the room fell into silence. The minor clan leaders watched the performance on the platform with disdain. They claimed to seek everyone's input, yet the three old men had already decided everything. What was the point of inviting the others? To serve as witnesses? Or as applauding spectators? Akimichi Choza even yawned and scratched his ear. Uchiha Yin remained seated, offering no objection. After all, this outcome benefited him. Returning the clan's land was a good thing, he had no reason to oppose it. Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the clan heads below, and seeing no reaction nodded with satisfaction. Since everyone agrees this matter is settled, he looked at Uchiha Yin. Clan head Uchiha, you may now move into your original compound. We have already had the umbu cleared out for you. Uchiha Yin stood up and gave a slight nod. Thank you, Hokage-sama. His tone was flat, revealing no emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand about to adjourn the meeting. Just then a loud commotion erupted outside the Hokage building. The noise was intense, as if people were arguing. And not just one person but a crowd. The clan heads grew puzzled. Who would dare to make such a racket outside the Hokage building? This was the political center of the village. Even speaking loudly was rare. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He glanced at Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, who both shook their heads, indicating they had no idea. Since something unexpected is happening outside, let us all go and see what is going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, leading the way out of the room. The clan heads, curious, followed him to the plaza outside the Hokage building. A large crowd had already gathered there. When Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged with the clan heads, they saw a group of middle-aged ninja dressed in plain clothes. There were retired jonin familiar faces holding idle posts in the logistics department, and some umbu members wearing masks who stood at a distance, clearly not daring to approach. These people stood in small clusters on the plaza, the youngest of them in their 30s. Anger was written on every face. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the crowd, and his heart skipped a beat. He recognized a few faces, those who had once followed Minato Namikaze through life and death battles. A retired jonin stepped forward, his voice hoarse. His name was Kato Makoto, once one of the 4th Hokage's personal guards, retired years ago due to injury. His eyes were bloodshot. We would like to ask you something. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand tightened around his pipe. Speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice remained steady. Kato Makoto took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Is Naruto Uzumaki, the child of the 4th Hokage, and Kushina? At these words the entire plaza fell silent. The clan heads who had followed outside were stunned. Hyuga Hayashi narrowed his eyes, a flicker of understanding in his white pupils. Nara Shikaku lowered his head, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Here it was finally. The heads of the minor clans exchanged glances, and some drew in a sharp breath. Naruto Uzumaki. That brat who was the nine-tailed demon fox. He was the son of the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. He paused for a few seconds, then spoke slowly. Yes. One word like a stone tossed into a still lake. The crowd erupted instantly. He really is the 4th Hokage's son. Then why did you make him live like that? The 4th Hokage sacrificed himself for the village, yet his son was treated as a monster by the whole village. Kato Makoto surged forward, but was held back by his companions. His voice choked. Lord Hokage, we went to see him last night. Do you know where he lives? A dilapidated apartment, walls leaking everywhere. The fridge only had expired milk and instant noodles. He's only 7 years old. He doesn't even have a decent pair of shoes. This is how the son of the 4th Hokage is treated? Kato Makoto's voice had turned into a roar by the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood still, motionless. His expression was calm, but his fingers gripping the pipe had left an indentation on it. This matter is very complicated. His voice was somewhat dry. Naruto's identity needs to be kept secret. If outsiders learn that he is the son of the 4th Hokage, he will become a target for enemies. Kato Makoto was stunned. Then let him live in such a place. Let him be cursed as a demon fox. Let him grow up hungry. Is this the method of secrecy? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer. Uchiha Koharu, unable to bear it, stepped forward. What do you know? Her voice was shrill. Naruto's identity is special. Doing this is also to protect him. Creating such a disturbance at the Hokage building. What kind of behavior is this? Kato Makoto turned his head, staring at Uchiha Koharu. His gaze was as if he could devour her alive. Protect him. Protecting him means letting him drink expired milk. Protecting him means letting the whole village curse him as a demon fox. Protecting him means letting him grow up all alone. Tell me, is this called protection? Uchiha Koharu was rendered speechless by his questioning. Mitokado Hamura frowned and was about to speak. At that moment Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand to stop him. This matter is indeed my negligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was very low. I will arrange Naruto's living conditions. Kato Makoto stared at him fiercely. Arrange? How will you arrange it? Now the whole village knows Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage. Lord Hokage, how do you plan to arrange it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds. I will Bring him to live in the Sarutobi clan. Have someone take care of his daily life. From today he will receive the treatment he deserves. Hearing this, Kato Makoto laughed. It was a very bitter smile. Lord Hokage, do you know? When we went to see Naruto last night, he was eating instant noodles. The cheapest kind. Kato Makoto's voice was already choked with tears. The child of the fourth Hokage lives worse than a beggar. Is this the will of fire of the third Hokage? As the words fell, the entire venue fell into dead silence. The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face finally cracked. His lips moved, but he said nothing. Just then a voice came from the side. Well said. Everyone's gaze turned toward the direction of the voice. Uchiha and leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a faint, elusive smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm also curious. The will of fire that the third Hokage always talks about. What exactly is it? His voice was not loud, but it was like a knife precisely striking the most fatal spot. As I understand it, the will of fire should be those who sacrifice themselves to protect the village. Their children can be abused at will. After all, dead people can't talk, right? At these words, Kato Makoto and the others' faces turned even darker. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head, staring at Uchiha, and there was a hint of anger in his gaze. But Uchiha didn't care, shrugging his shoulders. I'm just telling the truth. You all continue, don't mind me. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and did not respond. He knew that arguing with Uchiha now would only make things worse. He turned to Kato Makoto and the others, his voice heavy. I know you all have grievances. This matter, I will take responsibility. From today, Naruto will have a good life. I swear by the name of the Hokage. Kato Makoto fell silent. The people behind him also fell silent. Some unclenched their fists. Some lowered their heads. They all knew that pushing too hard now would be counterproductive. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still the Hokage, but his words from earlier were heard clearly by everyone. Uchiha's smile deepened. He knew in his heart that the authority of the third Hokage had been chipped away again today. From the crowd, someone suddenly spoke. What about the inheritance of the fourth Hokage? The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking gentle and quiet. But his voice was heard clearly by everyone present. The fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina were both jonin, and the fourth was the Hokage. They should have left behind a considerable inheritance. Naruto is their sole heir. Where did that money go? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. Those inheritances are all kept in trust by Konoha. They will be given to him when he grows up. The glasses-wearing man pushed up his glasses. Kept in trust. Then may I ask, has a single cent been used for Naruto in these 5 years? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. He couldn't answer that question, because the answer was clear to everyone present. Udatain Koharu couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, those matters are handled by the logistics department. There might have been some mistake. Mistake? Kato Makoto's voice suddenly rose. A mistake made the fourth Hokage's son drink expired milk for 7 years? Is this what you call the will of fire? His voice echoed across the square. Among the watching villagers, some began to whisper. That's right. The fourth Hokage died for the village. But his son? This is too much. I used to call that kid a demon fox. Some voices carried guilt. Kato Makoto turned around, facing everyone in the square. His voice was hoarse, but full of strength. I, Kato Makoto, will say this today. From now on, Uzumaki Naruto is my child. Anyone who dares to bully him again, don't blame me for turning hostile. The old subordinates behind him also straightened their backs. Count me in. And me? Me too. One voice after another sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the entrance of the Hokage building, watching all this. His expression was calm, but the hand holding the pipe was trembling slightly. Uchiha leaned against the doorframe, watching this drama. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The fourth Hokage's old subordinates were truly loyal and righteous. This round, Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost big. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit embarrassed, a voice came from the other end of the square. Uncle Kato. Everyone turned to look. A boy with blonde hair was running toward them. His clothes were old, but fairly clean. His face was covered in tears. It was Uzumaki Naruto. He ran up to Kato Makoto, stopped panting, then looked up at Kato Makoto, and then at everyone present. Uncle Kato. What you said just now. Is it true? His voice was trembling. My father is the fourth Hokage. Kato Makoto crouched down, reaching out to pat Naruto's head. His hand was also trembling. Yes. Your father's name is Namikaze Minato. He is the fourth Hokage of Konoha. He sacrificed himself to protect the village. Naruto's tears streamed down. He cried hard, his shoulders shaking. After so many years, he finally knew who his parents were. He was not some demon fox nor a monster. He was the son of the fourth Hokage. Kato Makoto pulled Naruto into his arms, his voice choked. Naruto, no one will bully you anymore. Uncles will protect you. Naruto didn't speak. He just buried his face in Kato Makoto's chest and cried loudly. The sobs echoed across the square. Many people present had reddened eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood still, motionless. His back at this moment seemed particularly aged. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair, his pipe long extinguished. He made no move to relight it. The setting sun outside the window bathed the room in a crimson glow and ominous omen. The Umbu had finished reporting on the village's public sentiment. The scene at the Hokage Tower Plaza this afternoon had utterly disgraced the village's leadership. The revelation that the fourth Hokage's son had been mistreated struck a precise, painful chord in the hearts of everyone. Now the entire village was abuzz with the news. The looks from the villagers were no longer filled with respect and awe but with contempt. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent for a long time. Then with a sigh that seemed to drain his strength, he spoke, his voice hoarse. The tide has turned. Our authority is completely gone. Koharu Uchiha stood with her arms crossed, her face ashen. Hamura Mitokado sat slumped on the sofa, his back hunched like a man on the brink of death. They exchanged a glance, seeing the same emotion in each other's eyes, defiance and fear. How could this happen? Koharu gritted her teeth. How did the fourth's old comrades find out Naruto is his son? Someone must be pulling the strings behind this. Hamura Mitokado nodded in agreement. Indeed, someone is sowing discord. First those 3 messages, then Naruto's identity being exposed. Every step was calculated. This is a setup. Hiruzen raised a hand to silence them. Now is not the time for this discussion. His voice was weary. What's important now is to decide how to face the shinobi and villagers of Konoha. Koharu opened her mouth to speak, but thought better of it. Hamura fell silent as well. They both knew this couldn't be solved with suppression or force. The heart of the village was no longer with them. Hiruzen picked up his pipe, tapped out the ash on the desk, refilled it, and lit it. He took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke slowly. Since things have deteriorated to this point, his voice was calm. I have no choice but to resign as Hokage. The words sent shockwaves through Koharu and Hamura. What a... Hiruzen, you're resigning? Koharu spun around, her face a mask of disbelief. Hamura straightened up, his eyes wide. Hiruzen, you... Hiruzen held up a hand. Let me finish. They fell silent, their eyes fixed on him. Hiruzen took another puff, exhaling slowly. My resignation doesn't mean I'll abandon all duties. I could serve as an advisory elder. Koharu blinked. Advisory elder? Hiruzen nodded. But the condition is, the 5th Hokage must be someone who listens to us. At this, a glimmer of hope lit up Koharu's and Hamura's eyes. Of course, all they needed was a 5th Hokage who would follow their lead. Koharu straightened up. So, do you have someone in mind? Hamura leaned in, waiting for the answer. Hiruzen didn't rush. He took another drag from his pipe, the smoke curling into the air. Then he slowly uttered 3 words. Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Koharu was stunned and Hamura frowned. Jiraiya. Hasn't he been traveling the world? Hiruzen nodded. He is the most obedient. And as one of the legendary Sannin, he has the strength and reputation to be Hokage. Koharu was silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Jiraiya is indeed the most suitable candidate. He's not as cold-blooded as Orochimaru nor as... She trailed off, the implication clear. Hamura agreed. Yes, we watched Jiraiya grow up. He's a bit wild, but he's reliable when it counts. With him as the 5th Hokage, we can stabilize the situation. They exchanged a look of relief. But then Koharu frowned again. But, where's Jiraiya now? Isn't he still searching the world for his so-called child of prophecy? Hiruzen set down his pipe, his gaze steady. Don't worry about that. I have my ways of finding him. Hearing this, Koharu and Hamura finally relaxed. They nodded, asking no further questions. Meanwhile, deep within the Shimura clan's estate, in a dark, unlit room, Danzo Shimura sat with an expressionless face. Before him knelt a single-root operative, one of his last loyal dogs, reporting on the recent events in Konoha. Danzo listened in silence. When he heard that Hiruzen had returned the Uchiha clan's original lands, he slammed his hand on the table in a fury. Bang! A crack split the solid wood table. Foolish. Danzo's voice was a venomous hiss. Hiruzen has lost his mind. How could he just hand the Uchiha lands back? The operative kept his head low and continued. Also, this afternoon the fourth's old comrades caused a scene at the Hokage Tower, publicly revealing that Naruto Uzumaki is the fourth son. The third Hokage was forced to admit it, severely damaging his authority. Danzo's face grew darker. He stabbed his cane against the floor. Thud. The cane left a dent in the floorboards. I told him from the start. Danzo's voice was a cauldron of barely contained rage. I should have been put in charge of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But he wouldn't listen. And now, the whole village knows the Jinchuriki is Minato Namikaze's son. Let's see how he controls the Jinchuriki now. His chest heaved with labored breaths. His face contorted with fury, and the room fell into a deathly silence. After a long moment, Danzo slowly rose to his feet. No. He gritted his teeth. I've only been suspended for 2 days, and Konoha has fallen to this. It's clear that Konoha cannot function without me. He leaned on his cane, walking step by step toward the door. I will go see Hiruzen now. He will restore my position. Let me purge the traitors and scum from Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, the embers in his pipe flickering faintly. Koharu Uchiha stood by the window, her arms crossed over her chest. Hamura Mitokado sat on the sofa, his back ramrod straight. The three were in the middle of a discussion. Just then, with a loud bang, the office door was kicked open. The door slammed hard against the wall, echoing with a deafening crack. Hiruzen's brow furrowed as he looked up, ready to scold the intruder. But the moment he saw who stood in the doorway, his words died in his throat. Danzo Shimura stood at the entrance, leaning on his cane. His face was dark enough to drip with gloom. Hiruzen set down his pipe, his voice laced with impatience. Danzo, you're still under house arrest. Why are you in my office? Danzo did not answer. Leaning on his cane, he walked into the office step by step, his footsteps echoing through the empty room. He stopped before the desk, his gaze cold and fixed on Hiruzen. I've been suspended for only 2 days. Danzo's voice was squeezed out through gritted teeth. And Konoha has already fallen into such chaos. Hiruzen's brow furrowed even deeper. Danzo continued, his voice growing louder. Hiruzen, it seems that without my root you truly cannot manage as Hokage. He paused, then slammed his cane heavily against the floor. Thud. Since that's the case, you might as well just reinstate me immediately. Hiruzen said nothing. He lowered his head, staring at the extinguished pipe on the desk. A few seconds of silence passed. Then he lifted his head, his gaze calm as he looked at Danzo. Danzo. His voice carried an unprecedented weariness. I have decided to resign from my position as Hokage. The moment these words were spoken, Danzo froze. Then a sharp light ignited in his eyes. Resign? Hiruzen is going to resign. Danzo's breath hitched. Could it be that Hiruzen had finally come to his senses? Finally willing to pass the title of Hokage to me? His hand tightened around his cane, trembling slightly. But the next second, Hiruzen's words doused him like a bucket of ice water. I have decided. Hiruzen's voice was calm and resolute. To find Jiraiya and have him become the 5th Hokage. The expression on Danzo's face instantly froze, as if he had been slapped hard. The joy that had just kindled within him shattered into pieces in that very moment. After all this, it wasn't meant for me. It's for that fool Jiraiya who's always wandering around outside. Danzo's chest heaved violently. Then he exploded. Are you insane? Danzo's voice was nearly a roar. You want a greasy fool who's always out gallivanting to be Hokage? Hiruzen, have you lost your mind in your old age? Hiruzen didn't respond. He picked up his pipe again, lit it, and took a long, deep drag. Smoke curled slowly into the air. Danzo, however, refused to let up and continued to shout. Look at what you've done to Konoha. The Uchiha clan issue is unresolved, and public opinion in the village is already spiraling out of control. The 4th Hokage's former comrades are causing a disturbance in the square, and your authority is completely in tatters. Instead of thinking about how to solve the problems, you're thinking about running away, eh? Hiruzen, you are truly an unfit Hokage. At these words, Koharu and Hamura could no longer sit still. Kohara stepped forward quickly, her brow furrowed. Danzo, that's enough. Hamura also stood up. Danzo, Hiruzen's decisions have their own reasoning. And you're a suspended man, what right do you have to interfere? Danzo turned his head, coldly scanning the two of them. You too. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Instead of advising Hiruzen, you're trying to persuade me. Do you not want to keep your positions as elders anymore? Koharu's face stiffened and Hamura's brow knitted tightly. But just then a loud bang. Hiruzen slammed his hand hard on the desk. The startling sound silenced the entire office. Everyone turned to look at him. Hiruzen stood up, his gaze locked intensely on Danzo. His voice carried the fury of years suppressed. Danzo, if it weren't for you, how could the village have come to this? Danzo was stunned. But Hiruzen didn't stop, continuing his tirade. With Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha both possessing the Mangekyō Sharingan, the Uchiha clan couldn't possibly have caused any trouble. But no, you had to be clever. First you ambushed Shisui on the road and stole his Mangekyō. Then you made Itachi slaughter the entire clan. And what was the result? Hiruzen's voice grew louder and louder. The Shimura and Sarutobi clans were nearly wiped out. Itachi Uchiha eventually defected too. And now that Uchiha has awakened the Sharingan and become the leader of the Uchiha clan. All of this, it's all because of your reckless, self-righteous actions. At these words, Danzo's face flushed crimson. His eyes bulged wide and veins bulged on his forehead. How dare you blame me? Danzo's voice was nearly a scream. Every single thing I didn't I take the fall for you? He took a step forward, slamming his cane hard on the ground. You sit up there as Hokage, all pure and righteous. I'm down here as root, taking all the blame for you. Every black mark all dumped on my head. And now you have the nerve to accuse me. Hiruzen, you've had it easy as Hokage. Hiruzen's face darkened to an extreme. He took a sharp drag from his pipe, then exhaled forcefully. Danzo, you're still under house arrest. Go back now and stop causing trouble. Danzo let out a cold sneer. What? Did I hit a nerve? He stared at Hiruzen, his gaze full of mockery. You want to find Jiraiya? Huh? Does he even listen to you? If he really listened to you, he wouldn't have been out there searching for some child of prophecy all this time. He's practically brainwashed by that old toad from Mount Myaboku by now. And you still believe in him? Hiruzen's fingers tightened slightly around his pipe. He said nothing. Danzo continued, his voice dripping with derision. You want to make a man brainwashed by a toad, the Hokage? Hiruzen, you're truly old. So old that you can't even tell who genuinely has Konoha's best interests at heart. Hiruzen took a deep breath. He lifted his head, his gaze calm as it rested on Danzo, his voice cold. Danzo, you remember this. I am the Hokage. Danzo was stunned. Hiruzen continued speaking deliberately word by word. I don't care what you think. I am still the Hokage right now. So, you go back, and you are not to set foot outside the Shimura compound without my orders. Danzo's expression turned utterly grim. He glared at Hiruzen, his eyes burning with fury and resentment. After a few seconds of silence, he let out a cold snort. Hiruzen, you will regret this. With that, he turned and left. His cane struck the floor hard, producing a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. He reached the door and slammed it shut behind him without looking back. Bang! The door slammed heavily shut. The office fell into a deathly silence. Hiruzen stood frozen in place, unmoving. The pipe in his hand still emitted wisps of smoke, but his hand was trembling slightly. Koharu and Hamura exchanged helpless glances. Both wore expressions of deep helplessness. After a long while, Koharu let out a sigh. Hiruzen raised a hand to stop her. He slowly sat back down in his chair, picked up his pipe again, and took a long, deep drag. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Uchiha and did not head directly back to the clan compound. He led Uchiha Yashiro and several elite jonin along a detour veering towards the western edge of the village center. The further they walked, the sparser the houses became. Streets that should have been lively were now eerily quiet. Shops lining the roadside were all shuttered, their doors and windows coated in a layer of dust. Occasionally villagers passing by would spot the Uchiha clan crest and hurry away with their heads down as if afraid of being tainted by some misfortune. Uchiha Yashiro walked beside Uchiha in surveying the desolate scene and couldn't help but let out a sigh. This is our former clan grounds, he said, his voice tinged with complex emotion. Before the Night of the Nine Tails, this was one of the most prosperous places in Konoha. The streets were always crowded, shops open from dawn till dusk, children running through the alleys. Uchiha Yashiro paused. Now, he trailed off, but everyone understood his meaning. Uchiha and halted, his gaze sweeping across the scene before him. Most of the houses lining the street lay in ruin. Cracks crawled up the walls, tiles had fallen from many roofs, and some structures had partially collapsed. Weeds burst aggressively through the cracks in the stone pavement, nearly swallowing the entire street. A few feral cats, startled by their footsteps, darted out from under abandoned eaves and vanished into the deeper alleys. The entire area exuded an air of desolation. This whole section. Uchiha and looked at Uchiha Yashiro. Belongs to us, Uchiha. Uchiha Yashiro nodded. Yes. From this street, all the way to the slope, over there, it was all Uchiha clan land. It was vast, one of the largest clan estates in Konoha back then. Uchiha said nothing, continuing forward, his eyes scanning the various structures. After walking about 100 meters, he abruptly stopped. His gaze landed on several brand new buildings by the roadside. Their architectural style was completely different from the other old decrepit houses. New walls, new roofs, new doors and windows, clearly built within the last few years. But strangely, all these new houses stood empty. Doors and windows sealed shut, no signs of life in the yards. Uchiha frowned, stepping closer to look at the nameplate hanging by the entrance. The nameplate bore a single character, Sarutobi. He turned his head, looking at the neighboring houses. Same new construction, same emptiness, same nameplates. Each nameplate bore the same character, Sarutobi. Uchiha Yashiro stepped forward as well, and upon seeing the nameplates, his face darkened instantly. His voice was tight with suppressed anger. The Sarutobi clan actually built houses on our land. Uchiha remained silent. He crouched down, picked up a broken roof tile lying by the roadside, and weighed it in his hand. The tile was new, produced recently, and after building them, they left them empty. Interesting. Uchiha stood up, dusted off his hands, and looked at the new buildings, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Our clan grounds were allocated to the Sarutobi clan. The people have moved out, the houses sit empty here. They don't live in them, and they don't give them back. They're just waiting to see if we Uchiha will be completely wiped out. If we, or this land rightfully becomes theirs. Uchiha Yashiro's face grew even darker upon hearing this. What a fair, selfless, and incorruptible third Hokage. He gritted his teeth, his voice seething with fury. He puts on a facade of selflessness, but behind the scenes he's already started carving up our Uchiha territory. The nearby jonin clenched their fists as well. Uchiha didn't respond. He took one last look at the vacant new houses, then turned back. Let's go, he said, his voice flat. Back to the meeting. Uchiha Clan Grounds Council Hall. Dusk was falling, but the hall was brightly lit. Not only were all the jonin present, but even the regular clan members had come. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were there. Fugaku sat in a corner, arms crossed, silent. Mikoto sat beside him, pale-faced, eyes slightly red, but still composed. Uchiha stood at the head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The hall was packed, over 100 people crammed into the space. All eyes were fixed on him. Uchiha wasted no time. Today's clan meeting has only one topic. Relocation. We are moving back to our original clan grounds. At these words, murmurs erupted throughout the hall. Move back. To that place abandoned for 5 or 6 years, eh? Can anyone even live there now, eh? The streets are overgrown, and the houses are probably falling apart. Uchiha and raised a hand signaling for silence. The original grounds are abandoned, but the foundation is still solid. The main structures of the houses are mostly sound, with repairs they can be lived in. Besides, he paused. It's much closer to the village center. Whatever we need to do, it'll be more convenient than here. At this, some clansmen's eyes lit up, but many more wore hesitant expressions. A few seconds of silence passed. From the crowd, a woman's voice rose. Clan leader. The voice trembled. Everyone turned to look in its direction. It was a woman in her 40s. Her hair was disheveled, her face haggard with dark circles under her eyes. Her clothes were old, the cuffs frayed and worn white. Her name was Uchiha Ryoko. On the night of the 9 Tails, her husband, her in-laws, and her 2 young children. All of them had died. Her entire family was gone, leaving only her. Uchiha Ryoko stepped forward, her voice hoarse. That place. Every time I close my eyes, I see their bodies. Tears streamed down her face. My husband died right in front of me and my 2 children. I never even found their bodies. That place. She covered her face, her voice breaking. I can't go back. The hall fell silent. Many lowered their heads, tears glistening in their eyes. The night of the 9 Tails was an eternal scar on their hearts as well. Uchiha was silent for a moment. Then another voice spoke up. Clan leader, I also think moving back isn't a good idea. It was a middle-aged man. The original grounds are too vast, but now. He gave a wry smile and shook his head. We're only a little over 100 people. So few people living in such a large space. It would only emphasize our desolation. Many nodded in agreement. Right, a place that once housed thousands, now just a handful of us. It's heartbreaking to look at. And being in the village center with people coming and going. We lived there for generations, but going back now. It just feels hollow. We've lived here for 7 or 8 years, we're used to it. Suddenly moving to such a big place would feel uncomfortable. The murmurs grew louder. Uchiha stood on the platform listening without moving. His expression was calm, but inwardly he sneered. A bunch of useless, spineless fools. They don't want prime land in the village center, preferring to huddle in this pathetic corner. They don't want the centuries-old estates, choosing to crowd in here instead. Afraid of being reminded of the past. Afraid it looks too bleak. Uchiha's mouth twitched slightly. If it weren't for the fact that many of his upcoming plans required the title of Uchiha clan leader, he truly wouldn't bother with these people. He took a deep breath, suppressing these feelings, and then spoke slowly. Aunt Ryoko, I understand what you've said. Uchiha Ryoko looked up, eyes blurred with tears. Uchiha's gaze was steady, his voice calm. Having lost loved ones, you'll be reminded of them no matter where you are. But I have a question for you. Uchiha Ryoko was taken aback. If we stay here, Uchiha's gaze swept over everyone present. When the next clan annihilation crisis comes, will we survive? Silence fell over the hall. Uchiha continued, his voice not loud, but striking each person's heart. During the last massacre, we narrowly escaped total annihilation. Only because someone disrupted things, creating a flaw in the village leadership's plan. But what about next time? Uchiha's gaze sharpened. Those leaders are now cornered because of us. Once they catch their breath, what will they do? His voice turned cold. They will do everything in their power to exterminate us. And here, Uchiha pointed at the ground beneath his feet. This is the most remote edge of the village, furthest from the police force, the Hokage Tower, and the Umbu headquarters. If something happens, we won't even have time to call for help. By then, he looked at Uchiha Ryoko. Of the people standing here today, how many would be left? Uchiha Ryoko was stunned. Her lips trembled, tears flowing uncontrollably. But she said nothing. The hall was dead silent. After a long while, a voice broke the quiet. The clan leader is right. It was the same middle-aged man from before. His voice was dry. If we stay here, we might all die next time. But moving back, he clenched his fist. At least it's the center of the village. If something happens, everyone will know. More and more people began to nod. Yes, it's closer to the village center. If there's trouble, the Umbu can get there quickly. Moving back is better than waiting to die here. The expressions of those who had opposed began to waver. Watching this, Uchiha sneered inwardly. A bunch of weather vanes. Moments ago, they were talking about being reminded of the past and feeling bleak, but the moment they heard about the risk of death, they all changed their tune. Yet he wore a gratified expression. Since everyone agrees, it's settled. His gaze swept across the hall. The move begins in 3 days. All clan members must participate. No one objected. Uchiha nodded, looking at Uchiha Yashiro beside him. Elder Yashiro, I'll leave the repairs to you. Uchiha Yashiro immediately nodded. Understood, clan leader. I'll take a team there tomorrow to fix up the habitable houses first. I'll make sure everyone can move in within 3 days. Uchiha nodded. Take care of things here. I need to go see someone. The memorial stone stood in the dead of night, its silence unnerving. Moonlight spilled across the grave marker, illuminating the name carved upon it, Minato Namikaze. Kakashi Hitaki sat before the headstone, his back resting against the cold stone, gazing up at the night sky. His forehead protector had slipped up, covering his left eye, leaving only a lifeless right eye visible. He remained that way for a long time, motionless like a statue. The events of the day replayed in his mind over and over again. The fourth Hokage's former subordinates had stormed into the Hokage Tower Plaza and publicly demanded the third Hokage confirm whether Naruto Uzumaki was the fourth Hokage's son. The third Hokage admitted it. Then those men began to voice their grievances, recounting how Naruto lived in a dilapidated apartment, drank expired milk, and survived on instant noodles. They said he was only 7 years old and didn't even own a decent pair of shoes. They said he was the son of the fourth Hokage, yet lived a life worse than a beggar's. Kakashi closed his eyes. He thought of his teacher Minato, that ever-smiling, gentle, golden-haired man. The man who had sacrificed his own life to protect the village on the night of the Nine-Tails rampage. Minato-sensei. Kakashi's voice was hoarse as if forced from his throat. I'm sorry. His shoulders trembled slightly. Over the years, the higher-ups had insisted that Naruto's identity must be concealed or else his life would be in danger. He had believed it. He had always told himself it was for Naruto's own good. But today when he saw Naruto standing in the plaza, tears streaming down his face, asking, "Is my father the fourth Hokage?" When he saw Naruto bury his face in Kato Makoto's chest and weep aloud, he suddenly realized that for the past 7 years he had been living in a lie. Kakashi opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Minato's name on the headstone. Minato-sensei. Naruto. He has suffered so much all these years. I did nothing. His voice grew fainter. Just then a voice came from beside him. Feel a bit lost. Kakashi spun his head around sharply. Under the moonlight, a figure emerged from the forest. Black hair, black eyes, clad in the traditional deep blue high-collared robe of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha-in. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. He rose to his feet, his hand instinctively moving to his ninja tool pouch. Clan leader Uchiha. His voice was laced with caution. What business brings you here this late? Uchiha didn't answer. He walked to the headstone, stopped, and let his gaze rest on the 4 characters, Minato Namake's. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Kakashi Hatake. Elite Jonin of Konoha, disciple of the 4th Hokage Minato Namake's. A stalwart of the Umbu. He paused, turning his head to look at Kakashi. Kakashi frowned. Coming here late at night just to recite his credentials. Was he mocking him? What are you getting at? Uchiha didn't answer directly. He took a step forward, stood before Minato's grave, and gently brushed away a fallen leaf from the headstone. There's a question I'd like to ask you. His voice was calm. Do you think the death of your father Tsukumo Hatake was normal? Kakashi's pupils constricted violently, his fingers freezing midair. What exactly are you trying to say? Uchiha turned his gaze calm and steady upon him. How did classified intel from an S-rank mission spread across the entire village in a single day? How did Konoha's White Fang, a man who made enemies tremble on the battlefield, become the target of every villager's scorn after a single failed mission? How did a shinobi who abandoned his mission to protect his comrades become reviled as a good-for-nothing of those who condemned him? How many actually knew the truth? Kakashi's hands were shaking, his breath becoming ragged. He knew what Uchiha was referring to. It was the one thing he never wanted to speak of in his life. His father Tsukumo Hatake. Konoha's White Fang, the man who once struck fear into the entire shinobi world. He had abandoned his mission to save his comrades during an S-rank mission, leading to its failure. Upon returning to the village, he was condemned by all. Even the comrades he had saved turned their backs on him in accusation. In the end, Tsukumo Hatake chose to take his own life. That year Kakashi was only 7. What are you trying to say? Kakashi's voice was already hoarse. Uchiha looked at him, a trace of pity in his eyes. What I'm trying to tell you is, your father didn't commit suicide. He was driven to death. He was systematically cornered into death by the village's higher-ups. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. What? What did you say? Uchiha didn't pause. He continued. The mission your father undertook was just a standard S-rank mission. But because your father Tsukumo Hatake was too brilliant and held too much prestige among the great clans, he stood in the way of the village's upper echelon. So seizing upon the mission's failure, someone deliberately leaked the mission's intel, turning the villagers against your father and systematically dismantling his reputation. Half of those who vilified him were planted by the higher-ups. As for the comrades he saved, Uchiha paused. Do you truly believe they wanted to condemn him? They were threatened. If they didn't cooperate, their families would suffer. Kakashi's body was trembling. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Proof. His voice shook. Do you have any proof? Uchiha looked at him and sneered. Proof. In the shinobi world, what need is there for proof? Whoever stands to gain the most is the prime suspect. At that time, your father's prestige was at its peak. The position of the 4th Hokage was his for the taking. But conveniently, an accident occurred. Kakashi remained silent, but his body was shaking. Uchiha took a step forward, standing before him. Danzo Shimura always coveted the Hokage's seat, and Hiruzen Sarutobi refused to step down. But your father's standing was simply too high. He was a threat to both of them. Unfortunately for them, they hadn't anticipated that shortly after your father's death the Third Great Ninja War would erupt, leaving Konoha bereft of a Kage-level warrior and besieged on all fronts. Kakashi stared at him intently, his voice hoarse. Why are you telling me all this? Uchiha fell silent for a moment at the question. Because. His gaze grew profound. To make Konoha great again, we must excise the malignancy that festers upon it. And the current village leadership is precisely the parasite clinging to the great tree of Konoha. He paused, then continued. The rot has seeped into the very bones of Konoha's leadership. Your father's case is merely the tip of the iceberg. The vanishing of the Senju clan, the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. All of it was orchestrated by them. Kakashi's pupils were trembling. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. Uchiha watched him, his expression calm. I know this is hard for you to accept right now, but the truth is often cruel. He turned and walked towards the forest. After a few steps he stopped. Oh, and he didn't turn around. If you wish to learn more of the truth, you can come find me. I'll be waiting for you in the Uchiha district. With that, his silhouette vanished into the darkness. Kakashi stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. In the dim underground space, only a single oil lamp flickered, casting a sallow light upon the walls and stretching long shadows. Shimura Danzo stood in the center, leaning on his cane. Before him knelt 12 root ninjas, each on one knee. These were his last remaining loyal hounds, those not absorbed by the Umbu, some on long-term infiltration missions abroad, and others deliberately hidden as secret pieces by Danzo. Danzo's face was dark, his voice hoarse. You must all be well aware of what has happened in Konoha these past 2 days. His gaze swept over the group. That old fool Hiruzen has been led by the nose by others. If this continues, Konoha will be ruined in his hands. He paused, then struck the ground heavily with his cane. Thump. But I have not lost yet. Danzo's voice turned cold. As long as we find out who spread that rumor behind the scenes and uproot the mastermind, the power of Konoha will still return to our hands. One root member raised his head. His name was Kiyomizu Kinsuke, a man in his early 30s, an elite jonin, and one of the most capable captains under Danzo. Lord Danzo. Kiyomizu Kinsuke's voice was low. Where should we begin our investigation? Danzo snorted coldly. Those leaflets couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Someone must have seen them with their own eyes. He took 2 steps forward, leaning on his cane. We only need to find those who saw how the leaflets entered the rooms, and we will know who is spreading the rumors. The leaflets appeared in each clan's home at night. I want you to secretly investigate who among the villagers works at night. Someone among them must have seen how the leaflets entered the rooms. Danzo's gaze sharpened. This matter must be conducted in secret. No one must discover it. Regardless of the outcome, return here to regroup before dawn. The 12 root members answered in unison yes. Then silently, and without a trace, they vanished into the night. Deep in the night, Konoha's streets were empty, broken only by occasional dog barks. The root members split up and infiltrated 3 districts. Their efficiency was high. Before dawn, they had already captured over a dozen villagers who had been active at night. Some were dead drunk alcoholics, others were returning vendors. All were brought to a secret root base. A dim interrogation room, its walls hung with various torture instruments, the floor stained with dark red blood, the air thick with the stench of rust. Shimura Danzo personally presided over the interrogations. The first villager was brought in. A drunken man in his 40s, reeking of alcohol, his eyes unfocused. Danzo did not waste words. He asked directly, on the night the leaflets appeared, did you see anything? The drunk shook his head and no. Didn't see. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Use illusion technique. The root ninja beside him nodded, forming hand seals. Moments later, the drunk's eyes grew even more vacant, and he repeated the same phrase over and over, saw nothing. Saw nothing at all. Danzo's brow furrowed. Next, the second, the third, the fourth. 8 people were interrogated in succession. There were returning vendors, an old man who had gotten up to use the toilet. But no matter how they were questioned or subjected to illusion techniques, their answers were the same. They saw nothing. Nothing at all. Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim, his fingers tightening around his cane. The ninth. 2 root ninjas dragged in a middle-aged man. The man wore an izakaya apron stained with grease, his body trembling. His name was Sato Ichiro, a cook at the izakaya. The moment he saw Danzo, his legs went weak. Lord, I haven't done anything. Danzo ignored him and asked directly, on the night the leaflets appeared, where were you? Sato Ichiro stammered, I was working at the izakaya. Worked until very late. On your way home, did you see anything unusual? Sato Ichiro paused, his eyes darting, as if recalling something. Danzo's gaze was fixed on him. Suddenly Sato Ichiro's body jolted. I remember. His voice trembled. That night, I drank too much. While urinating in the alley, I saw a cat. Danzo's eyes narrowed. A cat? Yes, a cat. Sato Ichiro grew more excited. That cat had a small bamboo tube hanging from its neck. I thought it was strange back then. How could a cat be delivering letters? Danzo's pupils constricted. He stood up, strode over to Sato Ichiro, and grabbed him by the collar. Are you sure it was a cat? Danzo's voice was urgent. Frightened Sato Ichiro turned pale and nodded quickly. I'm sure. I couldn't be mistaken. It was a cat. Danzo stared at him for 2 seconds. Then he released his grip and waved his hand. Take him away. The root member nodded, knocked Sato Ichiro unconscious, and dragged him out. Danzo turned his voice icy. Keep him under guard, no information leaks. Continue the interrogation. The 10th villager was brought in. A skinny old man in his 50s, his eyes somewhat cloudy. Danzo did not waste words. He asked directly, that night, did you see anything? The old man shrank his neck. I think I also saw a cat. Danzo's eyes lit up instantly. What cat? The old man frowned, recalling. That cat had a piece of paper in its mouth and jumped onto the window of my neighbor's house. I thought it was just some cat causing trouble, so I didn't pay it any mind. Danzo smiled a cold smile. I see. He waved his hand. Take him away. The old man felt a chill at that smile, but before he could say anything he was dragged away. Danzo paced back and forth in the interrogation room. A cat. Ninja cats. In Konoha, the clan most skilled at handling ninja cats was none other than the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yen. Danzo ground his teeth, uttering the name word by word. During the day, he forced me to suspend duties at the clan leader meeting, and at night, he uses ninja cats to spread rumors. A fine move. His voice carried suppressed fury. But unfortunately, this old man has still caught your tail. Kiyomizu Kinsuke stepped forward and asked quietly, Lord Danzo, what is the next step? Danzo snorted coldly, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Since we've confirmed it's the Uchiha's doing, let's go all the way. He walked to the table leaning on his cane. That Uchiha Yen is the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan, the backbone of these remnants. If we capture him, the rest of the Uchiha will be a scattered mess, and we can do as we please. Kiyomizu Kinsuke frowned. Lord Danzo, should we gather more men? Danzo shook his head. No need for such trouble. His gaze became confident. I could handle even that old-timer Uchiha Shursui with his Mangekyō. Let alone this Uchiha Yen who has only just awakened his Mangekyō. As long as we choose the right time and place and surround him with an absolute number of elite jonin, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. Kiyomizu Kinsuke nodded. Danzo continued, dispatch men to secretly monitor the Uchiha clan compound and learn the patterns of Uchiha Yen's movements. When he goes out, when he returns, which route he takes, how many people accompany him. We must grasp all of this intelligence. Then, Danzo tightened his grip on his cane. We must ensure a single fatal strike. Kiyomizu Kinsuke bowed his head in acknowledgement, yes. The 12 root members once again vanished silently into the darkness. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Uchiha opened his eyes and stretched lazily. It had been a long time since he had slept so soundly. In the days following the massacre night, he had been busy with one thing after another. The clan leader assembly, the war of public opinion, the alliance with the Hyuga, the relocation of the clan grounds, without a moment's rest. But now he suddenly realized there was nothing left for him to do. The reform plan for the police force had been entirely delegated to the clan's jonin. The relocation of the clan grounds had also been handed over to Uchiha Yashiro. He sat on the edge of his bed, froze for a few seconds, and then couldn't help but laugh. This feeling is truly wonderful. He stood up, walked to the window, and watched the bustling clan members outside. Everyone was running around with no time to spare except for him, who was idle to the point of boredom. Uchiha stretched again, then suddenly remembered something. When he had chosen the system reward last time, he had acquired basic wood release. But he had been so busy until now that he had never actually practiced it. Wood release. Hashirama Senju's signature jutsu. He stroked his chin. I need to find a place to test it out. Uchiha changed into a lightweight black combat outfit and left the room. He didn't leave the village directly. Instead, he first went to find Uchiha Yashiro. The elder was standing at the entrance of the meeting hall holding a list in his hand, directing several clan members as they moved supplies. Seeing Uchiha approach, Yashiro quickly stepped forward. Clan leader, you're up. Uchiha nodded. Elder Yashiro, is the restoration of the clan grounds going smoothly? Smoothly, Yashiro said with a smile. We've arranged for craftsmen to quickly repair the houses in the old compound. To speed things up, we also hired some professional earth release ninja. Most of the buildings should be finished by tomorrow. That's good. Uchiha paused then spoke. I'm leaving the village for a while. Yashiro's smile froze. Leaving the village? His voice shot up. Clan leader, with so many in Konoha watching us, you going out alone? Uchiha waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yashiro grew anxious and stepped forward. Clan leader, even though Danzo has been suspended, he definitely won't let this go. If anything happens to you, the Uchiha clan will truly be. Uchiha patted his shoulder. Elder Yashiro. He pointed to his eyes. As long as I have these Mangekyō, no one in Konoha can deal with me silently. A flash of crimson light flickered in his pitch-black pupils. Yashiro was stunned. He looked into those calm, confident eyes of Uchiha and suddenly realized that this youth was no longer an ordinary ninja. He possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. That was a power of legend. Yashiro was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Then, please be careful. Uchiha In smiled, turned, and headed towards the village gate. The Forest of Death lay to the north of Konoha's outskirts, a vast expanse of primeval woodland. The trees here were tall and dense, blotting out the sky, and the forest was home to all manner of ferocious beasts and poisonous insects. Few ninja ever came here. It held no value for missions, only used occasionally for shady experiments or training. Uchiha In stood at the forest's edge, took a deep breath, and inhaled the scent of earth and leaves. He stepped into the forest, pushing through dense undergrowth until he reached a relatively open clearing. Towering trees surrounded him, and the sunlight above was fractured into shards by the thick foliage dappling the ground. This should be secluded enough. Uchiha In stopped, closed his eyes, and sensed the energy within him. The immense chakra from his Uzumaki constitution surged through his channels like raging rivers. He raised his right hand and formed a single-handed seal. Fire release, great fireball technique. Whoosh! A fireball over 5 meters in diameter erupted from his mouth and slammed into the ground ahead. Boom! The earth was blasted into a large crater, dirt and rocks scattering in all directions, while the surrounding trees were scorched black by the heat. Uchiha In lowered his hand and checked his chakra consumption. Then he froze. He looked down at his own palm. That great fireball just now would have consumed at least a fifth of a Chunin's chakra. But I barely felt a thing. He was silent for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the Uzumaki constitution. So much chakra. Uchiha In flexed his wrist, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Since the chakra cost was almost negligible, he could test things out without restraint. He formed hand seals again. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A colossal fire dragon swooped down from the sky, engulfing an area dozens of meters ahead in a sea of flames. Wind release, great breakthrough. The gale howled, whipping the flames higher into a towering pillar of fire. Lightning release, earth wave. Silver-white currents spread across the ground, charring the surrounding trees black. Uchiha In unleashed over a dozen different nature transformations in quick succession. Each one was more powerful than before by an order of magnitude. He stopped feeling the chakra flow within him. All nature chakra. It really is different. Previously, he only had fire and lightning affinities. Using other natures was difficult to mold and severely weakened in power. But now he could freely command any nature's chakra, and each one flowed as smoothly as if he had trained in it for years. The system's rewards are truly reliable. Uchiha In took a deep breath. Next it was time to try wood release. He raised his right hand and formed a complex seal. Wood release, wood sprout technique. Chakra surged from his palm and poured into the ground. The next second, pop pop pop. From the earth beneath his feet, countless tiny sprouts burst forth. Those sprouts grew at a visible speed, vines and roots covering the entire ground and spreading wildly in every direction. Uchiha In looked down at the sprouts covering his hands and the ground. The corner of his mouth twitched. This jutsu might be more useful in a garden. He shook the dirt off his hands and formed another seal. Wood release, wooden golem wall. Boom. The ground shook violently. Rows of massive wooden pillars burst from beneath the earth, forming a semicircular wooden fortress around him. Those pillars were as thick as 3 men could embrace, their surfaces smooth and hard, exuding the unique fragrance of fresh timber. Uchiha In reached out and touched one of the pillars that felt as hard as iron. He knocked on it with his finger, producing a hollow thud, thud sound. This defensive power. Not bad. He looked up at the ceiling. The wooden fortress was completely sealed off, blocking all external light. And this is just basic wood release. Already this powerful. Uchiha In murmured. If it were at Hashirama Senju's level, how terrifying would that be? He withdrew his hand, a flicker of seriousness in his eyes which then turned into excitement. But that's fine. One step at a time. He released the hand seal and the wooden walls slowly retracted into the ground. Then he took a deep breath and began the next test. Wood release, great tree technique. His right hand suddenly transformed into dozens of intertwined, thick tree trunks stretching forward like a colossal wooden serpent. Those trees twisted, intertwined, and grew along his arm, extending over a dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Uchiha In focused his mind and swung his right hand sharply. Boom. The trees lashed out like a giant whip, striking a boulder over 3 meters tall. Crack. The boulder was shattered into pieces, debris flying and scattering across the ground. Uchiha In retracted his right hand, the trees on his arm slowly shrinking back into a normal palm. He looked at the shattered boulder, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Impressive power. He didn't stop. He raised his right hand, and a faint crimson light flickered at his fingertips. The Mangekyō Sharingan activate. His pupils instantly transformed into the pattern of the Taiji. He cast the Great Trees technique once more. This time, boom. The trees grew at least twice as fast as before. In the blink of an eye, countless thick branches erupted from his arms, writhing like massive pythons rampaging in every direction. Uchiha In felt the surge of violent power and was inwardly startled. With the Mangekyō's enhancement, the power of wood release has increased this much. He quickly took control of the trees and retracted them into his body. Then he experimented with a new application wood clone technique. He formed hand signs, and a wooden humanoid slowly rose from the earth beside him. It gradually became more complete, eventually forming into a wooden clone identical to him. Uchiha Yen examined the wood clone from top to bottom. It's different from a regular shadow clone. He reached out and knocked on the clone's chest. Thump, thump. It was solid. A wood clone possesses a wooden body capable of enduring multiple strikes. It won't vanish at the slightest touch like a regular clone. The wood clone turned its head and grinned at him. Not bad at all. Uchiha Yen looked at his wood clone and couldn't help but smile himself. Wood release. No wonder it was the power that Hashirama Senju used to pacify the warring era. Even in its basic form, it's enough for me to overwhelm an ordinary jonin. He stood in the center of the clearing, stretching his limbs. His chakra was still abundant, unleashing so many wood release techniques had barely drained him. But just as he was about to continue his tests, his brow suddenly furrowed. On a large tree about 300 meters away, Shimizu Kinsuke was observing the clearing through his secret technique, Farsight Jutsu. He watched Uchiha Yen unleash various wood release techniques, watched the massive wooden pillars rise from the earth, watched the trees sweep across everything like giant pythons. His pupils violently constricted. Wood release. His body jolted and he nearly tumbled from the branch. He quickly grabbed the trunk to steady himself, but his heart was already racing out of control. How is this possible? That's the first Hokage's wood release. Uchiha Yen. He can actually use wood release. Shimizu Kinsuke's breathing grew ragged and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He knew Lord Danzo had long wanted to deal with Uchiha Yen, but he never imagined Uchiha Yen was hiding such a trump card. Wood release. That was the power of Hashirama Senju. If Uchiha Yen truly mastered wood release, then Lord Danzo has plans. Just then, Uchiha Yen in the clearing suddenly stopped moving. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. I see, he said softly. From the very beginning, he had faintly sensed a presence trailing him from behind. But the distance was too great and the aura too faint. He had assumed it was a wild beast in the forest and paid it no mind. Now that presence suddenly fluctuated violently, like someone startled by something nearly giving away their position. Uchiha Yen's mental energy was now 10 times what it had been. His sensory range was several times greater than before. That single fluctuation was enough for him to lock onto their location. He didn't turn around, nor did he show any sign of abnormality. He simply raised his hand again and cast a wood release technique. But his mental energy, like an invisible web, had already firmly ensnared the positions of those two individuals. On a treetop 300 meters away, Shimizu Kinsuke and a rude elite were carefully crouched on a branch. Little did they know they had already been exposed. On a treetop 300 meters away, Shimizu Kinsuke and his companion lay motionless on the branch. His heart had yet to settle. That scene earlier was too shocking. Uchiha Yen had actually displayed would release the power of the first Hokage. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Thinking it over carefully, the wood release techniques Uchiha Yen had just used, wood sprout jutsu, wood locking wall great trees. They were indeed all at a basic level. The power was decent, but only decent, not much different from that experimental subject Yamato's wood release. Shimizu Kinsuke had sparred with Yamato several times before. Yamato's wood release was fine for building houses, but if you actually wanted to use it in battle, it was just SOSO. Uchiha Yen's wood release was at that same level. Seems I was overthinking it. Shimizu Kinsuke muttered to himself, his tense body relaxing slightly. But then on second thought his brow furrowed again. Wood release could be trained slowly, but those Mangekyō Sharingan eyes were the real threat. An Uchiha with both wood release and Mangekyō Sharingan. If we don't nip this in the bud now once he grows, the consequences would be unimaginable. This boy must not be allowed to live. Shimizu Kinsuke's gaze turned cold. He glanced at the rude elite beside him and asked in a low voice, have the others arrived? The rude elite nodded. They're on their way. Estimated to arrive within the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Shimizu Kinsuke nodded and turned his gaze back to the clearing. In the clearing, Uchiha Yen stopped all his tests. He didn't continue using techniques. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in the center of the clearing. Closing his eyes, he formed a simple recovery hand seal and began to meditate. Shimizu Kinsuke saw this, and a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Out of chakra, huh? His voice carried a hint of mockery. After using that many techniques including wood release, even with the Uchiha clan's physique, your chakra should be depleted. Without chakra, let's see how you run now. He waited patiently as time ticked by. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several dark figures silently landed on the branches behind Shimizu Kinsuke, one after another, all wearing black trench coats and animal masks. Root ninjas, all 10 of them fully assembled. Shimizu Kinsuke turned around, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates. All here. A root ninja nodded. Captain, all present. Shimizu Kinsuke took a deep breath, glanced at Uchiha Yen still meditating in the distant clearing, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. All units hear my command. His voice was low, laced with killing intent. At all costs. Kill Uchiha Yen on the spot. Yes. The 11 root ninjas responded in unison. The next moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 11 dark figures leaped from the treetops like arrows released from a bow, charging toward the clearing. In the clearing, Uchiha Yen still had his eyes closed, sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if resting. The next second. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. 11 root ninjas emerged from the forest landing around the clearing. Their movements were swift, their coordination flawless. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Yen slowly opened his eyes. He looked left and right, his gaze sweeping over the black trenchcoats one by one. Then a slight curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Heh, I was wondering who it was. He leisurely stood up, brushing the dirt off his pants. Turns out it's a bunch of scum from Root. At these words, the surrounding Root ninjas' gazes turned even colder. From the crowd, Shimizu Kinsuke stepped forward. He wasn't wearing a mask, and his face bore a veneer of hypocritical politeness. Uchiha Yen. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an air of condescension. Elder Danzo. Request that you come with us. Uchiha Yen was momentarily stunned by these words, then he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. When his laughter subsided, his expression abruptly shifted, and he spat coldly. Elder Danzo. That old fossil was suspended by the Hokage long ago. You Root ninjas should be under the direct command of the Hokage now. He crossed his arms, his gaze full of contempt. But you're still taking orders from Danzo. Looks like you're the last trump card of that old fossil Danzo. A bunch of rats that can't stand the light, hiding in your underground base, thinking you can turn the world upside down. Shimizu Kinsuke's face darkened. Uchiha Yen. His voice was cold as ice. You'd best come quietly. Otherwise what? Uchiha Yen cut him off, tilting his head. Otherwise you'll use force. He smiled and spread his arms wide. Come on then. I'd love to see what these scum raised by Danzo are really capable of. Shimizu Kinsuke's face turned utterly black. He said no more. He raised his hand. Kill. Kill. The moment Shimizu Kinsuke's voice fell, the 11 Root operatives moved simultaneously. Their movements were swift, their coordination seamless, and none of them rashly charged forward. One formed hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind-style wind cutter. Dozens of invisible wind blades slashed from the side, sealing off Uchiha Yen's left flank. Another Root operative pressed his hands to the ground. Earth-style earth flow. The ground suddenly bulged, transforming into a mudslide that surged toward Uchiha Yen's feet, limiting his mobility. Lightning-style lightning strike. A silver-white bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at Uchiha Yen's head. Fire-style fireball jutsu. A massive fireball hurtled toward him. Fanned by the wind, the fireball's power surged under the wind-style's enhancement, turning into a sea of flames that engulfed Uchiha Yen. Four different elemental ninjutsu were unleashed almost simultaneously, blocking the retreat, restricting movement, long-range strikes, and area bombardment, all executed flawlessly. This was the Root's combat style. They never struck unless certain, and when they did, it was a kill strike. Uchiha Yen stood still, watching the attacks converge from all sides, yet a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his lips. Perfect timing. He did not dodge. His hands moved rapidly through hand seals. Wood-style wooden wall. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Row after row of massive wooden pillars burst from the earth, forming a semicircular wooden fortress around him. Each pillar was as thick as 3 men could embrace, with smooth, hard surfaces stacked layer upon layer, completely encasing his body. The next moment, the wind blade struck the wooden wall, leaving only shallow scratches. The mud flow crashed against it and was firmly blocked. The lightning struck the top, dispersing currents, but failing to penetrate. The sea of flames devoured the entire wooden wall, fire licking the wood with crackling sounds. Yet the wooden wall remained immovable. Within the wooden wall, Uchiha Yen listened to the cacophony of ninjutsu clashes outside, sensing the feedback from his wood style. The defense. Not bad. He nodded, satisfied with the result. Even the basic wood style's wooden wall could easily withstand the combined assault of 4 elite jonin. It seemed the system's reward was indeed reliable. Just then, whoosh, whoosh. The ground beneath him suddenly split open, and 2 black figures burst out from underground. Everyone's attention was fixed on the frontal ninjutsu exchange. Oh, no one noticed that 2 Root operatives had long infiltrated the ground using earth style. They had waited for this moment, striking from below while the wooden wall blocked all attacks. One left, one right. 2 kunai glowing with a purple light thrust viciously toward Uchiha Yen's lower back and ribs. Those were sealing techniques. Once the kunai pierced the body, the seal would activate, locking the chakra. A ninja without chakra, even with the Mangekyō Sharingan, was utterly useless. The kunai drew closer. Smiles began to spread across the faces of the 2 Root operatives. We got him. Yet thud. The kunai struck Uchiha Yen's body. But the sensation was wrong. There was no resistance of piercing flesh. Instead, it felt like stabbing into a log. The pupils of the 2 Root operatives contracted sharply. The next second, the surface of the Uchiha Yen before them rippled with wooden texture, and with a puff it turned into a broken piece of wood. Wood clone. The two root operatives stood frozen. When their eyes instinctively swept the area, the clearing held no trace of Uchiha Yen. Just then a lazy voice drifted from a tree nearby. I say, you root rats may only know how to skulk and steal, but your skills are not bad. Everyone whipped around. There perched on a branch of a large tree, Uchiha Yen looked down at them. He crossed his arms, a playful smirk on his lips. 11 men, 4 elemental ninjutsu working in tandem, plus an underground ambush. If I hadn't been cautious, you might have actually succeeded. Shimizu Kensuke's face darkened. Without a word, he stamped his foot against the tree trunk, turning into a blur as he charged toward Uchiha Yen. Simultaneously, his hands flew through hand seals. Wind-style vacuum great sphere. Chakra condensed and compressed, forming a high-speed rotating wind sphere that shot from his mouth. The wind sphere howled through the air, tearing the atmosphere apart with a piercing screech. Shimizu Kensuke followed closely behind, his right hand gripping a kunai. This was his combat style, forcing the opponent to dodge with ninjutsu, then striking in the moment of evasion. But Uchiha Yen had no intention of engaging. He swayed slightly and vanished from the branch. The next second he appeared on another tree. The vacuum great sphere pierced through the branch he had just occupied, exploding with a roar, sending wood fragments flying. Shimizu Kensuke missed, but did not pause. He kicked off again, pursuing relentlessly. Lightning-style earth walk. Another root operative coordinated, channeling silver-white electric currents along the trunk. Uchiha Yen once again used body flicker to evade, landing on open ground 10 meters away. This repeated 4 or 5 times. He simply dodged, offering no response. Shimizu Kensuke halted his pursuit, standing in the clearing staring coldly at Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Yen. His voice dripped with sarcasm. The esteemed head of the Uchiha clan, possessor of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Are you nothing more than a monkey scurrying about? Or perhaps... He took a step forward, his eyes full of provocation. Are those eyes of yours just for show? The other root operatives landed one by one, gradually tightening the encirclement. Uchiha Yen remained unperturbed by their taunts. He straightened up, brushed the dust from his sleeves, and calmly swept his gaze over everyone present. He was not angered. The reason he had not attacked was simple: he did not want anyone to escape. He was waiting for the right moment. 12 elite jonin, perfectly coordinated with mature tactics. If they all fled at full speed, even with his Sharingan's teleportation ability, he might not be able to kill them all before they reached Konoha village. Seeing Uchiha Yen silent for so long, Shimizu Kensuke assumed he was intimidated, his sneer deepening. What? Check out your tongue. Or have you already resigned yourself to death? Uchiha Yen looked up at him, a smile tugging at his lips. I was just thinking. Old man Danzo sure is willing to pay a heavy price, sending 12 elite jonin to die just to kill me. Shimizu Kensuke's face instantly darkened. Still talking tough even at death's door. He waved his hand, and 4 root operatives simultaneously formed seals. Ninja art, 4 violet flames formation. 4 semi-transparent purple flame walls rose from the ground, instantly converging into a sealed square cage. Purple-black flames writhed on the walls, radiating scorching heat, while dense runes flickered with eerie light along the barrier's edges. The entire battlefield was completely sealed off. Uchiha Yen looked up at the rising 4 violet flames formation. A slow, meaningful smile spread across his lips. Finally, he murmured softly. Shimizu Kensuke, seeing the barrier rise, breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Uchiha Yen and burst into laughter. Uchiha Yen, now how will you escape? Having laughed, he signaled to the remaining 7 root operatives. The 7 instantly understood. They formed seals simultaneously. Several different elemental ninjutsu, fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water, were unleashed in the same instant. A torrent of ninjutsu like a towering wave surged toward Uchiha Yen. Flames, lightning, gale, mudslide, water dragon. All attacks converged into a devastating flood, engulfing half the clearing. Uchiha Yen stood still, arms crossed, making no move. He simply stood there, watching the attacks draw closer and closer. Boom. A colossal explosion echoed through the forest. Smoke and dust surged skyward, engulfing the entire interior of the 4 violet flames formation in a gray haze. Shimizu Kensuke stood at the barrier's edge, gazing at the smoke-filled area, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. It worked, but in the very next instant, from within the smoke, a colossal figure suddenly rose. Such an attack. Is it just a tickle? Shimizu Kensuke's smile froze on his face. What did he see? Within the smoke, a massive dark silhouette slowly materialized. The silhouette grew clearer and more towering with each passing moment. A black giant 17 or 18 meters tall stood at the center of the 4 violet flames formation, like an Asura god stepping out of ancient mythology. Black armor encased its entire body. The thick ancient armor was covered in dense patterns of chakra, with layered shoulder guards and chest plates radiating an aura of ancient majesty. The giant's right hand gripped a massive tachi, its blade black as ink with a cold gleam flowing along its edge. Its left hand held an enormous shield, its face carved with intricate patterns resembling some ancient formation. A longbow hung on its back, its bow stave as thick as a tree trunk, exuding a suffocating pressure. On the giant's head was an ancient warrior's mask. Within the eye sockets of the mask, two blazing crimson flames of chakra burned like twin lanterns from the depths of hell. Only the upper body was visible. Below the waist was a blurry halo of chakra, suspending the entire upper torso in midair. And inside the giant's head a figure stood with arms crossed, looking down upon them from above. That figure was none other than Uchiha Yen. Shimizu Kinsuke's pupils contracted sharply, his body frozen in place. This is... His voice trembled. Beside him a root ninja's voice also quivered. Susanoo. That's Susanoo, the ultimate form of the Mangekyō Sharingan. At these words the faces of all the root ninjas changed dramatically. Some instinctively took a step back, others had hands gripping kunai, trembling uncontrollably, and some even forgot to breathe. Cold sweat trickled down Shimizu Kinsuke's cheek. He had heard of Susanoo. It was a legendary power of the Uchiha clan, a supreme ocular jutsu attainable only when the Mangekyō Sharingan was awakened to its absolute limit. Legend had it that Susanoo possessed the power to destroy everything in its path. Even elite jonin were utterly helpless before it. But he had never seen it before. He had only read about it in ancient texts and heard tales of it. And now, this legendary being stood before him in the flesh. How is this possible? Shimizu Kinsuke's voice was hoarse. He's so young, just awakened his Mangekyō a few days ago. How could he possibly have mastered Susanoo? No one could answer him, because the other root ninjas were completely stunned as well. Uchiha Yen stood within Susanoo's head, his calm gaze sweeping over the dumbfounded root ninjas below. He was also slightly surprised, not by Susanoo's power, but by its appearance. Black armor, an ancient warrior's mask, Itachi, a shield, a longbow. This was unmistakably the style of an ancient Chinese general. It was almost identical to the armor of ancient generals he had seen in history books and films in his past life. It was not the Japanese-style Tengu form from the original story. It seems. This is because I transmigrated here, Uchiha Yen mused inwardly. My Susanoo has inherited the memories and knowledge of my past life. That's why it manifests in this ancient Chinese general form. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless of its appearance, as long as it was effective. He lowered his gaze to the stunned root ninjas below. A smile slowly crept onto his lips. What's this? His voice echoed from within Susanoo's head, laced with mockery. Weren't you all so arrogant just now, saying you'd send me to my death? Why is it now that you're all at a loss for words? Shimizu Kinsuke's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth, his fingers clenching his kunai so hard that his nails nearly dug into his palm. Do you not think this means we're scared of you? His voice was hoarse. Susanoo consumes an immense amount of chakra. You're only a teenager, your chakra reserves can't be that large. All we have to do is stall you. Wait until your chakra runs dry. Then you'll be a lamb for the slaughter. The other root ninjas snapped back to their senses upon hearing this. That's right. Susanoo might be powerful, but its chakra consumption was terrifyingly high. How long could a brat who had just awakened his Mangekyō maintain Susanoo? As long as they stalled until his chakra was depleted, victory would be theirs. Shimizu Kinsuke waved his hand, his voice raspy, spread out. Don't cluster together. Use long-range jutsu to wear him down. Don't let him get close. The root ninjas immediately sprang into action, scattering to form a larger encirclement. Some began forming hand seals. Fire release Great Fire Dragon's Flame Bomb. Wind release Vacuum Great Sphere. Lightning release False Darkness. Earth release Earth Dragon Bullet. Several powerful jutsu came flying from different directions, raining down upon Susanoo from all sides. Uchiha Yen stood within Susanoo's head, watching the incoming jutsu, a cold sneer curling on his lips. Naive. He willed it. Susanoo raised its left arm, shielding its front with a massive shield. Boom, boom, boom. The jutsu slammed into the shield, erupting in tremendous roars. Flames, lightning, wind, blades, earth, and stone. Attacks of every nature exploded against the shield, causing the very air to vibrate with a deafening hum. But the shield remained utterly immobile, not even a single crack appearing on its surface. Shimizu Kinsuke's expression darkened further. Keep going. Don't stop. He shouted through gritted teeth. His chakra can't last much longer. The root ninjas gritted their teeth and continued their assault. Wave after wave of jutsu bombarded Susanoo. But no matter how they attacked, that shield stood like an insurmountable mountain, blocking all their efforts. Uchiha Yen stood within Susanoo's head, feeling his chakra drain. Indeed, maintaining Susanoo consumed a great deal of chakra. With his previous reserves, he would have bottomed out in just a dozen seconds or so. But now with his Uzumaki constitution, his chakra had increased tenfold. The cost of Susanoo was nothing but a drizzle. It's time to end this battle. Those from the village should be arriving soon. Uchiha Yen moved. The right hand of Susanoo gripped the massive katana, swinging it with a single swift motion. A black blade of light shot forth from the edge, sweeping across the interior of the four violet flames formation, which instantly collapsed and vanished. Where the blade passed, the air was torn asunder, producing a sharp sonic boom. The root ninja who had been preparing their jutsu stared wide-eyed. They tried to dodge, but the blade was too fast, far too fast for them to react. A squelch. One root ninja was cleaved in half at the waist, his body split into two, blood spraying out. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sounds of successive strikes echoed. 3, 4, 5. In the blink of an eye, 7 root ninja were struck by the blade, their bodies severed, blood staining the entire clearing. Of the remaining 5 ninja, except for Qingshui Jianjia, who stood further back, the other 4 barely survived due to being farther away after the barrier collapsed. But they were still sent flying by the residual force of the blade. Qingshui Jianjia struggled to his feet, looked down, and found a deep, bone-deep wound on his chest. Blood gushed from the wound, staining his clothes. His body trembled. One slash. Just one slash. It had killed 7 elite jonin. This is the power of Susanoo. He lifted his head and looked at the black giant standing in the smoke. The 2 crimson glows within the giant's mask sockets stared coldly at him, like staring at an ant. Qingshui Jianjia's heart turned ice cold. This is not a battle of the same level. His voice was hoarse, filled with despair. Uchiha Yen paid no heed to his despair. He controlled Susanoo, slowly raising its right hand, pointing the katana's tip at the remaining root ninja. It's over. His voice was calm, as if stating something trivial. But just then, spare their lives. An old voice came from afar. The voice of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Yen turned to look as a large group rushed toward him. Among them were those in Umbu uniforms, those in clan attire, and the 3rd Hokage in his Hokage robe. A young ninja, after clearly seeing the black Susanoo in the smoke, spoke tremblingly. What is that thing? His voice was full of shock. Susanoo. An older ninja recognized it, and at those words, everyone rushing paused in surprise. Susanoo. The legendary ultimate ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, from the direction of the Uchiha compound, several Uchiha jonin also sensed the familiar terrifying chakra fluctuations. That was the ocular power of the Sharingan. Extremely powerful. So powerful that their own Sharingan involuntarily resonated. That's the clan leader's chakra. An Uchiha jonin exclaimed. Something's happened to the clan leader. The Uchiha jonin exchanged glances and without hesitation dashed toward the source of the chakra fluctuations. The entire Konoha was stirred by this sudden terrifying surge of chakra. As Sarutobi Hiruzen moved forward, he looked at the black giant faintly visible in the smoke, his face dark enough to drip water. Danzo. He gritted his teeth and uttered the name word by word. This is your doing again. He took a deep breath, turned to the person beside him, and said, Speed up. Uchiha Yen ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Susanoo's right hand raised sharply, and the massive katana swung horizontally. A black blade of light shot forth from the edge, tearing through the air with a sharp sonic boom aimed at the 5 root ninja. The 5 root ninja tried to dodge, but the blade was too fast. Their bodies couldn't react in time. Swish. The black blade swept across. The bodies of the 5 root ninja were sliced cleanly in half. Blood sprayed out, staining the ground beneath. 5 corpses fell to the ground, eyes wide open, dead before they could react. In the clearing deep within the forest of death, the smoke slowly dispersed. When the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, arrived with the Umbu and clan leaders, what they saw was a battlefield in ruins. The ground was pockmarked by jutsu, trees were toppled in large swaths, and the air was heavy with the smell of burning and a faint trace of blood. And the black Susanoo, 17 or 18 meters tall, stood in the center of the clearing. Black armor and ancient mask, eyes burning with crimson light, a massive katana pitch black in its right hand, and a shield engraved with intricate patterns in its left, like a demon god from ancient mythology. Everyone who arrived was stunned by the sight. Hyuga Hayashi had already activated his Byakugan, and when he clearly saw the black giant made entirely of chakra, his pupils contracted sharply. It really is Susanoo. The clan leaders behind him drew in sharp breaths. So this is the legendary Susanoo, the ultimate ocular jutsu of the Uchiha clan. I never thought someone in this generation could awaken it. Aburame Shibi adjusted his sunglasses, saying nothing, but his clenched fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. Inuzuka Tsume's ninja dog let out a low whine, clearly disturbed by the oppressive chakra. The leaders of the Inoshikacho 3 clans stood together. Nara Shikaku narrowed his eyes at the black giant, his mind racing with calculations. But at that moment the most shocked person was Sarutobi Hiruzen. He stood at the front of the crowd staring at the Susanoo, his right hand trembling slightly. He had seen Susanoo before, back when Uchiha Madara was alive decades ago. He never thought he would witness this legendary power again in his lifetime. And the one wielding it was a young man. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was still Sarutobi Hiruzen. After decades as Hokage, he did not flinch, nor did he believe Uchiha Yen would dare attack him here. He glanced at the 5 root ninja he had ordered to hold back, now 5 corpses. You. He turned and stared intently at Uchiha Yen inside the Susanoo. I told you to stop. Did you not hear me? Uchiha Yen stood inside Susanoo's head and shrugged. I heard you. But why should I listen to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Uchiha Yen continued, his voice tinged with mockery. These people came to kill me. With just one word stop, you want me to let them go. Do I seem that easy to deal with? Or, he tilted his head. Third Hokage, are you trying to teach me how to do things? Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless. At that moment, another group arrived at the edge of the clearing. Several jonin from the Uchiha clan, sensing the clan leader's chakra fluctuations, had rushed over immediately. Seeing the scene, they all froze in shock. The bodies on the ground, the massive Susanoo, and the third Hokage's livid face. Clan leader. An Uchiha jonin shouted in front of the Susanoo. Are you alright? Uchiha Yen waved a hand. I'm fine. His gaze shifted to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Third Hokage, I just thought of a question. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at him. Uchiha Yen's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Didn't you say? All root ninja had already been absorbed into the Umbu. At those words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed instantly. Uchiha Yen did not stop, continuing with a playful tone. Then how come there are 12 stragglers here? Or, he paused, his gaze turning meaningful. Did you actually order these people? As he spoke, the tip of the black Susanoo's katana casually pointed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. This sight made everyone present draw in a sharp breath. Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan constricted violently. Nara Shikaku's brow furrowed deeply. The clan leaders stared intently at Uchiha Yen's hand. Could he truly be planning to make a move against the third Hokage? This was incredibly unwise. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart pounded as he stared at the blade pointed at him. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Was this madman from the Uchiha clan truly going to attack him today? Uchiha clan leader. There must be a misunderstanding. Sarutobi's voice was dry. These men are likely remnants of Danzo's secret root organization. He strove to keep his tone steady. They have nothing to do with me. Uchiha Yen let out a soft "oh" at this. His gaze swept across everyone present, and then he slowly retracted his Susanoo. The black giant receded like a tide, its chakra glow fading into the air. He landed on the ground, dusted off his sleeves, and said with a smile, so that's how it is. Since the third Hokage didn't send them, it must have been Shimura Danzo. His gaze settled back on Sarutobi's face. Third Hokage, why not summon Danzo here to confront him directly? Sarutobi, having just breathed a sigh of relief when Yen dispelled his Susanoo, felt his heart skip a beat at these words. He was certain these men were Danzo's doing, but he couldn't admit it, nor could he possibly summon Danzo for a confrontation. If that old man Danzo actually came, given Uchiha Yen's current state, if he went berserk and used his Susanoo to cut him down on the spot, it would be too late for regrets. Sarutobi took a deep breath, his voice as calm as he could manage. Shimura Danzo is currently under house arrest. He's being monitored by the Umbu. There's no way he could have contact with these people. He paused, then added, so these men were definitely not instructed by him. They must have seen your impeachment of him, felt aggrieved, and organized this attack on their own. At these words, the corners of the clan leaders' mouths twitched. Everyone knew Sarutobi was shielding Danzo, but no one spoke up, and no one wanted to offend the third Hokage at this time. After all, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. As long as he hadn't stepped down, he was still the Hokage. Of course, no one wanted to offend Uchiha Yen either. Yen watched Sarutobi, a cold laugh in his heart. Just as he thought, unless caught red-handed, these old foxes would never admit a thing. Danzo was powerless, now useless to keep around. With the psychological blow dealt, it was time for physical elimination. Having reached this conclusion, Yen decided not to dwell on it, and smoothly changed the subject. Third Hokage. The fact that these remnants could lurk within Konoha shows that the village's defenses have become dangerously weak. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled clan leaders. Now the Uchiha clan's police force is in shambles with many dead and wounded. To rebuild the police force quickly, I hope the village can allocate funds. 100 million ryo. This is essential for the village's security. Otherwise, another group of root remnants might appear and assassinate the leaders of other clans. At this, the clan leaders all turned to look at Sarutobi. 100 million ryo. What an outrageous demand. But at that moment, a voice spoke up. Indeed, third Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward, arms crossed, his pale eyes fixed on Sarutobi. The police force must be re-established without delay. For Konoha's safety, and to ensure no other clan leader is caught off guard, I believe this 100 million is necessary. You should grant the funds promptly. Following his lead, the other clan leaders voiced their agreement. They realized that if Root Ninja dared to attack the Uchiha leader so close to the village, they could be next. And they didn't possess Uchiha Yan's Mangekyō power. Yes, third Hokage, the village's defenses are indeed too weak now. If something like this happens again, none of our clans will be able to sleep soundly. Please allocate the funds, third Hokage, so the Uchiha clan leader can rebuild the police force. One after another they spoke. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans remained silent, but offered no opposition. Standing in the back, Nara Shikaku watched the scene unfold, sighing inwardly. He knew Sarutobi had lost this round as well. From the moment Uchiha Yen had activated his Susanoo, he had already won. The clan leaders now supported him not out of genuine concern for the police force, but because they had witnessed the power of the Susanoo, the true strength of Uchiha Yen. They knew this young man was no longer someone they could afford to offend. And Sarutobi. Could he refuse? No. If he did, Uchiha Yen would continue to press the matter of Danzo, and the other clans would demand answers too. If he didn't refuse. An expenditure of 100 million ryo was no small sum for the current Konoha. Sarutobi fell silent. His hands clasped behind his back clenched into fists. After a long moment, he raised his head to look at Uchiha Yen, his voice tinged with weariness. Very well. For the safety of Konoha, I agree to allocate 100 million ryo to the police force. He paused. I hope the Uchiha clan leader can rebuild the police force swiftly and protect the villagers. A smile spread across Uchiha Yan's face upon hearing this. He nodded. Rest assured, third Hokage. Once our clan has finished relocating, I will begin the reconstruction of the police force. I swear to guarantee the safety of all villagers. Sarutobi nodded, but his mouth twitched slightly. Guarantee the safety of all villagers. You not causing trouble would be the best guarantee of safety. He didn't voice this thought, simply turning and leaving with his umbu without looking back. The clan leaders watched Sarutobi's departing figure, a mix of emotions churning within them. Some turned to look at Uchiha Yen, their gazes filled with awe. Others whispered among themselves. Narashikaku cast one final glance at Uchiha Yen before turning away. His mind was made up. It seemed he truly needed to make preparations early. Uchiha Yen and several Uchiha Jonin stood in place watching everyone leave. A satisfied smile played on his lips. Today he had not only trained his wood release, but also eliminated Root's remnants and secured 100 million ryo. This trip to the Forest of Death had been incredibly worthwhile, even if his eyes were getting increasingly nearsighted. At the periphery of the Siwang Forest, Yuzhibo Yen emerged slowly from the woods with several Uchiha Jonin, the setting sun staining the horizon a deep crimson, casting long, elongated shadows. As he walked ahead, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Clan leader. A Uchiha Jonin hurriedly caught up, gritting his teeth. He glanced at the receding figures of the third Hokage and others, then lowered his voice. Clan leader, now that you possess such immense power, why don't we directly defect from Konoha, find a weak village and become its Kage ourselves? Why remain in Konoha constantly suffering under the high-handedness of its leadership? At these words, the eyes of several nearby Jonin lit up, and they all turned to Yuzhibo Yen. Yuzhibo Yen halted at the remark. He turned his head and looked at the Uchiha Jonin as if he were a fool. The Jonin, puzzled, scratched his head. CL clan leader. Did I say something wrong? Yuzhibo Yen did not answer immediately. He averted his gaze and cursed inwardly. No wonder the Uchiha clan was wiped out in the original story of my past life. What the hell kind of thinking is this? Let me ask you a question. Yuzhibo Yan's voice was calm. The few Jonin immediately pricked up their ears. Who founded Konoha? The Jonin who had suggested defecting was taken aback and blurted out, the first Hokage and Yuzhibo-ban. And who was Yuzhibo-ban? He is our Uchiha ancestor. And the Chinsho clan. They are the first Hokage's clan. Yuzhibo Yen nodded. Konoha was founded jointly by the Chinsho clan and our Uchiha clan. Now the name of the Chinsho clan has gradually faded. Only our Uchiha clan remains. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Jonin's face. We can now say that this Konoha was founded by our Uchiha clan. And you want me to defect from the village we ourselves founded? How foolish can you be? The ones who should defect are Yuanfei Risen and his ilk, not us. As long as we eliminate all the current Konoha leadership, this Konoha village will be ours in the future. Moreover, not everyone in Konoha is our enemy. Only the high-ranking officials and their families are our foes. Who are our enemies? Who are our friends? This is a question we must get clear. Upon hearing this, the several Jonin suddenly understood. So that's it. The clan leader is far-sighted. Why didn't we think of that? Another Jonin stepped closer, eyes gleaming. But clan leader, your current strength should already surpass Yuanfei Risen. Why not launch a coup and oust all the Konoha leadership? Yuzhibo Yen again looked at them as if they were morons. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Who told you that staging a coup would make you Hokage? Do you think the other ninja clans are fools just sitting by and watching? Unless my power reaches the level of Chinsho Jujin or Yuzhibo-ban, capable of overwhelming the entire ninja world, then I could ignore all rules. Do you think I have that kind of power? The men exchanged glances and shook their heads. Although the clan leader is strong, Chinsho Jujin and Yuzhibo-ban were far mightier. Yuzhibo Yen spread his hands. Exactly. That's our situation now. My power is formidable, but not overwhelming. Moreover, he pointed to his eyes. The Wanhuating Xiaolunyan has its drawbacks. Every time I use it, my vision deteriorates. If used too often, I will eventually go blind. The Jonin's faces changed color upon hearing this. At the same time, the reputation of our Uchiha clan in Konoha is extremely poor. Even if I defeat Yuanfei Risen, or even kill him, I won't be able to command respect. The other ninja clans would unite against me, and Konoha would fall in a civil strife. Besides, killing them outright would be too merciful. Tuanzang has always craved power. I'll make him lose it entirely. Yuanfei Risen cherishes his reputation. I'll ruin it in Konoha. This is what they call killing the heart, far more satisfying than mere death. Yuzhibo Yan's gaze grew deep. A great man once said, make our supporters as many as possible and our opponents as few as possible. That's exactly the principle we are following now. For now, our main objective is to weaken the high-ranking officials' influence over Konoha slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water, until their reputation is thoroughly tarnished. At the same time, we'll elevate the Uchiha clan's standing in Konoha. When I have both strength and prestige, who else but me can be the Hokage? He paused, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Why would I abandon this ready-made village and go build a new one from scratch? That kind of idiotic behavior. Whoever wants to do it, go ahead. I'm not interested. The several jonin nodded repeatedly. The clan leader is right. We were short-sighted. The clan leader thinks far ahead. Yuzhibo Yan looked at their expressions, which seemed to say, I understand, but not fully, and decided not to explain further. He waved his hand. Let's go. Back to the camp. Yes. They returned to the temporary camp. At the entrance, Yuzhibo Badai greeted them. He scrutinized. Elder Badai, rest assured. As I've said, with my strength, no one in this Konoha village can do anything to me. Yuzhibo Badai nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. Yuzhibo Yan continued. By the way, Elder Badai, the Hokage has allocated us 100 million ryo to expedite the establishment of the new police force. Please go to the Hokage Tower later to collect it. Yuzhibo Badai's face lit up. 100 million ryo. His eyes sparkled. I was just worrying about insufficient funds for the police force. This is a dream come true. Yuzhibo Yan smiled. Go ahead. Collect it early lest night brings complications. Yes, I'll go at once. Yuzhibo Badai turned eagerly, took a few steps, then looked back. Clan leader, please rest well. I'll bring the money back tonight. With that, he vanished in a flash at the end of the street. Night fell. In a small courtyard of the temporary camp, Uchiha Inn sat at a table, a thick stack of documents spread before him. The police force reform proposals compiled by the Uchiha elites over the past few days. He picked up a page, examined it, then another, flipping through them. This plan. Not bad. But this part needs adjustment. And here too. He reviewed the documents, marking revisions with his pen. As he read on, his eyes grew sore. He rubbed them, yet his vision blurred further. Damn. Uchiha couldn't help but curse. This Mangekyō Sharingan's ocular power really doesn't last. Just a brief use of Susanoo in the Forest of Death today, and my eyesight dropped again. He leaned back, closing his eyes and massaging his temples. This won't do. I need to find a way to solve the ocular power drain soon. Otherwise, forget becoming Hokage. In a while, I'll be blind. He opened his eyes, gazing at the blurry text on the table, and sighed. Just then, knock, knock, knock. A knock came from outside the courtyard. Uchiha looked up. Who is it? Clan leader, it's me. A Uchiha shinobi's voice came from outside. An ANBU masked ninja has come to see you. Uchiha was taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled. ANBU mask. He set down his pen and rose to his feet. Let him in. Yes. Shortly after, a ninja clad in ANBU attire, wearing a white fox mask, was led into the courtyard. The ANBU ninja scanned the area upon entering, then removed his mask. Under the moonlight, a face of silver hair was revealed, along with the right eye visible outside the headband. Uchiha smiled at the visitor. You came faster than I expected. Kakashi. In the courtyard, moonlight spilled across the ground, casting two long shadows. Uchiha sat on the stone bench, gazing at Kakashi, standing before him, a faint smile curling at his lips. It seemed the words from last night had struck a chord with Kakashi. Since he came tonight, it was time to spin some more tales. Share some of the village's high-ranking darkness. As for whether these dark secrets were true, how would he know? After all, that's what the internet said in his past life. Might as well treat it as fact. Kakashi didn't speak immediately. He stood in the moonlight, his right eye fixed on Uchiha for a few seconds. Then he said something that caught Uchiha off guard. Uchiha clan leader, what you did in the Forest of Death today has already spread across all of Konoha. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of complexity. Single-handedly slaying 12 elite jonin of Root and awakening the legendary Susanoo. Now the villagers look at you differently. Uchiha waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. He smiled, his tone casual. Just a hint of strength, that's all. Not worth mentioning, truly not worth mentioning. Kakashi twitched at the sight of his expression, one that screamed, I'm so humble, but secretly proud. Yet he didn't dwell on the topic. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Uchiha clan leader. His voice turned low. Last night you said you could tell me more truths. I want to know. Uchiha's smile slowly faded at these words. He stood up, his gaze calm as he looked at Kakashi. Are you sure? Some truths once known can never be undone. Kakashi remained silent, but his eyes were resolute. Uchiha studied him for a few moments, then nodded. Very well. He walked to the stone table in the courtyard, sat down, and gestured to the stone bench opposite. Sit. Kakashi hesitated, then walked over and sat across from him. Uchiha didn't speak right away. He paused for a few seconds, as if gathering his thoughts. Then he slowly began. Since you wish to know the truth, then let's start with the death of your father. Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi's body tensed abruptly. Uchiha and didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on the moonlight on the stone table, his voice steady. Back then your father Tsukumo Hatake was renowned for his exploits and immense prestige. The name Konoha's White Fang was legendary across the entire shinobi world. He was a hero of Konoha, a presence that struck fear into enemies on the battlefield. Uchiha paused, but he had another identity that made him a thorn in the side of the village's higher-ups. He was a potential candidate for the fourth Hokage. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. Uchiha continued. And there was a man in Konoha who coveted the Hokage's seat his entire life. That man was Danzo Shimura. He dreamed of becoming Hokage. But your father's prestige was too high, a massive threat to him. To become Hokage, one needs two things. Uchiha raised two fingers. Immense power and immense prestige. Your father possessed both. So after the Second Great Ninja War ended, Danzo set his sights on your father. That failed S-rank mission was the spark that ignited it all. Kakashi's breathing grew ragged. Uchiha's voice remained calm, as if recounting something utterly mundane. Danzo seized that opportunity. He deployed root operatives to secretly fan the flames, spreading negative rumors about your father. More than half of those claims calling Tsukumo Hatake a failure were planted in the village by root. Even Uchiha's gaze turned cold. The comrades your father saved during that mission were also covertly threatened by root. If they didn't condemn your father, their families would suffer. Kakashi's hands clenched into fists, but he said nothing. Uchiha went on. As a result, news of your father's mission failure triggered an overwhelming wave of public opinion in the village. And the third Hokage at the time, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He wasn't eager to step down from his position either. So your father's damaged reputation actually worked in his favor. He turned a blind eye to Danzo's suppression of your father. Uchiha paused. As long as your father's prestige was ruined, he could never become Hokage. And with your father's brilliance, he had long since uncovered the conspiracy of the village's higher-ups. He could have chosen to defect, or he could have fought back. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. Then why? Why did he choose suicide? Uchiha finished his thought, meeting his gaze directly. Because he knew that if he fought back, the next target would be you. You at just 7 years old. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. Uchiha's voice dropped low. Your father didn't die from cowardice. He chose death to protect you. He was utterly disillusioned with the village's leadership. He knew that even if he won, he could never stay in Konoha. But if he defected, what would happen to you? You'd be branded a traitor's son, forever looked down upon. If he resisted, Danzo would stop at nothing to eliminate you. So he chose suicide. He used his own death to secure your safety. The courtyard fell silent. Kakashi sat on the stone bench, head bowed, hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. His shoulders trembled slightly, and a long moment passed. When he finally spoke, his voice was hoarse. My father. He trailed off, unable to continue. Uchiha remained silent, giving him time to process the weight of the revelation. After another long pause, Kakashi took a deep breath and lifted his head. His eyes were rimmed with red, but no tears fell. Continue. His voice was calmer now, but his clenched fists remained tight. Uchiha met his gaze and nodded. Very well. Then let us speak of the Senju clan. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. The Senju clan. Haven't you noticed? The name Senju is no longer spoken in this village. Uchiha said flatly. Kakashi paused, then nodded instinctively. Indeed. In Konoha, the name Senju had not been uttered in a long time. The clan that once stood alongside the Uchiha as the village's greatest power seemed to have vanished into silence. Uchiha let out a cold laugh. You think the Senju clan simply withered away? They were annihilated by design. What a... Kakashi's body jolted, his eyes widening in shock. Uchiha paid no heed to his disbelief and pressed on. Senju Nawaki, Tsunade's younger brother. You know that name, don't you? Kakashi nodded. Senju Nawaki, one of the third Hokage's disciples, a prodigy hailed as the one most likely to carry on the Senju will. Had he lived, he would have been a formidable contender for the Hokage's seat. Yet he died on a battlefield so utterly ordinary it defies belief. Uchiha's voice was cold. Do you know the real reason? Kakashi shook his head. Because Danzo deliberately leaked his intelligence. The enemy set up an ambush with countless explosive tags and blew him to pieces. Senju Nawaki was the Senju clan's most brilliant heir. His death meant the clan had no one left to carry on their legacy. Kakashi's breathing grew ragged. Uchiha did not relent. At the same time, Danzo and the third Hokage were secretly backing Orochimaru's experiments on Hashirama's cells. And the test subjects were members of the Senju clan. Many of them did not die of natural causes. They were used as expendable material, drained of life until nothing remained. Kakashi's pupils trembled. Uchiha looked at him and continued. And why did Tsunade truly leave Konoha? Do you really believe she left because she couldn't accept defeat, or that the title of the Sannin had been tarnished? No. She had already sensed the immense darkness looming over Konoha. Her beloved brother, Senju Nawaki, was dead. Her beloved partner, Dan Kato, was dead as well. Both of them were killed by the machinations of the village's higher-ups. Kakashi's fingers began to tremble. His breathing grew shallower. And the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha's voice did not pause. When the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, Konoha claimed they had no time to send aid. But the truth is the village's leadership knew long beforehand that Kirigakure and Kumagakure were planning to besiege Izushogakure. They chose to do nothing. Why? Because the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were far too powerful. Their existence posed a threat to Konoha. In the end, the Uzumaki clan was wiped out and a vast trove of sealing techniques was lost. And conveniently, Konoha sent people in after the battle to rescue survivors, bringing back your master's wife Uzumaki Kushina along with a few sealing scrolls. Kakashi's body convulsed. Why not go sooner? Because they had to wait until enough of them were dead before moving in to clean up. Uchiha's voice was devoid of all emotion. Go too early, and you save too many. Go too late, and the sealing arts are lost. The timing was calculated to perfection. Moonlight fell softly upon the stone table. Kakashi kept his head down saying nothing, but his breathing was erratic, his chest heaving violently. In the pale light his pupils could be seen contracting, his conviction beginning to waver. A long silence stretched out. When he spoke at last his voice sounded as if it were being squeezed from his throat. Then, what about Minato-sensei? Uchiha regarded him for a few seconds before speaking. On the night of the Nine-Tails attack, Root was conspicuously absent. Do you know why? Kakashi raised his head, his gaze locked on him. Uchiha's voice was calm. The Nine-Tails appeared that night because of the masked man. The same masked man who appeared on the night our clan was massacred. He and Danzo had been in contact all along. Danzo was obsessed with the fact that the fourth Hokage was Minato Namikaze. He wanted to use the Nine-Tails rampage to eliminate him, because Minato was too perfect, too righteous. He was not a Hokage the village's higher-ups could control. Kakashi's body was shaking. Uchiha went on. During the Nine-Tails attack, what did the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi actually do? He used his adamantine staff to knock the Nine-Tails out of the village. And then the third Hokage stopped acting. Why? Because he wanted the fourth Hokage to face the Nine-Tails. He had to preserve his own strength. In the end, the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the beast. And what did Danzo do? He took control of the scene at once and destroyed every piece of evidence. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, his trembling intensifying. Uchiha did not stop. Before he sealed the Nine-Tails, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze had already sensed it. He knew someone among the higher-ups had betrayed him. But to protect the village, to protect the newly born Naruto, he had no other choice. Why did he seal the Nine-Tails inside Naruto? Because he knew that if the Nine-Tails were not within Naruto, the boy would never live to see adulthood. The higher-ups would never allow the child of the fourth Hokage to grow up. But if Naruto became the Jinchuriki, they wouldn't dare touch him. Because the Nine-Tails is Konoha's weapon of war. Whoever harms him would be held responsible for the beast's rampage. Kakashi's body shook violently. He kept his head lowered, his hands gripping his knees so hard his knuckles turned white. But he said nothing. Uchiha looked at him and continued. Finally, the truth behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi jerked his head up. Uchiha's gaze turned icy. The Uchiha clan's massacre was a plan Danzo orchestrated for over a decade. Since the night of the Nine-Tails, he forged evidence to make everyone believe the Nine-Tails was unleashed by the Uchiha clan. Using that as a pretext, he drove the Uchiha out of Konoha's center, exiling them to the village's farthest edge. At the same time, he had the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi brainwash the Uchiha's prodigies, Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, turning them into his pawns. When Danzo learned Shisui's Mangekyō ability was Koto Amatsukami, capable of altering another's will, fear took hold of him. He feared Shisui would use that power to thwart his genocide plan. So he struck first, seizing Shisui's Mangekyō Sharingan. As for Itachi Uchiha, he was brainwashed by both the third and Danzo. The notion of sacrificing his clan for the village. It was under these decades of manipulation that Itachi was driven to commit an inhuman slaughter upon his own kin. Kakashi's voice was hoarse. Then why did the masked man ultimately appear at the Uchiha compound? Uchiha let out a cold laugh. Because they never anticipated the masked man would betray them. That masked man didn't just come to destroy our Uchiha clan. He also wiped out a large portion of the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. His goal was simple: to weaken Konoha's strength. The wind ceased. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Kakashi sat motionless on the stone bench. His right hand covered his tightly shut left eye. That Sharingan, a gift from Obito. A long moment passed. He remained silent. Uchiha was in no hurry, sitting opposite him, waiting for him to process everything. After a long while, Kakashi finally spoke, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. Why are you telling me all this? Uchiha looked at him, his gaze sincere. Because I need help. I need someone to join me in overthrowing this Konoha leadership, which is rotten to its very core. These cancers must be excised. Everyone who wishes for change must unite. Kakashi fell silent. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head and looked at Uchiha Yen. So what do you need me to do? Hearing this, a flicker of joy sparked within Uchiha Yen. His recounting of every conspiracy theory about the Konoha higher-ups from his past life had finally paid off. Finally, they were getting to the point. But his face betrayed nothing. He merely looked at Kakashi calmly. Leave the Umbu. Join the police force. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Staying in the Umbu, you can't change a thing. Uchiha Yen's voice was earnest. You'll only be forced to watch the higher-ups continue their atrocities. Watch the next person you want to protect die one after another. Only by leaving the Umbu can you truly break free from their control. Kakashi remained silent, offering no reply. Uchiha Yen continued to paint a picture of the future. The police force may be weak now, but it has an advantage no other department possesses. It's a legitimate organization that can operate independently of the Umbu. Furthermore, the police force is on the verge of reform. I will delegate authority. You wouldn't be joining as a regular member. Kakashi looked up at him. You will be my deputy. Uchiha Yen's voice was firm. I'll be the chief of the police force, and you'll be the deputy chief. Kakashi was taken aback. Then his brow furrowed even deeper. The police force is the Uchiha clan's department. An outsider like me. Who said the police force can only consist of Uchiha? Uchiha Yen interrupted him, a hint of amusement in his voice. The first rule of the police force reform is to recruit members from among the civilians. You Kakashi may not be an Uchiha, but you are a top-tier jonin of Konoha, a disciple of the 4th Hokage. Your reputation is more than sufficient. And Uchiha Yen paused, his gaze turning meaningful. If you join the police force, others will see that the Uchiha aren't seeking division, but rather uniting all the strength they can. Kakashi fell silent. He lowered his head, staring at the dappled moonlight on the stone table. After a long time, he spoke, his voice a bit raspy. All right, I'll leave the Umbu and join the police force. Hearing this, a slow smile curved at the corner of Uchiha Yen's mouth. It was done. Kakashi stood up. However, he turned his head to look at Uchiha Yen. If everything you've told me is just to use me, I won't let you get away with it. Uchiha Yen smiled. Don't worry. Once you verify things yourself, you'll know that everything I've said is the truth. Kakashi said no more. He donned his Umbu mask, and his figure vanished into the night. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the lights were bright. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, the embers in his pipe glowing intermittently. Hamura Mitokado sat on the sofa, hands on his knees, while Konoha Uchiha sat beside him, arms crossed. And one person who should not have been there, Danzo Shimura. He stood before the desk, leaning on his cane, his face grim. The four formed a circle, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled. The smoke dispersed into the air. Today's incident in the Forest of Death. You're all aware. Konoha Uchiha nodded, her expression grim. That Uchiha brat actually awakened Susanoo. Having just awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan and already mastering that legendary power. Hamura Mitokado's voice was heavy. It seems we all underestimated that brat. Hiruzen remained silent, offering no response. Danzo stood off to the side, his face ashen, his right hand gripping his cane tightly. My 12 elite root operatives. All of them are dead. His voice was hoarse, filled with suppressed fury. That brat. I will surely kill him. Hiruzen looked up at him. You still want to make a move? His voice carried a hint of displeasure. If you hadn't sent men to ambush him, would today's events have occurred? And now not only have we lost 12 elite jonin, but the whole village knows that Uchiha brat has mastered Susanoo. Furthermore, you forced me to allocate 100 million ryo to the police force. You've brought shame upon the entire Konoha leadership. Hearing this, Danzo whipped his head around, glaring at Hiruzen. Hiruzen. His voice was almost a roar. Do you think I did this for myself? That brat at just 12 years old has already awakened Susanoo. In a few more years, how powerful will he become? By then, do you think you and I will have a way to survive? Hiruzen fell silent. He knew what Danzo said was true, but knowing and doing were two different things. He currently had no way to deal with that brat. Konoha Uchiha looked at the two of them and spoke up. All right, both of you, say no more. Now is not the time for arguing. This Uchiha Yen is no longer someone we can easily deal with. Hamura Mitokado nodded in agreement. Indeed, now that he has mastered Susanoo, there are few in all of Konoha who can suppress him head-on. Without absolute certainty, we cannot act rashly again. Hiruzen was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he spoke. Jiraiya. How long until he gets here? Konoha Uchiha shook her head. The message has been sent, but he's currently traveling. We don't know when he'll receive it. Hiruzen nodded, asking no further questions. The atmosphere in the office fell into silence once more. Danzo stood to the side, his gaze dark as he stared out the window. A sudden thought struck him, and a cold smile crept onto his face. In fact, that wicked brat Uchiha Yen being able to use Susanoo isn't entirely a bad thing. At this, the other three raised their heads simultaneously. Hamura Mitokado stood frozen, his brow deeply furrowed. Konoha Uchiha looked bewildered, opening her mouth only to close it again. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused, the hand holding his pipe hovering midair. His gaze settled on Danzo's face, yet he remained silent. Danzo, what exactly do you mean? Hamura Mitokado was the first to speak, his voice laced with confusion. That brat mastered Susanoo, and all 12 of our elite jonin were lost. And you still think this is a good thing? Koharu Uchiha chimed in, her expression grim. That's Susanoo, the power said to have been used by Madara Uchiha to subjugate the entire shinobi world. For him to awaken it at such a young age, if we let him grow for a few more years, do we stand any chance of survival? Danzo did not answer. Leaning on his cane, he slowly walked to the office desk. He lifted his gaze to look at Hamura and Koharu. I have a question for you both. Hamura and Koharu exchanged a glance, uncertain of what he was getting at. What do you think that brat consumes when he activates Susanoo? Hamura was taken aback. Koharu was equally stunned. They looked at each other, then back at him, a single question mark hanging over their heads. Consumes what? Susanoo is a jutsu of the Mangekyō Sharingan coalesced from chakra, so it must naturally be chakra. Hamura ventured cautiously. Susanoo is incredibly draining, but that brat's chakra reserves seem vast. Otherwise he couldn't have maintained it for so long. Koharu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Susanoo is a product of chakra, so naturally it consumes chakra. What else could it possibly consume? Danzo remained silent, merely watching them with a look one might give to children who understood nothing. Just then a low voice broke the silence. It's eye power. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind the desk, his pipe set aside. The Mangekyō Sharingan. Every use consumes not just chakra, but also eye power. Hamura's brow furrowed. Eye power. What is that? Hiruzen didn't answer, instead lifting his head to look at Danzo. Danzo met Hiruzen's gaze, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He leaned on his cane, taking a few slow steps. Hiruzen, so you've realized it too. Hiruzen remained silent. Danzo didn't drag it out further, his voice echoed through the office. According to historical records, when the Uchiha clan's Mangekyō Sharingan is used, it consumes not only chakra, but also eye power. Eye power is the core energy that sustains the Mangekyō Sharingan's function. It originates from the Sharingan itself, from the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, from the strength of the eyes. Danzo paused, tapping his cane lightly on the floor. Every use of the Mangekyō consumes eye power, and if too much eye power is spent, the vision will become increasingly blurred. Eventually it can lead to complete blindness. The office fell silent. Hamura and Koharu exchanged a glance, a flicker of shock in their eyes. Blindness. Koharu's voice held a note of uncertainty. Are you saying that brat Uchiha and could go blind from using Susanoo? Danzo didn't reply, but his eyes gave the answer. A hint of delight slowly crept onto Koharu's face. Hamura caught on, as well as eyes brightening. Wait, so you mean Uchiha and dared to use Susanoo for an extended period in the Forest of Death today? His eye power must have been significantly depleted. Danzo nodded, a cold smile lacing his voice. Indeed, that brat, having only just awakened his Mangekyō a few days ago, forcibly activated Susanoo and maintained it for so long in front of everyone. Given his level of eye power, this battle alone would have cost him at least 10 to 20%. His vision should already be starting to blur by now. Hamura's breathing grew rapid. He leaned forward, hands pressing on his knees. Then, that means the Mangekyō Sharingan isn't invincible after all. If we keep draining Uchiha's eye power, eventually he'll go blind. Danzo looked at his excitement, his smirk widening. Precisely. That's the logic. He turned, leaning on his cane, his gaze drifting to the night outside the window. Though we lost 12 elite jonin today, we've indirectly drained a portion of Uchiha's eye power. When you tally it up, it's not a loss. Hamura and Koharu looked at each other, a glint of excitement visible in both their eyes. But Hiruzen remained silent throughout. He sat behind his desk, having relit his pipe. The smoke drifted lazily in the air, obscuring his expression. Danzo, without turning back, continued. If we send more operatives to assassinate Uchiha, and we can continue to drain his eye power. As long as we force him to repeatedly use his Mangekyō and Susanoo, his eyesight will deteriorate further. Once his eyes are completely ruined, no matter how strong he is, he'll be as good as crippled. But at that moment a voice cut him off. Enough. The voice was quiet, yet carried an undeniable authority. Danzo's words halted. He slowly turned around. Hiruzen had risen to his feet. One hand rested on the desk, the other held his pipe, his gaze fixed intently on Danzo. I know what you're thinking. Hiruzen's voice was low, strained with suppressed emotion. You want to use lives to drain Uchiha's eye power. Send a squad, they die, then send another. Squad after squad, filling that bottomless pit with shinobi lives. Danzo said nothing, effectively conceding the point. Hiruzen took a deep breath, placing his pipe on the desk. But this is the village. That method won't work here. His voice turned cold and hard. If you send more assassins after Uchiha and he catches proof, this time I might not even be able to protect you. Danzo let out a cold snort. I don't need your protection for my actions. Hiruzen ignored the mockery and pressed on. Besides committing atrocities within Konoha time and again, do you truly believe the other ninja clans will just stand by and let us act with such impunity? He paused, a hint of weariness creeping into his voice. The incident in the Forest of Death today was witnessed by all the major clans. They know it was Root's doing, they just haven't spoken up. But that doesn't mean they are unaware. If it happens a second time, a third, what will they think? Will they still believe the village's leadership can ensure their safety? Danzo fell silent. The air in the office seemed to solidify. After a long moment, Danzo looked up at Hiruzen, his voice dripping with cold sarcasm. Heh, atrocities. If we can't do it in Konoha, that doesn't mean it can't be done outside. He turned and headed for the door. At worst, I'll put a hefty bounty on Uchiha-on's head. I doubt no one will take that commission. Where there's high reward, there will be bold takers. He reached the door and pulled it open. Hiruzen, you just cling to your precious rules and wait for death. With that, he walked out without looking back. Slam. The door shut heavily behind him. The picture frames on the wall shook slightly from the impact. The office was enveloped in a deathly silence. Hiruzen stood still, staring at the closed door. He picked up his pipe, placed it between his lips, and took a deep drag. He exhaled slowly, the smoke dispersing into a hazy veil under the dim light. Hamura and Koharu sat on the sofa looking at each other in dismay. After a long while, Koharu spoke, her voice dry. Hiruzen. Danzo. Hiruzen raised a hand, cutting her off. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in hand, the embers within it glowing faintly. The ashtray before him was already overflowing. After Danzo had left the previous night, he had sat alone for a long time. He had only dozed off at his desk just before dawn. Just then a knock came at the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, rubbing his temples. Come in. The door slid open, and a silver-haired figure in ANBU uniform stepped inside. Hiruzen Sarutobi blinked in surprise upon recognizing the newcomer. Kakashi. He set down his pipe, a look of surprise on his face. What brings you here? Isn't today your day off? Kakashi didn't answer. He walked to the desk and stood before it. Then he produced a letter from his vest and placed it on the desk. What's this? Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at the envelope, then back at Kakashi. Kakashi remained silent. Frowning, the Hokage picked up the envelope and opened it. Inside was a neatly folded sheet of paper. He unfolded it, his eyes scanning the words. His expression changed instantly. A letter of resignation. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, fixing his gaze on Kakashi. You want to leave the ENBU? A moment of silence filled the office. Kakashi did not avert his gaze. Yes. His voice was calm. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeper. He looked at the resignation letter, then at Kakashi. Why? The Hokage put the letter down, his voice laced with confusion. You've been doing well in the ANBU. Why resign all of a sudden? Is there a problem? Kakashi shook his head. No. Then why? Hiruzen Sarutobi stood and walked around the desk to stand before Kakashi. His gaze swept over Kakashi's face. You are one of the finest members of the ANBU. Your skills, your judgment, your execution. They are all top tier. I was even planning to make you the captain of an ENBU division soon. And now you're telling me you want to resign. Kakashi lowered his head, remaining silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi regarded him, his tone softening. Kakashi, you've been with me for so many years. I know something is weighing on your mind. If there's any difficulty, tell me. The village will help you. Kakashi lifted his head, his gaze meeting the Hokage's for a brief moment before he looked down again. Lord Third, I'm just tired. Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. Yes. Kakashi's voice was barely a whisper. All these years in the ENBU, I've been constantly on missions. High intensity, low intensity, dangerous, monotonous. I've grown weary and wish to rest. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched him, then walked back behind his desk and sat down. Kakashi. His voice grew heavy. Do you remember? Your teacher Minato Namikaze. Kakashi's body stiffened slightly. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't look at him, his gaze resting on the pipe on his desk. Minato was a great shinobi. He sacrificed his life to protect the village. His will should be carried on. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up at Kakashi. You are Minato's most prized student. If you were to leave the ENBU just like this, what would Minato think looking down from heaven? The office fell silent. Kakashi stood still, saying nothing. His right hand clenched into a fist. He dared to bring up his teacher Minato Namikaze in front of him. Kakashi wanted to lash out, but he held it in. After a long moment, he looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his gaze calm. Lord Third, it is precisely because I have thought it through clearly that I came to this decision. Hiruzen Sarutobi was taken aback. Kakashi's voice was soft yet resolute. Minato-sensei. He always wanted me to be happy. He wanted me to find the path I truly wished to walk, rather than living forever in the shadows of the past. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Kakashi, falling silent once more. After a long pause, he spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. Have you truly made up your mind? Kakashi nodded. I have. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at him, his expression complex. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he merely sighed. Very well. He picked up the resignation letter, read it once more, took out a pen, and signed it. Since you're tired, take a rest for a while. I'll keep your position in the ANBU open. You can come back whenever you wish. Kakashi looked at the signed letter, a sense of relief washing over him. He nodded. Thank you, Lord Third. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand. Go on, get some rest. Kakashi said no more. He turned and headed for the door. Just as he reached it, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice came from behind him. Kakashi. Kakashi's footsteps halted. He didn't turn around. Hiruzen Sarutobi paused for a few seconds. If you ever need anything, the village will always be your support. Kakashi stood there for a moment, then let out a soft mm. He pushed the door open and walked out. The office door closed softly behind him. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk staring at the closed door. He picked up his pipe, lit it, and took a deep drag, the smoke dispersing in the air. After a long while he sighed. Minato Namikaze, your disciple has grown up. At the temporary Uchiha compound, Uchiha and was sitting on a stone bench in the small courtyard reviewing the police force reform plan. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and saw Kakashi at the entrance. He smiled. You're here? Kakashi didn't reply. He walked into the yard and sat down on the stone bench opposite Uchiha An. I've resigned from the ANBU. His voice was calm. Uchiha An's smile deepened upon hearing this. I know. I knew you could do it. Kakashi looked at him. What should I do next? Uchiha An put down the documents, stood up, walked over to Kakashi, and looked at him seriously. Rest for a few days first. Once we're settled here, we'll re-establish the police force. Then I'll introduce you to everyone. He paused. It should be done within a few days. Kakashi looked at him, saying nothing, but his gaze was more resolute than yesterday. Uchiha An patted Kakashi on the shoulder, then turned his gaze towards the distant Hokage rock, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. 2 days passed in a flash. Just as dawn broke, the Uchiha temporary camp stirred to life. Clan members bustled in and out, carrying luggage, hoisting furniture, and hauling various household goods, their feet barely touching the ground. Children darted through the crowd laughing and playing, only to be scolded by adults and sent back to help. Several elderly women packed pots, pans, and bowls into wooden crates, muttering, "Handle this with care, don't drop that." The entire camp resembled an ant colony in the midst of relocation. Uchiha Yashiro stood at the entrance, a list in hand, directing a few clan members as they loaded supplies. Put that crate on the left. Yes, that one. Careful. Inside are the clan leader's documents. Tie it tight after loading, or it'll fall apart en route. His voice echoed through the morning air, full of vigor. After finishing his tasks, Yashiro straightened up, wiped the sweat from his brow, and gazed at the bustling scene before him, unable to resist a heartfelt sigh. I never imagined I'd live to see this day. His voice was a little hoarse. To return to our original Uchiha compound. Beside him, a senior Uchiha Jonin nodded in agreement. Yes, Elder Yashiro. I thought our clan would never in this lifetime go back to our original home. Yet the clan leader has led us back. Yashiro smiled, his eyes brimming with relief. This is all thanks to the clan leader. Just then the door of the small courtyard opened. Uchiha Yen stepped out, clad in a deep blue Uchiha clan robe. The garment fit him perfectly, and the clan's fan emblem embroidered on the back gleamed prominently in the morning light. He appeared energetic, his steps steady, a faint smile on his lips. He seemed to be in good spirits. Seeing Uchiha Yen emerge, Yashiro promptly hurried over. Clan leader, you're up. Uchiha Yen nodded and glanced at the busy clan members. How are the preparations? Almost done, Yashiro said with a smile. Everything is packed. I expect we'll finish loading within half an incense stick's time. Uchiha Yen nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Yashiro. Yashiro waved his hands repeatedly. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. This is what an old man ought to do. He paused, then added, unable to contain himself, Clan leader, in all my years I never thought our Uchiha clan would see the day we return to our old home. All this is thanks to you. His eyes grew a little red. Uchiha Yen patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Elder Yashiro, don't say that. I am a member of the Uchiha as well. This is what I should do. Yashiro nodded firmly and wiped the corner of his eye. Good. I'll go back to work now. With that he turned and plunged back into the busy crowd. Half an incense stick later. All supplies were fully loaded. Over 100 Uchiha clan members formed a long procession, marching out of the temporary camp in a grand spectacle. Uchiha Yen led the way with Elder Yashiro close at his side. Behind them came carts laden with goods, and further back clan members supporting the elderly and carrying the young. As the procession wound through the streets of Konoha, it drew the attention of the villagers. On both sides of the road, on balconies, by windows, and even a few early rising vendors put down their work, craning their necks to watch the column. Look, it's the Uchiha clan. Are they moving back to their original compound? Well, I must say over 100 people marching in a line is quite a sight. Someone murmured, the Uchiha still have this many people. I thought after the massacre they barely had anyone left. You don't know anything. The ones who died were the elite of the police department. Quite a few of the elderly women and children survived. Is that the new Uchiha clan leader at the front? Yes, that's him, Uchiha Yen. He's so young to be clan leader. Don't let his age fool you. I heard that at the clan leaders meeting he forced Elder Danzo to step down. Really? Of course. My cousin serves in the Umbu and told me himself. A few voices expressed sympathy. Oh, they're pitiable too. So many dead in one night, only 100 or so left. Anyone would be devastated. But more were scornful. Serves them right. A middle-aged man spat his voice loud enough for those nearby to hear. Who else but their clan produced a madman like Uchiha Itachi, slaughtering his entire clan, even children. That clan deserves to be wiped out. Someone beside him quickly tugged his sleeve. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear you. So what if they hear? I'm telling the truth. The Uchiha clan is cursed. That's why they produced such a lunatic. Similar remarks rose and fell all around. Some sympathized, some sneered, some were curious, others indifferent. But no matter what they said, Uchiha Yin paid no heed. He walked at the front of the procession, his expression unchanged, his gaze fixed straight ahead. As if all the chatter were nothing but the wind by the roadside. Elder Yashiro followed behind, his face darkening at the words. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Clan leader, these villagers." "It's fine," Uchiha Yin interrupted him, his voice calm. "Let them talk. Words are on other people's lips, we can't control them." Yashiro paused, then nodded. The clan leader is right. The procession continued. They crossed streets, passed through a plaza, and wound through alleys both familiar and strange. Finally, they reached Konoha's main square. In the center of the square stood a tall notice board usually used for posting village announcements. Uchiha Yin stopped. He turned to look behind him. Takuma, clan leader. Uchiha Takuma stepped out from the line and approached him. Uchiha Yin pointed at the notice board in the square. "Go and post that notice," he said to the clan member behind him, who handed over a rolled-up notice. Uchiha Takuma was taken aback. He took the notice a little confused. "Clan leader posting a notice now. Today is our moving day. Precisely because it's moving day we post it." A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Yin's mouth. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Those villagers, those eyes watching from the shadows, those faces peeking from behind curtains. Today all of Konoha was watching the Uchiha clan's every move. This was the perfect opportunity to use it. Though Uchiha Takuma didn't fully grasp the clan leader's intent, he didn't question it. He nodded, took the notice, and strode quickly toward the notice board in the center of the square. With a swish, the notice was unfurled and posted in the most prominent spot on the board. Then Uchiha Takuma stepped back. "It's posted, clan leader." Uchiha Yin nodded. "Let's go." Without a second glance, he turned and continued forward. The procession moved on, crossing the square. But that notice, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sent ripples spreading across the square. A few curious villagers, seeing the Uchiha post something, gathered around. "Ah, a notice posted by the Uchiha. What does it say?" Several people crowded in, looking up at the board. When they made out the content, their eyes widened. "Police. Police department recruitment. The police department is recruiting outsiders." Is it true? The news spread like wildfire through the square. More and more people flocked to the board. Passers-by, ninjas who had finished their early training, housewives out buying groceries. Before long, a large crowd had gathered around the notice board. Everyone stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to read the notice. The information it contained was simply too shocking. The police department had always been a department under the Uchiha clan's control. Since Konoha's founding, it had never recruited from outside. The Uchiha treated the police department as their own territory with no outsiders allowed. But now, the Uchiha were actively recruiting from outside. Someone read the contents of the notice aloud. A recruitment drive for all Konoha shinobi. Jinin monthly stipend 50,000 ryo. Chunin monthly stipend 200,000 ryo. Jonin monthly stipend 350,000 ryo. The moment these figures were announced, the gathered villagers erupted into chaos. "Wait, what? 50,000 for Jinin. 200,000 for Chunin. I work myself to the bone on missions every month and barely scrape together 30 or 40,000 ryo. This pays more than missions do. And it's not nearly as dangerous as missions." A young man dressed as a Jinin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 350,000. That's the income level of an elite jonin. Just by working at the police force we can earn that much. A middle-aged ninja beside him furrowed his brow. "Don't get too excited just yet. Let's keep reading." Someone continued reading further down. Working hours, 8 hours per day. Rotating shifts in 3 cycles. During rest periods, individuals are free to take on missions. Wait, there's rest time? We can take on more missions during our breaks. Doesn't that mean double the income? The watching shinobi began to breathe more rapidly, a palpable tension rising among them. But it was the content below that truly shattered their composure. Shinobi who join the police force, if they have children, may enroll them for free in the Uchiha training grounds. They can train alongside Uchiha children. Those who show exceptional promise may also gain access to learn standard Uchiha clan jutsu. At these words, the entire square fell into a stunned silence. Every shinobi was frozen in place. An opportunity to learn jutsu. And not just any jutsu, but Uchiha clan jutsu. That was the most closely guarded secret of the great clans, never shared with outsiders. The Uchiha clan was actually willing to teach outsiders. A young civilian ninja's face flushed with excitement. "Is this for real, eh? If I could learn Uchiha clan jutsu, my strength would skyrocket. Are the Uchiha running a charity now?" His companion beside him rubbed his hands together in agitation. "No kidding. And they'll even let our kids train for free at the Uchiha grounds. That's the Uchiha clan's training ground. Their facilities are the best in all of Konoha. If my child could train in a place like that, maybe one day they could even become a jonin. Some of the older shinobi remained more composed, but even their hearts were beginning to race. A stable salary, a job without mortal danger, the chance to learn Uchiha Jutsu, and access to the clan's training resources for their children. No matter how you calculated it, the deal was overwhelmingly favorable. The gathered shinobi began to stir restlessly. Some were already eager to sign up, while others hesitated, weighing their options. I've heard the Uchiha clan's relationship with the village's top brass is quite strained. If we throw our lot in with them, will we become targets for the higher-ups? Yeah, the third Hokage might not say it out loud, but his sympathies definitely lie with Danzo. What if we join the police force and end up on the ANBU's radar? These concerns washed over some like a bucket of cold water. But soon counter-arguments arose. What are you so afraid of? Uchiha and dared to stand up to Danzo himself. You think he's scared of the ANBU? And haven't you heard? Uchiha and slew 12 elite jonin from the root in the Forest of Death. That's real, undeniable strength. Following a powerhouse like him has got to be better than scraping by on our own missions, right? Besides, even if we don't join the police force, do you really think the higher-ups would stop oppressing us? Have civilian shinobi ever been able to hold their heads high in Konoha? These words struck a chord, and many fell silent. Indeed, civilian shinobi had always been the lowest rung in Konoha. Few missions, low pay, and no one cared if they died. But if they could join the police force, at least they'd have a stable backing. At the very bottom of the notice was another line. Recruitment time tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Location: Police Force Headquarters Building. Interested parties are requested to arrive punctually for the unified recruitment process. The assembled shinobi silently committed the time and place to memory. Then they dispersed. But the news spread through Konoha like wildfire. The procession had already exited the square. Uchiha and led the way, his pace unwavering. Clan leader Uchiha Takuma caught up, lowering his voice. The villagers. They've all seen the notice. The whole square is buzzing with talk right now. Uchiha grunted in acknowledgement, not turning back. Let them talk. This news needs a little more time to spread its wings. Uchiha Takuma nodded, falling silent. The procession continued forward. After crossing the final street, the Uchiha clan's old compound finally came into view. As he laid eyes on the completely transformed compound, Uchiha and steps faltered for a moment. Everything before him was utterly different from the dilapidated, desolate place in his memory. The streets, once overgrown with weeds, were now pristine, the bluestone pavers glistening with moisture, clearly freshly washed. The houses lining the streets had all been fully repaired, broken walls restored to look brand new, rooftops fitted with fresh tiles that gleamed warmly in the morning light. The old locust tree at the center of the compound had been pruned of its dead branches, bursting with new life. New street lamps had been installed at several intersections, unlit in the daytime, but obviously brand new. The entire compound was clean, orderly, and well-maintained, a world apart from its former dilapidated state. Uchiha stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the scene, a faint, satisfied smile curling at the corner of his lips. He turned to the 8th elder beside him. Elder Hakadai, the compound has been renovated splendidly. Upon hearing this, the elder's face immediately broke into a grin, though his words remained modest. Oh, it's nothing at all. All the credit goes to the craftsman. I just oversaw things from the sidelines, didn't do much myself. Flattered, the elder scratched his head and let out a few sheepish chuckles. The clan leader is too kind. Uchiha said no more, turning to stride into the compound. The clan members followed, filing in one after another. As they beheld the completely transformed compound, everyone involuntarily came to a halt. Is this really our old compound? A middle-aged woman's eyes widened, her voice filled with disbelief. I remember it being utterly run down. How did it become like this? It's so beautiful. Even more beautiful than when we lived here before. The children had already sprinted off, chasing each other playfully through the streets. I want that room. No way. I saw it first. You're too slow, tough luck. The adults watching the children's joyful faces couldn't help but smile as well. This was the first time genuinely that the Uchiha clan had smiled since the night of the massacre. Yashiro wiped the corner of his eye, his voice choked with emotion. Finally, we're home. Uchiha did not join the argument over room selection. He walked straight towards the deepest residence in the compound, the dwelling of successive clan leaders. The house was large, with 2 courtyards, the front for receiving guests and holding meetings, and the back for private chambers. The courtyard was spacious, planted with an old plum tree under which sat a stone table and a few stone stools. Uchiha pushed open the main door and stepped inside. The room was spotless, clearly prepared in advance. The furniture was new, exuding a faint scent of wood. He walked to the window, pushed it open, and the garden view lay before him in full. This room is not bad. Uchiha nodded in satisfaction. It was spacious, offered good privacy, and crucially was close to the meeting hall, convenient for handling clan affairs. He took a turn around the entire residence, inspecting every part. Then he sat on a stone stool in the yard and poured himself a cup of tea. Before long, footsteps sounded from outside. Elder Yashiro entered. Clan leader, the rooms have all been assigned. The clansmen are very satisfied and asked me to thank you. Uchiha set down his teacup and nodded. That's good. Summon all ninja to the meeting hall. I have something to announce. Yashiro was taken aback. All ninja? Yes, Uchiha nodded. All ninja. Though Yashiro didn't know what the clan leader intended, he nodded nonetheless. Understood, I'll see to it at once. With that, he turned and strode out quickly. Soon Yashiro's voice echoed from outside. All ninja, gather at the meeting hall. The clan leader has an important announcement. All ninja. Now. The entire compound immediately buzzed with activity. Within the meeting hall, lights blazed. All Uchiha ninja had assembled. Jonin sat in the front rows, Chunin stood behind them, and Jinin crowded by the door and windows. The hall was packed, a sea of people. No one spoke, all eyes were fixed on the man beside the clan leader's seat. The man with silver hair wearing a mask. Itachi Kakashi. The older ninja recognized him instantly. Konoha's elite Jonin disciple of the 4th Hokage. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Kakashi, why is he here? He's from the Umbu. What does the clan leader want with him? Though puzzled, no one dared to ask. Uchiha rose, his gaze sweeping across the hall, and silence fell immediately. He wasted no time, getting straight to the point. I've called you all here today to announce 3 matters. His voice was not loud, yet it reached every corner clearly. The first matter. The police force is officially reorganized. I will serve as its captain. He turned to look at Kakashi seated beside him. Some of you may not be familiar with the man next to me. Allow me to introduce him. He is the disciple of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Konoha's elite Jonin, Itachi Kakashi. A momentary hush fell over the hall. Uchiha continued without pause. Furthermore, I will be inviting Itachi Kakashi to officially join the police force, serving as its deputy captain. At these words, the hall erupted in commotion. Deputy captain, Kakashi, letting an outsider become deputy captain of the police force. A Uchiha Jonin shot to his feet, his expression grim. Clan leader. He stared at Kakashi, undisguised wariness in his gaze. Kakashi was once from the Umbu. He's always been working for the village's higher-ups. Who knows if he's a spy sent by the 3rd Hokage? Other Jonin voiced their agreement. That's right, clan leader. Since when does our police force need an outsider to meddle? Please reconsider, clan leader. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense instantly. All gazes converged on Kakashi, wary, questioning, displeased. Kakashi sat in his chair, his expression unchanged. He neither refuted nor explained, simply sitting quietly. Uchiha raised a hand, quelling the murmurs. His gaze swept across those present, his voice calm. I trust him. Just 4 words. But 4 words were enough. Silence fell over the meeting hall once more. Uchiha offered no explanation. He didn't need to. He was the clan leader, his word was law. Does anyone have any objections? His gaze fell upon the Jonin who had stood up earlier. The man opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end no words came out. He gritted his teeth and sat back down. The others exchanged glances, but ultimately no one else stepped forward to oppose. Kakashi stood and gave a slight nod to the crowd. A brief acknowledgement, then he sat back down. Uchiha wasted no time and moved on to the second matter. The second matter. His voice echoed through the hall. The police force will recruit civilian ninja. There is one iron rule that everyone must remember. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Whoever joins the police force, regardless of their surname, is one of us. Anyone who dares to discriminate or ostracize outsiders will be dealt with according to clan law. The Jonin exchanged uneasy glances. Some frowned, some pondered, some seemed on the verge of speaking. Allowing outsiders into the police force was one thing, but now treating them as one of us and extending clan law protection to them. This. But they looked at Uchiha's calm face, then at Kakashi seated beside him. In the end, no one voiced opposition. Uchiha waited a moment, and when no one spoke, he nodded. The third matter. Establishing an intelligence network. He looked towards Uchiha Takuma. Activate the Ninja Cat Intelligence Network. Deploy the cats to every corner of Konoha. I want to know everything that happens in this village. Uchiha Takuma stood up immediately. Yes, clan leader. He paused, then asked, clan leader. We may not have enough ninja cats. Uchiha waved a hand dismissively. Find stray cats and have the ninja cats tame them. Numbers won't be an issue. What matters is speed. Uchiha Takuma nodded and sat back down. The 3 matters were concluded. Uchiha did not dismiss the gathering. He settled back into his chair and continued. Now that the 3 matters are done, let me outline the specific plan for this police force reform. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. Uchiha picked up the documents on the table, his gaze sweeping across them. To maintain the public order and stability of the village. To ensure the orderly development of After the establishment of the police department, we must quickly accomplish the following tasks. He raised his first finger. First, establish 5 administrative districts: east, south, west, north, and central. Each district will be managed by a Jonin captain. Then conduct a comprehensive census of all residents. Who lives where, how many family members, what they do. All this information must be registered and recorded. A Jonin frowned. Chief, this workload. It's no small matter. Uchiha nodded. That's why each district captain must form their own team. Chunin and Jinin can all participate. This is the first batch of foundational data for the police department, and it must be done right. Second, he raised his second finger. Designate vending areas and issue vending permits. No one may vend without a permit. We must ensure the safety of the villagers and prevent random vending. For those who repeatedly offend, occupy roads or vend without permits, fines must be imposed. A Jonin nodded thoughtfully. The streets of my village had indeed become increasingly chaotic. No one had managed it before, now someone should take charge. Third, Uchiha raised his third finger. Collect district public security management fees. Shops must pay monthly fees. He paused and added, my commercial street, Yao Ramen Weapons Shop Tavern and Stalls. All business premises must pay a monthly security protection management fee. The police department will be responsible for fixed-point patrols, theft prevention and disturbance prevention, handling hooligan harassment, and resolving customer disputes. At these words, a Jonin couldn't help but speak. Chief, won't this fee cause discontent among merchants? Uchiha glanced at him. Discontent. Once we collect fees, we must deliver. When something happens, we arrive on the scene immediately. The money they pay buys them peace of mind. Tell those merchants before, when no one managed things, how many times were they harassed by thugs? How many times were they robbed? Now someone is in charge, and they pay a small fee every month. What's the problem? Of course, if someone doesn't want to pay, we won't force them. But if something happens in their shop, they shouldn't come to us. As for when something will happen in their shop and what it will be, only heaven knows. That Jonin thought for a moment, nodded, and fell silent. Fourth, Uchiha raised his fourth finger. For civil disputes, street fights, etc., we cannot simply issue verbal warnings, detentions, or corporal punishments. He paused, his voice turning cold. At the same time, we must impose monetary fines on them. To teach them a lesson. Fined once, they'll remember. If they do it again, they'll feel the sting in their wallets. A Jonin couldn't help but chuckle. Chief, this move is ruthless enough. Uchiha didn't smile, he continued. Fifth, regarding the village's bullying problem. Uchiha looked at the group with a cold expression, and some instinctively shrank back. The severe bullying in my village, everyone must already know. And some of you have participated in bullying others. But this time, after the restructuring of the police department, I want you to pay special attention to this issue. We must eradicate this unhealthy trend. Anyone who engages in bullying will receive a verbal warning for the first offense, be arrested, and brought to the police department for 3 days of confinement, and a fine for the second. And if there is a third, they will undergo labor reform until they dare not bully again. Remember, no matter who they are, if they dare to bully others, they will be severely punished without leniency. All the ninjas nodded in unison. Sixth, he continued, listing them one by one. The Jonin listened attentively, some took out notebooks to record. The entire council hall echoed only with Uchiha voice. Meanwhile, the news of the Uchiha clan's relocation and the police department recruitment notice had spread like wildfire through my village. The news reached the market, the izakaya, the training ground, and the ears of every civilian ninja. At first, many couldn't believe it. The police department, recruiting externally. No way. But when they saw the notice on the plaza bulletin board with their own eyes, everyone was stunned. The notice was written in black and white, clear and distinct. Item by item, perfectly clear. More and more villagers gathered around. Someone read aloud the contents of the notice, their voice trembling. Jinin, 50,000 ryo. Chunin, 200,000 ryo. Jonin, 350,000 ryo. As these numbers came out, the crowd erupted into chaos. I work in the fields for a month, exhausting myself, and earn only 20,000 ryo. A young Jinin, still with mud spots on his clothes, his voice shaking. This is even higher than the pay for missions. A middle-aged ninja beside him, his eyes reddening. And it's not as dangerous as missions. Just standing guard and patrolling every day. Can I really earn that much in a month? And when the civilian ninjas read the last line, outstanding performers may learn the regular ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. No one could stay calm. The Uchiha are willing to share their clan's ninjutsu with outsiders. A young civilian ninja, his voice choked with emotion. I'm 25 this year. After 10 years of learning ninjutsu, I only know one C-rank wind release. If I could learn the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu. He couldn't finish. The person beside him patted his shoulder, saying nothing. In this my village, where bloodline clans monopolized resources, a civilian ninja had to save up for half a year just to learn a C-rank ninjutsu. And the Uchiha clan was willing to offer their clan's ninjutsu. This was no longer just a recruitment, it was an opportunity to break the class barrier that had existed for decades in my. Some even had red-rimmed eyes from excitement. My son is 5 this year. If he could enter the Uchiha training ground. He couldn't finish. The person beside him finished for him. Then your son might become a Jonin someday. The man nodded vigorously, wiping the corner of his eye. But some poured cold water. Joining the Uchiha. means going against my leadership. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the Umbu? A chunin with a bushy, I've slaved for 20 years. The money I saved isn't even enough for a decent house. Now that an opportunity is right in front of me, why should I be afraid? He spat on the ground and continued. Uchiha Yin dared to kill Danzo's men. Following a boss like that is better than living a life of cowardice. These words silenced the crowd. Then more and more people began to chime in. He's right. When have we civilian ninjas ever been treated like people? The Uchiha are offering money, resources, and ninjutsu. What's there to hesitate about? Tomorrow morning, I'm going to the police department to sign up. Count me in. On Konoha Square, that notice was like a boulder crashing into a calm lake. Ripples spread outward, expanding wider and farther. In less than half a day, the news spread through every street, every shop, and every household in Konoha. Two owners of a ninja tool shop chatted across the counter, not pausing their work. Have you heard? The bald owner on the left lowered his voice. The Uchiha are recruiting, even accepting outsiders. Heard it already. The other owner wiped the kunai in his hand. Tisk 350,000 ryo a month. Higher pay than the Umbu. What do you think the new Uchiha clan leader is really up to? The bald owner put down his tools and leaned in closer. Who cares what he wants? He chuckled. As long as he pays promptly for ninja tools, that's fine. This afternoon, several Uchiha ninja have already come to stock up on equipment, spending lavishly without batting an eye. That's true. In a corner of the ninja academy, a few soon-to-graduate students gathered heads together, voices hushed. My brother said the Uchiha police department is recruiting. A round-faced boy rubbed his hands excitedly. 50,000 ryo a month for a genin. Really? The tall boy next to him widened his eyes. That's even more than my dad earns on missions. And I heard. The round-faced boy lowered his voice. Kids can train for free at the Uchiha training ground. That's the Uchiha we're talking about. If you perform well, you can even learn Uchiha clan jutsu. The few exchanged glances, their breathing quickening. But someone hesitated. But, joining the Uchiha, wouldn't we be targeted by the higher-ups? Targeted? Another boy rolled his eyes. You think too highly of yourself. We haven't even graduated yet. Why would they target us? If anything, they'd target the jonin. Exactly. The round-faced boy patted his shoulder. Besides, Uchiha Yin even dared to confront Danzo. Following a boss like that is way better than graduating and going on cat and dog retrieval missions, right? That's true. Night fell. The recruitment news had spread to every corner of Konoha. The lights of the major clans stayed on longer than usual. Deep within the Hyuga compound, the lamp in the study was still lit. Hayashi Hyuga sat behind a desk holding a cup of tea that had gone cold. He hadn't taken a sip. A branch family ninja knelt below, head bowed, reporting. That concludes the full report of today's Uchiha clan movements. After the recruitment notice was posted, the civilian ninja in the square reacted very enthusiastically. It is expected that a large number will come to sign up tomorrow. Hayashi Hyuga listened, nodded calmly. Understood. You may leave. Yes. The branch family ninja rose, backed out of the study, and gently closed the door. The study fell silent. Hayashi Hyuga set down the tea cup, his gaze falling on the night outside the window. In the direction of the Uchiha compound, lights were blazing. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Yan's move is even more brilliant than I imagined. He murmured to himself, his voice softly echoing in the empty study. By diluting the Uchiha concentration in the police department with civilian ninja on the surface, he is weakening his own power, but in reality, he is binding the entire lower-level ninja of Konoha with benefits. Once those civilian ninja receive their first salary and their children enter the Uchiha training ground, their hearts will already be with the Uchiha, not the Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. This kid. How is he like a young man? He picked up the teacup, took a sip of the already cold tea, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Uchiha compound outside the window. After a long moment, he made a decision. Tomorrow morning, send 2 branch family jonin to report to the police department. In the meeting hall of the Nara compound, the lamplight was dim yellow. 3 people sat around a table. On the table lay a piece of paper, a copy of the police department recruitment notice, which Shikaka Nara had secretly had someone transcribe. Chuza, a kimchi with potato chips stuffed in his mouth, spoke indistinctly. Shikaka, what do you think Uchiha Yin is up to? He swallowed what was in his mouth and grabbed another handful. Didn't he just have a fight with the higher-ups, even making Danzo look bad? How does he have the energy to recruit? Inoichi Yamanaka frowned, tapping his fingers on the table. He's winning people over. His voice was low. Buying civilian ninja with money and jutsu. This move is vicious. Vicious. Shikaka Nara put down the notice, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I think this move is quite clever. The two looked at him. Shikaka Nara leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, his gaze sweeping over their faces. Think about it. What is the biggest problem facing the Uchiha clan right now? Chuza Akimichi thought for a moment. Too few people. No. Then. Bad reputation. Exactly. Shikaka Nara sat up straight. After the night of the massacre, what did the villagers' eyes show? Not sympathy but fear. But with this one note is posted. His finger tapped on the paper. The way civilian ninja look at the Uchiha will change. It's a look of seeing a benefactor, a patron. Once those civilian ninja get money and learn jutsu, whose side will they speak for? Inoichi Yamanaka pondered for a moment. The Uchiha. Right. Shikaku Nara nodded. By then the Uchiha's reputation in Konoha will be different. Inoichi Yamanaka frowned. Then what about us, Ino Shikacho? Don't take sides. Shikaku Nara interrupted him, his voice calm. At least not now. Uchiha Yin certainly has methods, but whether he can ultimately outmaneuver those old foxes and the higher-ups remains to be seen. We three clans of Ino Shikacho have always been aligned with the Hokage. Whoever becomes Hokage we follow. He paused. Although we cannot offer timely help in times of need, we can add brilliance to his glory. Shuza Akimichi swallowed the potato chips and asked, then should we warn the Hokage? Shikaku Nara rolled his eyes. Warn him about what? That Uchiha Yin is winning people over. Do you think the third Hokage doesn't know? He's so old now that he can't even keep Danzo in check. What good would telling him do? He leaned back again. We Ino Shikacho. We'll just watch. Deep within the Aburame compound, Shibi Aburame stood under the eaves, his sunglasses hiding his eyes. A parasitic insect landed on his fingertip, gently vibrating its wings, transmitting information gathered near the Uchiha police department. Shibi Aburame was silent for a long time. Uchiha Yin. He murmured the name once. Then he turned and walked into the house. He gave no orders. The Aburame clan never took sides lightly. In the Inazuka compound, Sum Inazuka had one foot on a chair holding a bottle of sake, her face flushed from drinking. Ha ha ha. She slapped her thigh, laughter echoing in the courtyard. That Uchiha kid, well done. The ninja dog beside her barked twice, wagging its tail happily. Mom, keep your voice down. Hana Inazuka helplessly tugged at her mother's sleeve, lowering her voice. It's not good if others hear. What's there to fear? Sum Inazuka waved her hand, the sake bottle tracing an arc in the air. I've long hated those higher-ups. All they do is scheme and plot. They're not even as bold as a kid. She paused, let out a burp. Besides, 350,000 ryo a month, I'd even want to go. Hana Inazuka. On the fringes of Konoha, minor clans without Kekkei Jinkai or secret jutsu murmured amongst themselves. Some were excited. The Uchiha are serious this time. I'm enlisting tomorrow. Others hesitated. But what if the higher-ups win? If we side with the Uchiha, will we be purged? Some sneered. Purged? What can the higher-ups purge us with? They can't beat Uchiha Yin now. When the time comes, we'll see who purges whom. Others thought deeper. Uchiha Yin's ability to stir Konoha like this means he has a hidden hand. Following him might just yield real benefits. By late night, 7 or 8 small and mid-sized clans had secretly sent envoys to the Uchiha compound, presenting their cards and seeking talks with Uchiha Yin. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, pipe in hand. It had long gone cold. Behind him stood Hamura Midokado and Koharu Udatane. Both wore grim expressions. Hamura's voice was low. Uchiha Yin posted recruitment notices for the police force in the square. He paused. 50,000 ryo for Jinin, 200,000 for Chunin, 350,000 for Jonin. He also promised clan children access to Uchiha training grounds, and top performers could learn Uchiha jutsu. Koharu's voice was icy. He's buying loyalty. She raised her voice. This is our Konoha. How dare he? Hiruzen didn't turn. After a long silence, he spoke, his voice hoarse. He's using an open scheme now. He knows we can't touch him. He can't force a coup. So he's found a way to erode our foundation of power at the root. Koharu was stunned. What do you mean? The police force is an old score between us and the Uchiha. Hiruzen slowly turned to face his two advisors. The second Hokage established the police force for the Uchiha to do the village's dirty work and breed resentment against them. But now, Uchiha Yin has turned it into a means to win hearts. He's using high pay and jutsu as bait to pull civilian ninja who've never been valued to his side. Hiruzen's voice grew heavier. And those civilian ninja are precisely the ones we've always overlooked. Hamura frowned. Should we intervene? Intervene, Howie? Hiruzen gave a bitter smile. On what grounds? Claim the Uchiha's recruitment of civilian ninja is illegal. The police force has always been within Uchiha jurisdiction. Koharu's voice rose again. So we just do nothing. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Then he said something that stunned them both. Jiraiya arrives in 2 days. Koharu opened her mouth, then closed it. She understood Hiruzen's intent. Once Jiraiya arrived, he would become the 5th Hokage. Then this mess would be his to clean up. Hamura's expression grew darker. There's something else. Hiruzen looked at him. According to AMBU reports, tonight 7 small and mid-sized clans sent representatives to the Uchiha compound. Hiruzen's hand gripping the pipe tightened abruptly. 7. In a single day. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If this continued, all of Konoha's lower and middle echelons would align with Uchiha Yin. Deep within the Shimura estate, a Danzo Shimura had already shattered 3 porcelain vases. Shards lay scattered, glinting coldly in the dim light. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He leaned on his cane chest, heaving, face twisted in fury. That fool. Returning the Uchiha lands wasn't enough. Now Uchiha Yin walks all over us, and he does nothing. If I were Hokage, would the Uchiha ever dare be this arrogant? The 2 Shimura ninja beside him kept their heads low, barely daring to breathe. Danzo paced the room, cane thudding against the floor. Recruiting civilian ninja into the police force. Clever, very clever. What the second Hokage meant to restrain the Uchiha has become their weapon. He stopped abruptly. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Yin, you think you can turn the world upside down, eh? Fine, then I can't hesitate any longer. He touched the bandaged right eye, the one holding Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan, aware of its power. A slow, bone-chilling smile crept across Danzo's lips. Heh, ha. The laughter echoed in the room, sending shivers down the spine. The power of Koto Amatsukami can alter a person's will without them ever noticing. His voice dropped, laced with suppressed excitement. Uchiha Yin, your Mangekyō will soon be mine, and you'll become my loyal dog. He lowered his arm and ordered the 2 Shimura ninja. Keep a close watch on Uchiha Yin. I want to know when he wakes, when he sleeps, where he goes, and who he meets. Also post a bounty at the bounty office, 80 million ryo, on Uchiha Yin's head. And send word to Orochimaru. Tell him a genius ninja with the Mangekyō Sharingan has appeared in the Uchiha clan, and ask if he's interested. Yes. The 2 ninja bowed and vanished silently into the darkness. Danzo turned his gaze, drifting to the night outside the window. In the direction of the Uchiha compound, a faint light flickered. He gripped his cane. Uchiha Yin, just you wait. Once I find my moment, it'll be your end. Deep in the night, everyone was asleep. Uchiha Yin lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. He sat up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The night wind rushed in, carrying a chill. Under the moonlight, the entire Uchiha compound was as silent as a ghost town. His clansmen were asleep. He stood for a moment, sensing something. Then he turned, walked to the wardrobe, and reached into the bottom drawer. His fingers touched a rough fabric. He pulled it out, a black robe with red clouds unfurled in the moonlight, along with a tiger-striped mask. Uchiha Yin looked at the clothes and couldn't help but smile. Didn't think. He murmured, I'd be wearing this again so soon. He swiftly donned the robe and mask. The mirror reflected a figure in a black and red cloud robe with a tiger mask. It was exactly the same as that night of the clan's massacre. Uchiha Yin's eyes shifted and he vanished from the spot. The Uchiha clan's cemetery. A vast expanse of it under the moonlight, rows of newly erected tombstones stretched out densely. After the night of the massacre, all the fallen Uchiha were laid to rest here. There were the elderly, women, children, even infants. The tombstones gleamed with a pale, cold light under the moon, standing like a silent legion of soldiers. A gentle breeze blew through. In the clearing at the center of the cemetery, a figure appeared, clad in a black robe embroidered with red clouds and wearing a tiger-striped mask. It was Uchiha Yin. After steadying himself, his gaze swept across the area, then he began his search among the graves. Row after row, he walked at a measured pace, his eyes scanning every single tombstone. Finally, he stopped at an empty plot before a new grave. The soil was fresh, clearly disturbed only today. The name carved on the tombstone was Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Yin looked at the stone and smiled. Found you. He raised his right hand and gave a slight wave towards the grave. Boom. The earth on the grave was instantly flung aside, as if by an invisible hand, revealing the coffin beneath. It was a brand new coffin, the wood's colors still vibrant. Uchiha Yin stepped forward, grabbed the coffin lid with one hand, and wrenched it off. Bang! The lid hit the ground with a dull thud. Moonlight flooded the coffin, illuminating a sleeping face. Uchiha Sasuke. He lay there, pale, eyes closed, as if merely asleep. But the dried wound on his chest was a stark reminder that he was dead. Uchiha Yin gazed at the face, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He let out a light chuckle, his voice laced with amusement. Uchiha Sasuke, we meet again. These past few days, while pondering, Uchiha Yin suddenly remembered he had forgotten something very important. The impure world reincarnation. That forbidden jutsu perfected by Orochimaru. This damn Naruto world truly possessed forbidden arts capable of resurrecting the dead. Though those revived weren't truly alive, they could speak, think, and answer questions. The very thought made Uchiha Yin's scalp tingle. What if Orochimaru got his hands on Uchiha Sasuke's DNA? What if he used impure world reincarnation to bring Sasuke back? What if someone asked Sasuke who knocked him out? Wouldn't his cover be blown? Though Uchiha Yin wasn't afraid. With his strength, Orochimaru's mental defenses would crumble if he came. But he wasn't done playing the part of Uchiha Obito. How could he let it all be for naught? Besides, he had many plans that required the identity of Uchiha Obito. Like causing trouble in other villages later. Or framing the Akatsuki. Or fishing in troubled waters. In any case, the Uchiha Obito persona couldn't be discarded. The Uchiha Obito facade was just too useful. Therefore, he had to dispose of Uchiha Sasuke's body. But here was the problem. How to dispose of it? Uchiha Yen considered two options. Option 1: destroy the evidence. Simple and crude: burn the body, scatter the ashes, and be done with it. But on second thought, that seemed too wasteful. After all, Uchiha Sasuke's body still had its uses. Option 2: seal the body away. Keep it just in case. For instance, if he ever needed to deal with Uchiha Itachi, he could reanimate Sasuke. Let the younger brother kill his own elder brother. The very thought was thrilling. Uchiha Yen couldn't help but smile at the idea. This option is good. But another problem arose. Sasuke's body had been kept in the room of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. The couple guarded their son's body, refusing to let anyone near it. Uchiha Yen had no opportunity to act. He could hardly barge into their room and snatch the body right in front of them, could he? That would be too absurd, so he had to wait. Fortunately, when the Uchiha clan moved back to their original territory, Fugaku and Mikoto finally laid Sasuke to rest. That was the chance Uchiha Yen had been waiting for. Shaking off his reverie, Uchiha Yen looked down at Sasuke in the coffin and shook his head. Don't blame me for this. If you must blame someone, blame your brother. Who asked you to be Uchiha Itachi's younger brother? He pulled a sealing scroll from his robe and unrolled it beside the coffin, then forming a single hand seal. Seal? The runes on the scroll glowed with a white light. Sasuke's body was enveloped in the light, rapidly shrinking into a streak of light that was absorbed into the scroll. The runes on the scroll flickered once, then returned to calm. Uchiha Yen rolled up the scroll and patted off the non-existent dust. Done. Then he looked to the side where an ordinary Uchiha clansman's body lay. He had brought it from elsewhere. It was dressed in clothes similar to Sasuke's with a comparable build. He placed the body in the coffin, arranged its posture, and waved his hand. The earth covered it once more, completely burying the coffin. The scene was restored to its original state, looking exactly as before. Uchiha Yen patted the dirt off his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. He imagined the scene that might unfold. If one day Uchiha Itachi found Orochimaru. If Orochimaru used impure world reincarnation, extracting DNA from this coffin to summon Sasuke's soul. When the coffin opened, the one reanimated would be a completely unfamiliar, anonymous face. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's expression would surely be priceless, wouldn't it? Give him hope, then have it shattered in an instant. Uchiha Yen couldn't help but want to cross his arms and cackle at the thought. TSK. What a pity. He murmured, a hint of regret in his tone. I can't see the look of utter bewilderment on Itachi's face. He stood for a moment, securing the scroll. With a shift of his pupils, he vanished from the spot. The next day before dawn, a long queue had already formed on the street in front of the police force headquarters. The dense crowd stretched from the building's entrance, turned the corner, and extended all the way into the alley behind. They were mostly civilian ninjas. There were also some long-retired veteran shinobi clad in faded vests standing in line, with looks of hope and nervousness in their eyes. Some had even brought their children. A middle-aged man in coarse clothing stood in line holding the hand of a 7- or 8-year-old child. A nearby ninja couldn't help but ask, "Old pal, why did you bring your kid to sign up?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together, looking a bit embarrassed. I heard, if you join the police force, your kid gets free access to the Uchiha training ground. He glanced down at the child beside him, his eyes reddening slightly. This boy of mine, he's got talent, but I'm too poor to send him to a good training ground. If he could get into the Uchiha training ground. He trailed off, and the ninja next to him patted his shoulders, saying nothing more. The crowd of onlookers was also growing. Both sides of the street balconies and rooftops were packed with people. Some held bowls, eating breakfast while watching the excitement. Some leaned against walls with arms crossed, muttering, "TSK, tisk, the Uchiha are really planning something big this time." Some had even set up small stalls by the roadside selling dumplings and tea. The scene was as lively as a festival. My, so many people. An old woman selling dumplings remarked, "I've lived for over 60 years, and this is the first time I've seen the police force headquarters this bustling." "You said it." The old man beside her chimed in the past we commoners wouldn't dare go near the police force's door. Those Uchiha patrols, they had their noses in the air looking at us like we were criminals. And now here they are posting notices to recruit people themselves." The old woman shook her head. "The times. They are changing." At 8 o'clock sharp, the gates of the police department swung open. Uchiha Fugaku, clad in a deep blue clan uniform, emerged at the entrance, flanked by his subordinates. His gaze swept over the dense crowd before him, a faint satisfied smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Then he released his formidable spiritual pressure. The pressure, like an invisible tide, instantly engulfed the entire street. The cacophony of noise that had filled the air vanished as if a pause button had been pressed. A dead silence fell. Everyone clamped their mouths shut. Some broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads, others felt their legs tremble uncontrollably, and a few instinctively took a step back. The old woman selling rice balls nearly dropped her spatula, but the oppressive force came and went with equal swiftness. Uchiha Fugaku retracted his aura, his face returning to a gentle smile. "Fellow villagers," he began, his voice not loud, but reaching every ear with crystal clarity. "I am Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan head of the Uchiha. I also serve as the chief of the police department. He paused, his eyes scanning the assembled crowd. And this man beside me, he said, gesturing towards Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, former elite jounin of the ANBU. He is the personal disciple of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Starting today, he officially joins the police department. He will serve as the deputy chief. The moment these words were spoken, the entire street exploded into murmurs. The deputy chief. A young Jinin's eyes widened, his voice cracking in disbelief. The deputy chief of the police department is Kakashi. He's the second in command. And he's not even from the Uchiha clan. He's an outsider. A middle-aged ninja beside him was equally stunned. The Uchiha. They actually gave such a critical position to an outsider. How is this possible? But shock quickly gave way to realization for some. A chunin in a worn flak jacket clenched his fists, his voice trembling. If Kakashi can be deputy chief, does that mean we civilian ninjas have a chance too? His words lit up the eyes of those around him. That's right. If Kakashi and non-Uchiha can be deputy chief, it means they truly don't discriminate against outsiders. Maybe we can actually learn something if we join. The murmurs grew louder, spreading not just among the ninjas, but also the civilian onlookers. TSK. The Uchiha are really pulling out all the stops this time. A bald-headed middle-aged man stroked his chin and shook his head, giving the deputy chief spot to an outsider. That takes some guts. A woman beside him chimed in. You said it. I thought all the top brass in the police department had to be Uchiha. Seems this new clan head is different. And at that moment, on the edge of the crowd stood a man with thick, prominent eyebrows. Might Guy? He had gone to Kakashi's place early in the morning to challenge him to a spar, but found no one home. While wandering the streets, he noticed the massive gathering. After asking around, he learned the Uchiha were recruiting. Police department recruitment. Guy crossed his arms, standing at the edge, and scoffed. The Uchiha clan. He muttered under his breath. Such an arrogant clan. They almost got wiped out not long ago, and now they're recruiting with such fanfare. Probably just for show, right? Guy thought to himself. But the very next second, the doors of the police department swung open, and a group of people walked out. Guy initially glanced over nonchalantly, but then his gaze locked onto a familiar face. The signature silver hair, the right eye exposed outside the forehead protector, the lazy demeanor. He would recognize him even if he were ashes. Hey, Kakashi. Guy's eyes bulged, his jaw dropping wide enough to fit an egg. What is he doing there? Before he could even process his shock, Uchiha Fugaka's voice boomed over. Hatake Kakashi, former elite jounin of the ANBU. Starting today, he officially joins the police department as deputy chief. Guy gasped sharply. Deputy chief. His voice jumped an octave. Kakashi, you sly dog. Without a word. You become the deputy chief of a powerful department. Guy stood there stunned for a long moment. Then he slammed his fist into his palm, his eyes blazing with intense fire. Kakashi. As expected of the man who is my eternal rival. This is what youth is all about. So passionate. Everyone around turned to stare at him, as if he were an idiot. Guy paid them no mind and clenched his fist again. We won't spar today. But I'll definitely have a good fight with you another day. This is youth. Kakashi heard Guy's voice and glanced over. He rolled his eyes. That guy. Still embarrassing himself as always. Uchiha Fugaku also noticed the thick-eyebrowed man standing outside. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. Might Guy. In the original story, the man who nearly kicked the ending into a different direction. The strongest in the current ninja world. Even with his Mangekyō Sharingan, if Might Guy were to open the 8th gate of death, he would only be able to use his Mangekyō's abilities to retreat in a sorry state. A valuable asset, Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. With Kakashi here, I'm not worried about that thick-eyebrowed guy slipping through my fingers. He averted his gaze, looking back at the vast crowd before him, feeling quite pleased knowing his gamble of hiring Kakashi as deputy chief was worth it. Kakashi was a benchmark. He would motivate these civilian ninjas to work even harder in the police department. Let the registration begin. Uchiha Fugaku said to the Uchiha ninja beside him. Yes, clan head. Several jounin immediately began organizing the crowd. Everyone line up. One at a time. Don't push. The line began to move forward slowly. Uchiha Fugaku wasn't worried about spies infiltrating. The PD members were just his pawns. They couldn't get near his core plans anyway. No matter how many spies came, he could absorb them. Just then a sudden hush fell over the crowd. Two jounin wearing the attire of the Hyuga clan walked through the crowd and approached the registration desk. Under everyone's astonished gaze, they spoke calmly. Under orders from the Hyuga clan head, we are here to report for duty at the police department. The words were spoken quietly, but everyone heard them clearly. The entire street fell silent instantly. The villagers watching were stunned, and so were the ninjas waiting in line. Some didn't quite understand. Hyuga, the Hyuga clan. What are they doing at the police department? But those in the know gasped sharply. The Hyuga clan. They're openly siding with the Uchiha. The moment these words were spoken, everyone was shaken. The Hyuga clan. They're a Kekkai Genkai family that rivals the Uchiha. And they're sending people to the police department. This means the Hyuga and the Uchiha have formed an alliance. The news spread like wildfire, instantly traveling through the entire street, reaching the ears of the watching villagers, the small ninja clans still hesitating, and the ANBU spies lurking in the shadows. A middle-aged ninja in coarse clothing slapped his thigh in excitement. The Hyuga clan has joined. What are we waiting for? Let's register quickly. More and more people surged towards the registration area. And those smaller ninja clans that were still undecided finally made up their minds. The Hyuga and the Uchiha have allied. What are we hesitating for? Time to join the bandwagon. The street in front of the police department building was in complete uproar. The news had already reached the major ninja clans before noon. The excitement at the police force recruitment site had barely settled when the Hyuga clan's public declaration of allegiance exploded across Konoha like a nuclear bomb. Within the Hyuga clan compound, Hiashi Hyuga stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the Hokage monument in the distance. A branch family ninja quickly approached and knelt on one knee behind him. Clan leader, the two Jonin have successfully reported for duty. It caused a major stir throughout the village. Hiashi Hyuga did not turn around, merely nodding slightly. Understood. You may take your leave. Yes. The branch family ninja rose, took a few steps back, and departed. The courtyard fell silent once more. Hiashi Hyuga remained rooted in place, his gaze calm. He had long anticipated this outcome. The Uchiha needed allies now, and the Hyuga being the first to step forward was like delivering coal in a snowstorm. A transaction guaranteed to yield profit. Yet the tranquility did not last long. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, and 7 or 8 figures burst in. All of them were elders of the Hyuga clan's main family. The elder in the lead, his hair completely white, was filled with fury. Clan leader. He strode up to Hiashi Hyuga, his voice robust, yet laced with barely contained anger. Why did you send branch family Jonin to report to the police force without notifying us? The other elders also swarmed around, speaking all at once. How could you decide something this significant without consulting us? Is an alliance between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans something to be decided so casually? Hiashi Hyuga did not rush to answer. He turned, walked to the corridor, sat down at the low table, picked up his teacup, and took a slow, leisurely sip. Only after the elders had exhausted their complaints did he speak calmly. Wasn't this discussed at the last meeting? The white-haired elder was taken aback. Last time we merely said to make contact with the Uchiha, not to openly collaborate with them. He stepped forward, his voice rising. By having 2 branch family Jonin join the police force today, aren't you blatantly telling everyone in Konoha that the Hyuga and Uchiha have already formed an alliance? Hiashi Hyuga set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping across all the assembled main family elders. He paused for 2 seconds before speaking, his voice low, yet causing a jolt in everyone's heart. It is you who are trying to push our Hyuga clan into an abyss of irreversible ruin. At these words, the faces of all the elders changed. The white-haired elder's pupils contracted. Clan leader, what do you mean by that? Hiashi Hyuga walked to the edge of the corridor and turned his back to the crowd. The village's top brass have already begun coveting the Kekkei Genkai. His voice was calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. You've all seen what happened to the Uchiha. If not for that youth awakening the Mangekyō Sharingan, the Uchiha would have been completely erased from Konoha by now. He turned to face the elders. If we stand by and watch today, tomorrow it will be our turn. Don't you understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold? The elders exchanged uneasy glances. They certainly understood the logic. But understanding was one thing. When it came time to place their bets, who wouldn't hesitate? These were the top brass of Konoha, the 3rd Hokage and Danzo Shimura, who had ruled the village for decades. Seeing their silence, Hiashi Hyuga's tone softened slightly. Furthermore, we are the first clan to ally with the Uchiha, which is like delivering coal in a snowstorm. Once the situation stabilizes, the Hyuga clan will naturally reap substantial benefits. He picked up his teacup and took another sip. You all needn't worry too much. As for the Uchiha, the village's top brass wouldn't dare touch them now. Now that they're allied with us, Hyuga, the top brass, will be even more afraid to act. And besides, he paused, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. When the other minor clans of Konoha see our alliance with the Uchiha, they will naturally choose to pick a side as well. This statement finally swayed a few of the elders. The white-haired elder frowned, remaining silent for a long moment before reluctantly nodding. What the clan leader says does make some sense. The other elders exchanged glances, their expressions still somewhat grim, but they offered no further objections. Eventually the elders took their leave one by one. The courtyard fell silent once more. Hiashi Hyuga stood under the corridor, watching the elders' figures disappear around the corner. His expression darkened somewhat. A branch family ninja appeared silently behind him. Strengthen the compound's defenses and keep a close watch on every move of the Umbu. If there's any unusual activity, notify the Uchiha immediately. Yes. After the ninja vanished, Hiashi Hyuga looked up at the distant sky. I hope my choice is the right one, he murmured. At the Nara clan compound, Shikaka Nara was crouching under the corridor, using a small twig to tease ants. He drew a circle around a group of ants carrying food, and they immediately fell into disarray, scrambling in all directions. Shikaku watched with great amusement. Just then the garden gate was pushed open and two men strode in. Shikaku. Inoichi Yamanaka's voice rang out across the yard. Without looking up, Shikaku continued teasing the ants. You're here? Have a seat. Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi came to the corridor and sat down on the cushions. Inoichi Yamanaka cut straight to the point. Shikaku the Uchiha and Hyuga have truly joined forces. Shikaku's twig paused midair. He looked up. The news is confirmed. Confirmed, Inoichi Yamanaka said gravely. The Hyuga sent 2 branch family jonin to report at the police force right in front of everyone. The whole village knows now. Shikaku tossed aside the twig, stood up, and walked over to the table to sit down. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. I thought today would just be about the recruitment notice, but the Hyuga clan also dropped a big surprise on Konoha. He took a sip of tea and shook his head. It seems the near annihilation of the Uchiha really rattled the Hyuga. Inoichi Yamanaka frowned. Shikaku, the situation in Konoha is too chaotic now. I'm starting to lose my grip on it. He leaned forward. The Uchiha are winning hearts and minds. The Hyuga are openly picking a side. The top brass have lost their authority and Danzo is under house arrest. I can't help but feel Konoha is on the verge of chaos. Shikaku set down his teacup and sighed. It's not on the verge. His gaze grew profound. It's already in chaos. Konoha is standing at a crossroads right now. Either a complete reshuffling of power or an outbreak of civil war. Choza Akimichi, his mouth full of potato chips, mumbled, "What about us, the Inoshikacho?" He swallowed and grabbed another handful. What should we do? Should we also show our stance? Shikaku shook his head. We can't take a stand right now. His voice was very calm. I've thought about this before. It's best for the Inoshikacho to remain neutral. Whoever takes power in Konoha in the future, we'll follow them. Inoichi Yamanaka frowned. So we just watch from the sidelines. For now, that's all we can do. Shikaku paused, then continued. But that doesn't mean we do nothing. I'll send someone to deliver a message to the Uchiha tonight expressing the Inoshikacho's admiration for his decision to recruit commoners. Inoichi Yamanaka was taken aback. This is a subtle indication of our neutral stance, Shikaku explained. We don't stand with the top brass, nor do we stand with the Uchiha, but we don't offend either side. Inoichi Yamanaka was silent for a moment, then nodded. But how do we explain this to the third Hokage? At this, a mysterious smile crept onto Shikaku's face. No explanation needed. Both Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi looked at him simultaneously. Shikaku picked up his teacup and took a slow, leisurely sip. The third Hokage probably doesn't have much time left in office. At the Inuzuka clan compound, Inuzuka Tsum, with one foot propped on a chair, hoisted a flask of sake, her face flushed crimson from drink. When she heard that the Hyuga clan had also sent members to the police force, she froze for a moment, then slapped her thigh hard. Ha ha ha. Her laughter echoed through the courtyard, rattling the roof tiles. That old fox Hyuga finally couldn't sit still anymore. Laughing until tears streamed down her face, she wiped her eyes and took another gulp. I thought he'd hold out longer, but he jumped right in. Beside her, a Ninkin barked twice, its tail wagging furiously. Inuzuka Hana stood nearby, watching her mother's antics, and let out a helpless sigh. Mother, you've had too much. Nonsense. Tsum waved a hand dismissively, the sake flask arcing through the air. I'm perfectly clear-headed. She rose and strode over to Hana, clapping her daughter on the shoulder. Go. Send word to that Uchiha kid. She paused, a grin spreading across her face. Tell him the Inuzuka clan might be small, but I'm willing to follow him. Hana was stunned. Mother, shouldn't we reconsider? Reconsider my foot. Tsum rolled her eyes. I've lived long enough to see who's capable and who's spineless. Hands on her hips, her voice rose. Uchiha-n's boldness is leagues beyond those old fossils. Following him is better than cowering in a corner waiting to die. Hana opened her mouth to protest, but seeing the unyielding resolve in her mother's eyes, she finally nodded. Yes, mother. The news continued to spread. The smaller clans that had been hesitating could no longer remain idle after learning of the Hyuga's public allegiance. Some paced restlessly in their homes, others hastily convened clan meetings, and some sent envoys directly to the Uchiha compound. If the Hyuga are going, what are we waiting for? Quick, send our letter of allegiance. If we're late, there won't be any scraps left. The Hokage's office. The door was thrown open violently. Udatane Koharu nearly sprinted into the office, her face ashen, her voice trembling. Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up from the documents on his desk, pipe in hand. Koharu reached the desk, leaning on it with both hands, her chest heaving. That traitor Hyuga Hayashi. He sent 2 jonin from the branch family to report to the police force. Her voice pitched higher. The Uchiha and Hyuga, they've joined forces. The Byakugan and the Sharingan are allied. She pointed a trembling finger towards the Uchiha district, gnashing her teeth. Do you know what this means? Is Konoha still under our control? Hiruzen didn't answer. He took a slow drag from his pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke that filled the room. Seeing his reaction, Koharu grew more frantic. Hiruzen, say something. We should summon Hyuga Hayashi immediately and demand to know why he's aligning with the Uchiha. Just then the door opened again. Mitokado Hamura strode in, having overheard Koharu's outburst. He sat on the sofa, hands on his knees, and spoke gravely. Summon Hyuga Hayashi. He looked at Koharu. And do what? Question his reasons for sending ninja to the police force. Or accuse him of a crime. The Hyuga sent 2 jonin to the police force. Have they violated any rules? Koharu was speechless. Hamura continued. And even if we pressure him, Hayashi made his stance public, knowing full well the consequences. He's prepared for a confrontation. He sighed. Applying pressure now would only backfire. The situation is vastly different from what it was back then. Koharu opened her mouth to retort, but found no words. She clenched her jaw, turning to look at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you have to say something. Hiruzen remained silent. He sat in his chair, the pipe hovering in his hand for a long moment. His gaze was distant. He couldn't fathom how the situation had spiraled so far out of control. When did it begin? It began on the night of the Uchiha massacre. Before the massacre, the Uchiha had 2 Mangekyō Sharingan users, and the situation in Konoha hadn't been this dire. Now with only 1 Mangekyō left, the village was in even greater chaos. Uchiha-en, that youth who awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan on the night of the massacre, had become the pivotal figure. Why have I never heard of him before? Hiruzen muttered to himself. If I had known he was such a prodigy, I should have instilled the will of fire in him earlier. As he was lost in thought, the office door was pushed open once more. An ANBU ninja entered swiftly and knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama. Urgent intelligence. Hiruzen snapped back to reality, looking at the ANBU. Speak. The ANBU kept his head bowed, his voice clear. Hatake Kakashi has already assumed the position of deputy chief of the police force. The room fell into absolute silence. Hiruzen's body stiffened noticeably, his hand gripping the pipe, trembling slightly. Koharu and Hamura were equally stunned. They had only heard about the Hyuga's jonin, not about Kakashi. Kakashi, Koharu murmured. Then realization dawned, and her voice turned sharp. Hiruzen, wasn't Kakashi in ANBU? How did he end up with the Uchiha? How much does he know about ANBU's secrets? Hiruzen gave no answer. He slowly set down his pipe, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. In that instant, he seemed to age a decade. The wrinkles on his face deepened, and the gray hair at his temples glinted harshly in the light. After a long while, he opened his eyes and looked at his 2 old friends, his voice hoarse. I have been Hokage for too long. Koharu and Hamura exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of his meaning. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again, relit it, and took a puff. So long that I forgot. Konoha is not just the Hokage's Konoha. He exhaled a stream of smoke. It is also the Konoha of those clans and those shinobi. Koharu frowned. Hiruzen, you. Hiruzen raised a hand, cutting her off. Jiraiya, how long until he arrives? Hamura answered, he should be here by tomorrow. Hiruzen nodded. Good. He stood and walked to the window, turning his back to them. His voice was soft, yet carried a sense of relief. I'll leave this mess to him then. It's better for me to step down early and preserve what's left of my dignity. A long, heavy silence filled the office. The basement of the Shimura estate. In the dim light, Shimura Danzo sat in the room, a tea bowl before him. As his clan member relayed the news of the Hyuga's allegiance, his grip on the bowl tightened violently. Crack. The tea bowl shattered in his hand, shards biting into his palm. Blood mixed with the tea spilling across the table. Yet Danzo felt no pain, his eyes fixed ahead, his expression dark and menacing. Hyuga Hayashi. His voice was icy. You coward. When your brother died, you dared not resist. And now you dare to ally with the Uchiha. He slowly raised his hand, touching the bandages over his right eye. Within that eye socket lay Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyō Sharingan Koto Amatsukami. If he could control Uchiha, and the Hyuga-Uchiha alliance would crumble. The police force and everything the Uchiha had built would be brought back in line. He lowered his hand and summoned a Shimura clan ninja. Has the bounty been posted at the bounty office? The ninja bowed his head in response. It has been issued 80 million ryo. Danzo nodded, then asked, and what of Orochimaru? The message has been sent, but his whereabouts are unknown. We don't know when he'll receive it. Danzo was silent for a moment, his gaze turning even colder. We cannot wait that long. He lifted his head, looking out at the night through the window. Keep a close watch on Uchiha-en. The moment he's alone, report to me. Yes. The ninja acknowledged and vanished into the darkness of the basement. Danzo remained seated, slowly clenching his bleeding hand. Uchiha-en. You just wait. I want to see how long you can keep this up. The Hidden Rain Village. The sky was as gloomy as ever, heavy dark clouds pressing down overhead as a fine, unrelenting drizzle fell pattering against the cluster of steel buildings of varying heights with a soft rustling sound. 2 figures passed through the curtain of rain and entered the tallest tower in the center of the village. The one leading was clad in a black robe embroidered with red clouds, a spiral orange mask shaped like a tiger's face covering his features. Beneath the mask, a single scarlet Sharingan eye rotated slowly. This was Obito Uchiha. The one following behind was young, with a cold, clear countenance and a calm gaze. It was Itachi Uchiha. The two ascended the dim staircase, passing through several iron doors before finally arriving at the meeting hall at the top of the tower. As Obito pushed open the door, Itachi's gaze swept past his side and scanned the interior of the hall. The circular hall was quite spacious. A few dim illumination pearls were embedded in the vaulted ceiling, casting a soft orange glow that created flickering patches of light and shadow on the walls. In the center of the hall was a long table on which lay several scrolls and a topographical map. Seated around the table were several individuals. A man sat in the seat of honor. He had orange-red hair and a lean face. But what drew the most attention were his eyes, ringed with concentric circles of purple ripples layer upon layer like the ripples on a lake's surface. The Rinnegan. Itachi's breath hitched almost imperceptibly. These eyes gave him a feeling of an unfathomable pressure, as if he were staring into the very abyss itself. Pain Tendo sat in the main seat, hands resting on the table, his gaze calmly sweeping over the two who had entered. Beside him stood a woman. With short blue hair and a paper flower adorning her head, she had an air of cool aloofness. Arms crossed, she leaned against the wall, her gaze shifting from Obito to Itachi behind him, and her brow furrowed slightly. Conan. At the other end of the long table, a tall, burly man leaned against a pillar, a stack of bills in his hand, counting them one by one. His face bore stitched seams, his gaze was fierce, and a hint of impatience hung at the corner of his mouth. Kakuzu. In a corner, a young man with red hair sat on a chair, fiddling with a puppet. His fingers moved nimbly across the puppet's joints, producing a series of clicking sounds. Sasori. Nearby, a man with a ninja sword strapped to his back crouched on the ground, slowly wiping the blade with a piece of white cloth. It was a massive broadsword with a distinctive circular hole near the front of the blade, and a thick, heavy body. The executioner's blade, one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. The one holding the sword was Zabuza Momochi. He slowly drew the white cloth across the blade, his movements unhurried, as if the sword were his most precious treasure. On the other side of the long table, a pale-faced man with vertical slit pupils leaned back in his chair. He wore a loose white robe with the collar open, revealing a pallid chest. He extended his tongue, licking his lips, his gaze sweeping over the two newcomers with keen interest, lingering on Itachi for a long while. Orochimaru. TCH. He let out a soft sound, a faint, inscrutable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Conan stepped away from the wall, her gaze fixed on Itachi, brows furrowed. He's this young? Why did you bring him here? Her voice carried a note of skepticism. Obito chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Young. He turned his head to glance at the calm-faced Itachi standing beside him. He's no ordinary young man. Conan's eyebrow arched. Obito's voice echoed through the hall. This young man nearly single-handedly annihilated the Uchiha clan. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Conan's gaze sharpened, staring at Itachi for a few seconds, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Sasori's puppet paused for a moment, then resumed its fiddling, but his gaze had already shifted from the puppet to Itachi. Zabuza Momochi's sword-wiping motion also ceased. He looked up, fixing his eyes on the young man. Orochimaru's smile widened. He licked his lips, his gaze brimming with interest. Only Kakuzu froze for a second, then let out a scoff. Humph. He tucked the bills into his robe, straightened up, and took 2 steps forward, looking down at Itachi with a condescending air. You say he nearly wiped out the Uchiha clan. He tilted his head, giving Itachi a once-over. Kakuzu sneered, his tone dripping with derision. Then I could say I fought Hashirama Senju to a standstill, would you believe that? Zabuza Momochi looked up at this and let out a chuckle. Sure, why not? His voice was laced with mockery. Haven't you always claimed to have crossed paths with Hashirama Senju? Coming out alive from a fight with the first Hokage means you two are at least evenly matched. Kakuzu turned his gaze to Zabuza, sneering. Humph. At least I wasn't scared out of my wits when I fought Hashirama Senju. He paused, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Unlike someone who was so terrified by some spandex-wearing guy from Konoha that he ran with his tail between his legs. Zabuza's expression changed instantly. You? He pointed at Kakuzu, nearly losing his grip on the sword. Kakuzu, you son of a bitch, say that again. What? Kakuzu crossed his arms, refusing to back down. Did I say something wrong? A volatile tension quickly escalated between the two. Just as the atmosphere was about to boil over, a calm voice cut through. Enough. The voice was soft, yet carried an intangible pressure that instantly quelled all the commotion. Kakuzu and Zabuza fell silent simultaneously. Pain, seated in the main position, let his Rinnegan gaze sweep over both of them. Only after they had quieted down did he slowly retract his stare. Then he looked at Itachi. You say? You are a member of the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha nodded calmly. Itachi Uchiha. Pain said, his gaze devoid of any emotion. The Akatsuki takes in no trash. If you wish to join, you must prove your strength. At these words, all eyes in the hall focused on Itachi once more. Kakuzu crossed his arms, letting out a disdainful snort. Zabuza leaned against the wall, his sword still in hand. Sasori glanced up at Itachi, then lowered his head to continue fiddling with his puppet, as if a 13-year-old boy wasn't worth his attention. Orochimaru, however, licked his lips, his gaze filled with intense curiosity. Itachi stood rooted to the spot, facing Pain's Rinnegan, his expression utterly blank. But inside he was not calm. The Rinnegan truly exists. The masked man hadn't deceived him. The ninja world really did possess a pair of Rinnegan. A thought took root in Itachi's mind. If he could seize these eyes, wouldn't the chance of resurrecting Sasuke be even greater? His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly suppressed this surge of greed. Not yet. He still needed this organization's power to gather the nine-tailed beasts. Only when all nine-tailed beasts were gathered and combined into the 10 tails would be the time to seize these Rinnegan. Itachi's thoughts lasted only an instant. His face betrayed no weakness. To everyone present, this young man merely stood there quietly facing the legendary Rinnegan, seemingly a little overwhelmed. Pain looked at him and repeated his earlier words. Prove your strength. Itachi remained silent for 2 seconds. Then he let out a faint chuckle. Power. He lifted his head, his gaze meeting Pain's with unwavering calm. Then can these eyes of mine prove my strength? As he spoke, his pupils abruptly spun. A scarlet Sharingan emerged. 3 tomos spun at a furious speed, blurring into a seamless pattern. The design within his pupils grew more intricate, more razor-sharp. The Mangekyō Sharingan. The intricate pattern revolved slowly against the scarlet backdrop, radiating a cold, profound pressure. At that moment the hall fell silent. Kakuzu's crossed arms loosened slightly, his brow furrowing. Sasori raised his head, his gaze lingering on those eyes for a few seconds, then lowered it once more. Hoshigaki Kisame's grip on his blade tightened, then relaxed. Konan, standing beside Pain, let her gaze rest on Itachi's eyes for a moment, a flicker of understanding passing through her own. So that's why the masked man brought him in. So that's why they said this kid nearly annihilated the Uchiha clan. The Mangekyō Sharingan. That truly was the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's power. Pain looked at those eyes, his expression unchanging. The violet Rinnegan reflected the crimson Mangekyō within them. The Mangekyō Sharingan. His voice was flat. Your strength is acceptable. You may join. Kakuzu opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. He merely let out a cold snort and leaned back against the pillar. Orochimaru slouched in his chair, licked his lips, his gaze fixed on Itachi's eyes with naked greed, a grotesque grin stretching across his face. The Mangekyō Sharingan. This is the eye I've always wanted to obtain. To think it would just walk right into my hands today. An uncontrollable excitement surged within him. As if sensing something, Itachi turned his head and cast a calm glance at Orochimaru. He saw the undisguised greed in Orochimaru's eyes, yet his own face remained impassive. He merely looked, then turned back as if Orochimaru didn't exist. Pain continued. Since you've proven your strength, we'll assign you a partner. He paused, his gaze shifting to Hoshigaki Kisame, who stood against the wall. Hoshigaki Kisame. Kisame looked up at Pain. You will be partnered with him. The two of you will work together to capture the tailed beasts. Kisame was taken aback for a moment, then he tightened his grip on his blade and nodded. Fine. Pain nodded, his attention turning back to Itachi. As for the timing, he pondered for a moment. You'll be informed. Itachi nodded without a word. Obito, watching from the side, allowed a faint smirk to form beneath his mask. It's done. He turned to Itachi. Come, I'll show you to your room. Itachi nodded and followed Obito towards the exit. They left the hall, the door closing behind them. In the corridor, the sound of rain became clear again. Obito led the way. Itachi followed their footsteps, echoing in the empty passage. Itachi's gaze settled on the back of the masked man ahead. Rinnegan. Mangekyō Sharingan. Tailed beasts. 10 tails. He pieced all the information together in his mind. The leader of the Akatsuki possessing the legendary Rinnegan. His goal is to collect all 9-tailed beasts. But what is the masked man's plan? Why is he helping me? When Orochimaru stepped out of the tower, dusk had fallen. Fine rain pattered against the steel rooftops, a soft rustling sound. The air was thick with moisture. His mind was consumed by the eyes he'd seen in the meeting hall. The Mangekyō Sharingan. Those scarlet eyes with their complex patterns haunted his thoughts. He licked his lips, a grin he couldn't suppress tugging at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Itachi. The Mangekyō Sharingan. He murmured to himself, his voice dripping with avarice. I want them. What perfect eyes. But he quickly shook his head. However, he's in the Akatsuki now with Pain above him. It wouldn't be wise to act rashly. Orochimaru narrowed his slit-like pupils, his gaze flickering in the rain. And that partner of his, Hoshigaki Kisame, isn't someone to be trifled with either. I'll need to find an opportunity. He walked, his mind scheming. Before long he arrived at a squat low building. He pushed open the rusted iron door and stepped into a dim corridor. Moss clung to the walls, debris piled in the corners, and a musty odor mixed with the scent of rust assailed him. Orochimaru, unconcerned, walked to the end of the corridor and pushed open a hidden door. Behind it lay a spacious underground laboratory. Orange lamplight illuminated rows of wooden shelves crammed with jars and bottles. Several experimental subjects floated in nutrient solution within glass tanks, casting a ghastly pale glow. Unrolled scrolls covered in complex runes lay piled in a corner. The air was thick with the smell of chemicals and blood. Orochimaru walked to the lab table, draped his coat over a hook on the wall, and picked up a document to browse. But he put it down after barely a page. His mind was too preoccupied with that Mangekyō to focus. Just then, SSSS. A faint rustling sound came from the corner. Orochimaru turned his head. There on the floor against the wall a white shape was slowly slithering into view. A small white snake. About as thick as an arm, it was pure white all over, its scales shimmering with a soft luster in the light. It emerged from a crack in the wall, raised its head, and flicked its tongue at Orochimaru. SSSS. SSSS. Orochimaru's brow arched slightly at the sight. It was one of his summoning snakes he'd left at the Hidden Sound Village. He set down the scroll and extended his hand. The small white snake swiftly slithered over, climbed up his arm to his shoulder, and stopped by his ear. Then it opened its mouth. Plop. A scroll was expelled from its maw, landing in Orochimaru's palm. It was small, about the size of a palm, bound with a thin string. The knot was slick with the snake's saliva. Orochimaru didn't mind. He casually untied the knot and unrolled the scroll. His gaze swept over the characters written upon it. His movements came to a halt. Interesting. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on the scroll for a moment before he slowly lowered it. A glint of excitement flickered in his vertical pupils. The writing on the scroll was from Kimimaro. The content was roughly that Shimura Danzo had sent a secret letter to the Hidden Sound Village through covert channels addressed specifically to Orochimaru. The letter stated the new clan leader of the Uchiha clan in the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha, had awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. Power level recently awakened, not yet fully grown. After reading this, Orochimaru extended his tongue and licked his lips. Uchiha. He murmured the name softly. The Mangekyō Sharingan. Another Mangekyō Sharingan. His voice carried an indescribable excitement. What is this Uchiha clan? Eating some kind of growth hormone? He put down the scroll and began to pace around the lab. First Uchiha Itachi awakens his Mangekyō. And now this Uchiha pops up with one too. He stopped, turning to look at the map of the Hidden Leaf Village hanging on the wall. Why are Mangekyō suddenly sprouting up like weeds? His eyes narrowed. The last time I recall a Mangekyō appearing was in Madara's era, wasn't it? A genius that would emerge once every few years. And now to appear at once, both so young. Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips again. This is a godsend. The only problem is that this Uchiha is in the Hidden Leaf right now. Orochimaru frowned. Why hasn't that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi died yet? Whatever, I'll just have to sneak back and take a look. As dusk was just settling, Uchiha was having dinner in the living room when Uchiha Yashiro rushed in breathlessly. Clan leader, they're here. The families who sent their visiting cards last night, the Yamashita, the Yuki, and the Kawakami clans. Their leaders have come in person. They're all waiting at the clan compound's gate right now. Uchiha picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, chewed it slowly, and only then raised his head. Let them wait. Yashiro was taken aback. Keeping them waiting so long, wouldn't that be improper? What's the hurry? Uchiha took a sip of soup. They're the ones begging to see me, not the other way around. The longer we make them wait, the more unsettled they become, and the more they'll think the Uchiha have solid backing. Yashiro pondered for a moment, then nodded. About half an hour later, Uchiha finally set down his teacup and straightened his collar. Let's go. Time to meet our guests. In the reception room, the three clan leaders had already been waiting for nearly an hour. Yamashita Masao, in his early 40s, was lean and sharp-featured. He held his teacup with both hands without taking a single sip, his gaze frequently darting toward the door. Yuki Yasuo, around the same age, was stout and solidly built. He sat upright in his chair, having barely uttered a word since entering. The Kawakami clan leader, the eldest of the three with graying hair, had managed a few sips of tea, but his eyes also betrayed a sense of urgency. He lowered his voice, unable to contain himself. This Uchiha clan. Quite the airs they put on. Yamashita Masao did not respond. Since they had come, they had to be prepared to wait. If even the Hyuga clan had taken the initiative to send people, what right did their small families have to put on airs? Finally, footsteps sounded from outside the door. The door slid open and a young man in a deep blue clan robe stepped in. His frame was slender, but when his gaze swept across the room, the very air seemed to freeze for an instant. A faint, pleasant smile played at the corners of his mouth, and his tone was polite, yet carried a weight that discouraged any underestimation. My apologies for the wait, honored clan leaders. I was attending to clan affairs. I trust you will forgive me. The moment Yamashita Masao laid eyes on Uchiha, a flicker of shock passed through his gaze. He had known the other was young, but seeing him in person, the impact still exceeded his expectations. Too young. So young that one instinctively wanted to dismiss him. But when he met those eyes so calm they seemed out of place for his age, any such contempt was immediately suppressed. The three rose to offer their greetings, then settled back into their seats. Uchiha got straight to the point. Honored clan leaders, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit today? Yamashita Masao exchanged a glance with the Kawakami clan leader. Finally, Yamashita spoke up. Uchiha clan leader, we've come today primarily to inquire about the police force recruitment. Are the claims on the notice truly genuine? Is the police force truly not exclusive? Can outsiders really learn the Uchiha clan's jutsu upon joining? Uchiha didn't answer directly. Instead, he countered, Clan leader Yamashita, I assume you've already looked into the situation of those two branch family Jonin from the Hyuga clan before coming here. Yamashita Masao's expression shifted slightly. After a moment of silence he nodded. Indeed, I made inquiries. Those two have already received their police force uniforms and identification badges. Uchiha smiled. What the Hyuga can do you can do as well. I don't look at the size of a family, nor do I care about background. I only look at whether a person has the skill. Yamashita Masao's breath hitched. After a few seconds of silence he raised his head. Since the Uchiha clan leader puts it that way, I'll speak plainly. The Yamashita clan is willing to send people to join the police force. But I have one concern. Shimura Danzo, how does the Uchiha clan leader plan to handle your relationship with him? His voice dropped lower. To be honest with you, our Yamashita clan once produced a genius. He was taken into the root by Danzo, and we never heard from him again. The third Hokage said he died for the village, but we all know a person can't just vanish into thin air like that. Uchiha listened to this speech without immediately responding. He stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The night breeze flowed in. With his back to the three, he spoke calmly. Shimura Danzo. He doesn't have much longer to live. At these words, Yamashita Masao's pupils contracted sharply. The Kawakami clan leader nearly dropped his teacup. Even Yuki Yasuo, who had remained silent throughout, felt his eyelid twitch. Yamashita Masao stared at the young man's silhouette standing by the window, his breathing growing rapid. He rose and gave Uchiha a deep respectful bow. Uchiha clan leader. The Yamashita clan is willing to dispatch 3 Chunin and 1 Jonin to join the police force. Uchiha turned around, a hint of a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Welcome. After Yamashita Masao departed, the Kawakami clan leader also quickly expressed his stance. He circled around with a great deal of polite pleasantries, the core of which was that they wished to maintain friendly relations, but the matter of dispatching personnel would require consultation with the clan elders back home. Uchiha smiled and saw him off, understanding full well, still on the fence. Not surprising. Only Yuki Yasuo remained in the reception room. He had barely spoken since entering, but Uchiha knew that the longer a man like this stayed silent, the more weight his words would carry. Yuki Yasuo finally lifted his head, his gaze direct and piercing. Uchiha clan leader, with the Uchiha clan taking in so many outsiders into the police force in the future, will this police force belong to the Uchiha or to Konoha? The question struck like a blade straight to the heart. If Uchiha said it belonged to the Uchiha, he would appear self-serving. Why would anyone risk their lives for him? If he said it belonged to Konoha, then why would anyone follow the Uchiha instead of the Hokage? But instead of being flustered, Uchiha smiled. Clan leader Yuki, that's an excellent question. Let me ask you this. Does it matter whose hand holds a blade? Yuki Yasuo's brow furrowed slightly. In a chef's hand, a blade is for cutting vegetables. In a warrior's hand, it's for slaying enemies. In a butcher's hand, it's for slaughtering cattle. Uchiha's gaze settled on the man's face. It doesn't matter whose hand holds the blade. What matters is who the blade is turned against. As long as it cuts down those who threaten Konoha, what difference does it make whether it bears the Uchiha name or the Konoha name? The reception room fell silent for a moment. Yuki Yasuo's brow slowly smoothed out. After a few seconds he nodded. I've been taught. He stood up. I have 2 Jonin in my clan. They will report to the police force tomorrow. Uchiha smiled and extended his hand. Welcome. Yuki Yasuo shook his hand, then turned and disappeared into the night. Elder Yashiro walked in from outside, excitement written all over his face. Clan leader. Another one secured. Uchiha sat back down in his chair, took a sip of tea, and a faint, imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The words he had spoken earlier were only half of what he truly meant. The other half remained locked in his heart. Because whether the police force would come to bear the Uchiha name or the Konoha name in the future, in the end it would only ever become a tool in his hands. Shortly after seeing off Yuki Yasuo, another announcement came from outside. Clan leader. The Inuzuka clan, Lady Inuzuka Hana, is here. Uchiha set down his teacup. Show her in. A girl with a brown ponytail walked in. She was about 11 or 12 years old, wearing the deep green attire of the Inuzuka clan, a dog whistle hanging around her neck, and a small gray ninja dog at her side. She took a deep breath upon entering, then planted her hands on her hips, jutted out her chin, and mimicked her mother's voice. This old lady loves what you Uchiha are doing now. Your police force needs people. We can provide 3 Jonin and 5 Chunin. No pay needed, just feed us. Uchiha nearly spat out his tea. He looked at the little girl trying so hard to imitate an adult, a spitting image of a miniature Inuzuka Tsum, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Elder Yashiro, standing off to the side, was also struggling to contain his amusement, but managed to hold it in for the sake of decorum. Inuzuka Hana's face flushed with embarrassment. She stamped her foot. Hey, what are you laughing at? Those are my mother's exact words. She told me to relay. Word for word. Uchiha waved his hand, still smiling. All right. I've received your message. Once he had his fill of laughter, he turned to Elder Yashiro. Make a note. The Inuzuka clan's 3 Jonin and 5 Chunin are all to be officially incorporated into the police force. Their standard allowances are not to be reduced by a single Ryo. Additionally, allocate a monthly sum for ninja dog upkeep, and provide an extra subsidy of 100,000 ryo to the Inuzuka clan. Inuzuka Hana was stunned. She had thought that when her mother said no pay, it truly meant no money. She never expected Uchiha In to not only pay the standard allowances, but also allocate additional funds. She opened her mouth, then finally lowered her head, her voice far more respectful than before. Teach. Thank you, Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha In smiled. The Inuzuka clan choosing to step forward at this time. I will remember that. Inuzuka Hana lifted her head to look at him. In the moonlight, the young man's smile carried genuine sincerity. She nodded quietly, then turned and left with her small ninja dog. That night, the lights in the reception room of the Uchiha compound burned brightly nearly the entire night. 6 groups of visitors came one after another. Besides the first 3 clans, 3 more clan heads of minor ninja families arrived in the dead of night. Some had sent formal visit requests during the day, while others had decided on a whim. Regardless of who came, Uchiha In received them all, offering promises to the hesitant, displaying confidence to those probing his strength, and dealing with the straightforward with crisp efficiency. By the time the last group of visitors departed, the night had deepened. The 8th elder closed the door and returned to the reception room, his fingers trembling with excitement. Clan leader. Just tonight alone we've gained 6 jonin, 15 shunin, and 5 genin. Add the Inuzuka clans. The police force's jonin ranks are instantly bolstered. Uchiha In set down his teacup, his expression calm. For the Uchiha clan, which had just endured the tragedy of near annihilation, this number represented a force not to be underestimated. Moreover, this was only the first wave. Once the police force was fully operational, even more would surely join. The 8th elder paced excitedly around the room, muttering, "Heaven blesses the Uchiha." Uchiha In watched him, waiting until his excitement subsided before speaking slowly. 8th elder, the ones who joined tonight must not be grouped together. Scatter them across the 5 districts, east, south, west, north, and central, and assign them based on their abilities and specialties. Do not let members of the same clan all be concentrated in one district. The 8th elder nodded thoughtfully. Uchiha In continued, the captain of each district must be a member of the Uchiha clan. The vice captain can be promoted from non-Uchiha. Give those who perform well and have the ability a chance to rise. The 8th elder paused for a moment, then nodded deeply. I understand. Give them a path for advancement, and they'll work harder. Is that the idea? Uchiha In nodded. The morning sun streamed through the window. Naruto opened his eyes. He blinked for a few seconds, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling above, then slowly sat up. The blanket smelled of sunshine, mixed with a faint scent of soap, warm and cozy. It wasn't the perpetually musty blanket from his old rundown apartment. A faint smile spread across his face. A delicious aroma drifted from the kitchen, the smell of miso soup, the sizzle of frying eggs, and steaming hot rice. Growl? His stomach rumbled. Naruto threw off the blanket, jumped out of bed, slipped on the slightly ill-fitting slippers, and pushed open the door. In the kitchen, a tall figure was busy at the stove, his back to him. Kato Makoto, wearing an apron and holding a ladle, was pouring soup into a bowl. Hearing footsteps, he turned and saw Naruto standing at the door, grinning widely. Awake. Good, come eat. Naruto stood still, taking in the scene. Steam rose from the pot. Kato Makoto's back seemed especially broad in the morning light, and on the table were 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, the miso soup steaming, the fried eggs golden, the rice white and fluffy. He had never woken up in the morning to find someone making him breakfast. What are you standing there for? Kato Makoto walked over with the bowl of soup and patted Naruto on the head with his other hand. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Eat while it's hot. The touch of that hand on his head was very warm. Naruto's nose tingled inexplicably. He nodded vigorously, turned, and ran to the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face to suppress the feeling. During breakfast, Kato Makoto sat across from him, barely eating himself, just watching Naruto eat. Eat slowly, don't choke. Is it good? Naruto's mouth was stuffed with rice. He nodded indistinctly. Good. Kato Makoto smiled and reached out to brush a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth. If you like it, eat more. I'll make it for you every day. Naruto froze. Every day for me. He lowered his head and took a big bite of rice, trying to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. After breakfast, Naruto helped clear the dishes, but Kato Makoto wouldn't let him wash them, shooing him out into the yard to enjoy the sun. Naruto squatted in the yard, watching ants move their nest by the wall, a smile fixed on his face. Home. Naruto mouthed the words silently, feeling a warmth spread through his chest. He couldn't wait to share this joy, to tell Irika-sensei, to tell his friends from the Ninja Academy, to tell everyone. He jumped to his feet and dashed inside. Kato uncle. I'm going out to play for a bit. Kato Makoto, wiping the stove, poked his head out. Where to? The playground. Kato Makoto wiped his hands, walked to the door, and looked at him. All right, come back early. Don't go too far. Naruto nodded eagerly. Kato Makoto paused, then added, I'll make you something delicious for dinner. Naruto's eyes lit up. Really? Really? What do you want? Ramen. All right, I'll make you ramen tonight. Naruto laughed, turned, and ran, but after a few steps he looked back and shouted. Kato uncle. Thank you. Kato Makoto stood at the door watching the blonde head grow smaller in the sunlight, his smile slowly fading. He sighed, his gaze complex. Minato, your son is a good kid. The Konoha playground was on the eastern side of the village, small with a swing, a slide, and a sandbox. When Naruto arrived, some kids were playing in the sandbox. He stood and watched for a while, wanting to join but hesitating. He didn't have many friends in the village. The adults avoided him, and the children were told by their parents to stay away. The word demon fox was like an invisible wall separating him from everyone else. But things were different now. He knew who his father was. He wasn't a demon fox, he was the son of a hero. He took a deep breath and was about to walk over. Yo, isn't this the demon fox? A cold, mocking voice came from the side. Naruto's footsteps halted. He turned around. 3 older kids were walking over from the swing set. The leader, about 11 or 12 years old, was tall and burly, wearing a dark short-sleeved shirt, hands in his pockets, a sneer on his face. Behind him were 2 lackeys, one fat and one thin, wearing similar expressions. A demon fox deserves to come out and play. The boy walked up to Naruto, tilted his head, and looked him up and down. Why don't you stay in that rundown shack of yours instead of coming out here to embarrass yourself? Naruto clenched his fists. He knew this guy. Matsumoto Daiki, son of Tokubetsu Jonin Matsumoto Tsuyoshi, notorious in the village for bullying others. In the past, he would either lower his head and walk away, or get provoked into a fight and end up beaten worse. But today was different. He held back. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, not Demon Fox, he said, lifting his head. Matsumoto Daiki was stunned for a second, then burst into laughter. Oh ho, got some guts today, huh? Talking back now. He turned to look at the minions behind him, and the 2 lackeys joined in the laughter. Matsumoto-san, this brat seems different today, the skinny minion said with a sneer. Different how? A fox demon is a fox demon. No matter how it pretends, it can't become human. The plump one chimed in. Matsumoto Daiki stepped forward and shoved Naruto. Naruto staggered back 2 steps, steadied himself, but didn't fight back. Don't push it. Push it. Matsumoto Daiki laughed. How are we pushing it? What did we say? He turned to the other kids around and asked loudly, did you hear anything? Did we say anything? The other kids lowered their heads, pretending not to hear. Matsumoto Daiki smirked with satisfaction and turned his gaze back to Naruto. I said, what right does a fox demon like you have to come out and play? Your dad is a fox demon. Your whole family are fox demons. You're the son of a fox demon. You. His words were cut short, because Naruto suddenly snapped his head up. In those blue eyes burned a rage that had touched a raw nerve. What did you say? Naruto's voice trembled. Matsumoto Daiki was startled by his glare, but quickly regained his arrogant expression. I said your dad is a fox demon. Your whole family are fox demons. What? Was I wrong? Naruto's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched so tight they trembled. He wanted to retort. He wanted to say, my dad is the 4th Hokage. He wanted to say, my dad is a hero. But he opened his mouth only to find the words wouldn't come. The words were lodged in his throat, unspoken, because saying them was pointless. In the eyes of these people, he would always be that fox demon. The adults nearby saw what was happening, but no one spoke up. Some lowered their heads, pretending not to see. Others pulled their children away. Someone muttered, stay away from that brat, and hurried off. In the sandpit, only Naruto and the 3 older kids remained. Seeing Naruto silent, Matsumoto Daiki grew bolder and shoved him again. What? Nothing to say. Finally realized you're a fox demon. This time Naruto lost his footing and fell hard on the ground. Matsumoto Daiki and his 2 minions burst into laughter. Just then a voice rang out from nearby. Stop. The laughter died instantly. 3 people wearing the police force uniform strode over. Leading them was a chunin around 30 years old with a composed face and the police force ID badge hanging at his waist. Behind him followed 2 genin, a man and a woman, both in their early 20s. Murakami Hayato, one of the first civilian chunin to join the Konoha police force after its reformation. He was on patrol with his 2 genin when he heard the shouts of Fox Demon and the sounds of a scuffle and immediately rushed over. He saw Naruto on the ground, then glanced at the 3 older kids, his face darkening. Bullying someone in a public place. You're coming with us to the police force station. Matsumoto Daiki was stunned for a moment, then puffed out his chest with his hands on his hips. Do you know who I am? Murakami Hayato stared at him, saying nothing. My dad is Matsumoto Takashi, a Tokubetsu Jonin of Konoha. Matsumoto Daiki's voice dripped with undisguised arrogance. You dare arrest me? His 2 minions puffed out their chests as well, as if the title, Tokubetsu Jonin, was a get-out-of-jail-free card. The 2 genins' faces changed, and they both looked at Murakami Hayato. The male genin Sato Ken hesitated and whispered, Captain Murakami. Matsumoto Takashi really is a Tokubetsu Jonin. The female genin Suzuki Misaki also frowned, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. They were both civilian ninja, having barely secured these positions through the police force's recruitment. If they offended the son of a Tokubetsu Jonin on their first day. Murakami Hayato remained silent. Fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Arrest him. Offend a Tokubetsu Jonin and face retaliation and petty grudges later. Don't arrest him. The police force was just established. If they cowered on their first day, how could they hold their heads up in Konoha? The crowd of onlookers was growing. Someone murmured, probably won't dare to arrest him. A bunch of civilian ninja with no backing. They really think joining the police force makes them untouchable, eh? Murakami Hayato gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He took a deep breath and spoke. His backing is just one Tokubetsu Jonin. Our backing is the entire police force. He raised his head, his gaze firm. What's there to fear? Arrest him. At his words, Sato-ken and Suzuki Misaki's eyes lit up. They exchanged a glance, nodded, and stepped forward, grabbing Matsumoto Daiki's arms from both sides. What are you doing? Let me go. Matsumoto Daiki panicked and struggled fiercely. Do you know who my dad is? My dad is a Tokubetsu Jonin. How dare you touch me? He turned to his minions, but they were already pale with fear frozen in place. Thinking fast, Matsumoto Daiki screamed at the top of his lungs. The police force is bullying people. The police force is bullying a kid. Help! Somebody help! Not far away at the entrance of an alley, 3 figures stood watching the playground. Uchiha and leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a playful smirk on his lips. Beside him stood Kakashi, his silver hair covering half his face, his expression unreadable. Yashiro stood behind Uchiha and frowning slightly, and asked in a low voice, Clan leader, shouldn't we go over? Not yet. Uchiha's gaze lingered on the struggling Matsumoto Daiki, then shifted to Murakami Hayato. I want to see if these civilian ninja have any backbone. Kakashi tilted his head to glance at him, but said nothing. If they can't even handle a single Tokubetsu Jonin, then the police force is nothing but a joke. Uchiha's voice carried an ambiguous weight. Yashiro nodded thoughtfully. Just then an enraged roar echoed from the distance. Let go of my son. A burly figure burst out from the crowd. It was Matsumoto Takashi, the Tokubetsu Jonin of Konoha. He was in his mid-30s with a stocky build and a fierce, brutish face that marked him as trouble. A woman, his wife, followed behind him, panting heavily. Matsumoto Takashi stormed up to the 3 police force members. Seeing 2 genin holding his son's arms, he exploded. Let go of my son. His voice boomed like thunder, making the villagers' ears ring. You think you're worthy of laying hands on my kid? Sato-ken and Suzuki Misaki flinched at his roar, their faces paling, but they didn't let go. Seeing them refuse, Matsumoto Takashi grew even more furious. He stepped forward and pointed a finger at Murakami Hayato's nose. What's your rank? What's mine? I'm a Tokubetsu Jonin of Konoha. Who the hell are you? Murakami Hayato swallowed hard, but stood his ground. Matsumoto-sen and your son was bullying someone in public. We're just following procedure. Following procedure. Matsumoto Takashi scoffed coldly. So what if he said a few words to that brat? What's the big deal? He pointed dismissively at Naruto, who was standing off to the side, his voice full of contempt. Haven't we always done it this way? At that, the surrounding crowd fell silent for a moment. Mingren stood there, his head lowered, his fists clenched tightly. The words, wasn't it always like this before, it pierced his heart like a knife. Yes, it had always been like this. He was bullied, and no one cared. He was called a demon fox, and no one said it was wrong. He was knocked down, and no one helped him up. These things have been going on in my village for many years. Songben Gang grew more and more agitated, his voice rising. I am a special Jonin of Mai. When I risked my life for the village, you were still drinking milk. You think you're worthy of arresting me, eh? He stepped forward and reached out to grab Zwetting Jin's collar. Suinshang Sunrin gritted his teeth, still not backing down. Songben Jonin, we are just following the rules. Please cooperate. Cooperate. Cooperate my ass. Songben Gang shoved Suinshang Sunrin hard, sending him stumbling back several steps, almost falling. The surrounding villagers murmured among themselves, isn't this Songben Gang too arrogant? No way, he's a special Jonin. How would these civilian ninjas in the police department dare to provoke him? Sai, I thought the police department was supposed to be tough. But is that all? Just as Songben Gang was getting more worked up and reaching out to forcibly take his son back, a voice rang out. Calm, clear, carrying a weight that could not be ignored. If anyone dares to disrupt the unity of my, whether he is a special Jonin or an elite Jonin, our police department will arrest him without hesitation. As these words were spoken, the entire crowd fell silent. Songben Gang's hand froze in midair, and he slowly turned his head. The crowd parted automatically. A young boy stepped out. He wore a deep blue Yuzhibo clan outfit with the clan emblem of a war fan embroidered on his back. His figure was slender, but when his gaze swept over the air itself, seemed to freeze for an instant. Behind him followed 2 people. One was a man with silver hair covering half his face, walking lazily. It was Chimu Kakashi. The other was a Yuzhibo elder in his 50s Badai. When Songben Gang saw that young boy, his pupils sharply constricted and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He recognized the boy. Yuzhibo Yen, the new clan leader of the Yuzhibo clan, the boy who had slain 12-root elite Jonin in the Death Forest. Although Songben Gang had never witnessed it with his own eyes, the legends about this boy had spread throughout my village. He swallowed, his voice lower than before. Clan leader Yuzhibo. This is a family matter, you. Family matter. Yuzhibo Yen walked up to him, stopped, and looked up at him. Your son publicly bullies the son of a villager, disturbs public order. Is this a family matter? Your son insults the son of a hero, falsely accusing him of being a demon fox. Is this a family matter? You openly obstruct the police department's enforcement, insult law enforcement officers. Is this a family matter? His voice grew calmer with each sentence, but every word struck like a hammer on Songbin Gang's chest. Special Jonin. Yuzhibo Yin let out a soft laugh. Did you risk your life for the village just to turn my into a place where your son can bully anyone he wants? Songbin Gang opened his mouth to retort, but found himself speechless. The expressions of the surrounding villagers changed. Some began to whisper. Son of a hero. The son of a hero he's talking about. Is that brat? Xuanhua Mingren. Isn't his father the fourth Hokage? The news of that clan leader assembly had long spread throughout Mai. But many people selectively forgot, because admitting that Mingren was the son of a hero meant admitting that what they had done to a child over the past few years was wrong. And now Yuzhibo Yin had publicly exposed this truth. You just said, wasn't it always like this before? Yuzhibo Yin looked at Songbin Gang, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then let me tell you now, from today onward the old rules no longer apply. Now it's the rules of our police department. He turned his head and said to Zhuting Jian and Lingmu Mixiao, arrest him, take him back to the police department, and notify his superior to come and collect him. If he dares to resist. He paused, his gaze falling on Songbin Gang. Treat it as assaulting a police officer. Songbin Gang's face alternated between pale and red. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. He stared fiercely at Yuzhibo Yin. But those eyes, so calm, unlike those of a young man, sent a chill through his heart. This boy had slain 12 root elite Jonin with a single slash in the Death Forest. He, a special Jonin, was nothing but a junior in front of Root's elite Jonin. Songbin Gang's fists clenched and loosened and clenched again. In the end, he lowered his hands. Zhuting Jian and Lingmu Mixiao, seeing that he no longer resisted, breathed a sigh of relief. They escorted Songbin Dahue and glanced at Songbin Gang. Songbin Gang's wife wailed from the side, how can you do this? He's just a child. But no one paid her any attention. Songbin Gang was taken away, his head lowered, his face as dark as if it were about to drip water. The surrounding villagers erupted in excitement. Arrested. They really arrested him. The new police department really dares to arrest a Jonin. They even dare to arrest a special Jonin. Some said this with an indescribable excitement in their voices. Some applauded and cheered. Well done. It's about time we crack down on these bullies who abuse their power. Others looked worried and muttered softly. The police department even dares to arrest Jonin. Will they become too overbearing in the future? But more people's minds began to stir. The police department dares to arrest even Jonin, which shows they have real backing. Working for such a police department means we won't be bullied. Should we also sign up? After Songbin Gang was taken away, Yuzhibo Yin turned around and looked at Mingren, who was standing nearby. The little blonde boy was still standing there, his head lowered, hands clenched into fists, his shoulders trembling slightly. Yuzhibo Yin walked over to him and patted Mingren's head. Are you okay? Mingren looked up stunned. The young boy before him was only a few years older, but his eyes gave a sense of safety. Mingren opened his mouth to say, I'm fine, but his throat felt blocked, unable to make a sound. Yuzhibo Yin looked at him and smiled gently. Xuanhua Mingren, right? Mingren nodded. Your father is the fourth Hokage, a hero of Mai. Yuzhibo Yan's voice was not loud, but every word was crystal clear. You should be the pride of Mai, not someone to be bullied. Mingren's eyes reddened. He bit his lip, trying desperately to hold back his tears. Yuzhibo Yin said no more. He stood up and patted his shoulder. If anyone bullies you again in the future, come to the police department and find me. Just mention my name. I am Yuzhibo Yin. You can also train at the Yuzhibo clan's training ground from now on. After saying this, he turned around and walked toward Kakashi and Badai. Let's go. Kakashi glanced at Mingren, his eyes flickering, but said nothing and followed. Badai also followed. Just as the three were about to leave the crowd, a tall figure pushed his way in. Make way, make way. A tall white-haired man in a red haori and wooden clogs squeezed into the crowd. As he pushed through, he shouted at the top of his lungs, what are you doing? Is the police department arresting people indiscriminately again? Jiraiya's voice was full of vigor, carrying a tone of interrogation. In his memory, the police force was that very institution which in the old days had thrown its weight around the village, relying on the Uchiha name to bully others. Arresting people, detaining them all at the whim of the Uchiha clan. Now these Uchiha were making a grand show of recruiting to establish their authority, even daring to seize a special Jonin and his son in broad daylight. Naturally, he had to speak up. However, Uchiha did not answer his question. He didn't even spare Jiraiya a single glance. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, pointing at the young boy with blonde hair and blue eyes standing nearby. Jiraiya-sama. His voice was clear enough for everyone present to hear. Do you not recognize the person beside me? Jiraiya was taken aback. Uchiha-on's voice was as calm as still water, but his words cut like a knife. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. He is the son of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. Of course he knew. How could he not? Blonde hair, blue eyes, the 6 whisker-like marks on his face. He was the spitting image of a young Minato. From the moment he had pushed through the crowd and seen him, he had recognized him. But this was one of the village's highest secrets. How did the Uchiha know such detailed information? Uchiha did not stop. He paused, and with a calm voice delivered the most cutting blow. And you as the teacher of the 4th Hokage Namake's Minato. You don't even recognize his own son. It seems you haven't been a very qualified teacher either. A murmur rippled through the entire crowd. The villagers whispered among themselves, their voices swelling like a tide. Jiraiya is the 4th Hokage's teacher. The Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin is the 4th Hokage's teacher. Then why has he never seen Naruto before? All these years. Why has he never once looked after this child? Not even recognizing his own disciple's son, that's just too much. Each whispered comment was like a needle piercing Jiraiya's heart. His face flushed crimson, his chest heaving violently, yet he couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. His heart ached. Of course he recognized Naruto, but he couldn't say it. All of this was arranged by the old third. Hiding Naruto's true parentage and the secret of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a rule established by the village's top brass back then. If he publicly said, "I know him, I recognized him long ago," wouldn't that be slapping the 3rd Hokage in the face? Furthermore, what made him feel utterly ashamed was that he had spent all these years traveling outside the village searching for the child of prophecy. It was an undeniable fact that he had never, not even for a single day, taken care of Naruto. Every single word Uchiha spoke was correct. But Uchiha did not let him off the hook. All these years Naruto Uzumaki has been branded a demon fox by the village. And those people just now were bullying him. His gaze swept across the crowd, his voice reaching every single person present. What our police force intends to do now is to eradicate all forms of bullying within this village. Catch one whenever we see one. As these words fell, the air seemed to thicken further. Jiraiya's lips moved, but no words came out. He understood the two implications in that statement. The first was that the demon fox rumor was a result of years of tacit approval by the village's higher-ups. The second was that even the son of the 4th Hokage had been bullied by the entire village for so many years. What were you so-called legendary ninjas sworn to protect the village doing all this time? One of the esteemed Sannin rendered utterly speechless by a young man. Jiraiya stood rooted to the spot, his face red, his chest heaving, unable to form a single word for a long time. Just then a lazy voice rang out. "Jiraiya-sama." Jiraiya turned his head. A man with silver hair covering half his face stepped out from behind Uchiha and gave him a slight nod. "Long time no see." Hatake Kakashi, disciple of Namake's Minato, could also be considered his grand disciple in the ninja arts. Jiraiya opened his mouth to respond, but his gaze fell upon the uniform Kakashi was wearing. The uniform of the police force. Jiraiya was stunned. Kakashi was wearing the police force uniform. He was Minato's disciple, his grand disciple, an elite jonin of the Umbu. How could he have joined the police force established by the Uchiha clan? Was even Kakashi siding with the Uchiha now? What in the world has Konoha become? Jiraiya felt a surge of anger rise from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, but he gritted his teeth and suppressed it. Kakashi's greeting was an offering of a way out. He took a deep breath, averted his gaze from Kakashi, let it fall upon the group in police force uniforms, and let out a dry laugh. "Good. Very good. I've been away for a few years and Konoha has certainly changed. The 3rd Hokage has business with me, so I'll take my leave now." With that he turned and left. He couldn't bear to stay in this place a moment longer. Just then a voice came from behind him, soft, carrying a hint of timid hesitation. "Mister." Jiraiya's footsteps halted. He didn't turn around, but his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to move. "Are you my dad's teacher?" Jiraiya's heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned around. The little boy with blonde hair stood there looking up at him, his bright blue eyes sparkling. Those eyes the exact same shade of blue as Namake's Minato's. Jiraiya stood there, his throat tight, a chord deep within him struck with immense force. He slowly crouched down, lowering himself to Naruto's eye level. "Yeah." His voice was a little hoarse. "I am your father's teacher." Naruto's eyes instantly welled up with warmth. "Then, what kind of person was my dad?" Jiraiya's hand paused in midair. He looked at the face before him, a face that was gradually overlapping with the Minato in his memories. This kid. It seemed he had never even seen what his parents looked like. His throat constricted so tight, he could barely speak. He wanted to tell Naruto that his father was the fastest man in Konoha, the 4th Hokage, the hero who saved the entire village. But in the end he just gently patted Naruto's head. "Your father was a truly remarkable man. A hero of Konoha. And also, my most proud disciple." After saying this, he didn't delve any deeper. He stood up, gave Naruto one last look, then turned and walked into the crowd. Under the sunlight, one tall figure and one small figure. One stood watching, the other walked further and further away. Jiraiya exited the amusement park and walked through the streets of Konoha. He moved slowly, his gaze sweeping across the sights on both sides of the road. The wider the area he covered, the deeper his frown became. Konoha had changed. In the village he remembered, the streets were filled with leisurely villagers, shouting vendors, and the unhurried atmosphere of everyday life. Now, every few blocks patrol squads in police force uniforms marched past. Their formations were neat, their steps synchronized with ID tags at their waist, their eyes scanning every person at the street corners with vigilance. Among those patrol squads were members of the Uchiha clan, civilian ninjas in coarse clothing, and even Byakugan users from the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya stopped in front of a bulletin board. A notice was posted on it, and he stepped closer to read it. It was a recruitment announcement for the police force. Jinin 50,000 Ryo Chunin, 200,000 Ryo Jonin, 350,000 Ryo. Children could attend the Uchiha training grounds for free. Those who performed exceptionally well could learn standard techniques of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya drew a sharp breath. He had traveled the shinobi world for years and seen countless villages and countless clans. But he had never seen any clan unite the hearts of an entire village so effectively in such a short time. High salaries to recruit people, buying loyalty, establishing authority through law enforcement, one step after another. This Uchiha was nothing like the one he remembered. Jiraiya stood before the bulletin board unmoving for a long time. The Hokage's office. When the door was pushed open, Hiruzen Sarutobi was seated behind his desk, pipe in hand. Jiraiya stepped in and paused briefly. Third, old man. How had he aged so much? The spirited old man from his memories now had graying temples and bloodshot eyes, looking as worn out as if he were a different person. The pipe rested in his hand, the ember glowing and fading, yet he did not take a puff. You're back. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, his voice hoarse. Have a seat. Jiraiya sat down on the sofa, lounging back with his arms spread across the armrests. Old man, why did you call me back? What's the real matter? Hiruzen Sarutobi skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. You should have already seen Konoha's situation since you returned. He paused, then laid out the village's crisis to Jiraiya in grave detail. Ever since the night of the massacre, the Uchiha clan has been slandering us high-ranking officials. First they spread rumors, and now they're buying people's loyalty. If this continues, they'll launch a coup sooner or later. The village is now split into 3 factions, one led by the Uchiha, one loyal to the Hokage, and one of neutrals. They're shaking the very foundation of Konoha. If another village were to declare war on us now, the village would be in danger of total collapse. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his pipe, looked at him, and said word by word, Jiraiya, I want to ask you to become the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya exploded on the spot. Old man, have you lost your mind? He shot up from the sofa, pointing at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice cracking. Me? As Hokage? Are you kidding me? Hiruzen Sarutobi ignored his reaction and continued in a calm tone. Konoha needs someone with prestige, strength, and the trust of all sides to steady the situation. You are one of the legendary Sannin, the teacher of the 4th Hokage, renowned across the shinobi world. No one is more suited than you. Jiraiya took a deep breath, suppressed his rising anger, and waved his hand. Stop. Old man, I have my own things to do. I've been searching for someone all these years, and that's more important to me than being Hokage. He paused, then added, besides, I'm just not cut out to be Hokage. If you really can't find anyone, why not go find Tsunade? Her medical skills and her reputation are far better than mine. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Tsunade, forget it. She left the village years ago and has never contacted Konoha since. Jiraiya looked at him, silent for a while. Then he spoke. His voice suddenly dropped. Old man, let me ask you something. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up. Jiraiya's gaze locked onto him. That boy Naruto, do you know what kind of life he's been living all these years? Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips moved slightly. The office fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair, silent for a long time. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. In that breath was an indescribable weariness and guilt. Jiraiya, there was no other way. Back then, to protect the Jinchuriki and calm the villagers' panic, we chose to keep Naruto's origins a secret. It was for Naruto's safety. If we had revealed that he was the 4th Hokage's son and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at the time, other villages would have tried every means to seize or even kill him. He closed his eyes. But now some people in the village believe our decision back then was wrong. Jiraiya looked at his pitiful state, and the anger that had risen to his throat was swallowed back down. Seeing Jiraiya's expression soften, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly pressed on with emotional appeal. Jiraiya, for the safety of Konoha, please accept the position of 5th Hokage. If you don't, this village is truly in danger. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to pressure Jiraiya with emotional pleas, knowing his disciple's deep attachment to the village. Jiraiya would never allow anyone to destroy Konoha. Jiraiya was silent for a long time, then stood up and walked toward the door. Let me think about it. The door closed behind him. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the empty office, picked up his pipe, lit it, and took a deep drag. The smoke slowly dispersed in the air. At the Uchiha clan grounds in the council hall, the lights were bright, yet the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Uchiha Yashiro stood in the center of the hall, his expression stern. Clan leader Jiraiya has been summoned back by the 3rd Hokage. It's clear they intend for him to become the 5th Hokage. At those words, several Jonin's expressions changed. One Jonin couldn't help but speak. Jiraiya. He's one of the legendary Sannin, renowned across the shinobi world with vast connections. if he takes the Hokage's seat and sides with the high-ranking officials. Another Jonin chimed in, his voice laced with concern. Indeed, clan leader. A Hokage with strength and prestige could win back the hearts of the entire village. That would be the greatest obstacle to our Uchiha's grand plan. In the council hall, the members spoke one after another, their words growing increasingly grave. Uchiha sat in the main seat, silent all along. He held a cup of tea, gently blowing on the steam. When the Jonin had said their piece, he set down the teacup. A cold smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. If he stays out of this matter, so be it. The Jonin were taken aback, all eyes turning to him. Uchiha's gaze rested on the tea in his cup, his voice calm. But if he also intends to stand in the way of the Uchiha clan, then I will drag his reputation through the mud as well. The council hall fell instantly silent. The Jonin exchanged uneasy glances. That was one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, renowned across the shinobi world. How could his reputation possibly be ruined so easily? But looking at the calm, confident smile on the young man's face in the main seat, no one dared to voice that thought. On the border of the Land of Fire lay a nameless town. It was small, with a single dirt road running from east to west. The shops lining the road were mostly aged, their signboards paint faded, and dried chili peppers and salted fish hung under the eaves. In the center of the town stood a low, modest building. An old wooden board hung by its entrance, weathered and worn pale at the edges by wind and rain, densely covered with yellowed bounty notices. The papers were layered one atop another, some were faded with curled edges, some had their writing blurred by rain like old scars that could not be peeled away. And at the very top of this pile of old papers, a brand new bounty notice was pinned in the most prominent position. The paper was stark white, its ink still fresh. It read, Uchiha Yin, the new clan head of the Uchiha clan of Konoha. Bounty 80 million ryo. Dead or alive. Beside it, pinned nearby, was an S-rank missing means bounty notice, which offered only 30 million ryo. Yet this white paper worth 80 million lay atop all the others, pressing down like a small mountain on a pile of sand, making all those older notices look dull and gray. There was no issuer listed at the bottom. Only the acceptance stamp of the bounty office, a bright red mark in the lower right corner. Inside, a middle-aged man who appeared to be the shopkeeper yawned, glanced at the newly pinned paper, then lowered his head to fiddle with his abacus. That notice had been delivered 3 days prior. The sender never showed their face, simply dropping off a letter and a deposit with the message, put it up according to the rules. As for who this person was, the bounty office neither knew nor cared to know. Their business was only to post the notice and collect the fee. Who took the job, and whether they lived or died afterwards, was no longer their concern. The town's only tavern sat directly across from the bounty office. As dusk fell, the tavern was filled with patrons. Coarse wooden tables held cups of sake, and a greasy lamp wick flickered in the breeze, casting shifting light and shadow across the faces of the crowd. A burly man with a thick beard raised his sake cup, his gaze drifting through the window to land on the stark, white bounty notice across the street. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. 80 million ryo. He swallowed hard. That's enough for me to kill for 10 years. Someone nearby scoffed. You. Kill for 10 years. How many jobs do you think you'd get in 10 years? Still better than you guarding some rich man's gate. Screw you. A burst of laughter erupted in the tavern. When the laughter died down, someone spoke up slowly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. But seriously, is a young guy really worth that much? Yeah, 80 million ryo. You could hire a whole village to kill him and still have money left over. He must have pissed off some big shot. Pissed off a big shot. The man who spoke earlier set down his cup and narrowed his eyes. Have you all forgotten what the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan's new leader actually is? The tavern fell silent for a moment. The Sharingan. That was the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. In the shinobi world, everyone knew that a single Uchiha Jonin with the Sharingan could take on 3 to 5 ordinary ninja of the same rank. And if they had awakened the Mangekyō, one man said, haven't you heard? The Uchiha clan raised a huge ruckus in Konoha a while back. A young guy stepped on the village's higher-ups to rise to power, even dragged that elder Danzo down from his position. Is that so? You bet. I heard Konoha is in complete chaos now. The higher-ups have lost all credibility, and every clan is looking out for themselves. You think a kid who became clan head in that kind of situation is someone to mess with? The tavern buzzed with discussion. But talk was talk. Not a single person actually got up to tear down that notice. 80 million ryo was a juicy piece of meat. But beneath the fat, there was an invisible bone. What if they couldn't bite through it? Just then the back door of the tavern was kicked open. A tall, powerfully built man strode in. He wore a dark, form-fitting outfit and carried a long sword on his back. In the gaps of the scabbard, faint blue electric sparks crackled and popped. A wild grin spread across his face. He walked straight through the tavern, came to the bounty board, raised his hand, and ripped the stark white paper off in one motion. So what about the Sharingan? He brought the paper up to his eyes for a look, then sneered. A brat who hasn't even been weaned yet. How tough can he be? Hey boss. He slapped the counter. Give me the scroll. I'm taking this job. The shopkeeper looked up at him, then slowly reached under the counter and pulled out a mission scroll. Lord Ryzu. The shopkeeper said in a low voice. Would you like to check the intel first? Intel, eh? Ryza scoffed. Back in Kumogakure, I killed 3 jonin by myself. A little brat like this, what do I need intel for? He took the scroll casually, tucked it into his belt, and turned towards the door. I'll be back for the money when the job's done. Laughing heartily, he walked out. The patrons in the tavern across the street looked at each other in shock. Ryza, that missing nin from Kumogakure. The one specializing in lightning release. Heard he got into trouble in Kumo, and ran with several lives already on his hands. Tisk TSK. 80 million Ryo is enough to get him interested. In another corner of the tavern, a thin tall man, with a gloomy expression, set down his sake, cup his gaze, slowly pulling back from the door that Ryza had just slammed shut. Ryuzui. A missing nin from Kirigakure, a master of poison. He hadn't made a spectacle like Ryza. He had arrived in town the night before, and spent the entire night digging up every piece of information about Uchiha Yen. The rumors in the tavern, the gossip in the market, the old notices on the bounty board. He listened to every bit, analyzed every piece. Killed 12 elite jonin of the root. He narrowed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. That kind of talk is just the Konoha higher-ups gilding the Uchiha's reputation. He let out a cold laugh. What was root? He'd heard it was an elite force under Danzo. 12 elite jonin, all killed by some kid. They couldn't even make up a believable story. 13 years old. How long has it been since he awakened the Mangekyō? He took a sip from his cup. Even if he really has that so-called Mangekyō, how many moves can a child's chakra sustain? He set down his cup and calculated slowly in his mind. At most, 3 moves. 5 would be overestimating him. Young, inexperienced. He reached a conclusion. As long as I don't give him the chance to activate his eyes, he's dead within 3 moves. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Ryuzui's mouth. He stood up, walked over to the bounty office, raised his hand, and pulled out another spare notice from the board. 80 million Ryo. He stared at it for a few seconds, then turned and left. Behind him, a man in a coarse samurai outfit stood before the bounty board. He was an old, just over 30, with a sheathless sword at his waist, its hilt wrapped in faded, washed-out cloth. He stood before the bounty notice for a very long time. The samurai Jinso. He came from a small village on the brink of extinction, near the border, where there was a rundown swordsmanship dojo left to him by his master. After his master's death, the dojo was solely supported by him. 80 million Ryo. That money would be enough to renovate the dojo, to buy good swords for the village children, enough to let his crumbling village catch its breath. He reached out, his fingertips hovering at the edge of the notice. But then he paused. Kill a young man. He closed his eyes. A samurai's honor was forged one strike at a time. Kill this kid, and 80 million Ryo would be his. But the words, the samurai Jinso killed a child for money, would follow him for the rest of his life. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. His hand retreated. A sinister voice came from behind him. Even a samurai needs to eat. Jinso did not turn around. Ryuzui walked past him, not stopping, but his voice drifted over. Honor won't keep you from starving, and it won't buy you rice. Jinso stood there silent for a long time. Then he raised his hand, and took a new bounty notice as well. In the corner of the tavern, a one-eyed old man sat in the darkest spot. He wore an old cloak stained with dust and rain, as if it hadn't been washed in a long time. The sake cup before him was almost untouched. Only his murky eyes across half the street were fixed on the wooden board of the bounty office. He read the words on that bounty notice word by word. 80 million Ryo. He muttered to himself, this price is suspicious. He said no more, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the wall to rest. In the Uchiha clan grounds of Konoha, within the council chamber, Uchiha sat in the seat of honor, a stack of documents spread before him. They were the reports submitted by the 5 divisions of the police force, east, west, south, north, and central, covering population registrations, market stall allocations, and security patrol logs. He flipped through them page by page, finding everything meticulously organized. At the corner of the desk lay a roster listing the newly recruited members accepted a couple of days prior. He picked it up, glanced through it, and set it back down. Are the personnel in each district arranged according to my instructions? Yes. Yashiro stood nearby. Outsiders have been dispersed and integrated into the 5 divisions. The head captains are all our clansmen, while the vice captains are promoted from among the outsiders. Promote the Chunin who captured Matsumoto Gon and his son yesterday to squad leader. His courage is commendable. It also shows everyone that hard work leads to advancement. An astute move, clan head. It rewards that Chunin, while signaling to the outside that our police force values merit above all. Uchiha nodded and was about to speak. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Uchiha Takuma pushed it open, a grim expression on his face, clutching a small slip of paper. Clan head. Uchiha looked up. What is it? The Ninja Cat Intelligence Network has made a discovery. Takuma strode to the desk and placed the paper upon it. A ninja cat from a southern outpost sent word. Several unfamiliar chakra signatures have appeared outside the village, moving toward Konoha. He paused, then added, the cat also reported that these chakra signatures are coming from the direction of the border. The border? Yashiro frowned. The border town is quite a distance from Konoha. Indeed, Takuma nodded. And according to the cat's observations, their route is direct, their intent clear. They're heading straight for Konoha. The chamber fell silent for a moment. Kakashi, who had just entered and overheard the conversation, said, "Should we dispatch more personnel to guard the gates and conduct thorough checks on everyone?" Uchiha and did not answer immediately. He picked up the slip of paper, examined it, and a faint subtle smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "No need." Kakashi raised an eyebrow at him. Uchiha and put the paper down, his tone casual. "Let them come. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one." Yashiro opened his mouth, clan head. "But what if they are numerous and powerful?" Uchiha and glanced at him and added slowly, "Relax. Dealing with a few small fry doesn't require me to get serious." Yashiro wanted to say more, but meeting those calm eyes, he swallowed his words. Uchiha and lowered his head and resumed flipping through the reports as if the entire matter was nothing more than a casual pastime. He turned the pages, but his mind had already drifted. Bounty hunters. Bounty hunters coming for him. Clearly the work of Konoha's higher-ups. Perfect. He had been looking for a chance to assert his authority publicly, and they were delivering themselves to his doorstep. Let these bounty hunters learn a lesson, and let all of Konoha see who truly guards this village now. Incidentally, he could use this as a pretext to trace the bounty office connections. Killing two birds with one stone. He flipped to the next page of the report, the smile on his lips deepening slightly. Night had fallen. On the edge of Konoha, in a desolate street. This road near the old police force warehouse was rarely traversed, even during the day, and at night not a soul was to be seen. A single lamp hung from a pole at the street's entrance, its wick burned down to a stub, flickering weakly in the wind. Three silhouettes descended silently from the shadows. They had bypassed the village gate checkpoints, circled in through the forest's edge, and infiltrated the village via the underground drainage system. Konoha's patrol network had just been rebuilt and wasn't yet airtight. Combined with the commotion concentrated at the main gate tonight, no one noticed these few fish slipping through the net. The intel was right. Raizu crouched in the rooftop's shadow, his voice low. The kid's alone. Raizu, crouching beside him, stared at the figure under the lamp at the street's end and licked his lips. Just him. Just him. What about the patrol? Just left. Raizu narrowed his eyes. Seems like a coincidence. Under the street lamp, a young man in a deep blue clan outfit strolled along leisurely. Hands clasped behind his back, he walked with an air of utter nonchalance, as if out for a post-dinner stroll. He came to a stop beneath the light. Raising his hand, he unhurriedly adjusted his collar, then his cuffs. Then he looked up, gazing at the moon. Raizu watched from the rooftop, bewildered. This kid. Is he waiting for someone? Raizu frowned, a nagging sense of wrongness creeping in. But then he reasoned, a young man alone on a desolate street at night. If that wasn't being isolated, what was? Who cares who he's waiting for? Raizu grinned, his hand moving to the hilt of the sword on his back. Once the three of us show ourselves, he'll be waiting for the Grim Reaper. Three figures landed simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed through the empty street. As if just then sensing their approach, Uchiha slowly turned around. Raizu looked him up and down, letting out a mocking laugh. 80 million Ryo, and this is what he looks like. I expected 3 heads and 6 arms. He circled around Uchiha finding it more amusing the longer he looked. With a build like that, I doubt my blade could even cut through his bones. Raizu remained silent. Standing in the shadows, his gaze fell coldly upon Uchiha, scrutinizing him. His chakra wasn't emanating much. A young man, no matter how talented, how many moves could his chakra sustain? 3, 5. Are you worth the price? Gama, standing at the rear, silently drew his blade. The steel glinted coldly in the moonlight, yet his voice was soft, as if asking Uchiha, or perhaps himself. Raizu was amused by him. Gama, are you trying to have a heart-to-heart with him? Someone's paying 80 million Ryo for his head, and you're asking him if he's worth it. Ha ha ha, if the brat dared to speak, he'd say worth it. Totally worth it. Raizu also let out a sinister chuckle. Wonder which big spender is throwing around 80 million Ryo. Such a generous sum. This kid must have really pissed someone off. The three of them bantered back and forth, their tones dripping with mockery, as if the youth before them were already a fish on the chopping block. Uchiha stood under the light, calmly watching their performance. He didn't interrupt, didn't retort. He simply watched them like one would watch 3 clowns. When they had their fill of talking, he finally spoke, his voice soft yet chilling. Had enough. All 3 of them were taken aback. Had enough. Then it's time to die. Raizu's expression shifted, reacting first. You're asking for it. He drew his blade in a flash, lightning chakra surging across its edge, and lunged at Uchiha like a bolt of lightning. In the same instant, Raizu's hand reached for the poison pouch at his waist, and Gunma's sword was raised. Then, they saw those eyes. On a crimson base, black tomo patterns slowly emerged, spinning. The Sharingan. Raizu's pupils constricted violently. The last image he ever saw was a wave of pitch-black sword light. That sword light was all too familiar to him. It was the bane of lightning release. His prized lightning was torn to shreds like paper before that black arc. His prideful lightning jutsu was shattered by a single slash. No! A miserable scream escaped him. He tried to struggle, but his body felt as if a mountain were pressing down immovable. What Raizu saw was different. He saw his own poison. The meticulously crafted toxins that could kill without a trace turned against him within the illusion. The venom crawled through his veins, covering his body. His skin ulcerated inch by inch. He watched helplessly as his own hands rotted away to bone, unable to move even a single finger. My poison. My poison. He muttered, his pupils dilated with terror. What Genma saw was his master's sword cemetery. Gravestones toppled one by one, his master's lifelong honor shattering into pieces before his eyes. He knelt amidst the ruins, his sword lying beside him, too heavy to lift. 3 individuals, 3 illusions. Each one embodied their deepest fears. A colossal surge of spiritual energy was poured into this single genjutsu, pressing down upon them, like an avalanche, crushing even the faintest thought of resistance. In reality, the 3 bodies stiffened almost simultaneously. The blade slipped from Lei Zi's grasp, clattering to the ground with a sharp ring. Long Quan's poison pouch fell beside his foot, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Xianjun held his sword aloft, but the tip quivered violently. Their pupils lost focus, and a trail of saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corners of their mouths. Uchiha Yen stood beneath the lamp, gazing at the 3 frozen figures, his tone as indifferent as if he were brushing away a fallen leaf. How dare you look me straight in the eyes? Hearing this, the trio's knees gave way, and they thudded to the ground one after another. From start to finish, not a single strand of hair was touched. Uchiha Yen raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Come out and collect them. As his voice faded, figures clad in police force uniforms surged forth from Eve's alleyways and shadows lining the streets. Leading the charge was Murakami Hayato, accompanied by Sato Ken, Suzuki Misaki, and over a dozen patrol members converging from all directions. They were all civilian ninjas, trembling with excitement at their first major arrest. Tie them up. Murakami Hayato waved his hand. Escort them to the police force prison. Yes, sir. Several officers rushed forward and bound the 3 limp assassins hand and foot. As Lei Zi was dragged away, he mumbled incoherently, blade. My lightning release. Long Quan's face was deathly pale, silent as a ghost. Xianjun bound, and head bowed, was pushed forward, stumbling with each step. In the residential buildings lining the street, lights had flickered on at some unknown moment. Someone pushed open a window and leaned out. What's going on? What happened? Assassins. Infiltrated Konoha. 3 of them. They were standing on the street just a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye they all collapsed. Who caught them? Who else? The police force. Look at the uniforms. No way. The police force is that formidable. Didn't you see that young man? He stood alone under the lamp, and those 3 assassins knelt before they could even swing their swords. That young man is the Uchiha clan leader. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The police force interrogation room was ablaze with light. The 3 were confined to separate rooms for an overnight marathon of questioning. Lei Zi softened the moment he entered, spilling everything he knew. Long Quan, however, remained stubborn, clenching his jaw and refusing to speak. When the guard's attention wavered, a poisoned needle slid from his sleeve, aimed at the neck of the Hyuga branch family Jonin escorting him. He was fast, but someone else was faster. Kakashi reached out from the side and seized his wrist with a sharp crack. The poison needle fell, and the wrist was dislocated. Long Quan grunted and was pinned to the ground. Still daring to poison in an interrogation room, Kakashi picked up the needle and examined it. Nice craftsmanship, but your audacity is too great. Long Quan gritted his teeth, his face ashen. After several rounds of interrogation, bits of intelligence slowly emerged. The bounty order was issued from a small town called Shirko Town, on the border of the Land of Fire. The bounty house only handles the listing. The issuer was anonymous, the payment was made up front through an underground channel, and the source cannot be traced. As for who the issuer is, the interrogating ninja shook his head. The bounty house couldn't say either. They only know that the person was generous, paying the full deposit at once, not someone short on funds. Uchiha Yen sat outside the interrogation room, listening to the report. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Shirko Town. He paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. That name. He seemed to have been there before. He closed his eyes, thinking. Ah yes. During a previous mission outside the village, he had passed through that town for supplies, and even stopped at a roadside tavern for a while. The town was small, with a dirt road running from east to west. He opened his eyes, a slow smile curling at the corner of his lips. Interesting. He stood up. Continue the interrogation, he said to Yashiro. I'm going out for a bit. Yashiro was taken aback. Clan leader, it's so late. Where are you going? Should I send a few men? No need. Uchiha Yen walked out of the interrogation room without looking back. I'll be back soon. He reached a secluded corner. In the darkness, the crimson depths of his eyes revealed a slowly rotating taiji pattern. The next moment, his figure vanished into thin air. Shirko Town, on the border of the Land of Fire. The night was deep. A figure landed silently in the middle of the street. Uchiha Yen looked up. Under the moonlight, the old wooden board at the entrance of the bounty house stood there, weathered and still. The board was covered with yellowed bounty notices, but the topmost one, a fresh sheet of white paper with ink still vividly wet, was his own bounty. 80 million ryo, dead or alive. He stared at the paper, a slow smile curling at the corner of his lips. After dawn, the news that assassins infiltrated Konoha last night and were all captured by the police force before dawn swept through every street and alley of the village like a gust of wind. The villagers' reactions were a mix of shock and delight. What? Assassins infiltrated the village? No kidding. I heard there were 3 of them. 3, eh? Then, what happened afterward? All captured. Not a single one escaped. I heard those 3 assassins didn't even touch a hair on the Uchiha clan leader's head before they were taken down in one fell swoop. Really? Why would I lie to you? Many people saw it with their own eyes last night. The Uchiha clan leader stood alone under the lamp. The 3 assassins lunged at him, and then they all dropped to their knees. That impressive? Absolutely. If assassins could infiltrate Konoha, would we still be sleeping peacefully without the police force? You're right. Thank goodness the police force is here. The Uchiha clan leader is truly remarkable. Amid the praise, the police force's prestige rose another notch. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, his pipe long extinguished. Before him lay a report delivered by the Umbu the previous night. After reading it, the wrinkles on his face deepened. It took a long moment before he squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth: worthless. Kohara Udatane, seated beside him, wore an equally grim expression. An 80 million ryo bounty. And it didn't even make a ripple. 3 jonin taken down, without even exchanging a single technique. Hamura Midokato's voice was laced with chilling undertones. Now, not only did they fail to harm a single hair on Uchiha's head, but they've added another feather to that boy's cap. Hiruzen closed his eyes, leaning back wearily in his chair. After a long silence, he opened them, his voice hoarse. Where is Jiraiya? Still in the village. Apply more pressure on him. In the basement of the Shimura residence, Danzo listened to his clansman's report without anger. Instead, he smiled. 3 jonin. Gone just like that. Yes, the reporting ninja replied, head bowed. They were reportedly taken down by a Jinjutsu from the Sharingan, without even a single technique. Jinjutsu. Danzo repeated the words softly, his smile deepening. Mangekyō Sharingan. Each use consumes a portion of its ocular power. That brat's eyesight must be getting a bit blurry. Worthless, they are worthless. He stood up, walked to the wall, and reached out to touch the bandages wrapped around his right eye. But they weren't entirely useless. He muttered to himself. The Mangekyō Sharingan's Jinjutsu drains ocular power. Use it once, lose a bit. Use it again, lose more. When his eyes grow dimmer still, it will be my turn to inherit them. His fingertips traced the bandages lightly. On the streets of Konoha, Jiraiya stood at the mouth of an alley watching a squad of police force patrolmen pass by. The leading ninja wore an ID tag at his waist, their steps uniform, their gazes alert. 2 villagers chatted nearby. Heard they caught 3 assassins last night. No kidding, an 80 million ryo bounty, all captured. This Uchiha clan leader is truly formidable. Jiraiya listened, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Assassins had infiltrated Konoha brazenly. The police force had captured them all overnight. The high command's prestige was shattered, and the Uchiha's reputation was soaring to its peak. This village had already fallen into utter chaos. He stood in silence for a long time. Then he turned and walked toward the Uchiha compound. It seems it's time to find that brat and have a proper talk. Shirko Town Bounty Office. The night had grown deep. The oil lamp behind the counter had burned down to a stub, its flame flickering in the draft. The shopkeeper yawned and was about to get up to bolt the door when the door creaked open. A youth in a deep blue clan robe stepped inside. We're closed, the shopkeeper said, waving a hand without looking up. Come back tomorrow. The youth said nothing. He walked straight to the counter, raised his hand, and slapped a snow-white sheet of paper onto the surface. Slap. I'm here to claim the bounty. The shopkeeper froze, then finally lifted his head. He glanced at the paper. Pristine white, brand new, with a bright red acceptance stamp in the bottom right corner. It wasn't just any old slip from the office. It was the one that had been pinned at the very top 3 days ago, overriding all other bounty sheets after someone had paid a deposit. 80 million taels. Whose bounty? The shopkeeper asked, his voice dry. The youth didn't answer. He simply extended a fingertip and tapped the line of text on the paper. Yuzibo yen. 80 million taels, dead or alive. My own. The shopkeeper's hand trembled. With a clatter, the abacus slid off the counter, edge beads scattering across the floor. He stood frozen behind the counter, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long moment. The 80 million tael merchandise had come knocking on its own. The first thing the shopkeeper did when he regained his senses was reach for the alarm bell under the counter. But the youth, as if anticipating it, casually pressed a hand onto the countertop. An invisible force vibrated across the surface. The shopkeeper's fingers were an inch from the bell when his legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the floor. The alarm didn't ring. Clatter. The curtain to the back room was flung open, and 2 guards rushed out. Who are you? The youth finally raised his eyes. In his scarlet pupils, black tomo slowly rotated. An invisible mental shockwave swept through. The 2 guards' movements froze mid-air, as if someone had gripped their throats, then their knees buckled, and they dropped to the ground with a thud. From start to finish, the youth had made only 3 moves, pushing the door, slapping the paper, and raising his eyes. The commotion from the back room gradually subsided. The night wind poured in through the doorway, causing the oil lamp on the counter to sway. The only sound in the room was the abacus beads still rolling with a dull clatter. The youth pulled up a chair, sat down at the counter, and crossed one leg. "Shopkeeper," he said in a tone as casual as making small talk, "are we doing business or not?" The shopkeeper lay slumped on the floor, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had been in this trade for 20 years and had seen all kinds of ruthless characters, but never someone like this. A man with an 80 million tael bounty on his head walking into the office in the dead of night to claim his own reward. He swallowed hard, braced his hands on the floor, and tried to get up, but his legs were too weak to obey. I'm just a small-time businessman." He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than a cry. "Sir, what is this?" "Small time," the youth interrupted. He stood up and walked slowly to the board covered with bounty slips. He raised his hand and tapped the snow-white paper at the very top. "You know exactly whose interest this shop is shielding and who it's standing against." The shopkeeper's face turned pale. "I was planning to burn this place down tonight," the youth said, turning back, his tone flat. "Burn it clean." The shopkeeper's legs went even weaker. He could tell this wasn't a threat. A man who could take down 2 guards with a single glance could burn this shop as easily as snuffing out a candle. But the youth shifted his tone. Burning it would be a shame. He sat back down, interlaced his fingers, and rested them on his knees. "From now on, you work for me. The Yuzhibo clan and the police department will be your backing. From now on, no one will dare touch this shop." The shopkeeper froze. "The commission on orders stays the same. Not a single rule changes." The youth looked at him. "And I'll send business your way." The shopkeeper's lips moved. He was a smart man. He had managed to run a bounty office in Shirko Town, a lawless border region, for 20 years by reading the wind. The other party had made it clear: either burn the shop or change owners. Changing owners didn't seem so bad. "Your position as shopkeeper stays yours," the youth said, as if reading his mind, his voice slowing. "Your sign stays. You just have a new master. Externally, nothing changes." The shopkeeper was silent for a long time. Finally, he sighed, steadied himself against the counter, stood up, and brushed the dust off his clothes. "Sir, to be honest, this bounty office isn't mine. I'm just the branch manager, keeping an eye on the place for someone else." "Who?" "An imperial prince of the fire country," the shopkeeper whispered, as if afraid of being overheard. "Prince Gaoxiu. He's a senior uncle of the daimyo. His Excellency has opened many bounty offices, gambling dens, and pawnshops across the fire country, all shady businesses. Offices like mine. There are at least 7 or 8 in the fire country. All belong to His Highness." The youth narrowed his eyes. "Where is he?" "The capital." The shopkeeper gave an address and added, "His mansion is on East Street in the capital, easy to find. There's a pair of stone lions at the gate." The youth made a mental note and nodded. "Pass a message for me." The shopkeeper pricked up his ears. "Tell all the bounty office managers in the fire country to come to Shirko Town in 3 days." The shopkeeper was stunned. "Sir, why would they come?" The youth looked at him, a faint curve tugging at the corner of his lips. "You'll hear news tomorrow of that noble's death." The shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat, and a chill shot from his soul straight to the top of his head. He had been in the bounty trade for 20 years. He'd seen all kinds of assassinations, but never had the killer and the victim been so far apart, yet so close at the same time. He dared not ask further. He lowered his head and swallowed his words. But he couldn't help himself. He pointed at the paper at the top of the board and cautiously added, "Then, this slip. Should I take it down?" The youth followed his finger and glanced at the paper. He smiled. The smile sent a shiver down the shopkeeper's spine. "Why take it down?" the youth said. "Leave it. Let it hang there." The shopkeeper did not understand. The youth offered no explanation, simply striding toward the door and tossing back a single line. "Whoever takes on this bounty. Just tell me who." The youth halted at the threshold, glancing back. "From today onward, there are 3 things you will remember clearly." The shopkeeper hastily shuffled closer. "First, dig out the ledgers of past bounties, every single entry. Who posted the bounty, who accepted it, how much deposit was paid. All of it must be accounted for." "Yes, sir." "Second, from now on, for every person who comes to post a bounty, anonymous or not, you will secretly note their appearance, their accent, their habitual gestures." The shopkeeper was taken aback. "Even for those who hide their identity." "Especially for them," the youth said. "Yes, sir." "Third." The youth's voice turned cold. "Any bounty connected to the leaf, any bounty connected to the Uchiha, report it to me at once." The shopkeeper nodded vigorously, like a pestle pounding rice. The youth reached into his robe, drew out an object, and tossed it over. The shopkeeper caught it and looked down, a palm-sized black token engraved with the pattern of a folding fan. "The crest of the Uchiha clan. Keep it. Also, I'll be placing a cat in your shop." "A cat? A ninja cat?" The youth said. "If anything comes up, have the cat relay the message." The shopkeeper clutched the token, feeling his palm burn. He looked up. The youth was already at the door. Moonlight spilled through the entrance, stretching the youth's shadow long across the floor. The shopkeeper stood rooted to the spot, staring at the snow-white bounty notice pinned to the top of the board, swaying gently in the breeze. Cold sweat had already soaked through his underclothes. He had a vague feeling that he had just sold himself to someone far more terrifying than a prince. In the leaf at the Uchiha clan grounds, the clan head's residence, Uchiha appeared in the room out of thin air. He walked to the inner chamber, reached into the lowest drawer of a cabinet, and pulled out a bundle. When he unwrapped it, inside lay a neatly folded black robe with red clouds and a spiral-patterned tiger-striped mask. This was his trump card disguise. He had worn it on the night of the clan massacre during the attack on the Sarutobi clan and when he stole Sasuke's body. Tonight he would need it again. He slipped on the robe, donned the mask, and stood before the mirror taking a look. The figure in the mirror had a crimson Sharingan faintly visible beneath the mask. Tobi had returned. He closed his eyes, and the ocular power in his right eye shifted subtly. The next instant his form vanished into thin air. The capital of the land of fire, East Street. In the darkness, a figure descended noiselessly before an imposing mansion. Two stone lions at the gate bared their fangs in the moonlight. Uchiha looked up at the gilded plaque overhead. The Takasu prince's residence. He had passed through this city once before on a mission. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Who goes there? The doorman had barely shouted before a figure brushed past him. Before he could even make out the intruder's face, his neck went numb, his vision went black, and he crumpled. The commotion roused the guards. An assassin. Someone come quickly. 7 or 8 armored guards charged out, blades raised. Behind them, 3 figures in shinobi attire vaulted onto the rooftop and swiftly formed a formation. Guardian ninja. The jonin in the lead drew his sword and barked. Who dares trespass on a prince's estate? Uchiha did not slow his pace. He advanced step by step from the main gate deeper inside. The first shinobi lunged, but before his blade could descend halfway, his vision blurred. A sharp pain struck his chest, and he was sent flying backward, shattering a flower bed. The second shinobi's kunai had barely left his hand when a hand caught it and drove it straight into his own shoulder. The third, the fourth. 1 move per opponent. Every strike was swift and precise. From the main gate to the front hall, then into the inner courtyard. No one could make him pause for even a single step. A monster. This man is a monster. The remaining guards dropped their weapons and scrambled away in terror. Uchiha walked over the debris and carnage toward the brightly lit main chamber. He pushed the door open. Inside, a richly dressed middle-aged man sat at a table, a cup of tea still in his hand. Prince Takasu. Behind him, 2 guards held their swords aloft, trembling violently. The prince showed no panic, for no shinobi in the world would dare strike against a noble. He slammed his teacup onto the table, puffing himself up with the authority of a ruler, and bellowed, "What insolent wretch dares? I am of the land of fire's royal bloodline, the daimyo's own uncle. Do you know the crime for breaking into a prince's residence?" Uchiha stood at the threshold, watching this blustering mortal through his mask. He found it almost amusing. A man who didn't even know what chakra was could, by virtue of a royal relative title, sit atop the heads of countless shinobi and lord it over them. In this world, shinobi train their whole lives, spilling blood and sweat, yet their lives aren't worth a few pieces of silver. While these men lounging on their tatami could send hundreds of shinobi to their deaths with a single whim. How ironic. He raised his eyes. The crimson Sharingan spun slowly behind the mask. The prince's voice died in his throat. He was frozen in place, eyes bulging with sheer terror. He realized that his hands, his feet, none of his body would obey him anymore. You? What sorcery is this? Uchiha said nothing. He walked step by step to the prince, looming over the man who had been shouting moments ago. Someone paid for your head. The prince trembled violently, his lips quivering as he tried to speak. I can give you money. As much as you. Too late. Uchiha raised his hand, clean and decisive. Silence fell over everything. Outside, the servants and guards, paralyzed with fear, watched the masked figure emerge from the room, not daring to make a sound. Uchiha stood on the steps looking down at them all. His voice was not loud, but every word was unmistakably clear. I am a member of the Akatsuki organization, commissioned to collect a bounty and eliminate this noble. If you have similar requests, you may place an order directly with the Akatsuki. He paused, then added, we are swift and we are thorough. With that, his form twisted in the moonlight and vanished into thin air. He left behind a courtyard full of people exchanging bewildered glances, not daring to breathe. The next morning at first light, the capital of the land of fire exploded. Prince Takasu had died in his own mansion overnight. Dozens of household members had witnessed an assassin in a black robe with red clouds and a tiger-striped mask walk in through the front gate and out the same way. 1 man, 1 blade, and neither guards nor shinobi could stop him. The name Akatsuki spread through the noble circles of the land of fire overnight. The daimyo flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table and ordering a full investigation. Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. Who is this Akatsuki that dares to touch my uncle? Panic rippled through the aristocracy. Some immediately doubled their guards, others shut their doors and refused to go out, and still others quietly began asking around. Just what exactly was this Akatsuki? And in a distant border town, Shirko town, The bounty office's shopkeeper had learned of the capital's events from his secret channels early that morning. He never imagined that when the youth said last night that Prince Takasu would die, the prince would actually die. He immediately abandoned any private schemes he had been harboring and earnestly began contacting the other bounty office owners. Jiraiya walked along the street leading to the Uchiha clan grounds, his wooden sandals clacking against the pavement. A dark shadow soundlessly dropped from the rooftop, blocking his path. Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya halted. The newcomer, clad in ANBU attire and wearing an animal mask, knelt on one knee, his voice barely a whisper. The Hokage requests your presence at his office immediately. It is urgent. Jiraiya frowned. Urgent? He was just about to go have a serious talk with that Uchiha kid. What could the Hokage possibly want now? What's so urgent? I am not privy to the details. The Yanbiyu shook his head. But the Hokage insisted you come right away. Jiraiya stood still for a moment, glancing toward the Uchiha district. He let out a sigh, turned, and headed for the Hokage's office. Alright, let's go. Hokage Tower Office. As the door slid open, Jiraiya immediately spotted Hiruzen Sarutobi behind his desk, with Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Midokado seated on the sofa. There was also another group in the room. The man leading them wore the official robes of the Land of Fire. Though his attire was neat, his spirit seemed utterly drained, with bloodshot eyes from traveling all night and dust clinging to the hem of his robe. A messenger from the Land of Fire. Jiraiya's gaze lingered on the man for a moment, a chill running down his spine. A messenger from the Land of Fire arriving in Konoha after traveling all night. He walked over and sat down on the sofa. Old man, what's going on? Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't answer directly. He put down his pipe and looked at the official. Speak. The official stepped forward, his voice hoarse. Jiraiya-sama, last night an assassin infiltrated the capital of the Land of Fire, claiming to be a member of the Akatsuki organization. He murdered the daimyo's uncle, Lord Takasawa. The daimyo is furious and ordered us to ride through the night to Konoha. He demands that Konoha investigate the origins of Akatsuki and avenge the lord's death. The office fell silent for a moment. Jiraiya's heart clenched. Akatsuki, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan. Those were the three students he had taken during the Second Great Ninja War. The organization Yahiko founded to fight for peace was called Akatsuki. Jiraiya's lips moved as if to speak, but he ultimately swallowed his words back. Impossible. Yahiko and the others chose that name so that the Land of Rain would no longer weep. How could that Akatsuki possibly assassinate the daimyo's uncle in the capital? He shook his head, suppressing the thought. What did the assassin look like? The official's face turned pale, as if recalling something terrifying. A black cloak with red clouds. A swirling tiger pattern mask. Jiraiya's brows furrowed deeply. That attire. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, his voice heavy. It's exactly the same as the killer from the night of the massacre, the one who slaughtered the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. Jiraiya snapped his gaze towards him. That person also claimed to be a member of Akatsuki, Hiruzen Sarutobi said, right in front of everyone. A heavy silence fell over the office. Hamura Midokado was the first to break the silence, slamming his hand on the coffee table. Outrageous. He stood up, his beard trembling with fury. First they slaughtered 2 ninja clans in Konoha on the night of the massacre. Now they dare to assassinate a lord in the capital. Does this Akatsuki have no respect for the law? Hiruzen, we must launch a full-scale investigation into Akatsuki and root out this menace. Konoha Uchiha chimed in, a faint tremor in her voice. Indeed. An organization this insane, daring to kill a lord today, could attack Konoha itself tomorrow. As she spoke, she shuddered involuntarily. Konoha Uchiha's reaction was less out of righteous indignation and more out of pure fear. She was afraid that the man in the tiger mask might one day show up at her own clan's doorstep. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't respond. He was silent for a while, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Konoha Uchiha, and he gave a soft cough. Konoha Uchiha was startled, then followed his gaze, finally noticing the officials from the Land of Fire still present. Her expression flickered, then she stood up, forcing a smile. You must be exhausted from your journey. Please allow me to escort you to the side chamber for some rest and refreshments. As she spoke, she was already leading the messengers out. As soon as the door closed, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh. Jiraiya. He looked up at him. I too wish to investigate Akatsuki's origins, but right now, I'm afraid I lack the means. Jiraiya remained silent, waiting for him to continue. You've seen it yourself, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. Konoha is beset by troubles from within and without. Inside the village, the Uchiha clan is constantly causing trouble, tearing the village apart. Outside, an Akatsuki that dares to kill a lord lurks, watching hungrily. He paused and spoke deliberately. If we don't settle things in the village first, what can we use to fight the Akatsuki outside? So Jiraiya, you must be the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya opened his mouth to speak, but Hamura Midokado cut in, his tone earnest. Jiraiya, if you're worried about not being able to handle it alone, we old-timers can still contribute. We can continue to serve as elders, assisting you in managing the village. If Uchiha had been there to hear this, he might have spat in the old man's face. It sounded noble, contributing what we can, But these old men clearly wanted neither to relinquish power nor to let Jiraiya forget they'd helped him. Jiraiya was silent for a moment, then began, if you don't want to be Hokage, that's fine, Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted. But then you must handle the Uchiha. He put down his pipe, his gaze intense. Get the village back on track. To deal with external threats, we must first secure internal stability. Hamura Mitokado chimed in. Yes, Jiraiya, secure internal stability first. The village is in chaos, and it's all the Uchiha's fault. Jiraiya took a deep breath. He knew the third Hokage was forcing him to make a decision. But he truly couldn't think of a better solution. Fine. He stood up. I'll go talk to the Uchiha clan head Uchiha and persuade him to give up on those unrealistic fantasies for the sake of the village's future. He paused, his tone carrying the confidence of a legendary Sannin. As his senior and one of the Sannin, I trust he will grant me this face. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded, saying nothing more. Hamura Mitokado spoke up, his tone warm. Jiraiya, it's wonderful that you have this mindset. Well then, go and give it a try. Jiraiya pushed the door open and walked out. His footsteps echoed down the corridor, gradually fading away. Konoha Uchiha clan grounds, clan head's residence courtyard. Beneath the old plum tree by the stone table, Uchiha was reclining in a chair, a cup of tea in his hand. After running around all night, without rest, a sip of hot tea was truly comforting. The sound of footsteps came from the courtyard entrance. Uchiha looked up. Jiraiya-sama. He blew on the steam rising from his tea. What a rare guest. Jiraiya stepped into the courtyard and sat down across from the stone table. He studied the young man before him, composed, poised with an air of maturity that belied his age. Boy, Jiraiya cut straight to the point. I came today to have a word with you. Please speak. Uchiha set down his teacup, his tone respectful. This junior is all ears. Jiraiya cleared his throat and began laying out the facts. In the days since my return to the village, I've observed its changes. Your security force arrests, fines, and collects management fees. You meddle in everything. The villagers are now voicing widespread grievances. The merchants are all anxious. If you keep this up, Konoha will soon fall into discord. Uchiha did not argue. He merely hummed in acknowledgement. And then what? And then, oi. Jiraiya's voice rose. And then you should restrain yourself? You are dividing the village and undermining its unity. He paused, softening his tone with a note of elder's wistfulness. Boy, when I was young, Konoha was not like this. Back then the village was so peaceful and beautiful, a family harmonious and joyful. He sighed. Only when the village is at peace can we all unite to repel external threats. If Konoha's very foundation rots, then the village will soon be on the brink of collapse. Uchiha felt a laugh bubbling up, but he suppressed it. He raised his teacup, took a slow, deliberate sip to quell his amusement, then lifted his gaze to Jiraiya. The look in his eyes made Jiraiya's heart skip a beat. Jiraiya-sama, regarding what you've said, let me sort it out for you. The security force is harsh. Arresting a few bullies who terrorize the innocent. Is that what you call harsh? Back when bullies ran rampant and no one dared to act, why did no one complain then? Jiraiya opened his mouth, but no words came. Peaceful and beautiful in the past. Villagers freely bullied others, and the son of a hero lived in a shabby apartment drinking expired milk and eating instant noodles. That kind of beauty. Uchiha met his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Do you not see it, or do you choose not to? Jiraiya's face stiffened. Uchiha pressed on. And another thing. You've been out searching for the child of prophecy for over a decade. How many of Konoha's troubles have you actually addressed? Why the sudden urge to intervene now? The courtyard fell silent. Only the water on the tea stove continued its soft bubbling. Jiraiya sat on the stone bench, his face dark, unable to utter a single word for a long while. He had lived over 50 years, traversed the entire shinobi world. What battles hadn't he witnessed? Yet today he was rendered speechless by a young man. His first attempt at persuasion ended in defeat. Jiraiya took a deep breath, shifted his posture, and changed his tone. Boy, listen to me. I am one of the legendary Sannin, your senior. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. He leaned forward, speaking with earnest weight. I've seen countless prodigies like you, brash and full of fire, and in the end, they all stumbled and fell. I'm doing this for your own good. Why won't you listen? Uchiha finally couldn't hold it back. He let out a snort of laughter. The title of Sannin was earned through strength, not claimed through seniority. He set down his teacup, looking at Jiraiya. If you think I'm too young and arrogant, feel free to teach me a lesson. Jiraiya's eyelid twitched. You were the teacher of the fourth Hokage. Uchiha's tone was flat. You never even managed to care for your own grand disciple's life, and yet you want to manage the village. As a senior, you've been sorely lacking. A heavy weight lodged itself in Jiraiya's chest. Of the Sannin, now one is missing, one has defected. You've been traveling the world, enjoying the sights, writing your novels. And now you come back to lecture me. Uchiha looked at him, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. A smile that sent a chill down one's spine. Don't you feel a pang of guilt? Jiraiya's hands clenched and then released. His face burned, his chest heaved, yet he couldn't muster a single rebuttal. Because every word was true. His second attempt at persuasion also ended in defeat. Once more silence fell over the courtyard. Jiraiya's gaze gradually darkened. He was silent for a long time before he finally spoke, his voice lowered. Boy, I'll ask you one last time. Do you truly intend to go your own way to stubbornly divide the village? He stared into Uchiha's eyes. Then I will have no choice but to assume the position of the fifth Hokage. And when I do, I will no longer tolerate your reckless actions. Uchiha remained unruffled. He didn't even set down his teacup. He simply lifted his eyes to meet Jiraiya's, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Then go ahead and take the position. Jiraiya was taken aback. Do you truly believe the Hokage's seat is yours to decide? Jiraiya frowned. What do you mean? What I mean is, Uchiha leisurely blew on the steam rising from his tea. The position of Hokage isn't something you can just claim whenever you want. It depends on whether the clans agree. He set down his teacup, lifting his gaze. Go ask the Hyuga, ask the Ino Shikacho, see if they still recognize your way of doing things. Jiraiya's expression shifted. The Hyuga clan had sent a branch family jonin into the security force, and the Ino Shikacho remained neutral, refusing to side with the Hokage. He knew all of this. He was acutely aware that Uchiha spoke the truth. He fell silent, about to speak, when Uchiha suddenly seemed to recall something and let out a soft, ah. Alright Jiraiya-sama, one more thing. Jiraiya looked up at him. Uchiha rose, walked over to the plum tree, turned his back to him, and spoke in a voice just loud enough to be heard. If you're going to investigate the Akatsuki, be careful not to trace it back to your own people. Jiraiya's brow furrowed tightly. What do you mean by that? On the night of the massacre, that Tobi who slaughtered the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. Uchiha turned his head to look at him. He said it in front of all of Konoha, that he was acting under the orders of Elder Danzo. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. Are you certain? Uchiha's voice was soft, yet it struck like a bucket of ice water, drenching him from head to toe. The Akatsuki you're investigating. Could it be that there's no shadow of Konoha's higher-ups behind it? Jiraiya stood rooted to the spot, a chill creeping up his spine. He wanted to refute, to say impossible, but the words caught in his throat, refusing to come out. On the night of the massacre, someone had impersonated the Akatsuki to annihilate 2 shinobi clans claiming to be under Danzo's orders. Now an Akatsuki had emerged in the capital, killing the daimyo's uncle. Were these 2 Akatsuki truly one and the same? If so, what deeper secrets lay hidden behind it all? Jiraiya stood there, his face ashen, lips trembling, yet in the end, he said nothing. He cast one last glance at Uchiha, then turned and strode out of the courtyard. The sound of wooden clogs on stone gradually faded. The courtyard fell quiet once more. Only the water on the tea stove continued its soft bubbling. Uchiha sat back down on the stone bench, picked up his now cold tea, and took a slow, leisurely sip. He lifted his eyes, watching the direction Jiraiya had gone, and slowly curved his lips into a faint smile. The Akatsuki. Truly a perfect scapegoat. He set down the teacup, murmuring softly to himself. This stagnant water. I intend to stir it into a storm with my own hands. 2 days after the sudden death of Lord Takasawa Shinosuke, in the capital of the Land of Fire, within the daimyo's palace, in the grand hall, nobles and ministers stood in formation, not daring to breathe. The daimyo sat in his seat, his face ashen. Before him on the table lay several reports. 2 days, he began, his voice causing everyone in the hall to bow their heads in unison. For 2 days my uncle has been murdered, and the culprit is still not caught. What do I keep you people for? The hall fell silent. An elderly nobleman stepped forward reluctantly. My lord, please calm your anger. That assassin's identity is unknown and his methods are ruthless. This is likely not the work of a common thief. Just because his identity is unknown, we should stop investigating. The daimyo slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising sharply. In the 100 years since the founding of the Land of Fire, no organization has ever dared to lay a hand on the royal family. The day before yesterday, he killed my uncle. Tomorrow will he dare to kill me? This is not just about revenge. This is a provocation against the authority of the Land of Fire. In the grand hall, the nobles began to shirk responsibility. Someone took the opportunity to sow discord, my lord. I dare to speak frankly, the death of Lord Takasawa may not be the work of outsiders. Perhaps it was a political rival who acted under the guise of an assassin to eliminate a threat. Someone quickly tried to distance himself. My lord, I am willing to dispatch additional guardian ninja to protect you day and night. Others lowered their heads, remaining silent. In his hand, one held secret reports concerning the late lord's businesses, bounty offices, casinos, pawnshops. Those illicit dealings he dared not present, fearing they would bring trouble upon himself. At that moment, an official stepped forward to report. My lord, I have heard that Konoha seems to have made no move. The moment these words were spoken, the clamor in the hall was silenced, as if a pause button had been pressed. Everyone turned to look at the speaker. He was a middle-aged noble in a light gray official robe, his head bowed in a respectful posture, yet his words pierced the ears of all present like a thorn. Konoha doesn't seem to have made any move to investigate the Akatsuki organization. The daimyo turned his head, his gaze falling upon him. Say that again. The middle-aged noble swallowed hard but repeated his words with resolve. The people I arranged have sent word from Konoha stating that the village has not organized any large-scale search operation. They seem not to have taken this matter to heart at all. These words ignited the hall. What is Konoha doing? A lord has been killed, and they remain indifferent. Is this how the ninja village of the Land of Fire protects the royal family? This is an outrage. The daimyo's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He was silent for a moment, then abruptly strode back to his seat and slammed his palm onto the table. Boom. The teacup on the table jumped, splashing tea. Fine. Very fine. He gritted his teeth, his voice seething with barely contained rage. Konoha. Very fine. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the hall, his voice lowering. Transmit my orders. All the nobles raised their heads simultaneously to look at him. First, immediately issue a mandate to Konoha with a strict deadline. Within 1 month, they must uncover the origins of the Akatsuki and find the murderer of my uncle. If they fail to produce results within the deadline, all funding and support to Konoha will be cut off. The daimyo continued. Second, immediately send a joint letter to the daimyos of the Land of Lightning, Earth, Wind, and Water. Propose that the 5 great nations join forces to eradicate the Akatsuki organization. He paused, his gaze growing sharper. Third, issue a wanted order. For the Akatsuki member who killed my uncle, offer a bounty of 100 million ryo. Dead or alive. The 3 commands were issued with resolute force, leaving the hall in dead silence. In Konoha, at the Hokage's office. This time the messenger official brought a direct decree from the daimyo. He placed the decree on the table, his tone 10 times more forceful than the previous visit. By order of the daimyo, Konoha has 1 month to fully investigate the Akatsuki. If their origins are not uncovered, all of Konoha's funding will be suspended. With that, he turned and left. After the door closed, a long silence filled the room. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Shimura, Mitokado, Konoha, and Jiraiya. None of the 4 spoke first. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi who finally broke the silence. Jiraiya. He looked up, gazing at the white-haired man sitting across from him. You went to see Uchiha yesterday. How did it go? Jiraiya slowly shook his head. He said nothing, but the shake of his head said it all. Konoha grew anxious. The talks fell through. He wouldn't even give face to a legendary Sannin like you. Jiraiya gave a bitter smile, but didn't respond. Shimura, Mitokado frowned. That Uchiha, what does he truly want? What he wants has never been on the negotiation table. Jiraiya finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. That kid. He's immune to both persuasion and intimidation. The office fell into another silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Jiraiya's bitter face, silent for a long while. Then he spoke slowly. In that case, Jiraiya, I will immediately submit a recommendation to the daimyo proposing you as the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya's head shot up. Old man. Let me finish. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand to interrupt him. Konoha is now plagued by internal strife and external threats. We can no longer delay. Only by cutting through this knot swiftly can we bring everything in Konoha back on track. Jiraiya opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words died in his throat. He wanted to say, I'm not cut out to be Hokage. But he had also seen with his own eyes the state Konoha was in these past days. The high command had lost all prestige. The Uchiha were at their zenith. The villagers were restless, and outside the village an organization daring to kill a lord had emerged. Indeed, he wanted to see Konoha return to its former glory. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Let me think about it. The office fell quiet once more. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched him, not urging, but simply picked up his pipe, lit it, and took a deep puff. In the Land of Lightning, at the Raikage's office in Kumogakure. Boom. A solid wood desk was shattered into splinters by a single punch, with chips flying everywhere. The 4th Raikage stood amidst the broken desk, his towering figure with muscles tensed and veins bulging. An obscure organization. They dare to kill the daimyo's own uncle. He roared, his voice making the entire office vibrate. Find them. I'll tear them apart with my own hands. In the office, the Kumo high-ranking officials were all silent with fear. A jonin stepped forward reluctantly. Raikage-sama. This Akatsuki organization seems to have appeared out of thin air. None of our intelligence networks can trace its origins. Can't trace its origins. A's eyes glared. At that moment, another high-ranking official spoke up, his voice tinged with a somber tone. Raikage-sama, I find this rather peculiar. Peculiar. Speak. The 4th Raikage turned his head to look at him. What do you mean? That high-ranking official stepped forward and lowered his voice. Kumogakure and Konoha have long-standing grievances. Now Konoha is in chaos. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans have joined forces. The authority of the high-ranking officials has crumbled, and the 3rd Hokage is overwhelmed with troubles. If at this time an organization called Akatsuki emerges and stirs the waters even further, then Konoha will have a reason to shift attention from internal conflicts to external threats. He paused and added, perhaps this Akatsuki is just a smokescreen created by Konoha itself. These words plunged the several high-ranking Kumogakure officials present into deep thought. The 4th Raikage was silent for a moment, his gaze flickering. Then he snorted coldly. regardless of whether Konoha is behind it. Since this Akatsuki dares to show its face, we will drag it out. Pass my order, Kumogakure Intelligence Division, go all out to gather intelligence on Akatsuki. Furthermore, send someone to question Konoha and put pressure on them. Yes. Wind Country's Sunagakure Village Kazekage Office. The fourth Kazekage Raza sat behind his desk with an intelligence scroll spread before him. After reading it, he frowned slightly, but remained silent. Behind him, a guard ninja whispered, Lord Kazekage, the daimyo has urged several times. We must ascertain the background of Akatsuki. Raza did not answer immediately. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. Sand and wind filled the sky, yellow dust rolling. The relationship between Sunagakure and the Wind Country daimyo had never been good. Every year, the Wind Country allocated only a meager amount of funds to Sunagakure. If not for the village desperately taking on missions over the years, it would have long collapsed. Investigate. He chuckled softly, a hint of sarcasm in his smile. The Fire Country loses a prince. What does that have to do with us, Sunagakure? Just go through the motions and brush it off. Yes. As for this Akatsuki. Raza narrowed his eyes. Let's wait and see first. Earth Country, Iwagakure Village. The third Tsuchikage Inoki, his small figure floating in midair, held an intelligence report in his hand. After reading it, he sneered coldly. An organization that appears out of nowhere. With no trace of its origin. He tossed the scroll aside carelessly. Most likely someone is using a false name to kill with a borrowed knife. Investigate. He scoffed. And even if we find out, who would want to pull chestnuts out of the fire for others? He clasped his hands behind his back and floated slowly back to his seat. Pass the order, Iwagakure will stay put and keep a watchful eye. Let others wade through this muddy water first. Water Country, Kirigakure Village Mizukage Office. The year-round thick fog shrouded this village, hidden in the mist. The inquiry letter from the Water Country daimyo had just arrived at the office. Yagura sat behind the desk, his gaze unfocused like a puppet on strings. Across from him, Obito, Uchiha White Zetsu, and Black Zetsu were gathered around the letter, frowning. The Water Country daimyo demands Kirigakure conduct a thorough investigation of Akatsuki. White Zetsu scratched his head. Tisk, this is going to be interesting. Obito didn't respond. His thoughts drifted back to that night, the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination. Someone wearing a black robe with red clouds and a tiger-striped spiral mask had slaughtered the Shimura and Sarutobi clans, causing all of Konoha to point fingers at him as the murderer. Tobi. That alias was originally White Zetsu's. He had planned to use the identity of Tobi later, joining Akatsuki as a newcomer. But now, someone has impersonated Akatsuki during the extermination night, slaughtering the Shimura and Sarutobi clans and framing Akatsuki. Obito's voice was deep. And now someone else has impersonated an Akatsuki assassin to kill the Fire Country's prince. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping between White Zetsu and Black Zetsu. Is it one of you two acting behind my back? White Zetsu innocently scratched his head. Hey, it wasn't us. I didn't send anyone to kill any prince. Black Zetsu also spoke in a low voice. Not me. Killing a prince. I have no interest. Obito stared at them for a long time before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Though Black Zetsu claimed disinterest, his mind was churning. This impersonator of Akatsuki had brought the organization into the sight of the 5 great nations prematurely. Who was behind this? He had to find out. Obito thought even more. The impersonator clearly knew of Akatsuki's existence and was quite familiar with it. Impersonating Tobi on the extermination night, and now impersonating an Akatsuki assassin. Could this person be a member that Nagato had secretly recruited without his knowledge? His expression gradually darkened. Rain Village Tower Meeting Hall. Pain sat in the main seat with Conan standing beside him. His Rinnegan slowly swept over the 5 figures formed by spiritual energy. Kakuzu, Sasori, Mangekyō Hozuki, Orochimaru, and Itachi Uchiha. Pain held a piece of intelligence in his hand, his voice cold. The name of Akatsuki has spread throughout the ninja world. The daimyo of the 5 great nations have jointly called for the extermination of our Akatsuki. The hall fell silent for a moment. Our organization is not yet ready to be exposed. Pain's voice contained a surging anger. But someone has exposed it prematurely, bringing it to the attention of the entire ninja world. His Rinnegan slowly swept over everyone. Who is it? Who is acting under the name of Akatsuki? Is it one of you? Kakuzu was the first to burst into laughter. I'm only interested in money. I kill for payment. I have no desire to go around killing some prince. Sasori's voice was cold. No interest. Puppet art. Does not need such weapons. Mangekyō Hozuki spoke casually. I've been staying in the Rain Country with Itachi Uchiha these days. Besides, would a mere prince who can't use ninjutsu require the executioner's blade? Orochimaru licked his lips and narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Someone is using Akatsuki's name, trying to push us into the spotlight. He looked at Pain. Leader, instead of internal strife, we should think about who knows us so well. Itachi Uchiha stood still, saying nothing. But his heart was churning. Was that person the one who had placed Sasuke in that room? His hand hidden in his sleeve tightened slightly. Conan snorted coldly. No one admits it, so it must be an impersonator. Pain. She looked at him. The name of Akatsuki cannot be used for free. Pain gazed at the group, his voice cold. All members mobilized to investigate this impersonator. Once found, kill without mercy. At the same time, the organization will temporarily scale back operations to avoid being targeted by the 5 great nations. He paused, his Rinnegan sweeping over everyone. I don't want any more mistakes on this matter. The spiritual connection was severed. The meeting hall fell silent again. Only the rain outside continued to fall, rustling softly. Pain sat in the main seat, his Rinnegan gazing at the endless rain curtain outside the window, remaining silent for a long time. The impersonator. Who could it be? Could it be related to that person who claimed to be Madara Uchiha? It was the 3rd day since Lord Takasawa's sudden demise. The noble circles of the Land of Fire were gripped by panic. Every household doubled its guards and bolted its gates. All 7 or 8 branches of the bounty office, along with the casinos and pawnshops, dealt in dealings that could never see the light of day. With the prince dead, this masterless enterprise became meat on the chopping block. Some sought to swallow their rivals' establishments, others aimed to curry favor with new patrons, and a few dreamed of seizing the entire operation for themselves. At the heart of the storm, the entire 2nd floor of the only tavern in Shirko town had been reserved. Managers from across the land filed in one by one. Old Joe, the manager of the Shirko branch, stood at the top of the stairs, sweat beading on his forehead. In 20 years in this trade, he had never undertaken such a task, gathering every manager in the Land of Fire on behalf of a new master whose name he dared not even utter. Fujiwara, the head manager of the capital's main store, was a burly man flanked by 2 ninja bodyguards. He planted himself at the head of the table with an air of authority. Old Joe, who exactly is this new master you mentioned in your letter? Let me make things clear. Our old master is gone, and by seniority and rank this enterprise is not for some outsider to command. I'll say it plainly, by seniority and by rank this outfit has no business being dictated to by an outsider. Mifune, the manager of the Grand Harbor store, strolled in with a fan, chuckling and greeting everyone warmly. His eyes, however, discreetly swept over every face in the room. He played peacemaker with his words while his mind calculated which way the wind was blowing. The last to enter was Kamita, the manager of a store on the outskirts of the capital. He bowed and scraped with a meek expression. As he took his seat, his sleeve shifted, revealing a tassel, not bearing the prince's crest. Old Joe noticed it and gave it a second glance, but thought nothing more of it. Once everyone was seated before Old Joe could speak, Fujiwara slammed the table. You're just a branch manager. What gives you the right to summon us? Mifune fanned himself and chimed in, Old Joe, you're not running some kind of scam, are you? Someone sneered, the prince is dead. Shouldn't the ledgers and the store deeds be divided up? The room erupted in a cacophony of voices. A few rolled up their sleeves as if ready to overturn the table. Just then the room fell silent. No one saw the door open nor heard a single footstep. When everyone came to their senses, a young man was already seated at the head of the table. He wore a deep blue clan robe with a fan-shaped crest embroidered on the back and held a cup of tea in his hand. He set the cup down. The base clicked softly against the table. Done arguing? The managers exchanged bewildered glances. Someone let out a snicker. This is our new master. A wet behind the ears brat. Fujiwara laughed too, slamming a palm on the table. Where did this little whelp crawl out from? Have you even been weaned yet? You think you deserve this seat? Old Joe's legs nearly gave out as he rushed forward. Manager Fujiwara, show some respect. He swallowed hard, then spoke in a low voice that carried to every ear. This is the clan head of the Uchiha, the leader of the Konoha military police force. Uchiha Yen. A collective gasp rippled through the 2nd floor. That name. It was the one plastered on the 80 million Rio bounty poster that had hung over all their heads just days ago. Hashimoto's teacup clattered to the floor and shattered. Mifune's fan froze midair. But Fujiwara let out a derisive snort. So what? This bounty office is imperial property, Lord Takasawa's business. You're just a brat from a ninja village. How dare you reach for it? This bounty office is royal property, Lord Takasawa's trade. You, a mere boy from a ninja village, dare to lay your hands on it. He waved his hand backward, and his 2 ninja guards drew their blades in a flash, shielding him. We've always kept our distance from ninja. Rivers and well water never mixed. Everyone, if we stick together, what can one little brat do? Slaughter us all. A few managers' eyes flickered with cunning, their resolve wavering. The young man never rose from his seat. He simply lifted his gaze slowly. In his scarlet pupils, Tomo appeared and began to spin. An invisible wave of mental force swept through the room. The 2 guards behind Fujiwara stiffened, their eyes turning vacant. They turned slowly, drew their blades, and walked step by step toward their own employer. What are you doing? I hired you. Fujiwara stumbled backward in terror. I'll pay more. I'll pay more, all right. The guard said nothing. One of them swung his blade in a reverse arc. To his dying breath, Fujiwara could not fathom why the bodyguards he had paid for the men who had served him for 8 years would suddenly turn on him. After the killing, the 2 guards dropped to their knees, their eyes clearing. They stared at their blood-stained hands, utterly bewildered, trembling uncontrollably. The room was dead silent. The managers who had been on the verge of rebellion turned pale and dropped to their knees in a cascade. The young man lifted his tea, blew gently on the steam, and spoke slowly. I gave you all a chance. He set the cup down. Now does anyone else wish to leave? No one dared to answer. The young man interlaced his fingers and rested them on his knee. Since no one is leaving, then listen to the rules. From today onward, every bounty office in the Land of Fire will operate as I say. Rule 1. Keep every bounty ledger from past years complete and intact. Who placed bounties on whom, how much was paid in deposits. All of it must be recorded. Rule 2. For every person who comes to post a bounty, whether anonymous or not, note their appearance, accent, and habitual gestures, secretly. Rule 3. Your establishments are where the most rumor flows in the Land of Fire. Every day write down whatever you hear about the ninja world. Who's searching for someone, which village is making big moves, the whereabouts of notable figures, shifts in the bounty list, and send it by cat. Rule 4. Report urgent matters immediately. If someone causes you trouble, if someone comes to inspect your shop, if you receive a bounty related to Konoha or the Uchiha, release the cat at once. He reached into his robe, pulled out a cloth pouch, and tossed it onto the table. Out rolled black tokens, each engraved with the fan-shaped clan crest. One for each of you. If you run into trouble, invoke the name of the Uchiha and the police force. If that doesn't hold, release the cat to call for help. The managers took their tokens with trepidation, holding them, as if clutching red-hot iron. The young man snapped his fingers. From beneath the door, 7 or 8 ninja cats slipped in soundlessly. Their eyes gleamed faintly in the dark bamboo cylinders hanging from their necks, collars patterned with the fan crest. They began to patrol the room. Some leaped onto the table and batted at the teapot, others circled the manager's feet, and one orange tabby jumped straight into a manager's arms, curled up, and started purring. That manager sat frozen, unsure whether to hold the cat or not. The young man glanced over. It likes you. Hold it. The sharpest minds in the Land of Fire sat stiffly upright, each holding a cat, none daring to make a sound. The scene was so absurd it begged for laughter, yet no one could muster a smile. Half an hour ago they had watched a living man get stabbed to death by his own hired guard, and these docile cats were creatures that could summon death itself at any moment. Those who obey will get business protection and year-end dividends. The young man took a sip of tea and gestured with his finger toward the corner where Fujiwara had fallen. As for those who don't, you've all seen his fate. The second floor was wrapped in absolute stillness. The managers felt that the purring in their arms was more unnerving than a blade at their throats. As the night deepened, they filed out one by one, treading as lightly as they could. Kamita paused at the top of the stairs, tucking the token deeper into his sleeve. In the moonlight, the edge of a different pattern peeked out. He clenched his cuff and vanished into the night. Upstairs, the young man watched the figure disappear around the corner, a faint smirk curling at his lips. Interesting. That manager answers to someone else. He withdrew his gaze. From this night, on every bounty office in the Land of Fire would be his eyes and ears. Within the village, a network of ninja cats, beyond it a web of bounty offices. Uchiha Yen had officially established an underground intelligence system spanning the entire Land of Fire. The following afternoon, a group passed through the gates of my village, stepping into the settlement that seethed with hidden currents. Leading them was a burly man in his early 30s, his skin darkened by the sun, muscles bulging beneath his form-fitting combat gear. At his waist hung a short sword, its hilt wrapped in the distinctive black cloth of the Lei country. Behind him followed 7 or 8 ninjas, all clad in the garb of Yunin village with forehead protectors bearing the emblem of Yunin. The Yunin delegation had arrived. Their leader was Tai Lon, an elite ninja of Yunin, renowned as a hawkish and unyielding figure in the service of the 4th Lightning Shadow AI. He had never bowed his head to Mai, nor did he hold any regard for what he deemed the weaklings of the village. This time he carried the intent of the Lightning Shadow. Prince Gaoshu had died suddenly, and the 5 great nations had jointly called for the annihilation of the Shao organization. The Lightning Shadow had declared that Mai was in turmoil, and the prince's death might well be a smoke screen concocted by Mai to divert internal conflicts. Strike while the iron is hot. As Tai Lon walked through the streets of Mai, his eyes swept across the patrols of the police department ninjas on both sides, a disdainful curl forming on his lips. Mai had decayed so thoroughly within, yet they still bothered to maintain a police department and recruit civilian ninjas. Truly, they were regressing with each passing day. With a cold laugh, he led his men straight to the Fire Shadow Tower. In the Fire Shadow's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, while Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu occupied the sofa. Before the three stood the Yunin delegation. Tai Lon did not sit. He stood in the center of the office, his voice booming as he delivered his opening salvo. Fire Shadow, or Lightning Shadow, instructed me to ask you one question. Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his pipe and regarded him. Elite Ninja Tai Lon, you have traveled far. Please speak your mind. Was Prince Gaoshu killed by someone from your Maie? The office fell silent for a moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed. Elite Ninja Tai Lon, what makes you say that? What makes me say that? Tai Lon sneered. The prince dies suddenly, and the joint letter from the 5 great nations daimyos arrives. Yet Mai remains silent, playing dead as if it were second nature. Mai is also investigating. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice grew heavy. Prince Gaoshu's murder is a disgrace to the whole country and to Mai. We will find the culprit. Investigating. Tai Lon let out a contemptuous laugh. What is there to investigate? Do you not see the state of your own village? The Uchiha and Hyuga have joined forces. Your authority as the High Council is shattered, and you third fire shadow cannot even control your own village. He stepped forward, his gaze boring into Sarutobi Hiruzen. The prince is dead, yet Mai neither conducts a thorough investigation nor takes a clear stance. If that is not guilt, what is it? Are you trying to divert the attention of the 5 great nations from your own internal mess to this so-called Shao organization? Prince Gaoshu was the assassin sent by Mai. The purpose was to shift the contradictions within the village. At these words, the faces of Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Kohara changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed even deeper. Elite Ninja Tai Lon, speak with evidence. Mai is also conducting a thorough investigation into Prince Gaoshu's murder, but we have yet to find any leads. No leads, eh? Tai Lon laughed. No leads? Is that Mai's attitude? Uchiha Koharu could not help but interject. Elite Ninja Tai Lon, without evidence, what grounds do you have to accuse Mai? On what grounds? Tai Lon turned to face her. Elder Zhuanxin, tell me. The 5 great nations are all investigating the Shao organization, but Mai has not uttered a single word. What other grounds do I need? Mitokado Hamura said in a low voice. Elite Ninja Tai Lon, although Mai and Yunin have old grievances, that does not give you the right to slander Mai freely. Slander? Tai Lon raised an eyebrow. Elder Shueyu, do you even believe your own words? Belief is not the issue. Mitokado Hamura's voice grew stern. The joint letter from the 5 great nations has just arrived in Mai, and now Yunin sends someone to demand an explanation. Is that not too hasty? A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Tai Lan's mouth. Hasty. This was precisely the attitude he had been waiting for from Mai. He knew these people from Mai all too well. The more they explained, the more suspicious they seemed. If they had truly done nothing, they would have slammed the table and thrown him out long ago. But they were explaining. A dignified third fire shadow and 2 elders of Mai were actually reasoning and presenting evidence before him, an elite ninja of Yunin. What did that mean? It meant Mai was scared. The scales in Tai Lan's heart instantly tipped. Whether it is hasty or not is our concern. Tai Lan's voice softened, slow and deliberate, yet more piercing than before. But there is one matter that the lightning shadow has instructed must be settled with Mai. What matter? Prince Gaoshu was murdered, and the 5 great nations have jointly called for a thorough investigation. Do you have any idea how much manpower and resources Yunin has expended in pursuing the Shao organization? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow twitched. The lightning shadow has spoken. Tai Lon enunciated each word. Mai must bear this debt. The prince died in your whole country, and the Shao organization remains untraceable. Mai bears the greatest responsibility. The wasted manpower and resources of Yunin, Mai must either compensate for them, or... He paused, his gaze sweeping across the 3 figures in the office, his voice even and steady. We do not mind waging war against Mai again. A deathly silence fell over the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand tightened around his pipe. Mitokado Hamura's face darkened completely, and Uchiha Kohara's lips moved as if to speak, but she swallowed her words. Compensate. With Mai's current mess, what could they offer? Not compensate. If Yunin truly attacked, Mai now faced internal pressure from the allied Uchiha and Hyuga, external threats from the Shao organization that dared to assassinate a prince, and a 1-month deadline from the daimyo to conduct a thorough investigation. Engaging Yunin at this moment would be pushing Mai toward its doom. Moreover, the joint letter from the 5 great nations had just been sent. If Mai clashed with Yunin, would the Sand Rock and Mist villages seize the opportunity to exploit the chaos? Was that not how the 3rd Great Ninja War had started? Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. Elite Ninja Tai Lon. This matter is of great importance. Allow us some time to consider. A flicker of delight flashed in Tai Lan's eyes, but his face remained impassive. He merely nodded, his tone magnanimous, as if granting a favor. Very well. We will stay in Mai for a few days. I hope the 3rd Fire Shadow can give us a satisfactory answer. With that, he turned and left. At the door, he paused, looked back, and cast a sidelong glance at the 3 figures in the office. The 3rd Fire Shadow sat in his chair, brows deeply furrowed, raising his pipe to his lips only to lower it again. The 2 elders sat on the sofa, their expressions grim, neither speaking. A slow, cold smile crept across Tai Lan's lips. What our predecessors achieved, we too can accomplish. In the Leaf District at the inn where the Cloud Envoy was lodged, the moment the door clicked shut, Tai Lan's spine straightened. He slid the latch into place, strode to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and gulped it down in one go. A jonin from his entourage leaned in, lowering his voice. Lord Tai Lon, how did it go? Tai Lon set down the cup, flashing a grin full of white teeth. It's done. Really? I just tested the waters, and those 3 old fogies. Each one softer than the last. Tai Lon slapped the table, his voice dripping with barely concealed triumph. I opened by saying their High Lord Kashin was killed by the leaf. Guess what? That old man actually started explaining himself, saying the leaf was investigating too. The mighty third Hokage explaining himself to a mere jonin like me. Ha ha ha. Tell me if that's not a backbone of jelly, what is a? The room erupted in laughter from the Cloud Shinobi. The jonin's eyes lit up. So, what about the reparations? I brought it up. Tylon crossed his legs. I demanded they compensate Cloud for our losses in manpower and resources, or we'd attack the leaf. And they agreed. Didn't agree, but didn't refuse either. Tylon narrowed his eyes, his voice swelling with self-satisfaction. That Sarutobi Hiruzen said he needed to think it over. Needs to think. Thinking means he's about to cave. Tylon let out a cold laugh. I've heard that line plenty of times at Cloud's negotiating table. If they had real spine, they'd slam the table right there, not ask for time. He picked up his cup, took another swig, and clicked his tongue. Back in the day, our Cloud predecessors cornered the leaf into making Hyuga Hisashi kill himself. What do you call that? That's called skill. And now it's our turn. We'll squeeze the leaf dry. Lord Tylon is brilliant. The shinobi chimed in with flattery. Tylon grew more animated, already scheming ahead. So what do you think? How much should we demand in the next round? 30 million Rio. 50 million. The leaf's in such a sorry state, whatever we ask, they'll have to pay. The only question is how many more times we can wave the attack the leaf banner. The room roared with laughter. On the windowsill, a cat sat in utter stillness. Its orange fur was nearly invisible against the night, and around its neck hung a collar bearing a swirl pattern with a small bamboo tube attached. It didn't move a muscle save for its ears, which twitched faintly, capturing every word spoken inside, without missing a single syllable. A night breeze stirred, and the cat slipped off the sill, vanishing into the darkness of the leaf. At the Uchiha compound, the clan head's residence, a ninja cat slipped silently into the yard, hopped onto the windowsill, and gently scratched at the wooden frame. Inside Uchiha, and opened his eyes. He rose, pushed the window open, and the cat leaped in, brushing against his hand before turning to reveal the bamboo tube on its collar. Uchiha removed the tube, pulled out the slip of paper, and read it by the moonlight. Then he laughed, a laugh born of sheer exasperation. This old man, hooked on paying reparations, is he? He crushed the note in his hand, his voice turning cold. Cloud is clearly extorting us, and he's actually considering it. He tossed the paper onto the desk, walked to the window, and stared at the Hokage rock in the distance, his eyes narrowing. Cloud wouldn't dare attack the leaf. That much he saw more clearly than anyone. The leaf, however weakened, was still the head of the 5 great villages. A starved camel still looms larger than a horse. And Cloud, they'd been gutted in the 3rd Great Ninja War. If they truly went to war with the leaf, they'd shed their own skin in the process. Attack the leaf again was nothing but a bluff. Years ago, Cloud used that exact trick to force the leaf into surrendering Hyuga Hisashi. And now they wanted to pull the same stunt again. A cold, sharp smile curved across Uchiha's lips. He sat back at the desk, spread out a sheet of paper, and picked up his brush. Cloud extorts, the leadership wants to pay. If this stayed buried in the Hokage's office, they'd pay, and it'd be done. The village's money, the village's shame. But what if the whole village knew? He wrote a line, paused, then added a few more. One letter finished, then another. His brush flew across the page, letter after letter, detailing Cloud's schemes, and the leadership's spineless, we need to consider response. He blew the ink dry, sealed each missive, and stacked them on the desk. Yatsushiro. Moments later, Uchiha Yatsushiro slid the door open. Clan head, deliver these letters tonight. Uchiha tilted his chin toward the stack of envelopes. One for each clan head, Hyuga Nara, Inazuka Abure. And one for every jonin in the village. Yatsushiro froze, stepped forward, and picked up a letter. His face went pale as he read it. Clan head, this. Deliver it. Uchiha said only that single word. Yatsushiro drew a deep breath, gave a solemn nod, and withdrew with the stack of letters. In the night, several figures slipped out of the Uchiha compound, scattering across the leaf. At the Hyuga compound, Hayashi sat in his study in a light robe, a confidential letter spread before him. His face turned a shade of iron bit by bit. Cloud again. Years ago, Cloud tried to kidnap Hinata, and he struck down their leader in a flash of rage. Cloud twisted the story, demanding the leaf hand over the culprit. In the end, it was his brother Hyuga Hisashi who went in his place. That grudge had burned in him ever since, not a single day forgotten. And now Cloud was back to extort, back to bully the leaf. Hyuga Hayashi's fingers clenched the letter until his knuckles went white. Someone, clan head, spread the word. Hayashi's voice was low and heavy. If the leaf leadership dares pay Cloud a single Rio, the Hyuga clan will never stand for it. Cloud wants to settle accounts. Then first they owe me an answer for Hisashi's death. At the Nara compound, Shikaku sat on the veranda, a confidential letter in his hand. He read it, then fell silent for a long time. Then slowly he smiled. Cloud is extorting, and the leadership is weak. And this Uchiha he's airing it all out to the village. He set the letter down, gazing at the night sky, a note of admiration in his voice. He's putting the leadership over an open fire. He shook his head with a sigh. The 3rd Hokage, a man of ambition, how had he fallen to this? Then again, this Uchiha and truly left those old men no room to breathe. At the Inuzuka compound, slam. Sum's palm struck the table so hard the teacup jumped. Those cloud bastards. They think they can push us around. Her ninja hound barked in agreement. And those spineless cowards in the Leaf leadership. Pay their damn mothers. Sum was red in the face with fury. They drove Hisashi to his death back then, and now they're back for more. Have these leaders gotten so used to kneeling? She whipped around to her daughter. Hana, mother, go. Tell Uchiha in. Sum shook her fist. The Inuzuka clan is with him. We'll drive those cloud curs right out of the Leaf. Within the Aburame clan's compound, Shibi Aburame sat in the darkness, a confidential letter spread before him. He remained silent, merely extending a fingertip to tap lightly upon the table. A swarm of destruction bugs flew from his sleeve, circled once over the letter, then returned. He stared at it for a long while, and ultimately said nothing. Yet his brow furrowed slightly. At the edge of Konoha at Kato-ken's residence, the lights blazed bright. Several former subordinates of the 4th Hokage sat together, their faces grim. Kumogakure is extorting us. The higher-ups are going to pay. One of them slammed a fist on the table. Konoha is already this poor. That boy Naruto couldn't even get a decent meal a few years ago. And now the higher-ups' money is going to fill Kumogakure's pockets. That's the blood and sweat of every shinobi in this village. Why should we give it to them? Kato-ken sat at the back, not slamming the table. He simply clutched the letter. Finally, he spoke, his voice hoarse. If Minato were still here, would Kumogakure dare come demanding money? The room fell silent for a moment, and the eyes of several veteran shinobi reddened. That same night, in the residences of Jonin and the meeting halls of major clans across Konoha, lights burned longer than usual. Kakashi sat in his office at the security department, finished reading the letter, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his vest. His silver hair shadowed half his face, making his expression unreadable. But the eye that was visible had turned cold. Meanwhile, Mike Guy at the training ground smashed a sandbag with his fist. Shinobi of Konoha have no business kneeling to pay reparations. He rarely smiled, now his gaze burning. If Kumogakure wants war, then we'll give them war. Among the smaller clans and civilian shinobi, word spread through security department channels, one person telling another, the news sweeping through the Konoha night like wildfire. Kumogakure is extorting us. The higher-ups want to pay. Pay what? That's our tax money. The Uchiha clan head says Kumogakure is just bluffing, they wouldn't dare fight. Really? When has the Uchiha clan head ever lied? So, are the higher-ups really planning to just roll over and pay? TCH, they're used to it. Murmurs rose and fell in the night. Some angry, some disappointed, and some gaining a new respect for Uchiha and stance of standing firm against Kumogakure. The next morning at dawn, the inn housing the Kumogakure delegation had its doors tightly shut. Inside, Tetsurin's face was as grim as if he'd swallowed poison. What did you say? Before him, a Kumogakure shinobi bowed his head. I went out to gather information this morning. All over Konoha, people are talking about us. Talking about what? They're saying we're here to extort them. And that the Konoha higher-ups are planning to pay, but the whole village is against it. And some are saying we should first answer for what happened with the Hyuga clan back then. Tetsurin's fists clenched, knuckles cracking. Overnight, in just one night, his carefully laid plans had been exposed for all to see. He had initially believed the Konoha higher-ups were weak-willed, and this would be a sure thing. But now, the entire village was opposed to the reparations, and some were even vowing to make Kumogakure answer for the old Hyuga incident. Continue to pressure them. That could ignite the fury of the entire village, even spark a war. Back down now. Then where would Tetsurin put his face? Where would Kumogakure put its face? Inside the room, the Kumogakure shinobi were arguing heatedly. I say we quit while we're ahead, leave before Konoha turns on us. Leave? We've come this far. Let's turn up the heat, scare them a little more. Turn up the heat. Any more, and it'll be war. So be it. Are we afraid of Konoha? Konoha might be in decline, but they're still the strongest of the 5 great villages. A real war wouldn't end well for us either. Tetsurin sat at the table, saying nothing, his face dark enough to drip water. Meanwhile, at a tavern in Konoha, Jiraiya lay slumped over a table, still drunk from the night before. Last night, he had drunk alone for hours, drowning the memories of the old man, forcing him to become Hokage, and that Uchiha brat leaving him speechless. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that he groggily opened his eyes. In the tavern, 2 villagers were talking in hushed tones. Did you hear? Kumogakure is extorting us. Extorting? What's this all about? They're saying Konoha killed their noble, and they're demanding compensation. If we don't pay, it's war. And the Hokage? I heard the Hokage was actually considering it. But then the Uchiha clan had exposed the whole thing last night, and now the whole village is in an uproar. Is that so? Then, what about Kumogakure? They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Ha ha. Jiraiya's drunkenness vanished in an instant. He sat bolt upright, his hangover headache stabbing like needles, but he didn't care. Kumogakure is extorting us. The higher-ups are willing to pay. Uchiha and leaked it to the whole village. Jiraiya grabbed his coat, didn't even bother to put on his sandals properly, and burst out of the tavern running towards the Hokage's office. Bam! The door to the Hokage's office was shoved open, slamming against the wall with a loud crash. Jiraiya stood in the doorway, his hair a wild mess, his eyes bloodshot, the hangover making his temples throb. He was barefoot with half a sandal hanging from one foot, the other lost somewhere along the way. Panting heavily, he demanded without preamble, "Old man, I heard you're planning to pay reparations to Kumogakure." 3 people in the office looked up in unison. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand holding his pipe froze midair. Hamura Mitokado's teacup hovered unmoving. Koha Uchiha was about to speak, but choked on her words. "Jiraiya." Hiruzen set down his pipe, his brow furrowing. "You? How much have you had to drink?" "Never mind how much I've had." Jiraiya strode to the desk, planted both hands on its surface, and leaned in, staring into the third Hokage's eyes. "Kumogakure comes to extort us, and you're going to pay. Pay those bastards." Hiruzen's expression slowly darkened. He was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Jiraiya, where? Did you hear this?" "The whole village knows." Jiraiya nearly shouted. "I ran all the way here, on the streets, in the taverns, at the ramen stands. Everyone's talking about it, saying Kumogakure is extorting us, saying the higher-ups are planning to pay." He straightened up, catching his breath, his gaze burning into the old man before him. "Old man, what you and Kumogakure discussed in this office last night was all over the village by this morning." He looked at Hiruzen. "Tell me, in this village, who can still trust you?" Hiruzen's body stiffened. The pipe slipped from his fingers, clattering onto the desk with a sharp sound. He didn't pick it up. In his cloudy eyes a flicker of shame passed. Hamura Mitokado couldn't bear it any longer. He cleared his throat, trying to smooth things over. "Jiraiya, you're being too harsh. We were still discussing the Kumogakure matter. Nothing has been decided." "Discussing?" Jiraiya turned to look at him. "They've already come knocking at our door, and you're still discussing." He gave a self-deprecating twitch of his lips, his voice dropping low. "Forget it. I'm just an idle wanderer who travels the world and writes novels. What right do I have to judge you all?" Silence fell over the office once more. Hiruzen Sarutobi was quiet for a long moment before slowly lifting his head. "Jiraiya, about your acceptance of the position of 5th Hokage." Jiraiya's breath caught in his throat. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but not a single word would come out. 5th Hokage. The old man was using this to silence his objections. Yet here he was, having just questioned who still believes in the Hokage's words, about to accept this very mantle. He let out a bitter self-mocking laugh. "Let's talk about it later." He left those words hanging in the air and turned to leave. After a couple of steps he paused. A throbbing headache from the previous night's drinking surged upward. He simply sank into the sofa, tilted his head back against the rest, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. "Headache? Give me a moment." Hamura Mitokado and Koha Uchiha exchanged bewildered glances. Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated behind his desk, opened his mouth, then slowly closed it again. Just then footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. More than one set. Jiraiya opened his eyes and looked up. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of pale white eyes. Hayashi Hyuga, clad in the traditional robes of the Hyuga clan, strode forward with his hands clasped behind his back, his face dark and grim. Several others followed in his wake. Shikaku Naratsum, Inazuka Makoto Kato, and other faces Jiraiya recognized, all of them former subordinates of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya stood frozen in place. Why had all these people come at once? Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Hamura Mitokado, and Koha Uchiha were equally stunned. Hyuga clan head, Shikaku. Hamura Mitokado stood up, looking utterly bewildered. "You all, what is the meaning of this?" Hayashi Hyuga didn't even glance his way. He walked straight to the center of the office, stopped, clasped his hands behind his back, his face ashen. "I heard that Cloud is here to extort us, and the higher-ups are considering paying them off." His voice was low and heavy. "I've come to ask the Hokage exactly how do you plan to pay?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed into a tight knot. "Hyuga clan head, where is this coming from? Where is this coming from?" Sum Inazuka stormed in, slapping her palm against the doorframe, making the entire door vibrate. "The whole village is talking about it. Cloud comes demanding money, and you're actually considering it." "Considering what?" "Considering how to hand over the village's hard-earned money to Cloud on a silver platter." She planted her hands on her hips, her voice loud enough to be heard on the entire floor. "They forced Hizashi to his death back then, and now they want all of Konoha to kneel and pay up." In their dreams. Hayashi Hyuga remained silent, but his expression darkened further. Meanwhile, at the inn where the Cloud delegation was staying. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door. Tetsuru was pacing irritably back and forth in the room. At the sound, his brow furrowed. "Who is it?" "Konoha Military Police Force routine security inspection." An even unyielding voice came from outside. "Please open the door and cooperate with the registration." Routine security inspection. Tetsuru's face grew even uglier. He pulled open the door to see a squad of people. Leading them was a chunin around 30 years old, wearing the military police uniform with a fan-shaped emblem on his chest. Behind him stood 7 or 8 shinobi, some from the Uchiha clan, others civilian ninja. The chunin in the lead was none other than Hayato Murakami. He gave a slight bow to Tetsuru, polite in manner, but businesslike in tone. Lord Tetsuru, on orders from the military police, we are conducting a routine security inspection. We require the Cloud delegation to register all member names and report all carried weapons. Tetsuru's brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a fly. Register. Report weapons. He let out a cold laugh. We are the Cloud delegation sent by the Raikage himself. What right does a piddling military police unit have to inspect us? Hayato Murakami didn't take the bait, nor did he back down. He stood there, his voice calm and unwavering. Lord Tetsuru, this is Konoha. Anyone who enters Konoha must abide by Konoha's rules. Either cooperate with the registration, or leave. Tetsuru's face turned a shade of livid purple. He glared at Hayato Murakami, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare a mere chunin speak to him like this? Just as he was about to explode, a Cloud ninja beside him quickly grabbed his arm and lowered his voice. Lord Tetsuru, when in Rome. Tetsuru's chest heaved violently. He glanced back at the inn, then at the patrol squad outside. Across the street, a crowd of villagers had gathered to watch the spectacle. Some stood with arms crossed, some idly chewing sunflower seeds, others whispering and pointing. Look, the Cloud folks are trapped at the door. How they came all the way to Konoha to extort us. Serves them right. Some delegation they are. I say they're just a bunch of bandits. The murmurs, neither loud nor quiet, wormed their way into Tetsuru's ears. His face flushed a deep, angry red. After a long, strained silence, he ground out a single word from between clenched teeth. Fine. Hayato Murakami gave a slight smile and stepped aside. Lord Tetsuru, right this way. What followed was the most agonizing half-hour of Tetsuru's life. The military police took their sweet time with the registration. One by one, they counted them off. Name: Tsukikata. Age: 34. Primary jutsu type. Earth release. Carried weapons. Kunai: 3. Anything else? Shuriken: how many? 12. Chakra nature. This needs to be registered too. These are the rules Lord Tetsuru set. All delegation members must be registered. Please cooperate. Tetsuru stood off to the side, watching his men being interrogated like criminals, and nearly spat blood. Every single detail was being written down. How many kunai, how many shuriken, what was in each ninja tool pouch, what chakra nature each person had. Nothing was missed. What infuriated him even more was that the Uchiha members in the squad kept their crimson Sharingan eyes wide open throughout the entire process. With a single glance, they had memorized every face, every tool, every hand seal habit of the entire Cloud delegation. This wasn't a security inspection. This was stripping his Cloud delegation bare piece by piece. And yet the military police remained perfectly polite the whole time, without a single harsh word. If he accused them of being hostile, they'd just smile. If he accused them of going too far, they'd just say, routine inspection, please cooperate. Tetsuru was seething with rage, but he couldn't let any of it out. After what felt like an eternity, the registration finally ended. Hayato Murakami put away the roster and gave Tetsuru another slight bow. Thank you for your cooperation, Lord Tetsuru. Sorry for the disturbance. He turned and led his squad away. After a few steps, he looked back over his shoulder. Oh, and Lord Tetsuru, just a friendly reminder. Konoha security is under the jurisdiction of the military police. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to us. Tylon stood still, watching the patrol disappear around the corner. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked audibly. The villagers who had gathered to watch the spectacle burst into jeering laughter. Huh, look at that face, he's furious. The police force sure is something. They made the Cloud envoys look like a bunch of cowards. This is what we call rules. The rules of Konoha. Tyland's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He took a deep breath, spun on his heel, and stormed off towards the Hokage building. He couldn't take it anymore. Today he was going to demand an explanation from that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi, no matter what. The Hokage's office. Bam! The door was flung open. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tylon barged in, his face twisted with rage, his voice so loud the entire floor seemed to tremble. What is the meaning of this, Konoha? A mere police force dares to investigate our Cloud envoy. I'm telling you, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today. His voice abruptly cut off. Because he saw the room was full of people. Hayashi Hyuga stood in the center, hands behind his back, his pale eyes staring at him coldly. Shikaku Nara leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on his lips. Sum Inuzuka stood with her hands on her hips, a large ninja hound crouched beside her, baring its teeth in a low growl. Kato Makoto and several veterans of the 4th Hokage's era stood in the corner, their eyes burning with a hatred that seemed ready to tear Tylon apart. And Uchiha Yen. The young man sat by the window, a cup of tea in his hand, leisurely blowing on the steam. He glanced up at Tylon, and an inexplicable chill ran down Tyland's spine. The office fell into dead silence. Tylon stood frozen in the doorway, unable to advance or retreat. Hayashi Hyuga spoke first, his voice cold and heavy. Tylon, is it? Years ago your people from Cloud kidnapped my daughter Hinata. I killed your leader. You twisted the story, forcing Konoha to hand over a culprit, and in the end, it was my brother Hisashi who died in my place. He took a step forward, his pale eyes boring into Tai Lon. This debt, when will your cloud village repay it? Tai Lan's mouth twitched involuntarily. That was in the past. What does it have to do with me? Nothing to do with you. One of the Fourth's veterans slammed his hand on the table, pointing a finger at Tai Lan's nose. Is your cloud village here to extort us again today? Extort? Tai Lon stiffened his neck. What do you mean extort? Doesn't Konoha owe us for the manpower and resources we've poured into hunting down the Akatsuki? Oh. Kato Makoto finally spoke, his voice hoarse, but each word deliberate. If Minato were still here, would your cloud village dare come knocking for money? The office fell silent again for a moment. Tai Lan's face flushed red, then turned pale, then green. He wanted to stand his ground. But as his gaze swept across the room, he realized. Not a single person was buying his act. The Hyuga clan bore a grudge against him. The Fourth's veterans bore a grudge against him. Sum Inuzuka was cracking her knuckles, practically itching to pounce on him right then and there. Shikaku Nara looked at him as if he were watching a clown. And as for that Uchiha Yen, Tai Lan's heart sank little by little. The tactic he had always relied on, the intimidation that had worked flawlessly on Konoha's higher-ups, was utterly useless in front of this room, full of Konoha ninjas united in their hatred. Hiruzen Sarutobi finally couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, trying to mediate. Everyone. Please calm down, let's talk this through. No one paid him any attention. Hayashi Hyuga was staring at Tai Lon, Sum Inuzuka was staring at Tai Lon, Kato Makoto was staring at Tai Lon. Not a single person in the room even glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood behind his desk, mouth open, the rest of his sentence caught in his throat, unable to come out. No one was listening to the Hokage. This scene was observed by Jiraiya, who stood leaning against the wall. His heart gave a sharp pang. The third Hokage. No one even listened to him anymore. Just then Uchiha Yen set down his teacup. A soft click. Everyone in the office turned to look. Uchiha Yen stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room, and spoke slowly. There has never been a column for reparations in Konoha's ledger. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Konoha is a village built by the Senju and the Uchiha together. Since the day this village was founded, Konoha has never bowed its head or paid a single ryo to anyone. Today, if anyone wishes to take even one coin out of Konoha, he paused, his gaze sweeping over the occupants of the room, his tone even. They will have to walk over the corpses of the Uchiha clan. As his words landed. Excellent. Sum Inuzuka was the first to roar, slamming her palm against the wall so hard that dust rained down from the ceiling. Well said. Uchiha Yen, I'm impressed today. That's right. What's there to compensate? If they want to fight, we'll give them a fight. Konoha ninjas don't kneel and pay reparations. Kato Makoto and the veterans of the Fourth's era had red-rimmed eyes, their voices growing louder and louder. Hayashi Hyuga said nothing, but as he looked at Uchiha Yen, he slowly nodded his head. Shikaku Nara stood in the corner, the curve of his smile deepening slightly. The clan heads and jonin in the room one by one were ignited with fervor. Applause and cheers erupted in the office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood behind his desk, his face ashen. He looked at the crowd of impassioned people. These very people moments ago had not listened to a single word of his counsel. Yet one sentence from Uchiha Yen had rallied every clan in Konoha to their feet. His words as Hokage carried less weight than a young man's. Tai Lon stood at the door, his face a mask of utter despair. He opened his mouth, trying to salvage some dignity, but the wave of sound in the room drowned him out completely. At that moment, Uchiha Yen raised his hand, and the applause gradually died down. He looked at Tai Lon, his tone flat. Jonin Tai Lon, I have a notice for you. A routine inspection by the police force has confirmed that the Cloud Envoy is guilty of illegal overstay and possession of prohibited weaponry. You are ordered to leave Konoha within 1 day. Tai Lan's eyes went wide instantly. What did you say? He lunged forward a step, his hand already resting on the short blade wrapped in the black cloth of the Lightning Country at his waist. Prohibited weaponry. Where did we get prohibited weaponry? This is a frame-up. Our envoy was sent by the Raikage himself. Who do you think you are, a mere brat, to order us to leave? Uchiha Yen did not move. He merely rotated his pupils. An invisible pressure as tangible as a physical force descended like a blanket. Tai Lan's voice was abruptly cut off. He felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe. His breath hitched, as if something was constricting his throat. Cold sweat began to trickle down his temples drop by drop. He tried to move, but found his limbs stiff as if they were filled with lead. At this moment, he truly experienced something called fear. It was the feeling of being stared down by a ferocious beast. If he dared to move, even an inch, death would be instantaneous. Tai Lan's pupils contracted violently. A memory surfaced. This youth before him was the monster who had slain 12 elite root jonin in the Forest of Death. He was the Uchiha clan leader, the one who made an 8-0 Ryo bounty retreat in failure. This was Konoha, his territory. Tai Lan's throat bobbed as he forcibly swallowed the rage that burned within him. The hand resting on his sword hilt slowly relaxed. Fine, he finally ground out through clenched teeth. Very well. He lifted his head, casting a defiant, yet fearful glance at Uchiha Yen then swept his gaze across the room finally, settling on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained seated silent. Tai Lon let out a cold sneer, turned, and strode out. We're leaving. Lord Tai Lon. The Kumo envoy ninja hurried after him. What about us? We're leaving the village. Tai Lan's voice echoed from the end of the corridor, laced with barely contained fury. Konoha doesn't want us. We wouldn't dream of staying. The footsteps faded into the distance. The Hokage's office fell into a heavy silence. Then some Inuzuka let out another roar. Ha! They ran off with their tails between their legs. The entire room erupted in laughter. At the village gates, the Kumo envoy slunk out of the village. The roadsides were packed with onlookers. Some clapped, some whistled, some watched with arms crossed, enjoying the spectacle. Oh, the Kumo envoy is leaving so soon. Ha ha ha. They arrived with such swagger, and now they leave in disgrace. Get out of Konoha. Yeah, get out. Go tell your Raikage that Konoha isn't afraid of you. Cheers and jeers rose and fell in waves. Tai Lan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He had never been so humiliated in his life. He reached the village gate, stopped, and turned to glare at the crowd, seeing them off. His gaze finally rested on the youth at the front of the crowd. Uchiha Yen. He bit out each word. The Raikage. We'll remember this day. Uchiha Yen stood there, his face impassive. He replied calmly, good. Then take a message back for me. What Kumogakure owes Konoha will one day be repaid. Tai Lan's pupils contracted sharply. He stared at Uchiha Yen for a long moment, then without another word turned and led his envoy out of Konoha. At the gate the cheers were deafening. The police force is incredible. They drove off the Kumo envoy. That Uchiha clan leader is so young, but he's got real guts. From now on, with the police force around, no one can bully our village. That's right. The police force are our people. The chatter swelled at the gate. The villagers looked at the Uchiha clan with entirely new eyes. Previously mentioning the Uchiha conjured images of arrogance, difficulty, and those frightening eyes. Now mentioning the Uchiha brought to mind the police force, our people, and the young clan leader who dared to defy Kumo. The police force's prestige had climbed another notch. The Uchiha clan's image was slowly transforming in the villagers' hearts. Jiraiya stood apart from the crowd, watching it all. He watched the youth surrounded by villagers basking in their cheers and adoration. He watched Hayashi Hyuga, some Inuzuka, Shikaku Narakedo Ken. One by one they stood alongside the Uchiha. The old man, the third. His words held no sway anymore. The clans, the villagers, the civilian ninja, all leaned towards the Uchiha. A single youth had become the most prominent figure in Konoha overnight. Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. The Uchiha were a stubborn, extreme clan. If the Uchiha took power, if that youth named Uchiha Yen became Hokage, what kind of abyss would Konoha be dragged into? Jiraiya stood there watching for a long time. Then he slowly clenched his fists. The fifth Hokage. He murmured to himself, a newfound resolve in his voice, must never let Konoha fall into the hands of the Uchiha. The next morning in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya pushed the door open. This time his face was washed, his beard trimmed. His hair was still a mess, but his eyes were clear and sharp. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, momentarily stunned. Jiraiya. Old man, Jiraiya said, stopping before the desk. I've made up my mind. The office fell silent for a beat. I accept your proposal. I'm willing to become the fifth Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand holding his pipe paused. Konoha Uchiha shot to her feet. Jiraiya, are you serious? I am. Jiraiya scratched his head, his voice a bit gruff. I've been thinking a lot these past 2 days. Konoha can't keep unraveling. If that Uchiha kid keeps this up, this village will fall apart. He paused, his gaze drifting to the Hokage rock monument outside the window. Rather than let Konoha fall into that kid's hands and veer towards extremism, it's better for me to take over and steer this village back on course. Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips moved, and after a long moment, he let out a hoarse, good, good, good. Hamura Mitokado, sitting on the sofa, let out a long, relieved breath, as if a massive burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Konoha Uchiha's voice trembled. So you've finally come around. Finally someone to take over this mess. Jiraiya let out a wry smile. A mess. He wasn't wrong. The higher-ups began to move. They started building momentum. To elevate someone to the Hokage's seat, the Hokage's approval wasn't enough. They needed the whole village's acceptance. Especially now with the Uchiha having secured the villagers' hearts so firmly. Jiraiya, a candidate who had been away from village affairs for over a decade, needed to build up his reputation first. And so a series of arrangements were set in motion. Ambu Clerical Ninja burned the midnight oil, drafting a chronicle of Lord Jiraiya's achievements. The legendary Sannin, the bloody battle against Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain during the Second Great Ninja War. Mentoring the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. The Sage Mode of Mount Myaboku. The title of Gallant that shook the ninja world. Each entry was written in the most flattering, glorious terms. Storytellers were arranged in tea houses and taverns. Let me tell you of that great battle in the Land of Rain. Hanzo of the Salamander, what a fearsome reputation he had. He alone could stand against an army. But our Lord Jiraiya, along with the other two Sannin, fought him in a battle that darkened the heavens and earth. The Makeout Paradise series was also prepared for a reprint. However, the higher-ups deliberated and felt the name Makeout Paradise was a bit indecent. Can't this book be published under a different title? Koharu Utatane frowned. Change it to what? Hamura Mitokado sighed. This book has sold for years. The name is its trademark. Then, let's just lean into the author's image as a literary master. And so the official narrative became. What many of you may not know, Lord Jiraiya is not only an exceptional martial artist, but also a literary giant renowned across the ninja world. His works are prolific and his talent is unparalleled. The ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. A literary giant. That book. Makeout Paradise. Someone stifled a laugh, not daring to make a sound. The rumors had been spread as well. Have you heard? The third Hokage is about to step down. Really? Of course. Lord Zillai is going to become the fifth Hokage. Mai is about to welcome a new Hokage. Lord Zillai. The lecherous immortal. Chill. That's just his street name. He's about to become Hokage. When the news reached the Yuzhibo clan grounds, Yuzhibo Yin was drinking tea in the courtyard. Under the old plum tree beside the stone table, a ninja cat slipped and silently leaped onto the stone table and rubbed against his hand. Yuzhibo Yin took the bamboo tube, pulled out the note, and read it through. He didn't speak. He picked up the tea, gently blew on the steam, and took a sip. Then he smiled, creating hype. He placed the note on the table, tapping it lightly with his fingertip. Fine, since you want to elevate him. Then I'll help you raise him even higher. He paused, his voice lowering with a hint of amusement. So that the fall will be even heavier. Badai walked in from the courtyard entrance. Clan leader, Badai. Yuzhibo Yin set down his teacup, his gaze fixed on the distant Hokage rock. I've said it before. If he tries to suppress the Yuzhibo, I'll drag his reputation through the mud. Now is the perfect time. He's handed me his neck on a silver platter. Badai was startled, then his expression turned solemn. Clan leader, what do you intend to do? Yuzhibo Yin stood up, dusting off his robe. Send word. Have a few trusted jonin come to the council hall. Tonight, I will present Lord Zillai with a grand gift. Night fell. Mai sank into the quietest hour of the day. But this silence didn't last long. A ninja cat, silent as a shadow, leaped onto a windowsill and slipped a small rolled-up note into the door crack of a house. Another ninja cat swept across the eaves, dropping a note at the base of a wall on another street. East Street, West Street, South Street, North Street. Overnight notes scattered like snowflakes into every lane and alley of Mai. The notes bore no signature. No source could be traced, no evidence to seize. At the same time, in a tavern, a drunkard, holding a sake bowl, swayed and spoke. Hey, what do you think? That Zillai is going to become Hokage. He's one of the Sannin. So what if he's a Sannin? The drunkard belched. I ask you, in the past 10+ years, has he accomplished a single real deed in the village? The tavern fell silent for a moment. At the bathhouse entrance, a few middle-aged women huddled together, whispering gossip. The lecherous immortal is going to be Hokage. Oh my, that would be terrible. If he becomes Hokage, will the women of Mai have any peace? He used to crouch on the bathhouse roof every day to peep. You all know that. Peeping today, tomorrow. Who knows what he'll do tomorrow? If he dares peep at me bathing. A woman slapped her chest. I'll break his legs. In a tea house, a storyteller was about to begin the legend of Lord Zillai. Someone from the crowd shouted, Master, don't rush to praise him. I ask you, for all these years he's been searching the world for that child of prophecy, abandoning the village. How do you account for that? The storyteller froze, his bamboo clappers suspended in midair. From the audience, someone muttered, Shuiman Sensei's disciple. That kid Mingren, living in a rundown apartment, drinking expired milk, eating instant noodles. Did he ever care? The night of the Nine Tails, the Yunin village extortion, the night of the clan massacre, the slaughter of the Jitsuin and Yuanfei. Where was he? Where? Outside the village, writing novels. Ha ha ha. The tea house erupted in laughter. The storyteller stood on the stage, his face red with embarrassment. This is all nonsense. Nonsense. An old ninja in worn-out armor set down his teacup and spoke slowly. Master, the achievements you speak of are all from 20 years ago. Then tell us, what has he accomplished in these 20 years? The storyteller opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. This part wasn't in the higher-up script. When dawn broke, Mai was like a hornet's nest stirred up. At the bathhouse entrance by the laundry, well, the women discussed indignantly. The lecherous immortal as Hokage. I'll be the first to oppose. Exactly. Let him manage the village. He should first control his own eyes. I'd rather have that young Yuzhibo clan leader take charge. At least he's proper and helps us catch bullies. Right. The Yuzhibo clan leader at least won't squat on our bathhouse roof. If he dares, I'll break his legs. In the tavern, drunkards jeered. Sannin. I think it's 3. Something he's still a Sannin. He taught the 4th Hokage. What's the use of teaching the 4th? Someone was irritated and retorted. The 4th son lives like that. Did he ever care? If the 4th knew how his son was treated in Mai, he'd probably rise from his grave in anger. In a corner, an elderly ninja frowned, listened for a while, and muttered to himself. This talk Sounds off. It feels like someone is setting a trap. A man beside him sneered. A trap? That would require Zilai to have actually done those things. Words can be false, but deeds are real. The old ninja fell silent. The storyteller in the tea house was the first praise song, arranged by the higher-ups. Yet within less than a stick of incense the crowd had questioned him from the Sanin's battle with Banzang, all the way to who is the child of prophecy. In the end the entire hall booed. Master, we've been tired of hearing these stories for 20 years. Tell us something new. Tell us where he's been these 20 years. Tell us how many times he's peeped at the women's bathhouse. Ha ha ha. The storyteller fled in disgrace. The first shot of the hype campaign had misfired. More venomous words were yet to come. At a street corner someone lowered their voice and posed a question. What do you think? Is Lord Zilai a ninja of Mai or a ninja of Miamu Mountain? What do you mean by that? It means who does the child of prophecy listen to? He listens to an old toad and spent over 20 years searching the world for the child of prophecy. So I ask you, if one day the old toad of Miamu Mountain turns against Mai, which side will he stand on? Well, if he becomes Hokage, will Mai belong to the people of Mai or to Miamu Mountain? These words made everyone around fall silent. And the person's voice dropped even lower. That child of prophecy he's searching for. Who is it? Where is it? Could it be right here in Mai? Is he becoming Hokage for Mai? Or for the prophecy of the Toad Sage? No one answered, but in everyone's heart a turmoil stirred. Some recalled the night of the Nine Tails when the village was crippled and so many died. This talk of the child of prophecy. Why does it sound so mysterious? No one pointed it out, but the more it remained unspoken, the deeper it burrowed into people's hearts. The patrol team of the police department moved through the streets and alleys as usual. The team leader and the members all conducted their duties with professional indifference, not casting sidelong glances. Someone approached and asked, "Doesn't the police department care? The news has spread throughout the village." The team member shook his head, looking innocent. Care about what? We are only responsible for public security. People's mouths are on their own bodies. We can't seal them shut, can we? The questioner clicked his tongue and walked away. No one knew that during their duty last night these patrol teams had coincidentally encountered several cats carrying paper slips in a few alleys. Nor could anyone trace that those drunks, old women, and passers-by had all slipped through the back door of the police department. The Ninja Academy. During recess the children gathered together imitating adults. Hey, I heard that perverted sage is going to become the Hokage. Is he the one who peeps at the women's bathhouse every day? That's him. My dad says he's a lecher. A lecher can be Hokage. A golden-haired, blue-eyed child crouched by the sandpit, catching half of the conversation. Naruto, a child ran over. I heard that the guy who's going to be Hokage is your father's teacher. Naruto was taken aback. He recalled that day at the amusement park the large hand that had rested on his head. Your father was a remarkable man. He was the hero of Konoha. And also my most cherished disciple. That uncle is going to be Hokage. Naruto lowered his head, drawing a circle in the sand with a twig, then he felt a hint of joy mixed with an indescribable sense of loss. That uncle was going to be Hokage, but he hadn't come to see him either. At the same moment Jiraiya was walking through the streets of Konoha. He had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, and left home at dawn to grab a bowl of noodles at the ramen stand, then head to the Hokage's office to see the arrangements those old men had made. Halfway there he stopped. I'm the first to object if the perverted sage becomes Hokage. Let him control his own eyes first. What's the use of training the fourth Hokage? Look at how his son lives. Did he ever care? Is he a ninja of Konoha or a ninja of Mount Myaboku? Does he listen to the great Toad Sage or to Konoha? Each word drilled into his ears. Jiraiya stood still, his face gradually darkening. He clenched his fists, abruptly turned, and was about to charge into the tavern to confront someone. But at the entrance his feet froze. Ask what? Ask, have I ever cared for Naruto? Had he? No. Ask, have I spent the last 20+ years searching for the child of prophecy? Yes. Ask, do I listen to the great Toad Sage? Every word was true. He stood at the tavern entrance, chest heaving, fists clenched so hard they cracked. But his rage could not find an outlet. He recalled the words, you didn't even care for your disciple's son Naruto, and yet you want to rule the village. Jiraiya stood on the street experiencing the taste of public opinion for the first time. He unclenched his fists, then clenched them again. Clenched, then released. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout to the crowd, the child of prophecy is real, I have met the great Toad Sage. But the words died in his throat, even he could not say them. A single sentence from an old toad had made him gamble away more than 20 years. Who would believe such a thing? Jiraiya stood there watching the villagers pass by, the gazes cast his way, filled with doubt, mockery, and contempt. The Hokage's office. Bang! Mitokado Hamura slammed a stack of paper slips onto the desk, his face ashen. Overnight, the whole village is abuzz with rumors about Jiraiya. Negligence, lechery, obeying toads. 3 messages, each hitting the vital point. Udatane Koharu gritted her teeth. Need we ask? It must be that Uchiha kid. Evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a low voice. The slips bear no signature. The source is untraceable. Everyone in the village heard it from someone. Who do you confront? You can't seal everyone's mouth, can you? Uchiha Kohara choked. Then, we just let it go. We can't meet Okado, Hamura said with a bitter smile. But we can't argue either. Argue what? Argue that he has managed the village in these 20 years. Argue that he never spied on the women's bathhouse. Dead silence filled the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, raising his pipe to his lips, then lowering it. Building momentum. Building momentum. He had thought that by presenting Jiraiya's achievements the villagers would trust him again. But he had forgotten. Those achievements were from over 20 years ago, and for these 20 years Jiraiya had indeed been absent. He set down his pipe and closed his eyes. The Shimura estate, a basement. Danzo sat in the shadows listening to his clansman's report. He smiled. Good. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with indescribable satisfaction. Very good. Jiraiya returns and wants to be Hokage. I thought he had some real skill. But before he even sits in that chair he's already been stripped of his skin. He picked up his tea bowl, blew on the steam. The position of the 5th Hokage. He narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping. Sooner or later it will be mine. The Nara clan grounds veranda. Nara Shikaku crouched under the eaves, a small paper slip pinched between his fingers. After reading it he slowly smiled. Negligence, lechery, loyalty. 3 arrows fired, none missing their mark. He folded the slip, tucked it into his robe, and shook his head. This kid has mastered the art of countering the praise and kill tactic. The higher-ups wanted to prop Jiraiya up, but the fire has burned back on Jiraiya himself. He looked up at the sky. Lord Jiraiya, a great hero. But he has encountered Uchiha Yen. This game, I'm afraid it's hanging in the balance. The police department office. Kakashi sat by the window, a patrol report spread before him. His silver hair veiled half his face, his expression unreadable. Outside the window fragments of 2 villagers' conversation drifted in. What's the use of training the 4th Hokage? Look at how his son lives. Did he ever care? Kakashi's hand, turning the pages of the report, paused. Minato-sensei. He was silent, then closed the report, stood up, and walked out. He said nothing. Konoha, an inconspicuous tavern. In a corner sat an ordinary-looking ninja in a gray robe. Unremarkable, pale-faced, like a wandering ninja who had traveled far and wide. No one noticed that his pupils were vertical. He held a bowl of sake, listening to the roomful of chatter about the perverted sage becoming Hokage, and took a slow sip. He let out a low laugh. The sound was soft and cold, lost in the noise, inaudible to anyone. Jiraiya, even you have your day. He put down the sake bowl, his gaze sweeping across the streets of Konoha, outside the window, a glint of amusement in his eyes. And this Konoha high command. Building momentum. How they've lifted a rock only to drop it on their own feet. Interesting. This Konoha is becoming more and more interesting. In the Hokage's office, Hamura Mitokado slammed a stack of papers onto the desk. They scattered across the surface, each one bearing similar accusations: dereliction of duty, lechery, and questionable loyalty. Overnight his voice was hoarse. The entire village is covered with these. Koharu Uchiha gritted her teeth. It must be that Uchiha brat's doing. And the evidence. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his chair, raising his pipe to his lips only to lower it again. Who do you confront? The whole village is full of rumors. Whose mouth do you silence? Koharu Uchiha opened her mouth to retort, but no words came. A heavy silence fell over the office. After a long moment Koharu Uchiha spoke, her voice laced with an indescribable weariness. Jiraiya, we can't push him through as the 5th Hokage. Hamura Mitokado looked up at her. Have you considered? Koharu Uchiha said, her words deliberate. With this public sentiment, he can't even pass the clan head scrutiny, let alone the Jonin assembly. The Hyuga, the Inuzuka, the remnants of the 4th faction. They all side with the Uchiha. The Nara, Kimichi, and Yamanaka are watching coldly, refusing to take a stand. Jiraiya cannot become the 5th Hokage. Hamura Mitokado fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. After a long pause he finally spoke. Years ago, the 2nd Hokage entrusted the title of Hokage to me on his deathbed. Both Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha turned their gazes to him. Back then Danzo was resentful. Hiruzen's voice was calm. He believed he was more suited to be Hokage than I was. But in the end I took that seat. He paused. Do you know why? Koharu Uchiha frowned. Because of the 2nd Hokage's dying wish. That is one reason. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down his pipe. What truly secured my position was the official decree from the Land of Fire's daimyo. The village's nomination was merely a formality. The daimyo's appointment was the legitimate authority. He looked at them. Why didn't Danzo openly rebel back then? Because he knew the daimyo's decree was already set. He couldn't overturn it. The office was quiet for a moment. A spark of realization lit up Koharu Uchiha's eyes. You mean, we can do the same? Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was deep. We'll petition the daimyo directly requesting an official decree to appoint Jiraiya as the 5th Hokage. Hamura Mitokado furrowed his brow. But the daimyo is still furious about the assassination of Prince Takasu. He's given Konoha an ultimatum to investigate the Akatsuki. Would he agree at a time like this? He will. Hiruzen's tone was resolute. The daimyo relies on Konoha. The 5 great nations need our strength to hunt down the Akatsuki. The suspension of funding is just a threat. Once we present Jiraiya's credentials, a legendary Sannin mentor to the 4th Hokage, the sage of Mount Myaboku, the daimyo will have no reason to refuse. Hamura Mitokado pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. And what about the Jonin assembly? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Hiruzen interrupted. First secure the decree. Make it a fait accompli. The 3 exchanged glances, their decision made. Send a messenger tonight. Travel to the capital and submit the petition. Understood. The next morning, at the Uchiha clan compound, the clan head's residence, Uchiha was just waking up. A ninja cat slipped in from over the wall, hopped onto the stone table, and brushed against his hand. He unsealed the bamboo cylinder, pulled out the scroll, and read it. It contained a single line: the Hokage's office was lit all night. An ANBU messenger left the village heading straight for the capital. Uchiha finished reading, saying nothing. He placed the note on the table, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Then he smiled. Leaving at night. Heading straight for the capital. He pieced the intel together in his mind, and the full picture became clear. Jiraiya agreed to become Hokage. The campaign failed. The elders can't bypass the Jonin assembly, so they're going to get the daimyo to issue a decree. He set down his teacup, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. The daimyo appointing the Hokage. He let out a derisive snort. The Hokage is the Hokage of the ninja village. Why should it be decided by those nobles in the capital who don't even possess chakra? He paused, his voice dropping. This very system is flawed. The fate of shinobi should not be in the hands of ordinary people. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the distant Hokage rock. He knew that he wasn't yet ready to overturn the whole system. So he would have to play by the rules. And within those rules he would outplay his opponents. A cold smirk curled on Uchiha's lips. You want the daimyo to issue a decree? Then I'll make sure the daimyo can't issue it to you. He set down his cup, rose, and walked into his study. He spread out paper, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote the first line. Recipient: the general manager of the Bounty Office's Intelligence Network, Land of Fire Capital. The letter contained only one instruction: spread a message. The Akatsuki member who wore the tiger-striped mask and killed Prince Takasu was seen in Konoha on the night of the massacre and publicly claimed to have been sent by Konoha elder Danzo Shimura. After writing, he blew on the ink to dry it, folded the letter, and sealed it into a bamboo cylinder. Then he summoned a ninja cat, patting its head. Take this to the capital. To the general manager. The ninja cat meowed, took the cylinder in its mouth, and vanished silently over the wall. Uchiha stood in the courtyard watching the direction the cat had gone, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Every word he had spoken was the truth. Tobi had indeed appeared in Konoha and had indeed claimed to be acting under Danzo's orders. The Land of Fire Capital. The daimyo's palace. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was suffocating. It had been days since Prince Takasu's sudden death. The 100 million Ryo bounty had yielded nothing, not even a whisper. The joint letter from the 5 great nations had produced no tangible results. The Akatsuki seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace to be found. The daimyo sat on his main seat, his face dark enough to drip with fury. Incompetent. He spoke, his voice low, yet it made every retainer in the hall tremble. A bunch of incompetents. He slammed his hand on the armrest. A prince murdered in his own residence. The killer even announced himself. And after all these days of investigation, you've found absolutely nothing. No one dared to speak. Just then a chamberlain hurried in and knelt. Your Majesty, a report from our spies. Speak. A rumor is circulating in the capital. What rumor? About the masked killer. The chamberlain's voice was hushed, as if afraid to speak of it. It said the killer appeared in Konoha and publicly claimed to have been sent by Konoha elder Danzo Shimura. The daimyo's expression changed in an instant. What did you say? Your Majesty. It is but a rumor, its truth is uncertain. Issue the order. The Lord's voice was icy cold. Arrest the person who spread the news. Your Majesty, the news spread through tea houses, gambling dens, pawnshops, and storyteller booths. People from all walks of life are discussing it, and the source cannot be traced. The Lord's face grew increasingly grim. He sat on the chair, his chest heaving violently. Muyi keeps saying they are thoroughly investigating the Akatsuki, yet they hide such news. The culprit appeared in your Muyi, yet you didn't report it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it viciously on the ground. Crack. The teacup shattered all over the floor. The ministers in the hall knelt down in unison. Your Majesty, please calm down. Calm down. The Lord's voice trembled. How do you expect me to calm down? He stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. Tuansong. Gcun Tuansong. Prince Gao Su operates bounty offices, gambling dens, and pawnshops. These shady businesses across the Land of Fire. Could there be some conflict with the dark forces of Muyi? The culprit claimed to be instructed by Tuansong. Was it a frame-up, or Just then another eunuch hurried in and knelt down. Your Majesty, a messenger from Mu Yi is requesting an audience. A messenger from Mu Yi. The Lord frowned. What for? To present a petition for the Hokage's appointment. The high level of Mu Yi requests your Majesty to issue the appointment letter appointing the Sannin Zi Lai Yi as the 5th Hokage. The Lord's expression completely froze. Then he laughed in anger. Fine. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, fine. Your Mu Yi hasn't even handed over a trace of the culprit, yet you dare to ask for the Hokage appointment first? He turned abruptly and looked outside the hall. Let that messenger roll in. The messenger came in and was about to speak. Your Majesty. Enough. The Lord interrupted him. Go back and tell that group of Yuan Fei risen. Within 5 days Mu Yi must give me an explanation regarding the matter of a Fei appearing in Mu Yi and claiming to be instructed by Tuan Song. If the explanation is not clear, not only will the appointment letter be out of the question, but the previous deadline for thoroughly investigating the Akatsuki will also be held accountable. The messenger's face turned pale in an instant. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but could not utter a single word. Get out. The messenger walked out of the hall. Mu Yi Village. Hokage's office. When the door was pushed open, 3 people in the office looked up at the same time. The messenger from Mu Yi stood at the door, his face pale. Yuan Fei Risen's brows furrowed. What's wrong? The messenger knelt on one knee, his voice hoarse. The Lord has rejected the petition. What a... Shui Humin Yin suddenly stood up. What did you say? The Lord said. Within 5 days Mu Yi must give him an explanation regarding a Fei appearing in Mu Yi and claiming to be instructed by Tuan Song. If the explanation is not clear, forget about the appointment letter, and the previous deadline for thoroughly investigating the Akatsuki will also be held accountable. The office fell into a deathly silence. The pipe in Yuan Fei Risen's hand clattered onto the table. He didn't pick it up. A Fei appeared in Mu Yi. His voice was hoarse beyond words. Claimed to be instructed by Tuan Song. Shui Humin Yan's face was ashen like a stone. Who exactly leaked this news to the Lord? Zhuanxin Shaochun slapped the table in urgency. Investigate. Investigate for me. Where did the news in the capital come from? It cannot be traced. Shui Humin Yan's voice was heavy. The news in the capital spread through idle street talk, and there is no concrete evidence. Then, what do you want me to investigate? Shui Humin Yan interrupted her. Investigate all the people of every description in the capital, or shut down all the tea houses, gambling dens, and pawnshops. Zhuanxin Shaochun was choked. Yuan Fei Risen sat on the chair silent for a moment. Then he slowly spoke. Call Tuan Song. Here. See you in mansion basement. When Tuan Song was summoned, his face was extremely grim. He had just been released from confinement and was dragged into this. He stood in the Hokage's office facing the gazes of the 3, his voice icy. I didn't do it. A Fei was not sent by me. That is a frame-up. Frame-up. Shui Humin Yan's voice was also harsh. On the night of the clan extermination, a Fei said before all of Mu Yi that you sent him. Everyone in Mu Yi heard it. He deliberately framed me. Tuan Song's voice suddenly rose. He wore a mask. Who could recognize him? Then tell me, who is he? I don't know. Tuan Song's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. I don't know who he is. I don't know where he is. I don't know why he claimed to be instructed by me. The more you say, the more suspicious you become. Shui Humin Yan looked at him coldly. On the night of the clan extermination, you did send the route, and you did have connections with that Fei. You... Enough. Yuan Fei Risen slapped the table, causing everything on it to jump. He looked at Tuan Song, his voice hoarse. The Lord demands an explanation. What do you think we can give as an explanation? Tuan Song's chest heaved violently. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but could not utter a single word. What could he say? Say that a Fei was not sent by him. But everyone in Mu Yi heard a Fei's words. Say that a Fei was framing him. Then he should tell who a Fei is and where he is. The more he defended himself, the more suspicious he seemed. The office fell into a deathly silence again. I'm done with this. Tuan Song snorted coldly and turned to leave. You deal with the mess you stirred up yourselves. Stop. Yuan Fei Risen's voice was very heavy. Tuan Song, I tell you, you cannot escape involvement in this matter. It wasn't me. Then tell me who did it. Tuan Song's footsteps halted. He turned around, staring fixedly at Yuan Fei Risen, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Then his gaze suddenly turned icy. I suspect. It is Uchiha. The 3 people in the office were all stunned. Are you sure? Not sure. Tuan Song's voice was as cold as ice. But who else has this ability besides him? Are you crazy? Shui Humin Yan frowned. Uchiha Yin has been in the village all along. How could he reach out to the capital? You don't know how many tricks he has. Tuan Song's voice carried an indescribable chill. He can ruin Zi Lai Ye's reputation in Mu Yi overnight, and he can make the Lord turn hostile in the capital overnight. You underestimate that brat too much. The office fell silent again. Zhuanxin Shaochun was anxious. Then what do we do? We can't get the appointment letter, and the Lord demands an explanation. What do we do? What else can we do? Shui Humin Yan's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. The trouble caused by Tuan Song must clean up himself. I said it wasn't me. Then show evidence. Tuansong tapped his cane. Fine, I'll clean it up. The biggest beneficiary of this matter is Yu Jiboyan. I'll go eliminate him. With that he turned around and slammed the door as he left. In the basement of the Shimura estate, the oil lamp's flame flickered. Danzo Shimura sat in the shadows leaning on his cane. Demand an explanation. Everyone demands an explanation from me. Everything I did was it for my own sake. It was all for the good of Konoha. And now when things go wrong it's all my fault. Since they're pressing me so hard I can't afford to wait any longer. He hadn't planned to act so soon. Each use of the Mangekyō Sharingan consumed a measure of its ocular power. That brat Uchiha uses his power recklessly. His eyesight will only worsen. Once he goes blind, dealing with him would be foolproof. But now there was no more time to wait. From the night of the massacre until now he had seen it clearly. The greatest variable in the village was Uchiha. Without this brat, even if the Uchiha clan weren't completely wiped out they would have been crippled. The Hyuga wouldn't have turned against them and the village wouldn't have been led down this deviating path step by step. And there was the matter of Obito. The daimyo demanded an explanation, one he couldn't provide. But what if he pinned Obito's identity onto the Uchiha clan? The culprit was a Uchiha who fled out of guilt and was executed by Konoha. An explanation would be given, a scapegoat found, and the village returned to order. All of this hinged on eliminating Uchiha first. More precisely on controlling him first. Konoha Tsukumi could rewrite a person's will. With it, he could make him kneel, make him take his own life, or make him confess to Obito's crimes before everyone. Danzo narrowed his eyes and called out, "Come." A shadowy figure landed before him. "Go don the Yanbu uniform. In the name of the Hokage, summon Uchiha to training ground no. 3. Tell him the Hokage wishes to discuss a critical matter. If he asks, say it concerns the police force." The figure acknowledged and vanished. Danzo rose, tapping his cane on the ground, a cold sneer curling on his lips. "Brat, can you handle this move of mine?" At the Uchiha clan's main house in the courtyard beneath the old plum tree, Uchiha had just set down his teacup when he heard a faint rustle of footsteps stop outside the gate. He looked up. A Uchiha clansman came to report, "Clan head and ANBU ninja just arrived. The Hokage requests your presence at training ground no. 3 to discuss a critical matter." He set down his teacup and stood. "Understood." At the gate, Yashiro Uchiha hurried over, his face anxious. "Clan head, this is wrong. We just publicly pressured the higher-ups. Why would the Hokage summon you to a training ground now? You should take more people." What if what? Uchiha turned and smiled. "No one in Konoha can threaten my life. Besides, if he truly intended to act, the more people I bring the less likely he is to show his hand. Then I'd never know his plan. With fewer people he'll be bold enough to make his move. That's when I can see what he's really plotting." Yashiro wanted to protest, but Uchiha was already walking out, waving a hand dismissively without looking back. "Don't worry. I'll be back soon." The few jonin who had followed exchanged uneasy glances, but ultimately gritted their teeth and trailed after him from a distance. Training ground no. 3 was a clearing in the northern part of Konoha surrounded by dense forest and usually deserted. Uchiha stood in the center, scanning his surroundings. No one was visible. He remained still, silently extending his spiritual perception. Behind that old tree to his left front, there was someone. The presence was well concealed, but it couldn't escape his senses. Footsteps emerged from behind the tree. A cane tapping on the fallen leaves. Danzo. He stepped into view, the bandage over his right eye already unwound, revealing the crimson eye with its spinning tomo. Danzo wasted no time. He knew this brat's abilities all too well. Delay invited trouble, and any extra word might alert him. So the moment he appeared, his right eye focused sharply. Konoha Tsukumi activated. An invisible wave of ocular power surged toward Uchiha. For an instant his gaze went empty. He stood there, eyes unfocused, like a puppet stripped of its soul. Danzo watched him for 2 breaths, confirmed it had worked, and slowly let out a sigh of relief, a grin spreading across his face. "Heh, Uchiha, you planned for everything, but you never saw this coming, did you?" Leaning on his cane, he walked closer, step by step, his voice dripping with smug satisfaction. "From today on, you'll be my most obedient dog. Kneel." Uchiha did not move. Danzo's brow furrowed. "Kneel." Still no movement. Danzo stood there, staring at the hollow-eyed youth before him. For the first time, a flicker of unease stirred within him. Konoha Tsukumi. He had never actually used it before. After all, it was Shursui Uchiha's eye, and Shursui had never released it, so Danzo had never witnessed its true effect firsthand. What should a person under Konoha Tsukumi look like? He didn't know. But right now, this dog. Why wasn't it obeying? He took 2 steps forward, leaning in to examine Uchiha's eyes. The crimson Mangekyō, its taiji pattern slowly rotating, still held a vacant gaze. Danzo issued another command. "Kneel and sever your own arms." The instant the words fell, those unfocused eyes suddenly sharpened, their focus locking onto him. A faint, chilling smile curved at the corner of Uchiha's mouth. Danzo's pupils contracted violently as a wave of cold dread shot up his spine. Danger. He instinctively moved to retreat, to form hand seals. Too slow. Uchiha and struck his 5 fingers spread wide, lunging straight for his right eye. Fast. Faster than his reflexes could possibly follow. In Danzo's perception, Uchiha's right hand left a mere afterimage on his retina. The next second, an explosion of searing pain erupted from his eye socket. Danzo let out a guttural scream, staggering backward as blood gushed from the hollow, painting half his face crimson. Clutching his eye, he looked up through his fingers and saw Uchiha, standing 2 steps away, a blood-soaked eyeball pinched between his fingers. Uchiha Sharingan. His Konoha ripped out. By this brat. How is this possible? Danzo's voice trembled. How could Konoha fail? Uchiha glanced down at the eyeball in his hand, then placed it into a small glass vial filled with saline solution, one he had prepared long ago for this very moment. Securing the vial, he finally looked up at Danzo. You dare to wield the eyes of the Uchiha clan. He offered no explanation. He certainly wouldn't tell Danzo that his spiritual energy was 10 times that of an ordinary person, and that a jinjutsu like Konoha, which forcibly rewrites one's will, couldn't even knock on the door of his mind. He would let this old fool die in ignorance. Danzo retreated to the edge of the training ground, clutching his eye, his chest heaving violently. After the initial shock, a surge of ruthlessness welled up from the depths of his heart. Konoha was gone. But he still had wind release. I've roamed the shinobi world for decades. Even without these eyes, I'm not to be underestimated. He swiftly formed hand seals and spat out a blast. Wind released vacuum great sphere. The hypercompressed wind sphere howled as it hurtled towards Uchiha Yen. Yen sidestepped slightly, the sphere grazing his clothes and slamming into a tree trunk behind him, snapping the bowl-thick tree in half. Danzo, however, was already sprinting back towards the village. He knew he couldn't defeat this brat in a straight fight. If even Konoha couldn't subdue him, a direct confrontation would only lead to death. That wind release was merely a delaying tactic, a desperate bid to buy a sliver of time to escape. If he could just make it back to the village, lose himself in the crowd. He ran 7 steps. His vision blurred. A figure materialized out of thin air before him, blocking his path. Appearing from nowhere. Danzo's feet were nailed to the ground. This figure. This instantaneous appearance. The night of the massacre. The Sarutobi clan compound. That figure in black robes with red clouds who appeared and vanished before the 3rd Hokage's very eyes. The one who called himself Obito. Identical. Danzo's head snapped up, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Yen, his voice a mixture of shock and fury practically squeezed through clenched teeth. It's you. The Obito from that night. It was you. You're the one who slaughtered the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. You're the one who killed the prince. Uchiha Yen didn't respond. His crimson Mangekyō spun. The jinjutsu of the Mangekyō Sharingan was released. Danzo's movements froze instantly. He remained frozen in his pointing posture, unmoving, the anger and shock in his eyes slowly fading into blankness. Uchiha Yen stepped forward, pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and pressed it against Danzo's throat. He drew it across. Blood sprayed from the wound. Danzo's body toppled stiffly backward, crashing into the pile of fallen leaves and kicking up a cloud of dust. Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root, a formidable figure of his era, met his end here. The sounds of the struggle alerted the Uchiha clansmen waiting in the distance. 7 or 8 figures darted out from the forest. The lead Jonin rushed forward only to halt abruptly at the sight of the body on the ground, his expression paling drastically. Danzo. They looked sharply at Uchiha Yen, then at the blood still fresh on his fingers, and swallowed hard in unison. Uchiha Yen put the kunai away, his tone flat. Gather the body and transport it back to the compound. Why, yes, sir. Several clansmen scrambled to clean up. Uchiha Yen stood at the edge of the field, his gaze sweeping over the blood-soaked leaves before slowly looking away. Shimura Danzo. This old bastard who had been watching him from the shadows since the night of the massacre was finally dead. He turned and walked towards the clan compound. Later at the Uchiha clan's council hall, Uchiha Yashiro, after hearing the full account and glancing at the white cloth-covered body on the floor, swallowed hard, unable to speak for a long time. Clan head. This body. Transport it to the land of fire's capital, Uchiha Yen said, seated in the main chair, tea in hand. Present it to the daimyo. Tell him that when the assassination of Prince Takasu by Obito under Shimura Danzo was exposed, Danzo fled in guilt and was discovered by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yen blew on the steam rising from his tea, his voice is slow and deliberate. The Uchiha clan, knowing the daimyo has been searching for the culprit, naturally would not let this prime suspect escape. We executed him and present him to the daimyo. Yashiro was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Clan head, brilliant. This way there's a culprit, there's an explanation. And the Uchiha clan becomes the hero who avenged the daimyo. Uchiha Yen didn't reply, simply taking a sip of his tea. Have Takuma and Gashi handle it. Leave tonight. Yes. Later at the daimyo's palace in the land of fire capital. Uchiha Takuma and Uchiha Gashi stood in the center of the great hall bearing the coffin. The daimyo's expression shifted through several states, from grim to shocked to ecstatic. You say? This body is Shimura Danzo's. Yes, Lord Daimyo. Uchiha Takuma bowed his head, his voice steady. When the assassination of Prince Takasu by Obito under Danzo's command was exposed, Danzo fled. Our clan discovered him. Knowing you have been searching for the culprit, we could not let this prime suspect escape, so we executed him and present him to you. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then the daimyo suddenly slammed the armrest, stood up, and burst into laughter. Excellent. 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 I've been searching for this culprit for days. To think it was someone under a Konoha elder. The Uchiha clan is truly loyal and righteous. I will remember this deed. He paced a few steps, then turned to Takuma. Speak, what reward do you desire? Uchiha Takuma and Uchiha Gashi exchanged a glance, then said in unison, Lord Daimyo, our clan seeks nothing else. We only request that you issue a decree appointing our clan head Uchiha Yen as the 5th Hokage. The hall fell silent once more. The daimyo's smile faltered for a moment. An Uchiha, as Hokage, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. No Uchiha had ever held the title of Hokage in Konoha. If this got out. But then he reconsidered. Prince Takasu was his uncle, and for days after his death Konoha had been making excuses, unable to produce a single culprit. Now the Uchiha clan had personally delivered the killer to his doorstep. He couldn't refuse such a gift. As for whether an Uchiha Hokage would cause an uproar within Konoha, that was Konoha's own problem. Let them sort out that mess themselves. The daimyo's smile returned, and he waved his hand grandly. Granted. Someone draft the decree. A secret message was sent from the Land of Fire's capital back to Konoha. The official appointment for the 5th Hokage signed by the daimyo was already on its way. At the Hokage's office in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the intelligence from the Land of Fire, a hint of confusion on his face. What's going on? Why did the daimyo suddenly agree to sign the 5th Hokage's appointment? Could it be that the daimyo has already found the culprit? Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Uchiha, however, had no such doubts. They looked at the intelligence and smiled. Hiruzen, don't overthink it. Since the daimyo has agreed to Jiraiya becoming the 5th Hokage, this is a good thing. Set a date for the Jonin assembly. Hamura and Koharu urged, not wanting to risk any delays. Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, setting aside his doubts. The daimyo's envoy will arrive in Konoha in 3 days. We'll hold the Jonin assembly that morning. Someone, an Umbu agent, opened the door and knelt on one knee. Notify all Jonin in the village. In 3 days a Jonin assembly will be held at the Hokage's office to elect the 5th Hokage. In the afternoon in Konoha, the sun hung in the sky and the wind was hot. A squad of Umbu departed from the Hokage tower, dispersing into the various streets and alleys. A white fox mask knocked on the gates of the Hyuga clan compound. A cat-faced mask rang the doorbell of the Nara residence. Another Umbu squad headed straight for the Uchiha clan grounds, and 2 more went to the training grounds and the police force headquarters. The only order was this: in 3 days at the Hokage tower conference room, a Jonin assembly will be held to elect the 5th Hokage. The command was issued in haste. Umbu set up a checkpoint at the village gate, stopping several Jonin who were about to leave on missions to deliver the message in person. By order of the Hokage, all Jonin in the village are forbidden from leaving until the assembly. The stopped Jonin stood at the village entrance, looking at the checkpoint, then up at the sun in the sky. The 5th Hokage. He murmured the words to himself, then turned and walked back without another word. Within an hour the news spread like wildfire through every street of Konoha. In taverns, tea houses, at the fronts of general stores, and by the laundry wells, everyone was talking. Did you hear? The Hokage election is in 3 days. Who else could it be? It's got to be Jiraiya-sama. The higher-ups have been building up to this for days. Jiraiya. That pervy sage. Chill. He's about to become Hokage. What about that young Uchiha clan leader? Wasn't he also trying to compete? Compete. The Hokage is decided by the village and the higher-ups. He's just a brat. The speaker stopped mid-sentence, catching himself. The name Uchiha was not something to be casually mocked in Konoha these days. The man changed his tune, lowering his voice anyway. This is Jiraiya-sama's moment. A great thing. No one in the tavern responded. Some drank their sake, others traced idle circles on the table with their fingers. Everyone had their own judgment. The 3rd Hokage, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, 3 veterans pushing this together. The daimyo's letter of appointment must have already arrived. What could possibly change now? At the Sarutobi clan compound. In the main hall, several Jonin sat in a circle, tea and sweets laid out on the table. The atmosphere was lighter than it had been in days. 2 weeks. A Jonin with a goatee, Sarutobi Ryota, slammed his tea bowl on the table. From the night of the massacre to now, it's been almost 2 weeks. Our Sarutobi clan is finally going to catch its breath. Ryota, keep your voice down, someone cautioned. Why should I? Sarutobi Ryota waved a hand dismissively. Jiraiya-sama is one of the legendary Sannin, a disciple of the 3rd. With him as Hokage, who can possibly trample on our Sarutobi clan anymore? That Uchiha brat running around causing trouble all this time, even getting Danzo-sama. He trailed off, stopping himself. Danzo-sama had been confined and hadn't appeared in days. The room fell silent for a moment. Sarutobi Ryota cleared his throat and picked up the thread. Anyway, once Jiraiya-sama takes power, the higher-ups stay the higher-ups, the village stays the village. Those who want to turn things upside down won't be kicking for much longer. Once Jiraiya-sama takes that seat, he narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping to a whisper. How much longer can that Uchiha brat keep kicking? The Jonin exchanged glances, seeing the same sentiment in each other's eyes. This frustration had been bottled up for far too long. At the Uchiha clan compound, in the courtyard on the stone steps, several Uchiha clan ninja sat under the eaves. The juniors of Uchiha Koharu, the clan's Jonin, all wore smiles. Koharu-sama has finally come out on top. Jiraiya-sama is the higher-up's choice. Once he's in power, can our Uchiha clans standing in the village get any lighter? Those who lack foresight thinking they can ride the Uchiha's coattails to the top. A Jonin let out a cold laugh. Uchiha thinks that by rallying a few civilian ninja and minor clans, he can turn the world upside down. The position of Hokage, after all, is not something you can achieve through petty tricks. A Ninkin under the eaves yawned, ignored by everyone. The Uchiha clan members exchanged looks, their smiles meaningful. That Uchiha brat had reached the end of his rope. At the Mitokado clan compound, in the study, Mitokado Hamura was speaking with several of the clan's Jonin. You will all attend the Jonin assembly in 3 days. When it's time to take a stand, don't hold back. A clan Jonin asked, Elder, what about Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya's matter is already settled. Mitokado Hamura waved a hand. The daimyo's appointment has already come down. Is this just a formality? The clan Jonin nodded, the lingering doubt in their hearts settling. These past months, Konoha had been turned upside down. The higher-ups were pushed into a corner by that Uchiha brat, and even Danzo had been suspended. But now it was fine. Once Jiraiya took office, everything could return to normal. At the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his desk, pipe in hand unlit. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu sat on the sofa. Danzo, any word? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Mitokado Hamura shook his head. No, he hasn't shown his face since he stormed out that day. His remaining loyalists don't know where he's gone either. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a moment, not pressing further. He knew Danzo too well. The quieter he was, the more he was plotting something. But he couldn't afford to worry about him now. He looked down at the confidential report on his desk again, tapping his fingers on the wood. The daimyo was rather quick about it. But this appointment letter is suspicious. Just before he rejected our request, and then he signs it right after. Hiruzen, Uchiha Koharu cut him off. You're overthinking this. Since the daimyo signed it, he's accepted Jiraiya as the 5th Hokage. Why worry about anything else? Mitokado Hamura also nodded. Right? The longer we wait, the more chance for complications. Best to hold the assembly as soon as possible and get this settled. Hiruzen Sarutobi put the pipe to his lips, then took it away. He felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. After a long pause, he waved a hand. All right, go make your preparations. As for the Umbu, keep a close watch on the Uchiha clan grounds. Within 3 days, I want to know if even a single fly flies out of there. At the Hyuga clan compound in the study, Hayashi Hyuga stood with his hands behind his back at the window. Behind him, a Jonin from the branch family knelt, having just finished relaying the Umbu's order verbatim. A Jonin assembly. To elect the 5th Hokage. Hayashi Hyuga turned around his Jiraiya might not be a bad person, but he's the 3rd's man. He paused, his voice deepening. His ascension means the higher-ups are back in control. Our alliance with the Uchiha will be settled sooner or later. The branch family Jonin looked up, clan leader, then we. Don't panic. Riseong Rizu interrupted him. Send someone to the Ujibwa clan compound and ask what that young clan leader thinks. The branch family Jonin was about to leave upon receiving the order, but was called back. Tell him. Riseong Rizu's gaze fell outside the window. No matter how the Jonin assembly turns out, the Riseong and the Ujibwa are bound together. If he retreats, we retreat with him. If he advances, we advance with him. The branch family Jonin clasped his fists, yes. Footsteps faded away down the corridor. Riseong Rizu stood still, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his sleeve. He knew that the young man Ujibwa Yin never fought a battle he wasn't prepared for. But this time, even he was uncertain. The daimyo's letter of appointment. That was something even the 3rd Hokage couldn't circumvent. Huanzhong clan compound. Bang! Huanzhong Zhao slapped the table, splashing the tea from the bowl. Zilai Yi. That perverted old man who peeps at women's baths is going to be Hokage. What a joke. The ninja dog beside her was startled, whimpering as it shrank into the corner. Huanzhong Hua stood aside, her ears ringing from her mother's outburst. When the noise subsided, she spoke. Mother, the fact that the higher-ups dare to hold this assembly means they are confident. After all, Lord Zilai Yi is one of the 3 ninja. We need to think about our fallback plan. Fallback. Huanzhong Zhao put her hands on her hips. What fallback? Our Huanzhong clan has been following Ujibwa Yin. If we shrink back now, how can we hold our heads up in this village in the future? She paused, her voice softening, and added, but, you're right. Let's first ask what that kid says. Go. Huanzhong Hua acknowledged and turned to leave. When she reached the doorway, she heard a voice behind her. Tell Ujibwa Yin if he wants to fight the Huanzhong, we'll fight with him. If he wants to concede, we'll concede too. Anyway, I've never been convinced by anyone in my life, but I am convinced by him. Police Department building. The registration line had dispersed, and the hall grew quiet. A few civilian ninjas gathered near the wall speaking in low voices. Did you hear? In 3 days the Hokage election. Lord Zilai is going to take over. Then what about our police department? What else can we do? Lord Zilai is the third Hokage's man. Once he takes office, the first thing he'll likely do is deal with the Uchiha. We who depend on the police department. Before the words were finished, everyone's heart sank. Someone rubbed his hands. Maybe. We should think about a way out. What way out? Siyuan Shang Rin walked out of the inner room, a scroll of names in his hand. His voice was not loud, but it silenced the discussion. We chose the police department back then. We chose to follow the Uchiha clan leader and set rules and not to choose who becomes Hokage. He swept his gaze over the crowd. Whether Lord Zilai becomes Hokage or not, what does it have to do with us? No matter who sits in that chair, the rules of the police department will not change. Patrol as usual, arrest as usual. The civilian ninjas looked at each other. Someone swallowed, but what if they really? No, what if? Siyuan Shang Rin placed the scroll on the table, his voice steady. If anyone really touches the police department, the first one to object will be the Uchiha clan leader. We trust him. When has he ever let us down? Hearing this, the few people's unease inexplicably calmed down a bit. That's right. That young clan leader from the night of the clan massacre to today, when has he ever let his followers down? Police Department Vice Director's office. Kakashi sat by the window, a roster spread before him, not turning a page for a long time. Outside, snippets of street gossip drifted in. Lord Zilai becoming Hokage. Then the Uchiha clan leader is in a tight spot this time. He looked up, staring out the window. Master Zilai. He is not a bad person. Of this Kakashi was more certain than anyone. But Zilai was the third Hokage's man. If he took over, the same higher-ups would still be in power. All that Uchiha had done, recruiting civilians into the police department, driving out the cloud ninja, wiping the ground with the higher-ups' faces. He closed the roster, stood up, and walked out of the office. He crossed 2 streets and arrived at the Uchiha clan compound. The courtyard gate was ajar. He pushed it open and saw the young man sitting under an old plum tree, holding a cup of tea, slowly blowing on the steam. As if expecting him. Come, Uchiha didn't look up. Kakashi sat down opposite him. You know about the Jonin assembly. Aren't you worried? Only then did Uchiha raise his eyes to look at him, a trace of indescribable meaning in his gaze. He countered, worried about what? Kakashi stared at him for a few moments. No panic, no anxiety. He even had the leisure to drink tea here. He suddenly felt that this trip was a waste. This man had a plan. Kakashi didn't press further. He stood up. I'll be going then. He reached the gate, paused for a step, and without turning back said only, the police department. I've got it covered. Uchiha put down his teacup, watching the figure disappear beyond the gate, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had indeed judged Kakashi correctly. No wonder he had been the 6th Hokage in the original story. Niliang clan compound. Shanzhong Hai and Qiu Dao Ding entered one after another. Niliang Lujio was sipping tea with his head down. Lujio. Shanzhong Hai sat down by the corridor. Have you heard about the Jonin assembly? The higher-ups dare to hold this assembly. They must have already obtained the daimyo's letter of appointment. Shanzhong Hai frowned. Can Zilai becoming Hokage pass the Jonin assembly? Niliang Lujio didn't look up. Don't know. Shanzhong Hai was taken aback. Then? How are you so calm? The reason I said don't know. Niliang Lujio finally looked up. The higher-ups should be able to get the daimyo's letter of appointment. As long as half the Jonin agree at the Jonin meeting, Zilai can become Hokage. But have you thought about this? He put down his teacup. That kid Uchiha, from the night of the clan massacre to now, when has he ever been forced to do anything? Shanzhong Hai and Qiu Dao Ding exchanged a glance. He's been too quiet. Niliang Lujio stood up, dusting off his clothes. Given his personality, if the higher-ups had really obtained something he couldn't circumvent, he would have made a move already. But he hasn't done anything. That's not right. Qiu Dao Ding's chewed on potato chips, speaking indistinctly. Then, which side do we stand on? Niliang Lujio smiled. Which side? We don't take sides. Stand aside and watch the show. He looked up, glancing in the direction of the Hokage building. In 3 days, no matter who becomes the 5th Hokage, the Inoshikacho will just follow the Hokage's orders. At the edge of Konoha, in the Yamashita clan's compound, Yamashita Masao sat inside, listening to his clansmen's report, his brow furrowed into a knot. Jiraiya as Hokage. He stood pacing back and forth across the room. The Yamashita clan had thrown in their lot with Uchiha. Their Jonin and Chunin had all joined the police force. If Jiraiya took power and the high command came for retribution, the Yamashita clan would be the first to fall. Clan head, perhaps. We should get in touch with Lord Jiraiya's side first. Get in touch. Yamashita Masao stopped pacing. That's assuming he'd even bother with us. He thought for a moment, then sat back down. Don't move yet. That man Uchiha never fights a battle he hasn't already won. If he were truly out of options, there would be some sign of it. The room fell silent for a while. In another minor ninja clan's compound, the Yuki clan's estate, Yuki Yasuo sat on the veranda, holding a letter delivered by Uchiha's messenger 2 days prior. The letter contained but a single line: "Before the assembly, hold your ground. Let the heavens fall, the Uchiha will bear it." He folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his robe. Someone leaned in. "Clan head, what should we?" "Wait," Yuki Yasuo said a single word. He couldn't explain why, but he trusted that young man. The young man who said, "It matters not who holds the blade, but who it is pointed at." He wouldn't surrender so easily. The training grounds. Mike Guy had just finished a set of punches drenched in sweat. A passing jonin struck up a conversation. "Hey Guy, heard the Hokage selection is in 3 days. Jiraiya is going to be the 5th. Which side are you on?" Mike Guy was taken aback for a moment. Then he broke into a wide grin, gave a thumbs up, and flashed his pearly whites. "Youth does not permit me to take sides. But wherever Kakashi stands, that's where I stand." The jonin was speechless. Mike Guy had already dashed off like a whirlwind. He ran all the way to the police force headquarters, peering in from the doorframe. Kakashi sat in his office, head down, flipping through a roster. "Kakashi." Mike Guy stepped inside in one stride. "I heard about the Hokage election. You're with that Uchiha clan head, right?" "Then so am I. The burning blood of youth always stands with its sworn friend." Kakashi looked up at him, and after a long moment, said, "Only. What hot-blooded novel have you been reading now?" "None. This is pure instinct." Mike Guy clenched his fist. "The one you choose won't be wrong." Kakashi looked at his fervent, impassioned face and said nothing more. Night fell. Konoha's lights burned longer than usual. The ANBU at the Hokage Tower changed shifts repeatedly, their gazes fixed on the direction of the Uchiha district. The clansmen dispatched by Konoha Uchiha under the cover of darkness quietly knocked on the doors of several neutral jonin. Through pleasantries and small talk, the message was singular: "At the jonin assembly, please lend your support to Lord Jiraiya." Some nodded, some were evasive, and one, after closing the door, sneered support. "Let's see what card that young clan head plays tomorrow first." In Hamura Midokado's study, the lamp burned into the dead of night. On his desk lay a stack of papers, the statement of Lord Jiraiya's achievements to be read at tomorrow's assembly. The battle of the 3 ninja, the teacher of the 4th Hokage, the sage of Mount Myaboku. He revised it word by word again and again, striving for an airtight presentation. Finally, he set down his brush, rubbed his aching eyes, and sighed at the papers. "Jiraiya, Jiraiya, you simply must win this battle for us." Morning, Konoha Hokage Tower. The doors of the grand conference room swung open one by one. Konoha's jonin assembled, filling the room more completely than it had been in a long time. At the head of the long table were 3 seats. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sat in the center with Hamura Midokado on his left and Konoha Uchiha on his right. Steam rose from their tea, and their faces held a rare ease not seen in days. On the left side, the jonin of the Sarutobi, Uchiha, and Midokado clans sat in a row. Sarutobi Ryota had deliberately donned a new clan robe today, his back ramrod straight, his gaze sweeping across the Uchiha camp opposite, with a cold smirk playing on his lips. Across from them, the jonin of the Hyuga, Inuzuka Yamashita, and Yuki clans sat in silence. Hayashi Hyuga sat upright, his eyelids half closed. Some Inuzuka's ninja hound lay at her feet, ears perked. Yamashita Masao and Yuki Yasuo sat side by side, their faces calm and unreadable. In the middle rear area, Shikaku Nara leaned back in his chair, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, eyes half-lidded, as if basking in the sun. Inoichi Yamanaka sat beside him. Choza Akimichi crinkled his chip bag noisily, and in the corner, Shibi Aburame sat motionless behind his dark glasses. Jiraiya sat to one side of the Hokage, his hair a mess, but surprisingly wearing a clean haori. A cup of tea sat before him untouched. Against the wall, Kakashi leaned, his silver hair covering half his face. Beside him, several jonin from the police force sat rigidly upright, their palms slick with sweat. Everyone was present. Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat, and the room quieted. "I have called you here today regarding the matter of the 5th Hokage." His voice was not loud, but it was clear to all. "Konoha faces troubles from within and threats from without. I am old and lack the energy to manage these affairs. I should have stepped down long ago, but a suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage had yet to appear. Fortunately, in Konoha's time of need, one of the legendary 3 Jiraiya has returned. His strength is formidable, and his prestige is sufficient. I nominate Jiraiya to be the 5th Hokage." As Hiruzen Sarutobi finished, Hamura Midokado stood, clutching a stack of papers, and cleared his throat. "Next, I shall present the achievements of Jiraiya. The statement of Lord Jiraiya's achievements." He read slowly, word by word, as if afraid anyone might miss a single syllable. Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha. In the Second Great Ninja War, he fought a bloody battle against Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain. The name of the 3 ninja shook the entire shinobi world. A disciple of the 3rd Hokage, he also mentored the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. One master, 2 Hokage, unmatched in the ninja world. The sage mode of Mount Myaboku, inheriting the true teachings of the great Toad Sage. He finished and set the papers down. Konoha Uchiha took over, her voice ringing clear. The fire daimyo has signed the letter of appointment for the 5th Hokage. The chosen one Jiraiya of the 3 ninja. She looked at Jiraiya, a smile she couldn't suppress on her face. Jiraiya, please step forward to accept the position. For a moment the conference room was still. Sarutobi Ryota was the first to smile, exchanging glances with his fellow clansmen, the meaning unmistakable. Several jonin from the 3 clans straightened their backs, casting provocative looks at the Uchiha camp across the room. On the Uchiha side no one moved. Hayashi Hyuga held his tea, not even lifting an eyelid. Sum Inuzuka let out a cold snort, slamming her tea bowl onto the table. Her hound whimpered and shrank back to her feet. Jiraiya remained seated silent for a while. He glanced at the High Council, then at the young man across the room, sipping his tea with his head down. He stood up. Mitokado Hamura cleared his throat, about to speak. I ask all jonin to vote on Jiraiya-sama succeeding as the 5th Hokage. Hold on. The voice was not loud, yet it silenced the entire meeting room instantly. All eyes fell upon the speaker. Uchiha Yin set down his teacup, raised his head, and said in a calm tone, I have a question. Elder Mitokado said the daimyo has signed the appointment, and the chosen one is Jiraiya-sama. So where is that appointment document? Mitokado Hamura frowned. Clan head Uchiha, what do you mean by this? Nothing much, Uchiha Yin said. We haven't even laid eyes on the appointment signed personally by the daimyo, yet we're expected to accept it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, the appointment is on its way. The envoy bearing the decree has arrived outside the village, and will be here to read it shortly. Then let us wait for the envoy to arrive. Uchiha Yin said unhurriedly. Without the document nothing is certain. We are all shinobi, you shouldn't need me to teach you this basic rule. Sarutobi Ryota sneered. Clan head Uchiha, are you unable to let it go? The daimyo has already signed. No matter how much you stir things up, do you think you can overturn the heavens, eh? Ryota. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a hand to stop him. Clan head Uchiha makes a fair point. When the envoy arrives and reads the decree publicly, it will be done with propriety. Even as he said this, the corners of his mouth curled up. The envoy was already at the village outskirts. For this grand assembly, Konoha had summoned every jonin in the village, leaving no room for dissent. There was no way this round could be lost. Then we await the envoy's arrival to read the appointment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. The tension in the room eased. Jonin from the 3 great clans murmured among themselves. Some were already calculating what would happen after Jiraiya took office. After a while the meeting room door was pushed open. An Umbu operative entered and knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama, the envoy from the land of fire, has arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, bring him in. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. The envoy stepped into the room. A middle-aged man in the official robes of the land of fire, followed by 2 attendants carrying a vermilion lacquered tray draped in yellow silk. He surveyed the room, momentarily taken aback by the crowd, then smiled. Quite the gathering. Konoha is certainly efficient. The jonin are all assembled before I've even set foot in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he stepped forward. You've come a long way, sir. We are deeply grateful. The matter of the 5th Hokage now rests in your hands. The envoy nodded, walked to the head of the table, set down the tray, and lifted the yellow silk. The scroll, the wax seal, and the official stamp, all present. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell upon the scroll, and the last knot of tension in his chest finally came undone. Jiraiya, at last it's your turn. Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu also rose, smiles on their faces, waiting only for the words, Jiraiya-sama receive the decree. The envoy unrolled the scroll and cleared his throat. By decree of the daimyo of the land of fire. The room fell utterly silent. Even Akimichi Chose stopped mid-bite on his potato chips. Whereas the hidden leaf village abounds in talent, a wise leader must be appointed to settle the realm. It is hereby ordered that. He paused and spoke the name, Uchiha Yin, as the 5th Hokage. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The air itself seemed to solidify. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile froze on his face. His mouth hung open, unable to close, his expression shifting from elation to shock, and from shock to utter disbelief. Mitokado Hamura's smile also stiffened, and the stack of merit statements slipped from his grasp, scattering across the floor. Uchiha Koharu's legs gave way, and she collapsed back into her chair, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Sarutobi Ryota's back seemed to cave in his face, turning ashen. The neutral jonin exchanged bewildered glances, eyes wide, none of them able to process what had just happened. On the Uchiha side, there was first a silence like death. Then someone let out a long, shuddering breath, followed by a rising tide of suppressed exclamations. Yamashita Masao clenched his fists hard. Yuki Yasuo sat in his chair, his shoulders trembling slightly, an excitement he could barely contain. No. Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to react. He practically lunged forward, snatching the scroll from the envoy's hands, unrolling it with trembling fingers, reading it over and over again. The official stamp, real. The handwriting, the daimyo's own. The wax seal, perfectly intact. It was all real. His hands began to shake, trembling so violently he could barely hold the scroll. This can't be. His voice was hoarse. How could the daimyo? Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura rushed over, as well grabbing the other end of the scroll, his eyes bloodshot, his voice a rasping accusation. Uchiha Yen. When did you ever meet the daimyo? The meeting room was plunged into deathly silence. All eyes turned to that one person. Uchiha Yen did not rise. He picked up his teacup, blew gently on the steam, and took a sip. Then setting the cup down, he lifted his gaze. Danzo sent his subordinate Obito to assassinate the Lord, an act that was exposed, and he was preparing to flee to escape justice. His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it carried clearly to every corner of the room. While on patrol, the Uchiha police force discovered Danzo attempting to flee. A confrontation ensued, and in the end Danzo was slain on the spot. His body was delivered by us to the daimyo. The daimyo, recognizing the Uchiha clan's loyalty, courage, and wisdom, decided to entrust the position of 5th Hokage to me. As his words fell, the room became even quieter than before. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply, and the scroll slipped from his fingers, clattering to the floor once more. Danzo. Dead. The Danzo who stormed out of the room, the Danzo who vowed to eliminate Uchiha Yen. Dead. Slain on the spot by this youth before him, his very corpse delivered to the daimyo. It all clicked into place. The daimyo had just rejected their petition and then readily signed the appointment. This wasn't the daimyo being accommodating. This was the daimyo's reward to the Uchiha clan for finding the murderer of his uncle. Mitokado Hamura staggered back a step, steadying himself against the table, his face ashen. Udatane Koharu remained slumped in her chair, her lips moving soundlessly. The jonin of the 3 great clans looked utterly defeated. Sarutobi Ryota stood there, his face pale, only a single thought echoing in his mind. Danzo is dead, and Jiraiya has no chance. That Uchiha brat is going to be Hokage. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh shattered the dead silence. Inuzuka Tsum slammed her palm onto the table, making the teacup jump and splashing tea across the surface. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. She laughed so hard tears nearly sprang from her eyes. That old bastard Danzo is finally dead. Uchiha Yen. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Hyuga Hayashi rose to his feet. He straightened his collar, walked to the center of the meeting table, and gave a slight bow toward Uchiha Yen, his voice steady and composed. 5th Hokage-sama. The Hyuga clan stands ready to follow your command. The words were not loud, but they struck like a hammer against every heart present. The Hyuga have sided with him. The police force. Our police force captain is going to be Hokage. The civilian jonin erupted completely. The 5th Hokage is Uchiha Yen. The Uchiha clan finally has a Hokage. Uchiha Yen, the 5th Hokage.